What if Harry Potter was the reincarnation of Doctor Doom? A cold genius Harry who mixes magic with technology, forges armor in the room of requirement, bends politics like chess pieces, and decides whether the wizarding world deserves to be ruled or saved. Welcome to Cosmic Harry. If you love overpowered dark genius AUs and crazy crossovers, hit subscribe, ring the bell, and join the Cosmic Harry Patreon for early chapters and exclusive content.
Harry did not see the curse that sent Sirius through the veil. He heard the shout, a flash of red near the edge of his vision, Sirius turning with a grin that was still half a taunt for Bellatrix. Then the curtain moved, pale and thin, and swallowed him. 1 second he was there under that arch, coat swinging, wand up. The next second the empty stone platform was all Harry could see. His lungs forgot what to do. The noise of the battle dropped into a strange dull roar. Spells still slammed into stone and statues. Someone screamed from the other side of the room. Glass shattered somewhere high above, but it all sounded far away. Sirius had fallen through. Felt wrong. Felt like a trick. The curtain should have rippled and spat him back out with some stupid joke about nearly losing his step. Harry stared, waiting for that. Waiting for Sirius to lean through and say his name. Nothing moved. The archway itself was old worn stone, half-circle on a raised dais. The curtain hung from it in a soft line, dull gray in the strange green light of the room. It did not sway. It did not glow. It was just there. Bellatrix laughed. Her cackle cut through everything. It was bright and vicious and full of triumph. Harry heard that and something in his chest snapped. He did not think about what Remus had told him in Grimmauld Place. He did not think about Dumbledore or prophecies or anything else. He just ran. His trainers skidded on the smooth floor as he bolted for the dais, heart hammering, throat open on a sound that barely made it out. Remus shouted his name. Harry ignored him. He reached the low steps and took them 2 at a time. His hand went out before he even meant to reach. The curtain looked thin. It had to be thin. It had to be just cloth. He could drag it aside and pull Sirius back by the sleeve, by the wrist, by anything he could get. The air in front of the veil was cold. Not normal cold. It was a sharp drop that hit him like an open freezer door. His breath steamed in front of his face. The hairs on his arm lifted under his torn sleeve. The closer his fingers came, the more that cold thickened until it felt like pushing through water. He heard whispers. It was not Parseltongue. It was not English either. It was a thick murmur like a crowd heard from a distance. Some sounds rose clear for a second, then sank again. He could almost hear his own name in the mix, stretched and twisted. His fingers passed through the edge of the curtain. Harry expected cloth. He felt something like smoke that was also the sharp shock of touching a metal door in winter. Pain shot up his arm. His scar burned. The bone of his wrist seemed to ring. The world tilted. The hall pulled away from him and narrowed to that strip of gray and the space just beyond it. Harry gasped. His heart climbed into his mouth. He felt like he had fallen too, only he was hanging there suspended with his arm sunk into a place that was not really space. Sirius was not there. The curtain did not open into a room. It opened into a churning dark that had no floor and no ceiling. Shapes moved inside it sometimes like the suggestion of people, but when he tried to focus, they blurred. Something inside that dark looked back. The pressure against his hand changed. Before, it had dragged him in. Now it held him. The whispers cut off all at once. Silence slammed into his ears. His breath echoed inside his own head. You should not be here. The thought was not in words, but he understood it. It crawled up from his fingers into his bones. His stomach turned. His eyes filled with tears that froze on his lashes. Sirius, he thought. The dark did not answer. Instead, something rose out of it. Came like a hook, not made of metal or bone. It was a curve of nothing, blacker than the space behind it, lined with a pale edge that hurt to look at. When it moved, it dragged streaks of thin white through the dark that closed again behind it. It was not solid, but it had weight. He felt that weight settle in his arm and down into his chest. The thing was not a tool floating out of the veil. It was more like a question that had found him. It brushed along his palm, and he felt every soul that had ever passed through that arch sweep past him. Fear, anger, relief, all of it slammed into him so hard that he bent forward with a strangled sound. Harry tried to pull his hand back. The curve followed. Cold ripped up his arm and across his shoulders as if someone had traced a blade along his spine. The stone under his feet shook. His vision blurred at the edges. There was still shouting in the hall, but now he heard something else over it. A low, faint song that had no words and no tune. Remus grabbed him from behind. Hands closed around his upper arms and yanked. Harry stumbled back. His fingers tore out of the curtain. The pressure on his arm did not go away. It tore free of the veil with him. That dark curve came too, dragging a line of thin gray out through the arch. The curtain shivered once, then fell still. The air in the room dropped even colder. Frost bloomed along the stone near Harry's trainers. Breath steamed from every mouth. The green light of the hall dimmed until it felt like late evening. The sounds of spells and shouts dulled again, as if someone had thrown a blanket over them. Remus swore under his breath. His grip on Harry's arms tightened. "Harry, no, you must not touch that. Do you hear me? You must not." Harry barely heard him. The thing that had followed his hand out of the veil settled into his grip like it had always belonged there. It shifted, stretched, and became the shape that fit him best. A long, curved blade of black that was not really metal, attached to a shaft that was hardly more than condensed shadow. It did not reflect light. It seemed to drink it. He had a scythe in his hand. It was tall, taller than he was. The edge glowed with a pale, thin band of light that made his eyes water. Every part of it hummed with something alive and cold. The weight did not sit in his muscles. It sat in the space just behind his ribs. Bellatrix stopped laughing. She stood near a broken stone bench, wand raised, hair wild, mouth open on another taunt. Her manic joy slipped. For the first time, she really looked at him. Well, she breathed. What did the little baby find in the pretty arch? Harry could not answer. He could hardly breathe. His throat hurt. His hands were numb. But he could still feel the handle of the scythe. A smooth chill that kept creeping up into his shoulders. Sirius was gone. The thought landed like a physical hit. Punched air back into his chest. The pain moved from shock to something else. Something hot and raw that made his eyes burn harder. Bellatrix grinned again. "I killed Sirius Black," she sang. "Did you see, dear Harry? He fell, and he fell, and he fell." The room contracted around that sound. Harry felt his heart beat once, slow and heavy. The scythe pulsed with it. In that single beat, something inside him made a decision. It was not calm. It was not kind. It was simple. He stepped forward. Remus tried to hold him. Harry twisted his shoulders, wrenching free. The movement felt wrong, as if gravity had shifted one finger to the left. But the scythe moved with him like it weighed nothing. The air in front of him rippled. Remus sounded terrified. Bellatrix flicked her wand. Cruck. Harry moved. He did not lift the scythe with careful aim. He swung it in a blind arc, all the rage and grief in his chest thrown into that one motion. The blade whistled through the air without a sound of metal. There was no clash with the curse. No spark, no spray of light. There was an absence. The space between him and Bellatrix simply went quiet. The echo of spells against stone cut out for a heartbeat. His ears popped as if he had gone suddenly deep underwater. The edge of the scythe touched the world and tore something out of it. Bellatrix screamed. It was not the normal shriek of someone hit with a curse. It was a thick, strangled sound that came with a gush of cold wind. Harry saw the scythe pass near her wand arm. It did not slice skin. It did not draw blood. For a second, her arm was there. Then it was just not. Her wand, her sleeve, flesh, bone, the air around it. A strip of the dusty floor by her feet. All of it vanished in a clean curve. The edges that remained were not burnt or torn. They simply ended, as if some careless god had rubbed that part of the scene away. Bellatrix staggered and fell. She clutched at the place where her arm should have been and grabbed nothing. Blood did not spray. It seeped slowly from a clean cut that faded into nothing. Harry did not just see it happen. He felt it. The moment the scythe touched her, something slammed down his arm and into his chest. It was not her pain exactly. It was her last feeling in that erased piece of soul. For a breath, Harry was drowning in her delight, her hate, her wild joy at the kill she thought she had made permanent. He tasted her laughter like poison on his tongue. Then that piece of her was gone. The feeling winked out. He was back in his own body, chest heaving, muscles shaking. The scythe wanted more. He could feel it like hunger in a living thing. The blade hummed. The air around it rippled with cold. Souls. It wanted souls. It wanted to cut more threads, take more of that last rush of feeling. Harry tightened his grip. No, he rasped. His voice barely sounded like him. It was rough and low. His throat burned from screaming Sirius's name, though he could not remember if he had actually shouted it or just meant to. Bellatrix stared at him. Her eyes were huge. Her pupils were blown wide, showing almost no color. She pressed her remaining hand over her stump. Her breath came in short gasps. "You are not supposed to have that," she whispered. "That is not for you. That is not for anyone." Around them, the battle had faltered. Death Eaters froze where they stood. Members of the Order, students, everyone had turned to look. Wands drifted down a little. No one wanted to be the one to throw the next spell. Neville stood near a shattered plinth with a broken remembrall at his feet, chest heaving, wand in his hand. Hermione was pressed against a pillar, one arm wrapped tight around her ribs, hair full of dust. Ron was near the steps with blood on his temple and a cut sleeve. Luna and Ginny clung to each other near the far wall. Every single one of them stared at Harry. The green light of the hall had changed. It felt thin and washed out, as if someone had drawn the color from the air. Harry's breath came in clouds that vanished as soon as they drifted too close to the scythe. Something else entered the room. He felt it before he saw it. A crushing pressure settled over his scar, thick and familiar, like a hand closing around the back of his neck. The taste of cold grave dirt rolled over his tongue. Voldemort arrived. He appeared on the high stone platform near the veil, tall and pale, robes billowing, snake-like face twisted in rage. Red eyes swept the room, past Bellatrix screaming on the floor, past the scattered Death Eaters, past the students. They locked on the scythe. Harry felt the exact instant Voldemort saw it. The pressure on his scar spiked. It felt as if someone had slammed a hot poker straight into that old lightning mark. The world blurred again for a second. Voldemort flinched. It was small. Only a tiny jerk of his head, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If Harry had not been looking straight at him, he might have missed it. For one breath, there was only the two of them. Harry clutched the scythe, lungs burning, clothes sticking to his back with cold sweat. His shoes were planted on a frost-rimmed floor. His godfather was gone. His ears rang with the last echo of Bellatrix's scream. Voldemort stood near the veil with his wand raised and an expression Harry had never seen on his face. Not triumph, not fury, pure, sharp recognition. Harry felt something else then. A faint tug, not in his arm this time, but in the air itself. Something far away screamed, high and thin. It was not human. It was not truly sound. It was the feeling of something tearing loose. The Horcruxes. He did not know the word yet, but he knew the feeling. Little anchors, scattered through the world, all bound to Voldemort. The moment the scythe came fully into this room, those anchors had shuddered. They vibrated at the edge of his senses like wires pulled too tight. Voldemort felt it as well. His eyes widened for a heartbeat. "You should not have that," he hissed. His voice filled the room without needing volume. Dumbledore appeared next to him. There was no build-up. 1 second Voldemort stood alone. The next second a tall figure in ruined dark blue robes flickered into place near the base of the platform. Silver hair, half-moon glasses, wand already out. "Tom," Dumbledore said. His tone was calm, but his eyes went straight past Voldemort and fixed on Harry. They widened behind the glasses. For the first time since Harry had met him, Dumbledore looked genuinely caught off guard. The scythe pulsed again. Harry fought the urge to take another step forward. Every part of his body wanted to move, to swing, to hook that thin, pale edge through the thing in front of him that had hurt him and everyone he cared about. The weapon in his grip fed on that urge. He could feel it eager, like a dog straining at a leash. His hands were shaking. His fingers dug into the cold shaft until they ached. He tasted blood where he had bitten his tongue. Voldemort stared at the scythe. The color of his eyes shifted, red brightening into something almost glowing. "What have you done, Dumbledore?" he asked softly. "What have you put in him?" Dumbledore did not answer at once. His wand did not drop, but it did lower a fraction. His gaze moved from Harry's ghostly blade to the frost on the floor, to Bellatrix on the ground, clutching at a missing arm that refused to bleed properly. "I did nothing," he said. His voice was slow and careful. "Harry, my boy, what happened?" Harry's laugh came out wrong. It scraped at his throat. "You tell me," he said. "You are the one who knew about this place." The room held its breath. Dumbledore took a small step toward him. Neville tensed near the plinth. Ron shifted his weight as if he wanted to move to Harry's side, but did not know if he dared to cross whatever cold circle the scythe had marked on the floor. Hermione shut her eyes for a second, then opened them again, jaw tight. Voldemort watched them all. For once, he did not look like the most dangerous thing in the room. His eyes kept flicking back to the curve of that impossible blade. Each time, a flicker of something like panic passed through his expression. "No," Voldemort said at last. "No, this is wrong. This is not your magic." Harry met his gaze. "It is mine now," he said. He did not shout. He did not spit the words. They came out flat and tired. That was somehow worse. He could feel them settle in the air between them, heavy as stone. The scythe thrummed. The pulls on those distant anchors grew sharper. Harry felt the places Voldemort had hidden parts of himself strain. A locket in a cave. A diary already destroyed. Other things that were only shapes now, not yet clear. All of them felt the presence of this weapon that could cut the thread that bound them to their creator. Voldemort felt it too. For the first time, Harry saw real fear on that pale face. Not fear of death. Fear of an end he had never planned for. "We will meet again, Potter," Voldemort said. "When you have learned the price of that toy." He did not raise his wand. He did not cast a curse. He simply vanished. The air around him twisted inward, a blur of dark cloth and green sparks, and then he was gone. Silence crashed down in his wake. Fudge and a cluster of Ministry witches and wizards spilled into the room a heartbeat later, all shouting at once. They stumbled to a stop when they saw the mess inside. They saw Bellatrix screaming on the floor, the blocks of fallen stone, the scattered students, the broken arcs of prophecy shelves outside the archroom. Then they saw Harry. Every eye tracked along the line of the scythe. The green light of the hall crept back in, weak and shivering. Frost still clung to the floor around Harry's feet. A thin layer of ice crusted the lower loop of the veil, as if it had frozen mid-ripple. His breath misted in front of his face with every exhale. Neville took a tiny step toward him. "Harry." Harry looked over his shoulder at him. Neville's eyes darted to the weapon, then back to Harry's face. He swallowed. "Are you all right?" "No." Harry wanted to say it. He wanted to scream that Sirius had gone through, that there had been nothing to catch him, that he had reached and this thing had climbed out with him instead. He wanted to say that he still felt Bellatrix's joy in the back of his throat, like nausea waiting for the right second to come up. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. His chest felt too tight to let more than a few words through. "I'm not sure," he said. Hermione pushed away from the pillar. She limped over, one hand still braced on her side. Her eyes shone. Dust clung to her hair and cheeks. She stopped just short of the faint ring of frost. "Harry, that thing, you need to put it down," she said. Her voice wobbled, but she held his gaze. Hermione sounded like Hermione, slightly bossy, full of worry, already trying to turn fear into a plan. That grounded him more than anything else had since Sirius fell. Harry looked at his hand. He tried to open his fingers. They did not quite want to obey. The scythe seemed bound tighter than skin, like his bones had grown around it. Pain flashed through his palm when he even thought about letting go. "I do not know how," he admitted. Dumbledore stepped closer. "Do not attempt to force it," he said, and there was a strange caution in his voice that Harry had never heard before. Not patience, not gentle humor. Care. As if he was approaching a wild animal. Harry, listen to me. Take a breath. Think of your wand. Think of your own magic. Harry drew in air that felt thin and sharp. He pictured his wand in his mind, the way Ollivander had placed it in his hand. Holly and phoenix feather. A better fit than any other. He remembered casting spells in defense class in the DA in the graveyard. His breath stuttered. The scythe pulsed against his palm. It did not feel like his wand. It felt like the rebounding end of an Avada curse. The empty scream of a ghost pushed out of its place. It felt like that moment on the night he first met Dementors when all light had died. Only now that void leaned into him like a friend. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry lifted his head. The old man met his eyes. For years, Harry had looked for warmth in that gaze. Even when he had been furious with him, he had expected to find some trace of fondness or trust. Now he saw something else first. Fear. Not fear of Voldemort. Not fear of the Ministry. Fear of him. Harry saw the way Dumbledore's fingers tightened around his wand as he took in the frost. The weapon, Bellatrix clutching at a wound that should not exist. He saw the calculation behind the blue. The question. How do I contain this? The boy who lived label dropped away in that second. Harry felt it go. He was not a student here, not a child. Not in Dumbledore's eyes. He was something that had climbed out of the veil with a voice that did not belong to any side Dumbledore had been planning for. His stomach lurched. The scythe relaxed. Not much. Just enough that his fingers loosened a fraction. The blade dimmed slightly, the pale band around its edge fading to a faint glow. The frost near his feet stopped spreading. Harry forced his hand to open. The weapon did not vanish. It slid out of normal sight. One moment it was there in his grip. The next moment it was not, but he still felt its weight in his chest. The cold sunk into his bones. His hand hung empty at his side, shaking. Hermione let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. See, she said, voice high. You can stop it. That is good. That is good. Ron finally moved from the steps. He came over in short jerks, eyes flicking to the place where the scythe had been. He rubbed his arm where a curse had grazed him earlier. Mate, what was that? Ron asked. What did you pull out of there? Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. I do not know. Some kind of weapon, Kingsley said from near the wall. His deep voice carried easily. Never seen anything like it. Fudge blustered forward, face red, hat clutched in one hand. He pointed a shaking finger at Harry. That boy, he spluttered. What was that? He was using some form of dark magic. Dumbledore, answer me. This is highly irregular. Highly. Dumbledore did not turn his head. Minister, he said, and still watched Harry. As you saw, Lord Voldemort was here in the Ministry. A full explanation will have to wait until the injured are seen to and the dead accounted for. The word dead made Harry flinch. Serious. His eyes darted back to the veil. The curtain was still again, only now frost limned the lower folds. No trace of his godfather showed on this side. The little platform was empty. Remus had drifted closer to it, face chalk white, eyes fixed on that gentle sway. Harry's chest squeezed. He took a step toward the dais. His knees felt weak. His arms ached. Every part of him shouted to run to that arch and dive through, to follow, to drag Sirius back by force if he had to. The scythe shifted inside him. The pull toward the veil changed. It was not a drag forward now but a warning. The space beyond the curtain did not feel like a door he could pass through. It felt like the inside of the blade he had just swung. A place where things went in and did not ever quite come out the same. Remus heard his steps and whipped around. Harry, do not, he said sharply. His voice cracked. His eyes were wet and wild. You cannot get him back. Do you hear me? You cannot. Harry stopped. He stared at Remus. The way the older man's shoulders shook. The way his hands were clenched into fists at his sides. The quiet line of pain around his mouth. I felt something in there, Harry said. His own voice sounded small now. Something reached for me. Remus closed his eyes for a second. I know, he whispered. I heard it too. Dumbledore finally looked away from Harry and took in the veil, the frost, Remus's wet face. His shoulders seemed to sag under a weight that had nothing to do with age. "We will talk about this later," he said in that soft tone that usually meant the conversation was over. "For now, everyone needs medical attention. Madame Pomfrey will set up in the atrium. Kingsley, if you would assist the minister. Tonks, Moody, see to the captured Death Eaters." Orders moved people. The room shifted back into motion. Witches and wizards bent to help the wounded. Figures levitated stunned opponents. The cold began to leak away as heat charms spread. Harry stood in the middle of it all, feeling slightly apart. He sensed the scythe waiting in his shadow now, folded into the dark at his feet. When he shifted, it shifted with him, an extra weight no one else could see. Each breath he took scraped against the place it rested in his chest. Hermione stepped up beside him. She did not touch his arm, though he saw her hand twitch as if she wanted to. "We are going to figure this out," she said in a low voice. "Whatever that thing is, we will research it. There has to be some record. You are not alone in this." Ron nodded stiffly on his other side. "Yeah. We will sort it. Even if it is the creepiest thing I have ever seen. Which it is, by the way." A tiny corner of Harry's mouth twitched at that. It hurt to do it, but the familiar useless joke felt like a rope thrown in his direction. He grabbed it. "Thanks," he said. Dumbledore moved closer again. The warmth that used to sit in his blue gaze did not return. His eyes looked like ice seen through glass. "Harry," he said quietly, "when we leave here, you will come to my office. There are matters we must discuss. About the veil. About what you have brought out of it." Harry met his eyes. For a second, neither of them spoke. In that silence, Harry felt the shape of that question settle between them again. It was not just what happened. It was what Dumbledore was prepared to do about it. How far he would go to keep this new thing under control. The scythe rustled in his shadow like a cloak of cold smoke. It did not speak. It did not whisper. But Harry understood one fact with painful clarity. Whatever he had pulled from the veil did not answer to Dumbledore. His fingers curled at his side. "Fine," Harry said. "We will talk." Dumbledore held his gaze a heartbeat longer, then nodded once and turned to direct the ministry workers. Hermione shifted closer. Ron scratched the side of his neck and stared at the veil again as if half expecting it to spit something else out. Remus stayed at the base of the platform, eyes fixed on the curtain, shoulders tight. Harry shivered. The hall looked almost normal again on the surface. Wands out, people shouting orders, bits of rubble and broken glass everywhere. But the color had not quite come back. The air still tasted faintly of frost and something much older. The boy who lived had walked into this room with a wand. He walked out with something else. The toast froze in Harry's hand. 1 second it was just bread going into the toaster. The next, the air in the kitchen dropped so fast his breath showed in front of his face. Frost spread over the metal like a white spiderweb. The slice inside went from soft to rock hard. When he pressed the lever, the toaster gave a weak click and a thin crack ran down the side. No one moved. Vernon sat at the table with his newspaper half lifted, eyes peering over the top. His mustache had a little bit of egg clinging to it. The egg was cold, the yolk dull and stiff. Petunia stood by the cooker, arms folded tight, blouse sleeves rolled down even though it was July. Dudley hunched in his dressing gown with 2 pairs of socks on, hands wrapped around an empty mug as if it still held tea. Nobody said anything. Not yet. Harry swallowed and tried to pretend his fingers did not ache from the cold. He tapped the toaster again. The lever did not even twitch. He could feel it. Not in his hand, not like a wand. It sat somewhere just behind his ribs, where his scar used to burn. Heavy and silent. The scythe did not speak out loud. It just pressed down, a weight on his soul, and the world around him reacted. "I am only trying to make breakfast," he thought. "That is all." The kitchen clock above the door ticked 3 times, then stopped. The second hand hung between numbers. Petunia cleared her throat. That thin prim sound cut across the frozen air. "Leave it," she said. Her voice came out too flat, as if she had practiced it in front of a mirror. "You can have cereal. The toaster is broken." Harry looked at the bread. Frost still clung to the crust. He could smell it now too, that faint sweet rot he had started to notice since he came back. Food near him spoiled faster. Milk turned sour in hours. Fruit bruised and blackened. It was not dramatic, just wrong. I can fix it, he muttered, more out of habit than hope. Vernon's chair scraped, then stopped halfway. The man did not stand. His knuckles were white on the edge of the table. His eyes were not on the toaster. They were on Harry. More exactly, on the patch of shadow at Harry's feet. The light from the window sat strangely today. Felt thin. Harry's shadow did not match the shape of his body. It stretched a little too long across the tiles. The patch where a blade should be hung behind him like a dark hook. Sit down, Vernon said. His voice was raw at the edges, as if someone had scraped the anger out of it and left only fear. Sit down and do not touch anything. Harry's first instinct was to snap back, to point out that they had once locked him in a cupboard and starved him, to ask if they remembered Dementors on a summer street and who had saved Dudley's life then. But the memory of the veil hit him like it always did now. Sirius falling. That empty silent space. His own scream swallowed. His hand reaching out not for a godfather, but for something behind the curtain, and dragging it into the world. The scythe was quiet. It did not comfort him. It just waited. He pulled the half-frozen bread out with numb fingers, dropped it in the bin, and did as he was told. The chair legs gave a soft squeal as he sat. The smell from Vernon's plate was wrong too. The bacon looked cooked, but there was a faint scent of something like old meat. Vernon's lips curled, and he pushed the plate away. Bloody fridge is on the blink again, he muttered. And the boiler and the car and the telly. Coincidence? Petunia? She flinched at the way he said her name. Petunia glanced at Harry once, then at the clock. Her thin mouth pressed tight. Eat your cereal, Dudley, she said. We will get someone out to look at the fridge. They would not. No repairman had been allowed in since Harry came back from Hogwarts. That had been clear from the first night, when the porch light blew as soon as Harry stepped over the threshold and the hallway mirror faded until the Dursleys' faces were pale blurs with empty eyes. I am not hungry, Dudley muttered. Harry looked at him. Dudley had always been pink and soft, all cheeks and smirk. Now there were faint shadows under his eyes, as if he had not slept well. He sat with his shoulders hunched. The great wail of a boy pulled in on himself like he wanted to be smaller. He felt Harry's gaze and stared back, defiant and shaky at the same time. What are you looking at? Dudley said. It was not quite a question. Harry dropped his eyes. The spoon in his bowl was rimed with a thin line of frost. The cornflakes floated in milk that already smelled off. His stomach turned. He pushed the bowl away. Petunia took a sharp breath as the bowl scraped a stripe through the thin mist of cold on the table. Don't, she whispered. Just sit. Just sit still. Harry's temper flared then, came up so fast that he startled himself. I am sitting, he said. His voice shook, not with restraint but with the effort to keep it low. I am doing nothing. I did not ask to be sent back here. I did not ask for this. He did not say the word scythe. He did not think he could say it out loud without summoning it. Vernon opened his mouth. Harry felt the old roar gathering, the one that used to precede words like freak and boy and worthless. The scythe stirred. Cold slammed down again. The window glass misted on the inside. Ice crept along the edges. The little plant on the sill, one of Petunia's neat green things in a clay pot, drooped. Its leaves darkened on the edges as if someone touched them with ink. Vernon's mouth hung open. No sound came out. He looked like a man who had stepped on a landmine and realized it a second too late. He closed his jaw slowly. When he spoke, his voice had dropped almost to a whisper. We had an understanding, he said. You were going to that school. You were going to stay away. Now they send you back with that. His eyes flicked again to the warped shadow on the floor. And we are supposed to pretend this house is safe. Harry stared at the table. His heartbeat thudded against his throat. The scythe pulsed once, like a series of cold breaths inside his chest. There is nowhere else, he said. Dumbledore said here has protections. The blood thing. The words tasted sour. Dumbledore had talked about safety and family years ago, and then last night he had looked at Harry in the ministry atrium like he was a problem that needed locking away. Petunia let out a sharp laugh that did not sound amused at all. Protections, she said. My sister's magic was supposed to protect this house too. Look at it now. She nodded toward the plant. A leaf dropped from the stem. It hit the sill and turned black before it settled. Harry shoved back his chair. The legs scraped, and a crack ran along the tile under his feet. The line was not normal. It looked too straight, too neat, as if someone had drawn it with a blade. I will get out of your way, he said. That is what you want, right? Me away from your table. Stay on the property, Vernon said at once, panic beating under the words. The old man was clear about that. You step off the street, I do not want to know what that thing does to those wards. Harry did not bother to answer. The walls felt like they were closing in anyway. He pushed open the back door and stepped out into the tiny square of garden. Outside air should have helped. It did not. The heat of the summer sat heavy over the rows of neat houses across Privet Drive. But the garden itself felt like someone had opened a freezer. The grass under Harry's trainers crunched instead of bending. Patches near the back fence had gone thin and gray. The bird feeder that Petunia liked sat empty. Sometimes sparrows still landed on it, but today even they stayed away from the frozen circle of ground around it. Harry wrapped his arms around himself and stepped away from the door. Once he got a few paces out, the ice on the grass eased, as if the house held more of the chill than the yard. Brilliant, he thought. House is haunted, and it is my fault. Something moved near the hedge. Harry tensed, hand going halfway to his wand before he stopped. The scythe shifted again in the back of his mind, not awake but aware. For a second he pictured a black hooded shape standing in the shrubs, pale light on metal that was not really there. What stepped out instead was a cat. It was small and thin, fur patchy and dull gray rather than bright. One ear bore a notch. Its tail flicked once as it eyed him, yellow eyes sharp. Harry let out a breath he did not realize he had held. Hey, he said softly. His voice sounded strange in the quiet yard. You do not want to come here. The cat ignored him and padded closer. His paws left tiny prints in the thin frost. Harry backed up slowly. The idea of any living thing coming near him made his stomach twist. It was one thing for kettles and plants to go wrong. Another thing entirely if he touched this cat and it dropped like someone hit a switch. Seriously, he said. Bad idea. I am not great company these days. The cat mewed. The sound was small and scratchy, but it was the most normal sound Harry had heard since the ministry. No echo, no ringing magic, no silence that pressed on his ears. Just a hungry animal asking for attention. Came right up to his leg and rubbed its head against his shin. Harry froze. For half a second he expected to feel the same drop in the air as in the kitchen. To see frost rush over its whiskers. To feel the scythe reach out through his skin and snap some unseen tether. Nothing happened. The cat bumped its head against him again. Harder this time. It let out another hoarse little sound and headbutted his hand where it hung useless at his side. Harry looked down slowly. His fingers hovered a centimeter above its fur. He could see every little spot of dirt on its coat. He could see the rise and fall of its sides as it breathed. His hand shook. He tried to pull back. The cat followed, keeping that warm, insistent pressure under his palm. Please do not die, he whispered. His throat hurt. Please. I am not doing that again. His fingers settled in the fur. Warmth shocked him. Not the chill of the scythe. Real warmth. Slight greasy cat warmth, but it was life. The fur moved under his touch. The cat arched into the contact and started to purr. A rough, uneven rumble that vibrated against his skin. There was a faint, annoyed twitch somewhere in his chest, like the scythe did not approve of the distraction. But it did not reach for the animal. The air stayed still. No frost spread. Something inside Harry cracked. He sank down onto the cold grass without meaning to, knees hitting the ground hard enough to sting. The cat climbed straight into his lap as if this had been the plan all along. It curled there and kept purring, eyes half closed. Harry bowed his head. His shoulders started to shake. He had not cried at the ministry. He had shouted and raged and swung at empty air, but the tears had stuck somewhere behind his eyes, trapped. Now, with a stray cat pushing its bony head against his chest and refusing to die on contact, they finally came. He pressed his face into its fur and sobbed. Not neat, silent tears, but gasping, ugly sounds that tore out of him without permission. His chest hurt. His nose ran. He did not care. "I am sorry," he whispered into gray fur that smelled of dust and summer dirt. "I am so sorry. I am ruining everything. I could not even save him, and now this thing just kills plants and scares people, and I am stuck here and I do not know what to do." The cat purred louder. One paw touched his chin in a clumsy pat. Its claws pricked his skin just enough to sting. The pain grounded him. He did not know how long he sat there. The air stayed cold, but the cat stayed alive, its heartbeat steady against his leg. Eventually the tears slowed. His throat still felt raw. His eyes burned. Harry lifted his head. He swiped his sleeve across his face. Came away damp and covered in stray hairs. "Great look," he muttered. "Grim Reaper with puffy eyes and cat fluff." The cat blinked at him in slow approval. A movement at the kitchen window made him flinch. Petunia watched through the glass, her thin hand pressed to her mouth. When she saw him notice, she vanished from sight at once. The net curtain dropped back into place. Of course they were watching. Of course they saw him on the grass, clutching a half-starved cat like it was a life raft. For a wild moment he wanted to march back in and shout that the cat was still breathing, that maybe he was not poison after all. The scythe stirred again, a cold ripple. The grass around him went from hard frost to brittle ice in a fresh ring. The cat shifted and hissed at nothing, fur puffing for a second before it settled again. Not poison, just dangerous. Harry took a slow breath. "Go on," he whispered to the cat. "Find somewhere nicer than this." He set it gently on the edge of the frost circle. The cat shook itself, shot him one last look, then trotted along the fence and slipped through a gap into the neighbor's garden. Over there, the grass looked green. Harry sat for another moment, letting the air dry his cheeks. Then he pushed himself up, legs stiff, and went back inside. The warmth from the hallway hit him like a wall, though it was only normal house air. Compared to the yard, it felt tropical. The chill followed him anyway. Dudley stood at the bottom of the stairs, blocking the way to his room. He had put on a thick jumper over his dressing gown. His fists were clenched. Harry stopped a few steps away. "What?" he said. His voice came out blunt. He did not have energy for more. Dudley swallowed. His throat bobbed. He darted a look toward the kitchen, where muffled sounds of Petunia banging cupboards tried to pretend nothing was wrong. Vernon was not in sight. Maybe in the sitting room. Maybe hiding. "You think just because you have your creepy thing now," Dudley muttered, "you can do whatever you like. You think we are scared." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You are shaking." "I am cold," Dudley snapped. The words came out too loud. The hallway light flickered. Both of them flinched. Dudley dropped his volume at once. "You need to stop it. Whatever you are doing. Fix it." "I am not doing it on purpose," Harry said. He could feel the scythe behind his ribs, pricking at his patience. "And if you think I have any idea how to control it, you are even thicker than I thought." Color rose in Dudley's cheeks. It looked wrong against the general pallor of the house. "You always think you are better," Dudley said. His voice went whiny, then tried to harden. "You got our parents in trouble with those dementor things. You ruined school. Now even here is wrong. People on the street say the air on this side feels strange. I heard Dad on the phone last night. He said the garden is cursed. That is you." Harry stared at him. "People on the street were happy enough when dementors were only after me," he said. "Funny how that works." Dudley took a step closer. Harry saw the moment he forced himself forward. The way his foot hesitated for a fraction, then came down firmly. It reminded him uncomfortably of his own steps into danger. Dudley still had the same bully stance as when they were children, chest puffed, chin lifted, but the bravado sat on a foundation of dread now. "Listen, Potter," Dudley said. He used the name like it tasted sour. "This is my house, my street. You are not going to turn it into some freak show with your death stick. If you mess things up for us again, I swear I will." He broke off. The next word never left his tongue. The light in the hallway went out without a sound. For a tiny moment the house sat in complete darkness. No hum of the fridge from the kitchen. No tick of the clock. Even the faint buzz from the street lamps outside seemed to fade. Harry's heart slammed once, hard and loud in his ears. The scythe came awake. He felt it like someone had yanked chains inside his chest. Shadows slid across the walls, thick and slow, as if the whole house took a breath inward. The little patch under his feet stretched. Dudley's eyes went wide. Harry could see the whites even in the dark. The shadow behind Harry grew taller. He did not turn, but he could sense the shape that rose up along the staircase wall. Cloak where there should be shirt. A hood where his messy hair should be. A long curved edge at the end of an arm that was not an arm. It towered over both boys, black against black, clearer than it had any right to be. "Stop," Harry said. He did not know if he spoke to Dudley or the thing bound to him. His voice came out low and tight. Dudley did not seem to hear. His mouth hung open. His gaze was locked not on Harry, but on something just above his shoulder. Harry took a step back, trying to pull the shadow with him. It clung to the wall as if nailed there. Then he saw it in Dudley's eyes. The hallway vanished for Dudley. Harry saw it reflected there as if he were looking through glass into another place. A polished wooden box over a hole in the ground. People in dark clothes. Aunt Marge in black instead of small brown dogs on her dress. Petunia with a handkerchief crushed in one tight fist. Makeup streaked. Vernon wide-eyed and red-faced, but not shouting, not this time. Just clutching the lid of the coffin as men in suits lowered it with careful ropes. The coffin was too small for a grown man. Harry's stomach twisted. This was not his memory. He had never been to a funeral like that. It was a possible one. A future one. Dudley was seeing himself laid out in that box. Chin tucked, hair combed flat, hands folded on his chest. He heard the priest say words Harry could not make out through the glass of his pupils. Dudley let out a broken noise, halfway between a shout and a sob. His knees buckled. The lights snapped back on. The hum of the fridge returned. Distant traffic noise seeped in. The shadow on the wall shrank, settling back into the shape that was almost normal except for that hint of a blade at the edge. Dudley crouched on the floor in front of Harry, arms wrapped over his head like he expected a blow. His breath tore in and out in harsh gasps. His eyes stared at the tiles. They did not seem to see anything. "Dudley," Harry said. He crouched too, careful not to touch him. "Oi, Dud, look at me." No response. Up close, Dudley's cheeks were ashen. Sweat stood out on his forehead even in the cold. His lips moved, but the only sound that came was a thin whimper. Again and again. Harry swallowed. Guilt and fear knotted in his stomach. He had not swung the scythe. He had not even called it. Dudley had opened his mouth to threaten him, and the thing inside Harry had decided to show him how that could end. He reached out slowly and put a hand on Dudley's shoulder. The fabric of the jumper was damp under his palm. "Dudley," he tried again. "It is not real. You are here. You are fine. Look at me." Dudley flinched under his touch but did not pull away. His eyes fluttered. They focused on Harry's face for a heartbeat, then slid off again as if he could not stand to keep the contact. His whole body shook. "Petunia," Harry called, louder. "Uncle Vernon." Petunia burst out of the kitchen, dishcloth still in her hand. She took in the scene in one tight look and rushed to Dudley's side, dropping to the floor with no care for her neat skirt. "What did you do?" she demanded, voice high and sharp. "What did you do to him?" Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. Explained that her son had seen his own funeral in Harry's eyes because some ancient death magic wanted to scare him into silence. He did not know where to start. "I do not know," he said. "It was the only honest thing. He shouted at me. The lights went out. When they came back he was like this." Petunia pulled Dudley against her. He let himself be gathered like a child, which he had not done in years. She glared over his head at Harry. "Get away from him," she hissed. "Get away from my boy." Harry stood. His legs felt unsteady. Vernon stormed in a moment later, red-faced and sweating, tie crooked from work calls even though he was not at work yet. He stopped dead at the sight of Dudley shaking in Petunia's arms. "What happened?" he shouted. The ceiling light flickered. He clamped his mouth shut with a visible effort and lowered the volume. What happened, he repeated, rough and quiet. Harry opened his mouth. Petunia cut across him. He threatened him, she said, clutching Dudley tighter. He did something with that thing. You call that old man. You tell him this stops now. I do not care what magic nonsense they talk about. I will not have my son broken in his own house. Vernon looked from his wife to Harry to the shadow on the wall. His jaw worked. You heard your aunt, he said at last. Go to your room. Do not come down unless we call. Do not leave the house. If you do anything else to this family, there will be no school, no old man, nothing that can save you. Do you understand me? The threat felt empty even as he said it, and they all knew it. The old lines no longer fit the new shape of the world. Still, Harry nodded. He went past them, careful to keep space between his sleeves and their shoulders. As he climbed the stairs, his shadow followed along the wall. For a moment the hooded shape tried to linger over the landing, then sank back down into something that mostly matched him. In his small bedroom, everything felt off. The posters for his favorite team that Dudley had once torn down were gone. Petunia had scrubbed the walls clean years ago. Now there were faint gray smears where the paint itself seemed to fade. The alarm clock on the bedside table showed no numbers at all, just a blank face. Hedwig's empty cage sat in the corner, door open. Perching stick rhymed with frost. She was out hunting, thank Merlin. She had taken one look at him on the night he came back, ruffled her feathers, and then decided the open sky was safer than this room. Harry collapsed onto the bed. The springs creaked. The mattress felt firm and cold. He stared up at the ceiling. A small crack traced along the plaster above his head, thin and neat, like a cut. What am I doing? He whispered. The scythe did not answer. Just sat, wait and chill and waiting. Time blurred. He did not know how long he lay there, staring, listening to muted sounds of the house. Petunia talking on the phone in a tight voice. Vernon's deeper rumble, words like specialist and hospital and shock. Dudley's lack of noise, which worried Harry more than any shouting ever had. Eventually a noise cut through that was different. 2 sharp knocks on the front door. The sound carried all the way up the stairs. It was followed by the faint shriek of the letterbox flap and Vernon's heavy steps in the hall. Harry sat up. His heart sped up, pulse beating in his ears. The air felt colder, if that was even possible. The scythe paid attention. A few moments later, there was another knock. Less patient this time. He swung his legs off the bed and crossed to the door. The handle was icy under his fingers. He opened it and leaned out just enough to look down the stairs. He saw the top of Vernon's head first, thinning hair and red scalp. Then the front door opened a crack. A voice drifted up. Evening, Mr. Dursley. Mind if I come in? I have got business with Harry. The tone was bright and casual, with a hint of mischief that did not sound like it belonged in this house at all. Harry's chest loosened for the first time that day. He knew that voice. Tonks. Vernon did not open the door wider. Harry leaned a little further to see. Tonks stood on the front step, hands in the pockets of a battered leather jacket. Her hair was a deep black today, cut short and spiky. It matched the dark clothes and heavy boots, made her look like she had walked out of a different life straight into their neat little street. She shivered and puffed out a breath, then stuck her tongue out at the air. Blimey! Did someone leave the fridge open in here? She said. You know it is summer, right? Who are you? Vernon demanded. His voice climbed, then dropped again as the hall light dimmed in warning. Nymphadora Tonks, she said cheerfully. But if you use the full name, I might drop you. Friends call me Tonks. I am with the order. You remember, lot of brave people who keep your world mostly not eaten by snake-faced maniacs. Vernon's ears went red. We are normal people, he hissed. We do not have anything to do with your crowd. That agreement is getting ripped up. You can tell that headmaster of yours that this boy is not staying. He is dangerous. Tonks tipped her head, eyes narrowing as she peered past him. Her gaze flicked over the hall, the frost on the skirting boards, the way Vernon's breath smoked in the air. She whistled low. Yeah, she said softly. I can feel that from here. Harry stepped out onto the landing fully. The boards creaked under his feet. Tonks looked up at once, as if she had felt him move. Her eyes met his. For a second he braced himself for the usual reactions: fear, confusion, wary pity. Her eyebrows shot up. Her mouth curled. "Well," she said, "if it is not Mr. Reaper Sheik himself." Harry blinked. "What?" he said. She grinned. Black hoodie, haunted eyes, weird temperature tricks. "You are one tragic guitar solo away from a poster in a teenage bedroom." Against his will, Harry let out a short, choked laugh. It sounded rusty. Vernon looked between them, baffled and angry. "You think this is funny?" he snapped at Tonks. "He has sent my son into some kind of fit. He walks around freezing rooms and making the food rot. This is not some game." Tonks rolled her eyes. "No," she said. "It is war. Which is why the headmaster sent me. Harry is leaving with me tonight." "You cannot just take him," Vernon said. "This is my house. I have rights. Right now your house is dying around you," Tonks said, still in that light tone, but there was steel under it. "No offense, but I am pretty sure you want the walking death magnet off your carpets as much as Dumbledore wants him somewhere we can monitor him." Vernon flinched at the phrase walking death magnet. Harry felt it like a punch anyway. Tonks saw his face and sighed. "That was tactless," she said. "Sorry, kid. I have been on duty since dawn. My words are falling out before my brain catches up." She stepped past Vernon without waiting for permission. As she did, she brushed her hand against the wall. Frost crackled under her fingers. She shook them out and winced. "Cold," she muttered. Then louder, "Nice decor. I like what you have done with the horror film vibe." Petunia appeared at the sitting room door, face pinched. Dudley was not with her. Harry could hear the television on inside, turned up too loud, probably just noise for the sake of it. "Who is this?" she asked. "Rescue squad," Tonks said. "You must be Aunt Petunia. Heard all about your cooking." Her eyes flicked to the kitchen door. "Shame it keeps going off. Magic is not a fan of roast dinners, it seems." Petunia's eyes flashed. "You cannot just come in here and take him," she said, echoing Vernon. "There are protections." Albus said. "Things changed," Tonks cut in. The light look slipped for a moment. "Whatever Harry pulled at the ministry has changed a lot. The headmaster thinks the protective charm is now fighting with the thing bound to Harry. You feel it, I know you do. This place is curdling. If he stays, you all get hurt. Probably him most of all." Her gaze slid up to Harry again. "Serious now. So we move him. Tonight. Before something cracks." Harry clutched the banister. "Where?" he asked. Tonks looked back at him and her mouth curled again. Softer this time. "Somewhere your shadow does not creep up nice people's curtains," she said. "You will see. Grab your trunk, love. We are packing up the haunted act and taking it on tour." "Tour," he repeated faintly. She shrugged. "You want to call it anything else. Point is, you are not staying here to rot along with the lettuce." Vernon spluttered. "You cannot just decide that," he said. "What about the agreement? What about our safety?" Tonks turned to him fully. She was shorter than Vernon, but the hall felt smaller with her standing there. "You want safety," she said. "Then let me take the boy who scares your thermostat. Trust me on this. I am a trained professional." She wiggled her fingers, and her wand slid neatly into her hand from her sleeve. "Also, you do not actually have the power to stop me." Petunia stared at the wand, then at Harry. For a second, something like conflicted guilt flickered across her face. "Will it be better for him?" she asked quietly. Everyone looked at her. Tonks sobered. "It will not be easy," she said. "But he will be with people who know what this is, and people who care about him. That is better than this cold prison, yeah." Petunia flinched at the word prison. She looked past Tonks at Harry, up on the stairs. He held her gaze, waiting for the usual bitterness, for some remark about his mother. Instead, Petunia dipped her head, just a little. "Go pack," she said. Harry nodded. His throat felt tight again. He turned and went back into his room. The air in there felt thicker now that he knew he was leaving, as if the house itself knew it was being abandoned. The scythe pulsed once in his chest. Curious. He grabbed his trunk and started to throw things in. Robes, books, the photo album Hagrid had given him. The frame felt warmer than the rest of the room, the moving images inside still bright. Mum and Dad waved up at him, unaware their son now walked around with a soul cutter tied to his heart. "Sorry," he murmured to their tiny faces. "You are getting dragged along too." Hedwig swooped in through the open window then, white wings cutting through the heavy air. She landed on the back of the chair with a soft thump and hooted. Offended. "Yeah, I know," Harry said. "You picked the best times to come home." She ruffled her feathers, then picked up a dead mouse from the sill and tossed it into his trunk as if adding to the packing. "Thanks," he said dryly. "Helpful as always." He strapped the trunk shut, grabbed his wand, and took one last look around the cramped room. The walls seemed to lean in, cracks like quiet cuts marking where the scythe had pressed too close to the surface. He did not feel sad to leave, just tired. Tonks waited at the bottom of the stairs. Her jacket was zipped up now. Frost had bloomed across the front door in delicate patterns. She blew out a breath and rubbed her hands. "All set," she said when she saw the trunk. "Good. We are taking the safe way out, before the house decides to chew us." Harry frowned. "Safe way." She tapped the side of her nose. "Secret or trick," she said. "Also, the normal way I came is already sulking at me, so we are not doing that again." She glanced back at the Dursleys. Vernon stood stiff and pale, hand on Dudley's shoulder. Dudley stared at Harry with flat eyes, mouth slightly open. Petunia clutched the dishcloth in both fists. Tonks gave them a jaunty little salute. "Pleasure as always," she said. "If the walls start bleeding, call the headmaster, not me." Vernon made a strangled sound. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Tonks turned back to him and held out her arm. "Come on, Death Boy," she said. "Time to go." He hesitated for a heartbeat. Then he stepped forward and wrapped his fingers around her forearm. Her skin was warm even through the jacket sleeve. The scythe bristled at the contact, sending a wave of cold up his arm. Tonks flinched, but she did not pull away. "Cold?" she said through gritted teeth. Note to self, buy thicker gloves. "Ready?" "Not really," Harry said. She gave him a quick grin. "Story of our lives." She pulled her wand with the other hand, tapped his trunk so it shrank enough to slip into her pocket, then twisted on the spot. The hallway of Privet Drive spun away in a rush of darkness and crushing pressure. The cold in his chest met the squeeze of apparition in a strange way, like two storms colliding. For a second he thought his insides were going to be torn apart. Then his feet slammed onto new ground. Warm air hit his face. There were different smells now of wood smoke and something cooking. Voices in the distance. Not the muffled buzz of a television, but real talk and laughter. Harry staggered. Tonks steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. "Welcome back to the world, Harry," she said quietly. "Let's see if we can keep you in it." He took a breath that did not turn to frost in front of his lips. The scythe sat heavy and quiet inside him. Not gone, never gone, but no longer leaking into every crack of the house around him. For the first time since the veil, he felt something close to relief. Harry had never been so glad to see a train. Steam rolled along the platform in thick white sheets. People moved through it in bursts, trunks banging, owls screeching, voices echoing off the high roof of the station. It felt loud and messy and alive. After Privet Drive, after the thin air and quiet frost, the noise almost hurt his ears. Tonks stood beside him near the barrier, hands in her jacket pockets, hair a bright cherry red this time. She squinted at the scarlet engine and let out a low whistle. "Never gets old," she said. "Every time I see this thing I want to hang off the back and cause trouble." Harry shifted his grip on his trunk handle. The metal was cold, but that might have been him. The scythe sat under his ribs like a block of ice. It did not care about trains or noise or anything else. Tonks looked at him out of the corner of her eye. "You holding up?" she asked. "Fine," Harry said. "Came out automatic." She snorted. "Sure. You look like you slept in a freezer. And you did for most of the summer, so that tracks." He gave a weak half-smile. Faded fast. "Sorry about that. The house thing. You did not freeze the place on purpose," Tonks said. "Besides, it gave Moody something to rant about for days. He kept trying to work out how to weaponize damp lettuce." Harry huffed a short laugh. Mad Eye measuring salad with a magical eye was easy to picture. The memory of Grimald Place this summer was not warm exactly, but it was better than Privet Drive. The walls there had creaked in strange ways, but they had felt like they expected magic. Shouting drew his attention down the platform. "Harry," someone yelled. He looked up just in time to see a blur of red hair and brown curls. Ginny shoved through a knot of people dragging her trunk, face bright. Hermione darted beside her with her own trolley, books stacked ridiculously high on top. Relief hit him like a wave. He let go of his trunk for a second and lifted a hand. "Here," he called. His voice was lost in the noise, but Ginny saw his arm and beamed. They reached him in a rush. Ginny threw her arms around him without stopping. The impact knocked the breath out of his chest. She was warm, real. Her hair smelled like smoke and something floral from the burrow. "Careful," Tonks said. "He breaks kettles by existing. You hug too hard and we might lose the station." Ginny let go and stepped back, flushed. "If the station falls down, it is not my fault," she said. "It will be his brooding aura." Hermione rolled her eyes. Then she saw his face properly and the joke slid away. She reached up and curled her fingers lightly around his wrist. "Are you all right?" she asked softly. He thought about saying yes. The word stuck in his throat. "I am here," he said instead. Her grip tightened for a second. She nodded. "That is a start." Behind them, the Weasley twins yelled insults at Percy, who pretended not to hear. Mrs. Weasley fussed with Ginny's jumper. Mr. Weasley tried to read the station signs without looking too fascinated by the Muggle lights. Ron was there too, half hidden behind a pile of trunks. Harry's chest went a little hollow when he saw him. Ron looked back at him. For a moment their eyes met. There was relief there and worry. Then Ron glanced away, busying himself with tying a rope round Pigwidgeon's cage. Tonks clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Right," she said. "Time for me to go terrify some ore paperwork. You lot be good. Try not to summon any more cursed weapons out of government fixtures." "That was one time," Harry muttered. She grinned. "Your record for one time is already impressive. See you." She stuck out her hand. Harry shook it. A flash of cold jumped into her fingers. She flinched, then squeezed anyway and winked. "Tell the old man I delivered the package," she said, then turned and vanished into the crowd in a few quick strides. The train whistle blew. People hurried in a final flurry of hugs and shouts. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in one of her crushing embraces. The air around them trembled with warmth and worry. There was a faint hiss as the scythe pushed against it, but it did not quite bite. "You write if you need anything," she said into his ear. "And remember what we talked about. You are not alone, dear. No matter what that old curtain spat at you." Harry nodded against her shoulder. He did not trust his voice. They scrambled onto the train in the usual rush. Trunk handles banged, doors slammed, people laughed. The moment they stepped into the corridor, the temperature shifted. It was not sudden, not like the sharp drop in the kitchen at Privet Drive. It was more like the gentle hush that fell when someone walked into a room where their name had just been used. The noise did not stop. It just seemed to pull back a little. Harry felt eyes on him from every direction. 2 third-years in Ravenclaw scarves froze near a compartment door, hands still on the handle. A group of Hufflepuffs at the far end of the corridor stopped mid-joke. Even a couple of 6th-year Slytherins paused, their sneers cutting off as they tracked him. Hermione stepped in closer at once, taking his trunk handle. Ginny slid to his other side with her chin lifted. "Walk," Ginny muttered. "Do not stare back. We are not giving them a show." Harry walked. As he moved down the corridor, people seemed to peel away. Some actually stepped back into compartments to give him space. Others pressed against the wall, eyes glued to his face, his scar, then down to the floor where his shadow crept along. He tried not to look at it. He could feel it without seeing it. Longer than it should be, even under the bright carriage lamps. The faint hint of a curve near his shoulder, like the suggestion of a hood. A slim arc that ran behind his back where no normal shape existed. A whisper drifted from behind a compartment door as they passed. "That's him," someone breathed. "You know, from the Ministry. They say he sliced Lestrange's arm off. No blood or anything. It just vanished." Another voice answered, lower and shaking. Mum said she heard he pulled a reaper out of the veil, that it follows him now. She told me not to sit near him. Hermione stiffened. Ginny made a rude gesture at the door as they moved past. Ignore them, Hermione said under her breath. They were not there. They might have preferred to be there, Ginny muttered. Instead of hearing Aunt gossip at dinner, they found an empty compartment near the middle of the train. Harry hauled his trunk in and dropped into the seat by the window. The glass felt cool through his sleeve. Ron appeared in the doorway a moment later with his own trunk. He hesitated, eyes flicking from Harry to the open space beside him, then to Hermione and Ginny. "All right," Ron said. His voice was flat. Harry forced a smile. "Yeah," he said. "You getting in or just gonna block the hall all day?" Ginny snorted. Hermione shot Harry a quick look and then reached up to help Ron with his trunk. Ron stepped in, wrestled the case into the rack, and dropped into the seat opposite Harry. He did not quite meet Harry's eyes. His gaze landed somewhere around Harry's shoulder, then slid away to the view outside. The train jerked. The platform began to move past in jerky chunks as the engine gathered speed. Mrs. Weasley waved wildly through one of the windows further down. They sat in silence for the first few minutes. The steady clack of the wheels filled the space. Harry watched the countryside blur by. Fields slipped into view and out again. A thin layer of cloud sat over the sky. It would have been peaceful once. Now he could see faint glimmers near the tops of the trees. Threads. Not people, not yet. Just the sense of lives that would pass under that sky, thin lines stretching forward. The scythe brushed against that awareness with a hungry interest. He shut his eyes for a second. "Harry," Hermione said quietly. He opened them again. She had a book open on her lap already, thick and leather-bound. A scrap of parchment stuck out from halfway through. She worried the edge of it between her fingers. "I have been looking things up," she said. "About what happened. About you. About that thing." Ron flinched at the word. Ginny looked between them, mouth pressed in a thin line. Harry stared at the book. "There is something in there?" he asked. Hermione hesitated. That alone told him how bad it was. "Yes," she said at last. "And no." "That is helpful," Ginny said. Hermione sighed. "The old texts do not say Scythe of Eternity," she said. "That name is not recorded. But there are stories about wizards who could cut souls. People who could step around time in small ways. They called them things like the Pale Walker or the Third Silence. None of them are exactly the same, but there are patterns." Harry's mouth went dry. "Patterns," he repeated. Hermione nodded. "They all started human," she said. "They were soldiers or healers or prophets. They got tangled up in some strange artifact or curse. After that, their magic changed. They could do things no one else could. They were feared and sought out. People begged them to fix fate for them." Ginny made a face. "Sounds familiar," she muttered. Hermione traced a line under a paragraph with her thumb. "The stories do not say how most of them ended," she went on. "The ones that do have endings are not good. Some went mad. Some vanished in battles that no one remembered later. In one case there is a whole village that just stops being mentioned like it never existed." Silence fell. The train rattled on. "So you are telling me," Harry said slowly, "that every wizard who had something like this either lost their mind or was wiped off the map?" Hermione looked torn. "It is not that simple," she said. "These texts are biased. They were written by people who hated them or worshipped them. There is no neutral account. But the pattern is there." Ron cleared his throat. Harry looked at him at once. Ron still did not quite meet his eyes. He scratched the side of his nose and stared at the floor. "People are talking," Ron said. "Mum tried to shut it down, but you know. Dad hears things at work. Percy hears things he should not. Word gets around. It is not just the Scythe stuff." "The what stuff?" Harry asked. Ron shifted again. "The way you cut her," he said. "At the ministry. Bellatrix. People say you did not just hex her. They say you wiped part of her out." He swallowed, Adam apple bobbing. "You really did that," Ron forced out. "You just swung and her arm was gone. Not blasted off. Not bleeding. Gone." "She deserved worse," Ginny said quietly. Ron shook his head. "That is not the point," he said. "Mum told us what she did to you. I am not saying she did not deserve payback. It is just you did something even you know who never did. He finally looked up. His eyes hit Harry's face, then dipped down toward Harry's right hand. Fingers curled on his knee. Tom used curses, Ron said. Cursed cuts, blasts, poisons. But the bodies were still there afterward. The scars were still there. People could bury something real. You did something else. Harry stared at him. What did you want me to do? He snapped. Shake her hand. Say thanks for killing my godfather. Ron's face tightened. No, he said. I did not say that. I keep seeing it in my head. The bit Kingsley told Dad. The way he went quiet when he tried to describe it. No blood. Just a missing piece of the world. He rubbed his own arm as if checking it was still there. Can you picture that? Ron went on. You look down at your own arm and it is just nothing. Harry saw it for a sliver of a second and felt the scythe twitch. He clenched his teeth. I was angry, he said. She laughed. She was proud of it. The scythe wanted more and I let it swing. I will not pretend it was calm or measured. I am not proud of that. Hermione leaned forward. No one is asking you to be perfect, she said. You were a child in a war. The adults failed you. They dragged you into that room and then left you to handle something none of them understood. That is on them. Ron looked like he wanted to agree and argue at the same time. You still did it, he said quietly. You have to admit that. We cannot just pretend you did a normal spell. Because you did not. And now you have this thing inside you that makes plants die and walls crack and my kid brother sort of whimper in his sleep when Mum says your name. Ginny shot him a sharp look. Ron. What? Ron snapped. He asked where we stand. I am being honest. Harry's stomach lurched. Where do you stand? He asked. Ron blew out a breath. He stared at his shoes for a long moment. I do not know, he said at last. That is the point. You are my best friend. You always will be. But I also keep thinking about that arch and that blade and the way you looked when we came back from the ministry. Like you were not entirely you anymore. He picked at a loose thread on his trouser leg. I need time, all right, to catch up. The honesty hurt more than open accusation. Harry nodded, even though it felt like something tearing. Fine, he said. Take your time. Hermione let out a shaky breath. We are not going to solve this in one train ride, she said. We have months ahead of us. Lessons. Da. Quiet evenings. We will work through it. Together. Her hand slid across the seat. She let her fingers rest on his for a second. It was not a tight grip. Just contact. Grounding. The scythe muttered. A cold ripple inside his chest. It did not like being ignored. Trolley wheels rattled outside the compartment. The door slid open and the witch with the sweets cart poked her head in. Anything off the trolley, dears? She asked. She took one look at Harry and flinched. Her smile faltered, then snapped back in place so fast he almost missed the gap. Got any chocolate frogs? Ginny asked, keeping her voice bright on purpose. Dozen boxes, the witch said. Help yourselves. They bought more sweets than they needed. Hermione rolled her eyes and muttered something about dentists, but she grabbed a frog anyway. Harry pulled a packet of jelly beans toward him and worked one out with fingers that still felt cold. For a moment it almost felt normal. The train rolled on. The sky outside stayed dull. The landscape changed from fields to hills. They traded cards from the frog packets. Ron argued with Ginny about Quidditch teams. Hermione scribbled notes in the margin of her book. Harry sat quiet and let their voices run over him like a warm stream. He could feel the weight of eyes from other compartments sometimes when the door slid open. The nickname had already started to pass down the corridor. He heard it once in a whisper from a couple of younger Ravenclaws. The Grim of Hogwarts, one of them said. My cousin says he saw a shape over Potter in the atrium. Black cloak and a blade. He said it looked like one of those Muggle ghost paintings. Keep your voice down, the other whispered. He will hear you. Harry did hear. He stayed seated. He unwrapped another sweet with very precise fingers. When the train finally slowed, the usual rush to the doors began. Students grabbed trunks, pulled on robes, tried to fix hair in any reflective surface. Harry shrugged into his school robe and felt the fabric cling tighter around his shoulders, as if the cold under his skin bled into the cloth. Outside, rain drifted down in a fine curtain, Lanterns glowed along the platform at Hogsmeade. The air smelled of wet stone and smoke. They climbed out into the night. Hagrid loomed near the first years, his voice booming over the crowd as he called them. His eyes found Harry at once. For a heartbeat his wide face softened, then a shadow crossed it. "Are I there, Harry?" Hagrid called. "Yeah," Harry called back. Hagrid nodded once, shoulders squaring, as if that was all the answer needed. Carriages waited for them, dark shapes with lanterns swinging over their doors. The skeletal horses that pulled them were more visible than ever. The Thestrals shifted and snorted, their thin skins stretched over bone, eyes bright in the lantern light. Harry met the gaze of the nearest one and felt the scythe twitch with a strange recognition. The creature sniffed the air, then dipped its head with a slow, almost respectful motion. Ginny shivered. "Those things still make me nervous," she said. "They are just animals," Harry said. His voice sounded distant even to him. "They carry the dead in their own way. They do not choose who dies." Hermione shot him a quick look at that choice of words. He pretended not to see it. They climbed into a carriage together. Ron squeezed into the far corner. Ginny sat beside him. Hermione took the seat next to Harry. The carriage lurched forward, wheels hissing on wet gravel. Hogwarts rose out of the rain as they crested a hill. Towers and turrets, windows glowing, the lake dark and calm below. It looked solid, steady, place that should feel like home. The scythe coiled in his chest. The old wards around the castle brushed against it like unseen fingers. Harry felt a brief pressure, as if the castle itself paused to sniff him, to decide if it would let this new thing in. The main doors swung open as they pulled up. Light spilled onto the stone steps. The great entrance hall was filled with noise and movement. As soon as Harry stepped inside, the sound dropped. Not all at once. It was not a silence spell. It was a ripple. Murmurs faltered. Laughter trailed off. Heads turned. Students parted in front of him. Felt like being Moses, he thought, then cut the thought off. He did not want to compare himself to any prophet. He was just a boy with death stuck to his bones. The path that opened through the crowd left a clear line from the front doors to the house tables. Gryffindor on the left, Slytherin on the right, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw further on. No one stepped close enough for their sleeve to brush his. He could hear the whispers now, clearer in the new hush. "Look, that is him. Do not say his name too loud. Mum says he is dangerous. My dad thinks he's the only reason we are not all dead." "Shut up, he will hear you." Hermione walked at his side. "Chin up." Ginny matched his stride. Ron hung back a half step, eyes darting around as if waiting for something to explode. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat in the center. His beard looked more tired than usual. The twinkle that used to sit in his eyes was nowhere to be seen. As Harry crossed the hall, their gazes met. There was no warmth there, only measuring concern and something that looked too close to regret. McGonagall sat stiff beside him, lips thin. Snape watched Harry with cold curiosity, his black eyes flicking to the spot where the scythe would form. None of the teachers rose. None called out a greeting. Harry made it to the Gryffindor table and slid onto the bench near the middle. Ginny sat on his left. Hermione took the spot on his right. Ron dropped down across from him, near the edge of the sudden empty space around them. The rest of the house sat clustered a little further along. There was a gap of 2 or 3 places on either side of Harry where no one seemed willing to sit. It made a neat ring of empty wood in the middle of the red and gold. Seamus peered down the table, face pale. "All right, Harry," he called. Harry gave him a short nod. "Fine," he said. Lavender leaned toward Parvati and whispered behind her hand. Harry did not catch the words, but he saw the way her eyes flicked to his shadow and then to the edge of the table. Neville edged closer, squeezing into a spot just within the empty ring. He looked nervous, but he looked determined too. He set his plate down and stared at it for a second, then lifted his head. "I saved you a place," Neville said. "Thought it might get cold otherwise." Harry felt a lump rise in his throat. "Thanks," he managed. Dumbledore stood, and the last bits of chatter died. "Welcome," he said. His voice carried easily. "To another year at Hogwarts. These are troubled times. You all know this." The events at the ministry are on many lips. I will not pretend you have not heard rumors. Dozens of eyes flicked toward Harry. Dumbledore paused. His gaze stayed on the student body, not on Harry now. Let me say this, he went on. Hogwarts remains a place of learning and safety. We will face the dangers of this war together, as a school and as a family. No student here will be judged by rumors or fear. Harry almost laughed at that. The empty space around him at the table, the careful way people avoided his sleeve, told a different story. He caught Snape looking at him. The potions master had one brow slightly raised, as if he wanted to see how Harry would react. Sorting took place as always. The tiny first years walked to the stool under the hat, some shaking, some looking thrilled. The hat sang a new song about unity and distrust. Harry clapped when names were called. It felt like going through motions in a play he already knew the ending of. Food appeared. The smell of roast meat and gravy rolled down the table. Dishes clinked. Students reached for serving spoons. The plates in front of Harry remained empty. He did not have to touch them. The moment the food slid into the space just in front of him, it cooled. Steam died. The color bled a little, as if the meat had been left out too long. Hermione frowned and pulled a chicken leg onto her own plate instead. Eat mine, she said. I will take the one behind. The one behind was fine. Steam still curled off it. The air between her hands and the dish shimmered, like heat from a stove. The space right in front of Harry felt like opening a cupboard full of winter. Neville pushed the potatoes further down toward some younger students. They did not seem eager to take them. Ron loaded his own plate without looking at Harry's. His fork scraped loudly. The chatter around the hall rose again slowly as people ate, but the volume never quite reached its usual level. The whispers kept cutting through. Harry heard his name a dozen times. He heard the new nickname twice. The Grim, a Slytherin muttered, not quite quiet enough. I told you. Look at his shadow. It does not match his arm. Draco Malfoy's drawl floated over from the far end of the Slytherin table. Please, he said. Potter is not a Grim. He's a tragic attention-seeker with a special effect. His voice carried further than he probably meant. Half the hall heard him. There were a few strained laughs. Harry kept his eyes on his water. The glass was rimed with a thin film of ice. When he wrapped his fingers around it, the ice thickened, crawling in lace patterns up the sides. His reflection in the clear side looked a little sharper than usual. The shadows under his eyes were darker. For a flicker of a second, he saw something else layered over his own face. Empty darkness where his eyes should be. A thin line of pale light curving above his head. He set the glass down very carefully. Hermione noticed. Do you want me to charm it warm? She whispered. Then it will crack, he said. It did that last time. Before she could answer, Malfoy stood up. He stretched as if bored, then drifted out from his table and began to walk along the side of the hall. His robes swung around his ankles. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him with dull, obedient faces. Harry felt the scythe lift its head inside him. It recognized intent before Harry did. The air around Malfoy tightened. Ignore him, Hermione said under her breath. He wants a reaction. Malfoy did not come all the way over. He stopped near a pillar between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables. From there he had a clear line to where Harry sat. He leaned one shoulder against the stone and looked Harry over with smug interest. So Malfoy said, There he is. The Ministry Reaper. Thought you would be taller. Harry did not move. Thought you would be quieter, he said. A ripple of nervous laughter ran along the nearest benches. Malfoy smiled. You know, my father has a lot to say about you, he drawled. He says you brought something into our world that does not belong here. He says you are a threat to the natural order. Funny thing, hearing that from him. Ginny narrowed her eyes. Is this the part where you try to hex him in front of the whole school? She asked. Because that never ends well for you. Malfoy flicked his gaze to her and back. We all know Dumbledore will not let our new pet weapon get scuffed, he said. But I am curious. If a normal spell hits you now, does it bounce off or do you just unmake it like Lestrange? Hermione shifted, hand inching toward her wand. Ron straightened, face tightening. Neville looked like he wanted to sink under the table. Malfoy, McGonagall snapped from the staff table. Sit down. He ignored her. His wand was in his hand now, balanced between two fingers. He rolled it, weighing it. It is just a test, he said. Educational. For all of us. Harry felt the threads of possible movement start to spin out from this point. If he leapt up, if he swung, if he shouted, if he sat still. Each choice tugged at something in the future. The Scythe leaned into that web with sharp interest. Do not, Hermione whispered. She was not sure she was talking to Malfoy or to him. Malfoy lifted his wand. The spell on his lips glowed in his eyes before he said it. Harry felt the shape of it, a stinging jinx, meant to humiliate rather than maim. Rick to Malfoy began. The scythe moved. Harry did not stand. He did not call it. It uncoiled from his shadow in a rush of cold and stood up behind him. One heartbeat, there was nothing. The next, a tall, thin shape rose from the floor, black and sharp-edged, leaning over the bench with that long curved light at its side. Gasps broke around the hall. Malfoy's spell left his wand. A streak of pale blue cut across the space toward Harry. The scythe tilted. The blade passed through the line of magic with no clash, no spark. The spell vanished. Not deflected. Not broken. It was there. Then it was gone, eaten in a single smooth gulp. The blade glowed brighter for a second. Harry felt the rush of it like a shot of cold water up his arm. The scythe pulsed, pleased. The point of its curve lined up with Malfoy's chest. The hall held its breath. For a moment Harry could see it. A clean slice through that expensive robe. A neat absence where a part of Malfoy should be. No blood. No scream. Just a missing space and the drop in his own chest as another soul thread snapped. His hand clenched on the edge of the bench so hard his knuckles ached. No, he said very softly. The scythe did not speak in words, but he felt its irritation like a cold wind in his teeth. It wanted more. It wanted to finish the motion the boy had started by pointing a wand. Harry dragged in a breath. It scraped his throat. He pictured Sirius laughing in the kitchen, throwing knives into the board. He pictured Sirius falling through the veil, eyes wide. He pictured what this thing had done to Bellatrix, how much of her had simply ceased to be. Not him, Harry whispered. The blade wavered. Malfoy had gone very still. For once there was no smugness in his face. His skin looked almost gray. His wand trembled. The scythe eased back. The curve dipped away from Malfoy. With a low sound like a breath being drawn in reverse, it slid back into Harry's shadow and vanished from sight. The cold stayed. McGonagall was on her feet. Her chair scraped loud against the stone. Snape had risen halfway as well, hand on his wand. Dumbledore's stare was hard and sharp. Enough, Dumbledore said. His voice cracked like a whip through the air. Mr. Malfoy, you will sit down at once. Mr. Potter, you will remain where you are. Malfoy's legs seemed to decide for him. He stumbled back to his table, sank onto the bench, and stared at his own hands as if checking they were still attached. Crabbe and Goyle crowded close on either side, eyes wide and confused. Draco did not look at Harry again. The whispers that followed did not even pretend to be quiet. Did you see that? It ate the curse. It would not have just stopped at the spell if he had not told it to. The Grim listens to him. Hermione let out a long, shaky breath and sagged against the table. Ginny stared at Harry, jaw tight. Ron looked torn between awe and horror. Neville swallowed. Well, he said faintly. That was different. Harry's heart pounded so hard it hurt. His hands shook under the table. Each beat made the scythe throb in his chest. It felt like it had been held back by a thread. He forced himself to lift his cup and take a sip of water. The ice cracked inside as he moved it. A tiny sliver broke and floated on the surface. Do you see now? Hermione murmured. Why we have to understand this. If you had let it swing, you would have killed him, Harry. No spell. No time to think. Just gone. Harry stared at the water. I know, he said. His voice was very quiet. That is why I stopped it. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. When he spoke, the words came out slow. I am not saying he did not deserve a fright, Ron said. But that thing is not a prank. It is not a joke. It is not even a weapon like a wand. It is something else. He looked Harry straight in the eye for the first time since the compartment. And right now, mate, Ron said, it is tied to you. The hall slowly returned to its meal. The sounds picked up, thin and strained. Teachers sat, though several kept glancing at the Gryffindor table. At the staff table, Dumbledore leaned aside and said something to Snape. The potions master nodded once, then looked back at Harry with a gaze that gave away nothing. Harry sat in the middle of the ring of empty wood, surrounded by the buzz of a normal school feast that no longer felt like it belonged to him. He had not moved from his seat. He had not lifted his wand. With a single flare of hunger from the thing bound to him, he had almost erased another person. The nickname would stick now. He could feel it settling over him like a cloak. The Grim of Hogwarts. The boy with the invisible scythe. Hermione's hand found his under the table again. Ginny bumped his shoulder, a small, deliberate touch. He clung to those 2 points of warmth and tried not to listen to the way the scythe hummed, pleased with its new school. Harry woke up with frost on his pillow. He stared at the thin crystals for a few seconds, eyes still gritty with sleep. His breath fogged in the dim light from the dorm window. The curtains round his 4-poster hung heavy. There was a chilly weight in his chest, solid and patient. He moved his head. The frost outline on the pillow was the shape of a curve, thin and pale, right where his neck had been. Brilliant, he muttered. Bed decorations now. He pushed the blankets back and swung his legs over the side. The floorboards were cold enough to sting his feet. He grabbed his socks in a hurry and yanked them on. As he did, he heard a faint chattering from the other beds. Ron, your teeth, Seamus groaned from somewhere to his left. Stop it. It is too early. Not my fault, Ron mumbled. His voice shook. It is freezing in here. Dean pulled his own curtains aside. His hair stuck up in every direction. He tried to rub warmth into his arms. Did we leave the window open? He asked. Harry glanced at the window. It was closed. A thin skin of frost traced the edges of the glass. Maybe the castle does not like autumn, Harry said. Or it is just me. Ron pushed his curtains back and squinted at Harry. Did you have a Dementor dream? Ron asked. Or was it the other thing? Harry pulled a shirt over his head. Bit of both, he said. Had a nice vision of the veil, then woke up to this. 10 out of 10 stars, would not recommend. Seamus shivered. Can you ask your invisible scythe mate to sulk outside instead, he said. Some of us like our toes. Harry swallowed his first answer. Sorry, he said. It is quieter when I am asleep. That is the best I can do. It was not true, not really. The scythe had been restless all night. It had tugged at him each time someone turned over or muttered in the beds around him. Every breath in the room had been another reminder that there were threads everywhere for it to cut. He had spent most of the night clinging to images of Ginny rolling her eyes in the corridor, Hermione biting her quill in concentration, Ron swearing at chess pieces. Anything that tied him to now rather than to the pull under his ribs. Dean sniffed and frowned. Do you smell that? He asked. Harry did. The faint sour tang under the usual boy dorm smells. He leaned over the edge of his trunk and lifted the lid. The loaf of bread he had nicked from supper yesterday sat inside. It was already dotted with gray at the edges. He clenched his jaw, slammed the trunk shut, and stood up. Showers, he said, before the pipes freeze solid. By the time they made it down to the common room, the fire there was roaring. Lavender and Parvati sat on the sofa with their feet tucked under them and blankets round their shoulders. There was a clear empty space on the cushion nearest the fire, untouched. Hermione stood near the notice board, reading a new parchment. Her hair was pulled back into a rough tie. She had ink smudged on her fingers already. Morning, she said when she saw them. There is a message. Dumbledore wants you in his office after breakfast. Harry. Eyes turned. Neville looked up from his seat by the chessboard. Ginny glanced over from where she was talking to Demelza about practice schedules. Conversations dipped. Harry rubbed his face. Right, he said. That did not take long. Ron shifted beside him. You knew he was going to call you in, he said. After last night. Hermione folded the parchment and tucked it into her pocket. The password is on here, she said. So you do not have to play statue guessing. Ginny came over, arms crossed loosely. "You want us to walk with you till the stairs?" she asked. He managed a small smile. "What, you think I am going to get lost on the way?" "I think people stare less when you have a guard," she said. Her mouth twitched. "We charge reasonable rates." Neville stood. "I will come," he said quickly. "Strength in numbers and all that." Harry looked at him. Neville still had a faint bruise along his jaw from the ministry. His hand tightened on his wand as he spoke, but he stood steady. "Thanks," Harry said. "Breakfast first, or Dumbledore might try to talk Horcruxes on an empty stomach." Hermione blinked. "Horcruxes," she repeated. Harry froze. The word had slipped out. It tasted wrong in the open air. He said. "Forget I said that. I am just guessing what sort of thing he wants to talk about." Hermione frowned, but let it go for now. "Food," she said. "Then office." They went down together. The common room door opened and the usual hum of morning floated in from the rest of the castle, muffled. As soon as Harry stepped into the corridor, the temperature dipped. The stone under his feet cooled. Two younger Gryffindors coming up the stairs paused. One pressed herself flat against the wall. The other grabbed her friend's sleeve and whispered something in her ear. Harry caught only one word: grim. Ginny rolled her eyes and gave them both a firm look. "He can hear you," she said. The girl flushed and stared at her shoes. "Sorry, Potter," she muttered. Harry shook his head. "It is fine," he said. It was not, but he did not know what else to say. The great hall was loud when they walked in. It went quieter in waves as usual when he took his seat at the Gryffindor table. The empty ring of space around his place remained, but Neville dropped into the nearest seat inside it, shoulders set. Ginny took the other side. Hermione sat across from him, Ron beside her. Platters of eggs and toast lay along the table. The food nearest Harry had a faint sheen on it already, like it had been left out overnight. Hermione calmly reached a bit further and pulled dishes in front of herself and Neville. "Here," she said, sliding a plate toward Harry. "This one is still hot." He took a slice of toast. Cooled the moment he picked it up. He bit into it anyway. Tasted flat, but it was something. Halfway through breakfast, a folded scrap of parchment appeared beside his plate. The writing on it was neat and firm. "Now, my office, if you please." No signature. No need. Harry wiped his mouth, set down his fork, and stood. Hermione looked up at once. "Now," she asked. "Now," he said. Ginny craned her neck to see the note, then snorted. "Guess the headmaster does not fancy waiting till lunch," she said. "We will walk you," Neville said. Ron knocked his knee against the bench. "I have got defense next," he said. "I will save seats." Harry nodded. He was not sure who he was reassuring. They walked him up through the corridors. The path from the Great Hall to Dumbledore's staircase felt longer today. Groups of students paused in clumps, eyes flickering between him and the suits of armor along the walls. The portraits watched openly, some muttering to each other. At the foot of the spiral staircase, Harry stopped. The stone gargoyle sat in place, staring with blank eyes. Hermione pulled the folded parchment from her pocket and read it again. "Password is Sugar Quill," she said. Harry cleared his throat. "Sugar Quill," he told the statue. It leapt aside at once. The staircase behind it started to move, steps grinding as they turned. Neville swallowed. "We will wait here," he said. Ginny nodded. She stepped closer, quick, and bumped her shoulder gently against his. "If he tries anything stupid, yell," she said. "I will come up and hex his robes into a skirt." Harry huffed. "I think he can handle it," he said. "He can try," she said. Hermione squeezed his wrist once. "Listen," she said. "Do not let him make you feel like a mistake. He is the one who kept secrets, not you." Harry nodded. His throat felt tight again. "I will be back," he said. He stepped onto the moving staircase, carried him up and around. The door at the top came into view. He knocked once and pushed it open. Dumbledore's office looked the same as always at first glance. Shelves of books, little delicate instruments whirring and ticking on small tables. The wide desk with its odd trinkets. Fawkes sat on his perch, head tucked under one wing, feathers ruffled. The air felt different though. There was a fine tension in it. The sort of quiet you got right before a storm, only colder. "Come in, Harry," Dumbledore said. He sat behind the desk, hands folded. Harry stepped inside and shut the door. The latch felt icy under his fingers. Dumbledore studied him for a moment. His blue eyes did not have their usual shine. The lines round his mouth were deeper. "You look tired," Dumbledore said. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Pot and kettle," he said. For a second, something that might have been amusement flickered in the older man's face. It faded fast. "Sit," Dumbledore said. Harry sat. The chair creaked. The scythe shifted in his chest. It did not like being this close to the headmaster. Or maybe it liked it too much. The ring on Dumbledore's damaged hand glowed faintly at the edge of Harry's senses. "You know why I called you here," Dumbledore said. "Because I pulled a soul eater out of the veil in your old workplace, and now students are calling me a Grim," Harry said. "And Malfoy nearly found out what it feels like to be wiped off the map." Dumbledore winced. "Direct as ever," he said. Harry folded his arms. "You told me you would explain things after the ministry," he said. "Instead you sent me back to the Dursleys and let me turn their house into a freezer." A shadow of guilt crossed Dumbledore's face. It was gone in a heartbeat. "I had to gather information," he said. "There are very few records about the veil. Fewer still about the thing you bonded with." Harry stared at him. "Bonded," he repeated. "Is that the word we are using now?" "It will do," Dumbledore said. "What would you call it?" Harry thought about cold in his bones and that rush when it cut Bellatrix. He thought about Dudley on his knees in the hall, seeing his own funeral. "Stuck," he said. Dumbledore sighed. He reached forward and nudged one of the whirring instruments aside with the back of his hand. The skin on that hand was blackened, fingers twisted. The ring on his finger was cracked, dull gold marked with one deep split. Harry's eyes dropped to it. The scythe hummed inside his ribs. "That is cursed," Harry said. He had not meant to speak. The words came on their own. Dumbledore tensed. "You see that," he said. "I feel it," Harry said. "The same way I feel him. Or bits of him. Tugs." Dumbledore looked down at his own hand. There was no surprise there. Just a quiet resignation. "This ring is a mistake I made," he said. "We will come back to it. For now, we must talk about what you carry." He leaned back in his chair. "When you reached into the veil," Dumbledore said, "you did something that no one has successfully done in recorded ministry history. You took hold of a function of that arch and dragged it into the living world." Harry frowned. "Function," he repeated. "You are making it sound like a charm." "It is not a person, Harry," Dumbledore said. "It has no mind as you would understand it. It has instinct and purpose. It exists to sever soul from body, to keep the balance of death." "It wanted to eat Bellatrix," Harry said. "It wanted to complete a cut you started," Dumbledore corrected. "But yes, it reacts to any thread you place before it. And in your hands it can reach further than ever." Harry looked away. Fawkes had lifted his head. The phoenix watched him with dark eyes, feathers puffed. The bird did not sing. "Is that why Voldemort was afraid?" Harry asked. Dumbledore did not flinch at the name this time. "Tom has cheated death," he said. "He took his soul and tore it into pieces, then hid those pieces in objects he deemed important. He anchored himself to this world through them. That is why he survived the first time he tried to kill you." Horcrux, Harry thought again. The word Hermione had drawn from some book and he had thrown around by accident. "You knew that already," Harry said slowly. "I suspected," Dumbledore said. "I confirmed it last year. This ring was one of them." He raised his damaged hand slightly. The cracked gold band glinted. The scythe pulsed. "When I destroyed it," Dumbledore went on, "the curse on it would have killed me at once if not for Severus' intervention. Even so, my time is limited. We need a better way." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the scythe. "Limited," he said. "How limited?" Dumbledore smiled sadly. "Let us not count the exact days," he said. "Enough that we must use what we have." He leaned forward again, gaze sharp. "The thing you hold," Dumbledore said, "can cut soul threads without touching the physical vessel. It can unmake the magic that binds Tom to his anchors. You already felt them when it woke. Did you not?" Harry remembered that scream in his head in the ministry. The sense of little distant anchors pulled tight. "Yes," he admitted. I did not know what it was. Parts of him, Dumbledore said, reacting to a presence that can end them fully. Until now, destroying each Horcrux required complex rituals, rare substances, and great risk. You can do it by swinging that blade. That is why Tom looked as he did. He knows what you are to him now. Harry sat very still. So you want to use me, he said. Dumbledore did not look away. I want to give you the tools to end this war, he said. You have always been at the center of it. The prophecy saw to that the night you survived. This has changed the shape of the battle, but not the fact that it revolves around you. Harry laughed once. Came out harsh. Of course it does, he said. I was almost starting to wonder what it felt like to be normal. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. You have every right to be angry, he said. I will not ask you to pretend otherwise, but I will ask you to look at the choice before us. He gestured with his good hand. Tom has anchored himself in at least 7 places, Dumbledore said. I have found 2 and destroyed them. 1 more lies in a cave that I have not yet breached. Others are still unknown. Time is against us. Even with help, even with luck, we would struggle to find and dismantle all of them before he grows too strong. The scythe shifted, restless. It understood the talk of anchors in its own wordless way. In your hands, Dumbledore said softly, each anchor we do find can be severed safely, without curses left behind. You could reach into the very magic that binds him and cut it. That is a power no wizard alive has. It is not a power, Harry said. It is a thing that rode up my arm when my godfather died and now lives under my ribs. I do not control it. I beg it. That is all. And yet you stopped it last night, Dumbledore said. You told it no when it lined up on Draco Malfoy. You pulled it back from a cut. Harry remembered that moment, his pulse racing, the feel of Malfoy's thread in front of him, ready to snap, the sharp effort it took to drag the blade away, the little cold anger from the scythe when he did. It did not like it, Harry said. Good, Dumbledore said. Things that like killing should not be indulged. Harry snorted. Then you are asking the wrong person, he said. Because if anyone deserves a cut, it is Voldemort. And I have wanted him dead for years. Wanting an end to his reign is not the same as enjoying the act, Dumbledore said. This is why it had to be you. You know what it means to lose. You know pain. You are not eager for blood. Harry thought of Bellatrix's scream and the rush that had gone through him as that piece of her went dark. He thought of the way his hands had steadied around the scythe, how right it had felt to erase even a part of her. I'm not sure about that, he said quietly. Dumbledore watched him for a long moment. The old man's shoulders sagged a little. Then we will have to build rules, he said. Limits. Safeguards. You will not use that weapon without a clear reason and an anchor we agree upon. You will train to pull it out and back at will, not let it decide for you. And you will tell me, or at least Miss Granger, when it tries to move on its own. Harry blinked. Hermione, he asked. You trust her, Dumbledore said. She sees patterns. She will notice if you start to change in ways you cannot see in yourself. You need someone who will drag you back to human when the weight of this tries to pull you away. Harry thought of Hermione at the table, fingers ink-stained, ready with a book. He thought of her hand on his under the table last night. She will insist on homework, he said. Good, Dumbledore said. It will keep your mind anchored. He reached into one of the drawers in his desk and pulled out a small stone basin. The edges were carved with runes. Harry recognized it. The pensive, he said. Not for memories, Dumbledore said. Not today. Look. He set it on the desk between them. The surface inside was empty, no silver liquid. Think about the ring, Dumbledore said. Do not call the scythe fully. Just focus on that tug in your chest when you look at it. Harry frowned. If the office blows up, I told Ginny you started it, he said. Dumbledore gave a thin smile. Consider this my own version of a test, he said. Harry drew in a slow breath. He looked at the ring on Dumbledore's damaged hand, then at the empty basin. He let his mind drift toward that cold place under his ribs, the one that hummed when it smelled a soul thread. The scythe stirred. He did not let it rise. He imagined his hands on its shaft, holding it down, keeping it just under the surface. The effort made his chest ache. He thought of the ring as an anchor, a knot in a rope, a wrong thing tied to the wrong person. The scythe understood that. It liked the image of a knot. It wanted to cut it. A faint line of pale light appeared in the air above the basin. It hung there thin and sharp. No shaft, no cloak, just the slice. Dumbledore's eyes widened behind his glasses. "Easy," he said very softly. Harry gritted his teeth. The line of light dipped toward the empty basin. It did not touch anything solid. Instead it slid into the stone the way a spell might soak into a charm. The runes along the rim flared for a second, then dimmed. Harry felt a brief rush along his arm. The tug on the ring eased. The cracked band on Dumbledore's finger looked the same, but the air around it felt less tight. The curse still sat there, black and angry, but the echo of soul inside it was gone. Dumbledore flexed his fingers slowly. He hissed under his breath. "The anchor is gone," he said. "The curse remains, but the piece of Tom that resided there is no more." Harry sagged back in his chair. Sweat prickled his forehead. His heart hammered. "That hurt," he said. "In your chest?" Dumbledore asked. "In my head," Harry said. "Like someone cut an itch and took a bit of skin with it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "The scythe used your magic and your body as a path," he said. "There will be cost each time. That is another reason we will choose targets carefully." Harry rubbed his sternum. The ache there was dull now. The scythe settled again, almost pleased. "Can it cut the connection between me and him?" he asked. Dumbledore looked startled. "You mean the scar?" he said. Harry touched his forehead. The skin there did not hurt at the moment. It felt odd to imagine it as a knot like the ring. "I feel him when he is angry," Harry said. "He feels me when I get too close. If this thing is good for anything, can it cut that?" Silence stretched. "I do not know," Dumbledore said at last. "The connection between you is older and deeper than his anchors. It is not just a spell. It is wrapped up in the night you survived, in your mother's sacrifice, in Tom's own rebounding curse. If we try to sever it before we are ready, we may damage you beyond repair." "So the answer is no," Harry said. "The answer is not yet," Dumbledore said. Harry let out a breath. Came out shaky. "Of course," he muttered. "Add it to the list." Dumbledore folded his hands again. "The list," he repeated. "Things I am supposed to do," Harry said. "Kill the bits of him you cannot reach. Keep your staff from panicking. Not erase Malfoy, tempting as it is. Try not to rot the school. Go to lessons like nothing has happened." Dumbledore gave him a steady look. "You are still a student," he said. "You are allowed to laugh in the common room. You are allowed to worry about Quidditch." Harry snorted. "Think the other teams will fancy playing against the Grim?" he asked. "You underestimate the love of sport," Dumbledore said, mouth twitching. "That said, if the scythe reacts strongly to crowds, we may need to adjust some activities." Harry shook his head. "I do not even know if I want to play this year," he said. "Right now I would be happy if I could drink water without freezing it." Dumbledore's gaze softened. "We will not force you into any role you do not choose," he said. "You have already been pushed too much. But you are also the only one who can do certain things. No one else can shoulder that for you." Harry looked at his own hands. They were shaking slightly. "I know," he said. Dumbledore reached for something under the desk. When he brought his hand back up, he was holding a small silver ring on a chain. The metal looked dull. Harry felt a faint itch in the air around it, like a thread half cut. "This was his mother's," Dumbledore said. "It is not a Horcrux. I checked, but it still holds traces of his magic. I want you to carry it. When it reacts, we will know he is close. Think of it as a warning bell." Harry eyed it. "You sure it is safe?" he asked. "Nothing about this is safe," Dumbledore said. "But it will not poison you in the way the scythe does." "That is very comforting," Harry said dryly. He took the chain. It was cold, but only normal cold. He slipped it over his head. The ring rested against his chest, just above where the scythe sat. The two magics sniffed at each other. The scythe disliked the trace of Tom. Curled round its own place, sharp, ready. "Lovely," Harry muttered. "Now I have hate friends in my ribcage." Dumbledore rose to his feet. "We are done for now," he said. "I will not keep you from defense. Remus will expect you." Harry blinked. Remus, he repeated. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, he said. Professor Lupin has returned for the year. Under certain conditions we were able to arrange it. I thought that might please you. Harry's heart lurched. Yeah, he said. Yeah, it does. Fawkes let out a soft trill. It was quiet and brief, but the sound eased something in Harry's shoulders. As he reached the door, Dumbledore spoke again. Harry, he said. Harry turned. There will be students who fear you, Dumbledore said. There will be some who try to use you. And there will be people like Draco who want to prove something by poking at you. Remember this. You are not a symbol to me. You are a boy I have failed in many ways and want to help live long enough to complain about it in old age. Harry studied his face. The words sounded sincere. The scythe did not react to them. It had no sense for lies. We will see, Harry said. He stepped out, let the door close behind him, and rode the moving staircase down. Hermione, Ginny, and Neville were still waiting at the bottom. Ginny sat on the floor with her back against the wall, legs stretched. Neville paced in a small square. Hermione leaned against the stone with her arms folded, trying to look patient and failing. They all straightened when he appeared. Well, Ginny asked, are you expelled? Or locked in a cupboard for study? Neither, Harry said. For now. Hermione's eyes went straight to his face. What did he say? She asked. A lot, Harry said. Short version. He wants me to use this thing to cut bits of Voldemort. He thinks that is the only way to end it quickly. And he is dying faster than he let on. Hermione sucked in a breath. Neville went pale. Ginny swore under her breath. Of course he is, Ginny said. Why tell anyone that in a clear sentence when you can be vague for months? Harry, Hermione said. Her voice shook a little. Are you all right with that plan? He shrugged. Does not matter if I am, he said. He is right. If I can slice the anchors without getting cursed each time, that is better than the alternative. Neville frowned. Anchors, he asked. Pieces of him in objects, Harry said. We can talk about it somewhere less likely to be bugged by portraits. Library later, Hermione said at once. Ginny rolled her eyes. Of course, she said. War planning between the stacks. You always say that like it is a bad thing, Hermione said. Harry felt the tension in his chest ease a bit. Their bickering sounded normal. Come on, he said. We have defense. They headed down the corridor together. Other students flowed past, glancing at Harry and then away. The story of the Great Hall incident had clearly reached everyone. Halfway to the classroom, a fifth-year Hufflepuff stepped into their path. Harry recognized her vaguely from herbology. Brown plate, round face, eyes wide. Potter, she said. Her voice wobbled. Can I talk to you? Ginny shifted closer at once. Hermione watched the other girl warily. It is important, the Hufflepuff added quickly. Please. Harry nodded once. All right, he said. But make it quick. Lupin will kill me if I am late to his first lesson back. She glanced at his friends, then took a breath. My brother, she said. He works at the ministry, in the records department. They put him in a coma last month. Death Eaters. He was just doing his job. They are keeping him alive at St. Mungo's, but he does not wake. They say his soul is stuck somewhere or scared or something. Her eyes filled. She blinked the tears back angrily. People say you can cut soul stuff now, she blurted. They say you can pull things back from the veil. Could you fix him? Hermione drew in a sharp breath. Ginny swore under hers. Neville looked stricken. Harry's heart pounded. The scythe stirred, interested. A trapped soul sounded like something it understood. I am sorry about your brother, Harry said. His voice was rough. Really, but I do not know how to do that. I do not even know if it is possible. The only thing I have pulled is this thing, and it does not bring people back. Cuts what is left. But you went into the veil, she said. You reached in. You had your hand in the place where they go. If you went a bit further then maybe. She trailed off at the look on his face. You think I did not try, he asked quietly. You think I did not reach for Sirius. That I will not see that empty space every time I close my eyes. She flinched. I did not mean, she began. Harry shook his head. I cannot bring anyone back, he said. I can only end things that should not be there. Your brother is not one of those. I am sorry. Tears spilled now. She bit her lip and nodded. Right, she said. Sorry. I had to ask. She turned and hurried away down the corridor before they could say anything else. Ginny let out a long breath. That is going to keep happening, she said. Hermione nodded, pale. People will want miracles, she said. And the only thing that Scythe offers is clean endings. Neville looked at Harry. You did the right thing, he said. You cannot promise what you cannot do. Harry leaned against the wall for a second. His legs felt suddenly weak. Feels like I did something wrong anyway, he said. That is because you care, Hermione said. Keep that. Do not lose it. He nodded slowly. They made it to defense with seconds to spare. Harry pushed the door open and stepped into a room that smelled faintly of tea and old parchment. Remus Lupin stood at the front, shabby robes, tired face, same gentle smile. A few threads of gray had crept into his hair since third year, but his eyes were the same. Morning, Lupin said, voice calm. Come in, everyone. Find a seat. Harry's throat closed for a second. He saw Sirius shouting in the kitchen, Lupin laughing with him over some story. He saw Lupin on the platform at the ministry, hand outstretched, fingers on his shoulder, pulling him back from the veil. The scythe roused again at that memory of the arch. Harry forced it down. He slid into a seat in the middle row. Hermione took the desk to his left. Ron dropped beside him, smelling of toast and nerves. Ginny waved from a table further back. Lupin eyes scanned the room. They landed on Harry for a moment. Harry braced for flinch or fear. Lupin gaze softened. He nodded once, as if they had just passed each other in the corridor. Some of you know me already, Lupin said. For those who do not, I am Professor Lupin. We are going to spend this year learning how to defend yourselves against more than just spells. Dark creatures, cursed objects, bad decisions. The complete set. A few students laughed. The sound loosened the air. Lupin went on. Before we get to practical work, I need to talk about something obvious, he said. Harry tensed. There is a war outside, Lupin said. You all know it. Some of you have lost someone to it. Some of you are worried you will. In this room, we are going to learn skills that keep us alive. That means we do not use them on each other for fun. We do not test them on classmates. We do not poke at people who are already carrying more than the rest of us. His eyes met Harry's again for that last part. There was no accusation there, just firm care. If you have questions about what happened at the ministry, Lupin said, you direct them to me. Not to the person who lived it. Understood. Murmurs of yes. Harry's throat felt tight. Gratitude and embarrassment tangled. After class, most of the students filed out quickly. A few glanced at Harry as they went. No one came close. Harry, Lupin said when the last person left. Stay a moment. Ron looked at Harry. Want us to wait, he asked. I will be fine, Harry said. Save me a seat at lunch that is not full of ice. Ron tried a weak smile and headed out with Hermione and Ginny. Harry approached Lupin's desk. Up close, the lines on the older man's face were clearer. Tired eyes. Thin mouth. You look worse than me, Harry said. Lupin huffed. Late nights, he said. Order work. Growing older. The usual. He studied Harry. How are you holding that thing, he asked without preamble. Harry blinked. You know what it is, he said. I know what it feels like, Lupin said. I was in that room. I heard it when it woke. I felt the air change. The Order has been talking. Dumbledore has been vague. But I have seen enough to fill in some gaps. He tapped his chest. I can feel it from here, he added. Not as strong as you, but enough. Harry swallowed. I swing it when I have to, he said. I pull it back when I can. That is the best I have. Do you hear it? Lupin asked. Voices. Temptations. Harry shook his head. No, he said. It does not talk. It just wants. Pulls toward threads. It enjoys cutting. That fits what little I know, Lupin said. Listen to me, Harry. There will be people who want to use that. On our side and theirs. You must not let anyone push you into a cut you are not willing to carry. Harry snorted. Dumbledore just spent an hour telling me I am the only way we can end this quickly, he said. Lupin mouth twisted. That sounds like him, he said. He is not wrong about the war. He may be wrong about what one boy should carry. He reached into his pocket and brought out a small wrapped bar. Chocolate, he said. Still useful. Even for people with new death toys. Harry took it. The wrapper crinkled under his fingers. The scythe grumbled faintly as the warmth of the chocolate pushed against the cold under his ribs. Eat it, Lupin said. That's an order. Harry managed a real smile and took a bite. Sweet, warm, ordinary. The taste cut through the lingering chill around the edges. I miss him, Harry said. The words came out before he could stop them. Lupin's face softened. So do I, he said. His voice was quiet. Every minute. Every day. The thing that followed you home from that room is a reminder. But it is not him. Do not let it be. Harry nodded, throat thick. If it ever tries to make you see him, Lupin said, come to me. At once. That is not a path you can walk down alone. Harry stared. You really think it might do that, he asked. I think it will use anything it can to keep hold of you, Lupin said. Including your grief. Harry closed his eyes for a second. He pictured Sirius laughing again, this time in Grim Old Place's kitchen, throwing a bread crust at Ron. He pictured Sirius falling. I will come, Harry said. Good, Lupin said. Now go eat real lunch. Try not to freeze the peas. Harry left the classroom with the taste of chocolate in his mouth and Lupin's warnings in his ears. The rest of the day passed in a blur of lessons and stares. In Transfiguration, McGonagall kept glancing at his wand hand. In Potions, Snape hovered near his desk more than usual, black eyes sharp, as if waiting for the slightest slip. The classroom stayed colder on his side. A thin fog curled above his cauldron until Snape flicked it away with a curt spell. That evening, the common room hummed with quiet talk. Someone had started a small firework display in a glass jar by the window. It fizzled and sparked. Contained. Harry sat at a corner table with Hermione and Ginny. Ron hovered at the edge playing with a chess piece. So Hermione said, quill in hand. We need a plan. For homework, Ron asked. For Horcrux hunting, Hermione said. Ginny blew out a breath. Nice light topic for the evening, she said. Hermione tapped her parchment. We cannot just wait for Dumbledore to turn up and say here is one. Please swing your soul knife, she said. We need to understand how this thing works. What triggers it. What it does to you each time. We make notes. Quietly. Nothing that someone else could use if they got hold of it. Harry eyed the parchment. You are making a manual, he said. Private one, she said. For us. For you. So you are not guessing each time. That way, if someone tries to push you, you can show them the cost in ink instead of blood. Ginny nodded slowly. Makes sense, she said. You are going to want data. Patterns. That is when you are at your best. Hermione flushed a little, but her eyes were bright. Ron pulled a face. You two are going to drag him through experiments, are you? He said. Controlled ones, Hermione said. Small. Safe as anything with this can be. No people involved. No animals either, before you ask. Harry rubbed his chest. The ache from the ring cut had faded to a dull throb. You think it will play nice with a quill, he said. It does not have to, Hermione said. You do. Ginny leaned on her elbow and watched him. How does it feel right now, she asked. Harry closed his eyes for a second, checking. Quiet, he said. Like it is asleep, but with one eye open. Ginny nodded. Then we let it doze while we figure out your life, she said. They worked for a while. Hermione drew up columns. Trigger. Effect. Cost. Notes. Harry answered her questions as best he could. How it had felt with Bellatrix. What he saw with Dudley. What it had done in Dumbledore's office with the ring. Ron listened, face growing more serious with each answer. This is bigger than me, Harry said at one point. Than us. Ginny frowned. You keep saying that, she said. As if you are not allowed to admit it hurts you. You know, it is fine to say this is awful for me on a personal level, right? He gave a short laugh. Feels selfish when everyone else is in danger, he said. Selfish would be using it for fun, Ginny said. Saying this feels like it is chewing at my insides is just honest. Hermione nodded firmly. You cannot help anyone if you crumble, she said. Harry looked from one to the other. Hermione with her quill and stubborn jaw. Ginny with her steady brown eyes and hair that caught the firelight. Thank you, he said. Ron coughed. Yeah, well, he muttered. Somebody has to keep your head straight. Otherwise you will be out there trying to sacrifice yourself again. Harry snorted. Again he echoed. Ron flushed. You know what I mean, he said. Later, when the common room had emptied a bit and the fire had burned lower, Harry found himself alone near the window. Ginny dropped onto the seat beside him, legs tucked up. Hard day, she said. Just a little, he said. She watched his face for a moment. You did well, she said. With Malfoy. With the Hufflepuff girl. With Dumbledore. You said no when it mattered. Harry huffed. Feels like I am saying no to a tide, he said. Even tides turn, she said. He glanced at her. That sounded like something out of one of Hermione's books, he said. Ginny smirked. Do not tell her, she said. She will make me cite it. Silence settled, easier than it would have been last year. They had spent enough time together at Grimmauld Place and the Burrow and in the DA to skip the awkward starts. You are scared of me, Harry said suddenly. Ginny blinked. That is a jump, she said. Where did that come from? Everyone looks at me like I am carrying a bomb, he said. Even people who care. You are not stupid. You saw what it did to Bellatrix. You saw what it almost did to Malfoy. You would be mad not to be scared. Ginny studied him, head tilted. I am scared of what it could do, she said at last. Not of you. There is a difference, he asked. Yes, she said. You may have a killing thing stuck to your ribs, Harry. But you are still the idiot who dove after me in the chamber with a broken wand and no plan. The boy who gave me a seat at the table when I was just Ron's little sister. The one who taught half the school to fight when the teachers would not. That is who I see when I look at you. Her voice was steady. If the Scythe ever eats that boy and leaves only the killing thing, she said, then I will be scared of you. And I will be the first one to hex you out of it. Until then, you are stuck with me. His chest felt tight. In a different way from the Scythe. That is a lot of work, he said. She smiled. I am stubborn, she said. Runs in the family. He hesitated. His hand moved on its own, a small motion. He curled his fingers round hers where her hand rested on the cushion. Thank you, he said quietly. Her fingers tightened back. Warm. Alive. For what, she asked. For seeing me, he said. She flushed slightly but did not look away. Any time, she said. The moment hung between them. The fire crackled. Soft voices drifted from the other side of the room. Somewhere upstairs. A door banged. Harry swallowed. Can I, he began, then stopped. Can you what, Ginny asked. He met her eyes. I am not great at this, he said. But I keep thinking about how close that blade sits to everything. How quick it would be to lose people. And I do not want to waste time pretending I do not care as much as I do. She watched him. Her cheeks were pink. So he went on, heart hammering, Can I kiss you? Her mouth twitched. You do not have to ask, she said softly. But I like that you did. He leaned in. The kiss was short and a little awkward. Their noses bumped. His hand tightened on hers more than he meant. But her lips were warm, and for a brief moment the cold under his ribs eased. The Scythe did not stir. It sat quiet, edged, tolerating this small life. They broke apart. Ginny smiled, eyes bright. You know this makes you even more dramatic, she said. Harry Potter. Grim of Hogwarts. Has a girlfriend. He choked. Is that what this is? He asked. Depends, she said. Are you planning on kissing anyone else? No, he said at once. Good, she said. Then yes. He laughed then. Properly. The sound surprised him. Hermione looked over from the table where she still scribbled notes. Ron glanced up from his chessboard, saw them, and groaned aloud. I knew it, Ron said. I absolutely knew it. Ginny smirked. Shut up, Ron, she called. Neville, sitting beside Ron, smiled shyly into his mug. For a few minutes, the common room felt like it always had. Warm fire. Friends. Light teasing. The weight of war and death magic sat outside the circle. Eventually, people drifted off to bed. Ginny pressed a quick kiss to Harry's cheek before heading up the girls' stairs. Hermione came over and squeezed his shoulder. Ron clapped him on the back harder than necessary and muttered something about time. When Harry finally climbed into his own bed, the frost on his pillow formed more slowly. The scythe still coiled under his ribs, cold and patient. It still hummed when he drifted toward sleep. But over the image of the veil there was something else now. Ginny hair catching the firelight. Lupin handing him chocolate. Hermione's neat columns on a page. Neville's quiet courage. The death that lived inside him stirred. It did not understand those things. Harry wrapped himself round them anyway. If he was going to carry this, he would do it as a boy who loved and was loved, not just as a blade someone else swung. By the time the first Hogsmeade weekend rolled around, the nickname had settled. Grim. Harry heard it in the small spaces, between bites at breakfast, in the pause before someone said his name, whispers in corridors when they thought he could not hear. He sat at the Gryffindor table now, staring at his porridge as it cooled far too quickly in front of him. Steam died in a thin breath. The ring on its chain under his shirt was a small, cold weight. The scythe under his ribs sat still, but not asleep. It never really slept. Ginny dropped onto the bench beside him with the easy thump of someone who had grown up in loud rooms. Her hair was pulled back, her cheeks already a little pink from the castle air. "You look like you are going to a funeral, not to Hogsmeade," she said, reaching for toast. "Maybe I am," Harry said. She nudged his arm with her elbow. "You promised," she reminded him. "One day, at least one day of trying to be normal. That was the deal." "I do not remember signing anything," he said. "That is because I did not trust you with a quill," she said. You made a face when Hermione said the words study schedule. Across from them, Hermione looked up from a long list she was writing. Ink dotted her thumb. "I heard that," Hermione said. "Also, this is not a schedule. It is an outline of safe conditions for, She glanced pointedly at Harry's chest. Harry poked his porridge with his spoon. "My internal haunt," he said. "Just say it." "Fine," Hermione said. "It is a draft of rules for the scythe. When you can use it, when you cannot, what it costs you each time." Ron slouched beside her, already halfway through a plate of sausages. "You know no one else has homework on their cursed weapon," he said around a mouthful. "Most people do not have one," Hermione said. "If Harry is going to be stuck with it, we are not going to leave it to guesswork." Ron grunted. "Guesswork is what you call Quidditch," he said. Ginny gave him a look. "Careful," she said. "I can bench you from the stands." Harry managed a small smile. The banter helped. It did not change the way the air felt colder around him, but it put something between him and the cold. Down the table, Neville watched them with quiet concern. He sat close enough that his sleeve almost brushed Harry's. That small act of defiance against the empty ring of space around Harry's usual spot did not go unnoticed. "Anyone else excited about being let out of the castle?" Neville asked, a bit too loudly. "Fresh air, butterbeer, no homework for a few hours." Seamus perked up. "I am," he said. "As long as Mr. Grimm does not freeze the entire village." The word slipped out. Several people nearby went still. Ginny turned to Seamus, one brow going up. "You want to repeat that?" she asked, mild on the surface. Seamus flushed. "I did not mean," he began. "It is just what people say." Harry shrugged. "It is accurate," he said. "Ask the cutlery in the kitchen." Hermione shot him a sharp look. "Do not make jokes about it," she said quietly. "If I do not, it is just everyone else doing it," Harry said. Neville cleared his throat. "You are coming, right?" he asked Harry. "To Hogsmeade. With us." Harry hesitated. The idea of crowded streets and dozens of threads all tugging at the thing inside him made his stomach knot. Ginny saw that and spoke before he could answer. "Yes," she said. He is my date, and I am not wasting a Hogsmeade weekend on my brothers." Ron spluttered. "Oi," he said. Hermione smiled despite herself. "Come on," she said. "If you stay in the castle, you will just brood by a window and make the glass feel judged. At least if you are with us, we can distract you." Harry looked at each of them in turn. Ron still looked wary sometimes, but he was here and he was trying. Hermione had ink on her fingers and steel in her spine. Neville was braver than he knew. Ginny met his gaze without flinching. "Fine," Harry said. "Hogsmeade." Ginny bumped her shoulder against his. "There we go," she said. "That is the spirit." The ring under his shirt gave the faintest twitch. "Not danger. Not yet." just awareness that the day would not be as simple as they were pretending. By the time they reached the gate, the clouds over the grounds had thickened. It was not a storm yet, but the sky had that flat gray look that meant the weather had not made up its mind. Students bunched in groups, talking, laughing, adjusting scarves. Hair blew in the wind. Prefects checked permission slips. Filch loitered near the entrance with a sour expression, as if the sight of joy offended him personally. Harry stayed at the edge of the crowd with Ginny, Hermione, and Ron. Neville hovered just behind. People gave them space without seeming to, bodies angling away, feet shifting unconsciously. It left room around Harry in the middle. He could feel threads. It was worse outdoors. In the castle, the wards and stone muffled things. Out here, with the sky open and the village ahead, the Scythe had more room to notice. Each moving person left a faint sense in the air. Not a picture. More like pressure points. "Do not drift," Ginny murmured, voice low enough only he heard. He blinked and refocused. "Not drifting," he said. "You were doing the thing," she said. "The far-away face. Just counting how many people are going to stare," he said. She slid her hand into his, fingers warm. "Let them stare," she said. "They can gossip about the Grim with a girlfriend instead." Ron pulled a face. "I am going to be sick," he said. Hermione elbowed him. "Do not start," she said. "We only just got him agreeing to leave the castle." They walked down the path with everyone else. Harry stayed near the edge of the crowd. He did not look at anyone directly. He focused on the feel of Ginny's hand and the sound of the others talking. "First stop is Honeyduke's," Neville said, already looking brighter. "Then maybe the bookshop if Hermione drags us. Then butterbeer." "You say that like it is a hardship," Hermione said. "You liked the plant section last time." That was before plants started dying when Harry walked past. Seamus called from somewhere behind them. "Seamus," Neville warned. Harry let it slide. There was truth in it. He had seen the way some leaves went dull in his wake. He tried not to brush close to flower beds now. Hogsmeade came into view. Roofs clustered, chimneys sending up ribbons of smoke. The village always looked cozy from a distance. Today it looked fragile too. They reached the first line of shops and spread out a little. Hermione made straight for Scrivenshaft. Ron groaned and steered toward Zonko display. Neville and Seamus argued about sweet combinations outside Honeyduke's. Ginny tugged on Harry's hand. "Walk with me," she said. "Where?" he asked. "Just along the street," she said. "We can meet them in the pub later. I want 5 minutes without Ron commenting on everything." "That is harsh but fair," Ron muttered. Harry let Ginny lead him. They moved past the post office, past a line of younger students pressed around a shop window, past a witch selling knitted hats from a crate. People watched from the corners of their eyes. Luna stepped out of a side alley ahead of them, a stack of Quibbler issues in her arms. Her radish earrings swung as she walked. "Hello, Harry," she said in her dreamy tone. "Hello, Ginny. The Raxburts are very loud today." Ginny sighed. "Hello, Luna," she said. "What are Raxburts doing now?" Luna tilted her head, looking straight at Harry. "They hum round people who are carrying too much," she said. "They like to sit in heavy things. You are very noisy at the moment." Harry blinked. "That is one word for it," he said. Luna smiled, serene. "Do not let them decide what you are," she said. "They get bored eventually. Even reapers cannot keep their attention forever." Ginny stiffened. "Luna," she said sharply. "What?" Luna asked. "The reaper in the stories carries a tool that cuts more than bodies. The creatures that live in thoughts think that is very interesting." Harry's throat felt dry. "You can see it?" he asked. "Not with my eyes," Luna said. "But I can feel where it has been. The air is thinner, like when you take a book out of a shelf that has been there for years." Harry stared at her. "That does not scare you?" he asked. Luna shrugged a little. "Lots of things are scary," she said. "Dragons. Exams. My father when he is on a deadline. You have a scary thing. But you also have very nice hair today." Ginny snorted. "Brilliant," she said. Trust you to cheer him up by complimenting his hair over his death aura. Luna beamed. It is important to notice both, she said. I have to deliver these inside. Try not to unmake the village while I am gone. She drifted away, humming to herself. Ginny watched her go, then looked at Harry. She is not wrong about the hair, she said. Before Harry could answer, the ring against his chest went hot. Not warm, not gentle. A sharp, sudden heat that burned against his skin, even through cloth. The scythe jerked inside him in the same instant. The threads in the air twisted. Harry stopped walking. His breath caught. Harry, Ginny said. He grabbed her arm and pulled her to the side, away from the center of the street. The air tasted different, bitter and metallic. What is it? She asked. Get everyone inside, he said. His voice came out rough. Now. Ginny did not argue. She swore once under her breath and spun. Ron! She shouted toward the crowd outside Honeyduke's. Hermione! Inside. Now. Ron looked up, saw Harry's face and went pale. Hermione froze for a second, then started pushing people toward doorways. Move! She called. Inside. Something is coming. A few students hesitated. Then the first scream cut across the street and cleared the doubt. It came from the far end of the village, near the 3 broomsticks. Harry turned in time to see a burst of green light slam into the sign above the pub. Wood splintered. People scattered, shrieking. Figures appeared out of thin air. Not right next to the crowd, but close enough. Cloaks, masks, raised wands. Death Eaters. The scythe surged. For a heartbeat, everything slowed. Harry saw threads, more clearly than he ever had outside the ministry. Lines ran from each person, stretching forward, some strong, some thin. The Death Eater's threads felt wrong, twisted. They clung to strange knots. No anchor here, just warped souls. The first curse streaked toward a group of third-years frozen in the middle of the street. Harry moved. One step forward and the scythe ripped free. It did not appear with a dramatic sweep this time. One moment his shadow was a shape on the ground. The next a tall thin figure peeled out of it, curve of pale light at its side. Gasps and shouts broke around him. Harry did not have space to care about that. He saw the killing curse, sick green, moving far too fast for a shouted protego. He did not shout. He swung. The blade cut through the air in front of the curse. There was no clash, no bright spark. The green vanished. The curve brightened for a second, hunger satisfied. Harry stumbled as the recoil hit his arm. The scythe steadied him in its own way, shadow limbs bracing. Inside, he yelled. Get inside. The students nearest him bolted, finally shaken free. Shop doors banged. Shutters slammed. Some older students stayed in doorways with wands drawn, faces tight. A Death Eater near the post office saw Harry and swore. There! He shouted. There! Spells flew. Harry raised his wand by instinct, but the scythe was faster. It moved with him or he moved with it. It was hard to tell. Each incoming curse had a feel. One burned. One crawled. One sliced. The blade knew what each thread meant and where it would land. He stepped sideways, swung up, cut through 3 at once. They blinked out, gone. The air where they had been felt thin and sharp, as if something had taken a bite out of it. A red stunner would have knocked him off his feet. The scythe swallowed it instead. He should have been terrified. Part of him was. Another part felt steady. Each movement had a purpose. A curse aimed at Neville in a doorway. A bolt aimed at a group ducking behind barrels. He cut and cut, not bodies yet, only spells. Harry! Hermione's voice screamed from somewhere behind. On your left. He turned. A Death Eater had broken from the group and was charging toward Ginny's side of the street. Wand out, other hand reaching for a small boy who had fallen. Harry saw the man thread, swollen and stained from choices. He saw the thin, bright line of the child, flickering fast. He did not think. He swung. The blade did not just cut air this time. It cut through the space the Death Eater occupied. There was no blood, no scream. One step the man was there. Mask, cloak, wand raised, fingers clutching for small shoulders. The next step there was empty air. The cloak and mask collapsed inward, falling to the cobbles in a heap. The wand clattered, ownerless. The child stared at the pile with wide eyes, then at Harry. He started crying. Harry's throat clenched. He forced himself to turn away. More spells. More people. He moved through the street like the point of a storm. Everywhere he stepped, the air cooled. Frost formed on barrels and lampposts. The scythe tracked the nearest threat each time. He sliced a chain curse that would have wrapped 3 students. He took the edge off a blast aimed at a window full of people, cutting the worst of it so the glass only cracked instead of blowing inward. Tonks appeared near the center of the street with a bang that rattled the windows. Her hair changed color mid-step, from brown to harsh electric blue. "Get down!" she shouted, flinging a shield charm in front of a group. She saw Harry and swore. "Of course," she said. "Of course you would be in the middle of it." Kingsley Shacklebolt flashed in beside her, calm even in chaos. "Heads up," he said. He sent a curse like a spear through 2 Death Eaters who had their backs to him. They crashed to the ground, stunned, masked faces hitting stone. "Orders!" Tonks shouted over the noise. "Keep him alive," Kingsley said. He did not look at Harry when he said it, but Harry heard. A figure that could only be Greyback vaulted over a broken crate with a hungry snarl. His eyes were wild, teeth showing. He was half transformed even without the moon, muscles bunching under ragged cloak. He went for the nearest screaming teenager. Harry moved without thinking. He stepped between them, scythe already rising. Greyback skidded to a halt, nose wrinkling. "You?" Greyback breathed. "I smell graves on you." Harry did not answer. He could feel the man's thread. It was ugly, frayed at the edges, tied to too many bad nights. Killing him would be simple. 1 full swing, less than a second. No more attacks on children from him ever again. The scythe wanted it. The hunger rose sharp and eager. Harry tightened his fingers. "Stupefy!" he shouted. The spell hit Greyback in the chest. It bounced, the impact dull. Half-transformed body, strong enough to shake it off. Greyback grinned. "You are not the only one who changed," he said. "Little death boy." He leapt. Harry dropped low on instinct. Greyback claws grazed his shoulder. Pain flared, hot and sharp. The scythe surged. The blade came up, fast. Harry made a choice in that space between breaths. He aimed not at Greyback's chest, not at his neck. He aimed at the arm reaching for him. The blade touched the thread there and cut halfway. Greyback screamed. Not a howl of animal rage. A sound of shock. He stumbled back, staring at his own arm. From elbow to fingertips, flesh shriveled. Muscle pulled tight. Skin grayed. The hand twisted into a claw that could not clench. It hung useless. The rest of him stayed strong. Alive. Capable of fear. "You did this," he gasped. "Walk away," Harry said. His voice shook. "While you still can." Greyback backed off, eyes wide, clutching his ruined arm with his good hand. For the first time Harry had ever seen, the werewolf looked frightened of something other than the moon. Kingsley moved in and sent a binding curse around Greyback's legs and good arm. The man crashed to the ground, snarling. Tonks stared between Harry and the half-withered limb. "What did you do?" she asked. "Stopped him," Harry said. His chest hurt. Each breath scraped. The scythe thrummed, pleased and frustrated at once. It had wanted a full cut. "Harry!" Hermione's voice shouted again. "Behind you!" He spun. Another Death Eater raised a wand. Harry saw the man face for a second as the mask slipped. Young. Theodore Knott. Sharp features, pale eyes wide. He was not pointing his wand at Harry. He was pointing it at Neville, who was trying to drag a stunned Hufflepuff into cover. "Expelliarmus!" Harry yelled on reflex. The wand flew from Knott's hand. It spun through the air toward Harry. The scythe moved on its own. The blade flicked. The wand never hit the ground. The path it took simply stopped in mid-air, as if someone had erased the space it was meant to land in. There was no shattered wood, no broken pieces. One moment there was a wand. The next there was nothing. Knott stared at his empty hand. "No," he said. "No, no, no." He looked up at Harry, panic rising. Please, he said. Do not. I did not want to be here. I did not, my father, his words tumbled over each other. He could not quite get them out. Harry saw him, truly saw him. A boy his age, dragged into something, trying to hurt Neville, yes, but also trying not to be erased. The Scythe did not care about any of that. It only saw a thread to cut. It rose eager. Harry's heart hammered. He remembered the Hufflepuff girl in the corridor, voice shaking as she asked if he could bring her brother back. He remembered Bellatrix laughing. He remembered Malfoy in the hall last night, pale when the blade lined up with his chest. He made another choice. The blade flicked, quick and precise, at Nott's wrist. Nott screamed and collapsed to his knees, clutching his arm. His hand was still there, still attached, but movement vanished. Fingers curled in, frozen. The skin went gray with fine lines. The wand hand was done. You will live, Harry said through gritted teeth. You just will not throw curses at my friends again. Nott stared at him with hate and fear tangled together. You are a monster, he whispered. Harry almost laughed. Get in line, he said. Tonks had seen that too. Her face was ash-pale under the bright hair. Kingsley had stopped moving for a full second. The rest of the fight blurred into flashes. Harry cut spells, sometimes too late. A boy from Ravenclaw took a curse to the shoulder and went down with a cry. Someone blew a hole in the Honeyduke's sign. A house elf popped in and dragged a crying child to safety, then popped out again. When the last Death Eater fell, either stunned, bound, or gone, the village street looked wrong. There were bodies, yes. The ones the Order had taken down with normal spells. Masked figures on the stones, groaning or silent. But there were also empty spaces. Places where there should have been a body and there was not. Only a fallen cloak. A handprint in dust where a foot had been. A gap in the crowd that no one wanted to step into. The Scythe hummed, sated for now. It slid back into Harry's shadow without him calling it. His knees almost went with it. The ring against his chest cooled. The warning of danger faded. People began to make noise. Real noise. Crying. Shouting. The hysterical laughter that sometimes came when a person realized they were still alive. Madame Rosmerta staggered out of her damaged pub, her hair loose, face streaked. She took in the sight and put a hand over her mouth. What happened? She whispered. Tonks looked at Harry, then away. We were attacked, she said. That is all anyone needs to know. Kingsley stared at the nearest empty cloak for a long moment. His jaw was tight. We need to get the students back to the castle, he said. Now, is it safe? Hermione asked quietly, moving to Harry's side. She had a cut on her cheek he had not seen appear. Blood had dried there. For the moment, Kingsley said. We will sweep for stragglers. Go. Get them inside the wards. He did not say Harry's name. As they herded the shaken students toward the path, Harry felt eyes on him from every direction. Older students, younger ones, villagers. Some grateful, some terrified. Seamus muttered something about never sleeping again. A third year sobbed into her friend's shoulder. Neville came up on Harry's other side and slid an arm under his, subtly taking some of his weight. You are shaking, Neville said. Harry looked down. His hands trembled. His wand hand. His other hand. The fingers that had curled round the scythe shaft. It will stop, Harry said. Eventually. Did you enjoy it? Ginny asked quietly on his other side. The question hit harder than any spell. He thought about the moment Greyback arm twisted. The flash of satisfaction when not wand vanished. The wrong calm that had filled him when spells bent around him like he was the center of the fight. Parts of it, he said. The words tasted sour. That is the worst bit. Ginny did not pull away. She squeezed his wrist hard enough to hurt. You are allowed to like protecting people, she said. You are not allowed to like hurting for fun. Learn the difference. Working on it, he said. The walk back to the castle was a blur. Harry remembered flashes. Students moving in clumps. Professors meeting them at the gate. Faces white. Eyes darting, counting heads. McGonagall mouth a thin line as she took in his pale face and unsteady step. Inside the walls, the wards hummed around him. The castle did not feel entirely welcoming. Felt wary. Curious, Madame Pomfrey fussed over cuts and bruises in the entrance hall. She tried to herd Harry toward a bed. He shook his head. "I have to see Dumbledore," he said. "Dumbledore has already sent for you," McGonagall said sharply from behind him. "You will go to the hospital wing first, then to him." "He can patch me up there," Harry said. "I am not bleeding." "You are not the only measure of damage, Potter," she said. But her eyes flicked to his shoulder where greyback claws had grazed him. Blood had soaked through the cloth there. He had not even felt it after the first sting. "I will wrap it on the way," he said. McGonagall looked ready to argue. Then she saw something in his face and stopped. She exhaled slowly. "The headmaster is in his office," she said. "He requested you at once." "Of course he did," Harry murmured. Ginny started to follow. McGonagall held up a hand. "Miss Weasley," she said, "you will remain here. Mr. Potter will attend the headmaster alone." Ginny's jaw clenched. She looked at Harry. He gave her a small nod. "I will be back," he said. "You had better," she said. Hermione and Ron hovered behind her, both itching to argue and both knowing it would do nothing. Neville stood further back, his gaze worried and steady. Harry took a breath and turned toward the moving staircase. The gargoyle leapt aside at the password without hesitation. Harry stepped onto the spiral stairs and let them carry him up. Each rotation made his shoulder throb. The scythe sat heavy and quiet. The office door opened before he knocked. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. The room felt different from the last time Harry had been here. Colder, even with the fire going in the grate. The little devices on the side tables were still. Fox feathers were fluffed, the phoenix awake and tense. "Sit, Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry did. The chair creaked under him. He stared at the headmaster and waited. Dumbledore looked older than he had 2 nights ago. The lines round his eyes seemed deeper. His damaged hand lay on the desk, ring dull. "I have had reports from Hogsmeade," Dumbledore said quietly. "From Kingsley, from Nymphadora, from Madame Rosmerta. I saw some of the event through the wards." Harry swallowed. "Then you know what happened," he said. "I know parts," Dumbledore said. "I would like to hear it from you." Harry stared at the edge of the desk. "Death Eaters attacked," he said. "They aimed spells at students. Kids. I stopped what I could. Some of it with spells. Some of it with it." "Describe that," Dumbledore said. His voice stayed calm. Harry clenched his hands together in his lap. "It cut curses," he said. "Clean. No rebound. Just gone. Took a few people. Fully. There is nothing left of them." "And the others," Dumbledore said. "I tried not to kill if I could stop them another way," Harry said. "Not and Greyback. I broke their magic hand instead." Dumbledore's eyes flickered. "You aged their limbs," he said. "Turned them useless." "Yes," Harry said. "It was better than wiping them out. They can still stand trial. They can still breathe." "Kingsley described empty places on the ground," Dumbledore said. "Cloaks without bodies. A child screaming because a man who had grabbed him simply vanished. He spoke of cold that bit his bones even through charms. He spoke of you moving through curses as if they were rain." Harry's jaw tightened. "Would you have preferred I let them hit?" he asked. "No," Dumbledore said at once. Silence fell for a few seconds. "Students are alive because of you," Dumbledore said. "That is not in question. What is in question is what the cost is. For them. For you. For the world." Harry laughed once, harsh. "There it is," he said. "The part where I am not a boy who fought back. I am a balancing problem." Dumbledore flinched. Not dramatically. A small tightening around the eyes. "You are a boy who carries something the world is not built to contain," he said. "Both things are true." Harry met his gaze. "Voldemort is not exactly built for this world either," he said. "He tore his soul into pieces and hid them in cursed junk. He is walking proof that the system already broke. The difference is that I did not choose this and he did." Dumbledore looked down at his blackened hand. "You are right," he said softly. "Tom made his choices. You are living with their consequences. But that does not change what I must do as headmaster." There it was. Harry sat up straighter, shoulder protesting. Which is? He asked. Dumbledore's eyes were very tired. You cannot walk through this school as you are without limits, he said. Not after today. Not after what the Order saw. The Ministry will hear of this. Parents will write. Some already have. They will call you a weapon. They will ask why I allow that weapon in my halls. They can call me what they like, Harry said. I am not leaving, if I cannot guarantee the safety of the students, Dumbledore said. I will have to remove you or confine you. Harry stared at him. Confine me, he repeated. Dumbledore nodded once. There are rooms in this castle, he said. Places where the wards are strongest. Where we might be able to contain the Scythe when it is not needed. Harry laughed, no humor in it. So what? He asked. You let me out on a leash when you need a Horcrux cut or a town cleared. Then tuck me away in a box so everyone feels better. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. I am not talking about leashes, he said. Yes, you are, Harry said. You want me available enough to solve your problem and absent enough that no one has to look at what that solution costs. The words hung between them. You are angry, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes, Harry said. You told me this thing might help end him. You told me we would set rules and train. Today I did what you wanted to do. I saved people. I made choices. I did not let it eat everyone who pointed a wand at me. And your first answer is lock yourself up. Dumbledore looked older still. My first answer is I am frightened, he said. Not of you. Of what this will push you into becoming. Of what happens if you lose a moment of control and this castle becomes Hogsmeade without warning. Harry's chest hurt in a way that had nothing to do with the Scythe. You think I want that? He asked. No, Dumbledore said. I think you are 16 and have been forced to make decisions no adult should have to make. I think you are tired and grieving and carrying something that whispers every time someone near you exhales. I do not trust the Scythe. I do not trust war. I trust you. But trust is not the same as pretending there is no risk. He stood slowly. His damaged hand trembled a little as he placed it on the desk. I will be blunt, he said. If I must choose between the safety of hundreds of children and your freedom to walk these corridors with that thing unchecked, I will choose them. Harry looked at him, heart pounding. Then we have a problem, he said. Yes, Dumbledore said. We do. He took out his wand. The Elder Wand. Harry felt the air in the room shift at the sight of it. The Scythe noticed too. It lifted its head inside his chest. Two very old magics looked at each other. I am going to try something, Dumbledore said. If this works, it may give us a way to protect others without confining you entirely. If it does not, then we will both know the limits. What are you doing? Harry asked, already tense. Binding, Dumbledore said. Not of you. Of it. Harry's body reacted before his mind did. Every part of him went tight. The Scythe bristled, cold racing along his nerves. Professor, he said, warning. Dumbledore raised his uninjured hand, palm out. If you truly cannot bear this, say so and I will stop, he said. But understand that if we do not even try, I will have nothing to show the board or the ministry except fear. Fawkes shifted on his perch, feathers ruffling. The phoenix let out a low note that did not sound pleased. Harry gritted his teeth. Fine, he said. Try. Dumbledore nodded once. He lifted the Elder Wand. The tip glowed with thin white light. By the wards of Hogwarts, he said quietly, words slipping into a rhythm that felt older than normal spells. By stone and spell and blood, I ask this castle to lend its strength. There is a presence within its walls that is not bound by our usual laws. I seek not to destroy it, but to wrap it, to limit it, to keep the children under my care from its reach unless there is no other choice. The room responded. Harry felt it. A slow gathering pressure from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The portraits trembled in their frames. Some painted figures stepped back, watching with wide eyes. Others covered their ears. The Scythe reacted with immediate, simple fury. Cold shot through Harry's veins. His fingers went numb. His breath misted in the air, though the fire still burned. The blade pushed toward the surface of his skin, every part of it rejecting the idea of chains. Stop, Harry said through chattering teeth. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on the wand. Sweat beaded at his temple. Almost there, he murmured. The pressure from the castle increased. It was not exactly aimed at Harry. It was aimed at the thing tied to him. Magic reached for magic. Wards that had held back invaders for centuries reached for a new shape. The scythe pushed back. The first crack was small. A faint sound in the stone underfoot. Harry's eyes dropped. A thin line ran across the floor between his chair and the desk, pale and sharp. Frost formed along its edges. "Professor," Harry said again, voice shaking. Dumbledore's jaw clenched. "Hold," he whispered, to Harry or the wards. Harry was not sure. The crack widened. It climbed the leg of the desk, spreading like a growing branch. The glass in the nearest window fogged over, ice racing outward from the center until every pane turned white. Fawkes shrieked. The phoenix spread his wings, feathers flaring. The scythe surged fully now. It did not appear in the room, not completely, but Harry saw the curve of the blade in the air, pale and angry. It pressed against something invisible that was trying to close around it. The pressure flipped. For a moment Harry felt the castle itself flinch. The wards that had been reaching for the scythe recoiled as if burned. The windows exploded outward. Glass shards flew into the night, sparkling. Cold winds slammed into the room, bringing a rush of outside air. Papers blew from the desk. Books thudded to the floor. Dumbledore staggered back, wand arm jerking. The light at the tip of the Elder Wand died with a pop. The crack in the floor stopped growing. Frost crept back a fraction, sulking. Harry gasped as the pressure in his chest released. The scythe slid back down under his ribs, still bristling, but contained. Silence crashed down. Fawkes settled his wings slowly. The phoenix eyes glowed with a hard light Harry had never seen on the bird before. Dumbledore straightened with effort. His damaged hand shook visibly. He looked at Harry with a mixture of calculation and something like awe. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Harry flexed his fingers. Feeling came back in prickling waves. "Apart from the bit where you tried to wrestle my resident death thing with the castle," he said. "Fine." Dumbledore looked round his office. The broken windows, the frost patterns on stone, the portraits cowering in their frames. "That answers that," he said quietly. "Answers what?" Harry asked. "The question of whether Hogwarts can bind the scythe," Dumbledore said. "It cannot. Not without tearing itself apart." Harry let out a shaky breath. "So I cannot be locked in a room and used like a cursed sword in a cupboard," he said. "No," Dumbledore said. He sounded a little hoarse. "Even if I tried, the castle would fight me every step." He sank into his chair slowly, as if his bones had gained years in the space of minutes. "Hogwarts knows you," he said. "It has seen you grow. It has accepted that thing as part of you for better or worse. When I tried to separate you from it by force, it treated me as the intruder." Harry swallowed. "What now?" he asked. Dumbledore looked at him, very tired, very human. "Now," he said, "I must accept that I cannot control this the way I wish. I can warn you. I can guide you. I can tell the board that any attempt to remove you would damage the school more than help it. But I cannot make you safe for them. Only you can." Harry laughed, the sound edging toward hysterical. "That is a lot to put on someone who just almost turned your office into a snow globe," he said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It is." They sat in silence for a moment, the wind still sneaking in through the empty frames. "I am not going to leave," Harry said at last. "And I am not going to sit quiet in a room while people die. If you try to send me away, I will come back. If you send me to the Dursleys again, I will walk back. If the Ministry tries to take me, the scythe will react before I can stop it. That is just truth." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. "Then we are partners whether I like it or not," he said. "On one condition." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Only one?" he asked. "You let your friends pull you back when this thing pulls you forward," Dumbledore said. "You listen when Miss Granger tells you that you are slipping, when Mr. Weasley calls you out for enjoying the fight, when Miss Weasley refuses to let you walk into a battle alone. You do not cut them out to make your choices easier. Harry thought of Ginny hand on his in the street, of Hermione ink-stained fingers scribbling rules, of Ron torn face and stubborn loyalty, of Neville arm around his after the fight, taking his weight without making a scene. I can try, he said. That is all I can ask, Dumbledore said. He reached for his wand again, this time only to repair the windows. Glass reformed with a murmur. The frost withdrew, leaving damp patches on the stone. The office still felt shaken. You should go, Dumbledore said. Madame Pomfrey will want that shoulder looked at. And you look like you might fall over if I ask you one more question. Harry stood. His legs wobbled but held. At the door he paused. You were wrong about one thing, he said. Dumbledore looked up. Only one? He asked, wry despite everything. You said you trusted me, Harry said. But you tried to bind me before you tried to talk to me about Hogsmeade. Next time, maybe ask first. Dumbledore flinched again, this time more openly. You are right, he said quietly. I am frightened, Harry. And sometimes fear makes even old men stupid. Harry nodded once and left. The castle corridors felt different now. Not just because of what had happened in the office. Word of the attack had already spread. Students talked in clusters. Some cried. Some tried to laugh it off. Every time Harry turned a corner, conversation dipped. He pushed through it, numb, until he reached the tower stairs. He meant to go to the common room. Somehow his feet took him higher. Later that evening, the air on the astronomy tower was clear and cold. The sky had finally made up its mind and decided not to rain. Stars pricked the darkness. The castle lay below, lit by scattered windows. Harry stood near the wall, hands braced on the stone. The wind cut through his robes and made his shoulder ache. He welcomed it. It gave him something simple to feel. He stared up at the sky. Threads were harder to see here. The Scythe did not care as much about distant stars. It hummed low, half content after the fight, half annoyed about the interruption in Dumbledore's office. His mind replayed pieces. Greyback twisted arm. Not wand hand. The instant where a man had simply stopped existing. The look in the Hufflepuff boy's eyes. The emptiness on the cobbles. He had made choices. None of them felt clean. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Light ones, quick. Of course you would run all the way up here, Ginny said as she stepped out onto the platform. Harry did not turn at once. McGonagall let you through, he asked. Ginny snorted. She did not see me, she said. She was busy arguing with Tonks. Lupin covered for me once he saw where I was heading. He said if anyone could stop you doing something stupid, it was me. Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Great, he said. I am getting a reputation. You had one before you pulled a ghost weapon out of a Death Arch, she said. She walked over and stood beside him, looking up at the sky. For a moment she said nothing. You all right? She asked finally. No, he said. Not really. Good, she said. If you said you were fine after that, I would have pushed you off the wall. He glanced at her. You realize the thing in my chest would probably pull me back up, he said. Even more reason to aim for the shock, she said. Silence again. The wind tugged at her hair, pulling strands loose. Her cheeks were red from the climb. I killed people today, Harry said quietly. Not in a battlefield with soldiers and rules. In a village street. Some of them just vanished because I decided they would. You stopped them from killing children, Ginny said. Both things are true, he said. That is the bit that will not sit right. Ginny leaned forward, resting her forearms on the stone. When I was in the chamber, she said slowly, I watched a memory of Tom talk to me for weeks. He smiled while he told me how he made things die. He liked it, not because it saved anyone, because it made him feel powerful, because he felt big when someone else went silent. Harry listened, throat tight. You are not like him, she said. Even when you enjoy the feeling of stopping something, it is tied to the part where people live. If you ever start swinging that thing because you want to see what happens, then we will have a problem. Until then, you are a boy trying to keep others breathing, using a tool no one understands. I liked parts of it, he admitted again. The control. The way spells just stopped. The way Greyback stopped being a threat when his arm went. Ginny nodded. Of course you did, she said. You have spent years getting smashed around by other people's power. You finally have something that bends to you instead of the other way round. Of course that feels good. The question is what you do with that feeling. He stared out at the grounds. The lake was a dark line. The forest beyond was a darker shape. Dumbledore tried to bind it, he said after a moment. With the castle. The walls cracked. The windows blew out. The wards flinched. It did not work. Ginny turned fully toward him now. He what? She demanded. He was scared, Harry said. He thought he could wrap it in Hogwarts and make it safer. The castle did not like that. No kidding, she said. I am going to shout at him later. Harry almost smiled. Get in line, he said. He threatened to lock you away, she said, voice quiet. Yes, Harry said. Said if he had to choose between the school and me, he would choose them. Ginny's jaw clenched. I get that he is headmaster and all, she said. But he is not the only one who gets a say in who you are. He does not get to turn you into a thing they keep in a cupboard. Apparently he cannot, even if he wants to, Harry said. Hogwarts has opinions. Ginny huffed. Good, she said. At least one ancient magic has sense. She studied his face, eyes softening. You are holding yourself so tight you are going to crack, she said. If I stop, I am not sure what comes out, he said. Try, she said. He turned his head to look at her. Her brown eyes were steady. There was fear there, yes, but not of him. Of what the war would do. Of losing him. I keep thinking I will wake up and it will all be gone, he said. The scythe, the ring, the war. I will be in my cupboard with Dudley banging on the door. And it will just be another nightmare. With worse food, she said. He huffed. Probably, he said. She stepped closer, close enough that their arms brushed. It is not a dream, she said. You are here. I am here. You are not in a cupboard. You are on a tower, which is much more dramatic. Dating a Weasley is never boring, he said. That is true, she said. We come with built-in drama. He hesitated, then reached out and took her hand. His fingers still shook. I told Dumbledore he was wrong about one thing, he said. He said he trusted me, but he tried to bind me without asking. People keep talking about what I am supposed to be. Weapon. Symbol. Grim. No one asks what I want. What do you want? Ginny asked. He looked at her properly then. At the freckles across her nose. At the stubborn set of her mouth. At the way she held his hand like she had no intention of letting go. I want this, he said honestly. Not the tower. Not the war. Just a moment where I am allowed to be a boy who likes a girl, without death looming over it. Her expression softened. We can do that, she said. At least for a few minutes. He swallowed. Can I kiss you again? He asked. You never have to ask, she said, voice low. But I like that you do. He leaned in. The kiss was different from the one in the common room. Longer. Steadier. There was less awkward nose bumping and more conscious choice. He felt her hand slide up to the back of his neck, warm against cold skin. He let himself lean into it. For those few seconds, the scythe was quiet. The threads faded. There was just the feel of her mouth on his, the taste of butterbeer and nerves, the wind tugging at their robes, the solid stone under his feet. When they parted, both breathing a little harder, Ginny rested her forehead against his. Still here, she said softly. Still here, he echoed. Good, she said. Because I am not done with you. He laughed, and this time it sounded like it belonged to him. Below them, the castle lights flickered. Somewhere a bell chimed the hour. In the distance, the forest moved in its own slow way. Harry looked down at his shadow on the stone. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw a taller shape standing over his shoulder, blade at his side. He tightened his grip on Ginny's hand. You do not get to define me, he told the thing under his ribs in his head. You are what I use, not what I am. The scythe did not answer in words. It never did. But the hum in his chest eased just a little, as if it understood that for now he was not swinging it, and there was nothing it could do about that. He stood on the tower with the girl he cared about, wind in his hair and stars above his head, and let himself be 16 for a moment longer. The Daily Prophet arrived with the same flutter of wings as always. That was the weirdest part. Owls swooped over the long tables, dropped envelopes and rolled newspapers onto plates, then flapped away. Same noise, same feathers, same mutters of "watch it." Only this time, when one of the bigger owls skimmed over Harry, its wings froze mid-beat. Frost formed along a few feathers. The owl gave a distressed hoot, jerked higher, and shot for the rafters like something had shoved it. Harry did not look up. He kept his eyes on the bowl in front of him. The porridge had stopped steaming already. "Here," Ron said, sliding a dry piece of toast onto his plate. "Try eating something solid. Maybe it will not turn into ice soup." "Worth a go," Harry muttered. The thick roll of newspapers hit the Gryffindor table like hail. One landed right in front of him. The headline was big enough that he did not have to unfold it. Grimm of Hogsmad Massacre or Miracle. Someone had drawn him. It was not a photo. A sketch sprawled across half the front page. His face was half in shadow, one eye bright, the other hidden. Behind him, a tall, thin shape loomed like a stretched silhouette with a curve of pale white at its side. A reaper. Ginny made a disgusted noise beside him and yanked the paper out of his hands before he could read further. "You are not starting the day with that," she said. Hermione, already halfway through the article on her own copy, grimaced. "They talked to Madame Rosmerta," she said, "and to some fourth year who was there. And half of it is just some opinion writer wondering if we should be scared." "Should we?" Seamus asked from further down the table. He held his prophet at arm's length, squinting. "Blimey, they are really going for the whole ghost warrior thing." Neville leaned over Seamus' shoulder, frowned at the sketch, and then looked at Harry. "They did not get your nose right," he said. Harry huffed out a breath that was almost a laugh. "That is the bit you are worried about?" he asked. Ginny crumpled the top half of the prophet and shoved it under the table. "They can write whatever they like," she said. "They were not the ones in the street." Hermione kept reading, eyes narrowing. "They are quoting an unnamed ministry source," she said. "Listen to this. While we do not condone Death Eater attacks, the level of force used by Potter raises serious questions about his control. No one should wield that kind of power without oversight." Ron rolled his eyes. "No one should wield that kind of stupidity without a name," he said. Harry stared at his toast. "They are not wrong about the control bit," he said quietly. Ginny's hand found his under the table. Her fingers curled round his, firm. "You did not start it," she said. "They walked into a village full of kids and threw killing curses. They are lucky you did not decide to be less merciful." Hermione folded her paper with sharp movements. "There is also a bit about the Board of Governors," she said. "They have requested clarification from Dumbledore on why he is sheltering a dangerous, unknown magical entity." "Lovely," Harry muttered. "I always wanted to be an unknown magical entity." Neville tried for a smile. "Sounds impressive," he said. "Very mysterious." "Shut up, Neville," Harry said without heat. An owl he recognized as one of the school birds swooped down and dropped a smaller envelope beside his plate. The handwriting on it was neat and looping. "From him?" Ginny asked. Harry nodded and opened it. One line. "My office. After breakfast." "Of course," he said. Ron craned his neck. "You want company till the gargoyle?" he asked. "Always," Harry said. Hermione folded the paper so the headline was hidden and stuffed it into her bag. "We will walk with you," she said. Ginny did not let go of his hand until they reached the door. The castle buzzed louder than usual as they made their way up. Snatches of conversation drifted past. "I heard he just looked at one of them and she fell apart. They say there was no body, just clothes. Mum sent a letter. Says I am not to go within 10 feet of him. Well, she is going to be disappointed. You sit behind him in potions." Hermione's jaw tightened. Ron muttered something under his breath that sounded like a swear. Neville walked a little closer than usual, their shoulders almost touching. At the base of the moving staircase, the gargoyle leapt aside as soon as they approached. I did not even say the password, Harry said. It knows you, Hermione said. Hogwarts does remember, right? The office, the binding attempt, the crack in the stone. Ginny squeezed his arm. We will wait here, she said. If he tries anything stupid again, Ron added. Yell. I am not sure yelling will help if he brings the ceiling down, Harry said. Then yell loudly, Ginny said. He managed a small smile and stepped onto the staircase. Carried him up, stone grinding underfoot. The office door opened before he knocked. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. The windows were whole again, the glass clear. Frost had left faint patterns on the stone that no charm had quite scrubbed away. Little white scars. Harry, Dumbledore said. Sit, please. Harry sat. The chair was the same one he had nearly frozen in last time. I have received several letters this morning, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, but his eyes were tired. From the ministry, from the board, from concerned parents. Harry snorted. Any from people who were in Hogsmeade thanking me for not letting their kids die? He asked. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. A few, he said. Madame Rosmerta sent butterbeer vouchers and a demand that you not come near her taps until she has reinforced them. The rest are less flattering. He pushed a small stack of parchment to one side. I will deal with them, he said. What concerns me more at the moment is something else. Harry tensed. If you are about to try binding it again. No, Dumbledore said quickly. No, I promise you I will not attempt that again. Hogwarts made its opinion very clear. He flexed his damaged hand. The cursed skin looked worse in the daylight. Then what? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. We do not have time, he said. Harry frowned. You already said that, he said. About your hand. It is worse than I told you, Dumbledore said. Kingsley's report to the ministry mentioned the nature of your intervention. Tom will have heard by now. He will move faster. And this, he lifted his cursed hand slightly, is not slowing. Severus can only hold it back so much. Harry's stomach tightened. How long? He asked. Dumbledore gave a small, sad smile. Long enough to be of use, he said. Not long enough to be comfortable. That is not an answer, Harry said. No, Dumbledore agreed. But that is all I can offer without either lying or indulging in drama. He leaned forward, eyes sharpening. There is a Horcrux I have not yet retrieved, he said. I have been trying to reach it alone. I no longer have that luxury. I need you to come with me. Harry's heart kicked up. When? He asked. Tonight, Dumbledore said. Harry blinked. Tonight, he repeated. As in after dinner. As in after dinner, Dumbledore confirmed. We will leave under cover of darkness. The sooner we destroy this piece of Tom, the fewer options he has. You saw what your presence did to the ring fragment. The Scythe can end this one cleanly. I cannot. Harry thought of the cold rush when the ring Horcrux had snapped. The ache in his chest. The way Dumbledore's hand had stopped tugging. What is it? He asked. The Horcrux. A locket, Dumbledore said. It belongs to a woman named Hepzibah Smith in one of Slughorn's memories. Tom stole it after he murdered her. It was once Salazar Slytherin's. I have reason to believe he hid it in a place tied to his childhood. A cave by the sea. The trip he bragged about to the orphanage kids, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You remember, he said. Hard to forget, Harry said. It was one of the few nice things he talked about. Tom likes to return to the scenes of his early triumphs, Dumbledore said. I have located the cave. I have examined its wards from the outside. They will not fall easily. And you want me there in case there is a soul bit, Harry said. I want you there because there will be a soul bit, Dumbledore said. And because the protections he wove around it are the work of a man obsessed with death and cheating it. If anyone can cut through those, it is the thing you carry. Harry's stomach twisted. You said it is not a person, he said. Just a function. A severing. Yes, Dumbledore said. Which is why it will not balk at unraveling things most magic would slide off. Harry looked at his own hands. His left had faint white marks on the knuckles where Greyback's claws had grazed him. What happens if I say no? He asked. Dumbledore did not flinch. "Then I go alone," he said. "And I likely die in that cave without destroying the Horcrux." Tom remains anchored. The war drags on. More people die, including, eventually, you. "Nice options," Harry muttered. "They are not fair options," Dumbledore said. "But they are the ones we have." Harry rubbed his sternum. The scythe shifted, paying attention. A place full of death magic interested it. "Is this going to be like Hogsmeade?" he asked. "Spells flying, people screaming, me trying not to erase half the coastline." "It will not be full of civilians," Dumbledore said. "Just us, and whatever Tom left behind." "That is not exactly comforting," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore said. "But it is simpler." He held Harry's gaze. "I will not pretend this is not dangerous," he said. "If something happens to me inside the cave, you must be prepared to act without me. I am not asking you to like that. I am asking you to be honest about it." Harry thought of Sirius falling. Thinking Dumbledore would always be there had not worked out great then. "I have been acting without you for years," he said. "Might as well make it official." Dumbledore's eyes softened. "You have," he said, "and I am sorry for the times I left you to it. This time, at least, I will be at your side as long as I can." Harry swallowed. "Do I get to tell anyone?" he asked. "About tonight?" Dumbledore hesitated. "They will want to stop you," he said, "or come along. Neither would help." He considered, then sighed. "Tell Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley," he said, "and Miss Weasley if you must, but impress upon them that they cannot follow. This is not a task for more wands. It is a specific tool aimed at a specific target." Harry almost said, "I am not a tool." He let it go. There would be time for that argument later if they both came back. "After dinner," he repeated. "Come to my office," Dumbledore said. "Wear something warm. The sea air is not kind." Because the cold is the problem, Harry thought. But he nodded. He stood. "All right," he said. "We will do it." Dumbledore's shoulders relaxed, just a fraction. "Thank you," he said. Harry turned and headed for the door. "Oh, and Harry," Dumbledore added. Harry paused. "What now?" he asked. "If I fall," Dumbledore said quietly, "do not waste the scythe on me. Use it on Tom." Harry's throat went tight. "You are planning for that a lot," he said. "A wise man packs an umbrella when the sky is gray," Dumbledore said, "even if he hopes for sun." Harry stared at him for a heartbeat, then left before he said something he could not take back. The common room felt too small when he stepped through the portrait hole. Too bright. The fire seemed louder, the chatter too thin. Hermione looked up from a pile of books the moment he came in. Her eyes went right to his face. Ron, sitting opposite with a half-set chessboard, followed her gaze. Ginny was perched on the arm of a chair near the fire, talking to Neville in low tones. She turned as if she had felt him. Neville broke off mid-sentence. "How bad is it?" he asked. Harry blinked. "Could be worse," he said. "Could be better." "Sit," Hermione said. "What did he say?" Harry dropped into the armchair nearest them. Felt like it belonged to someone else. "He wants me to go with him," he said. "Tonight. To get another Horcrux." Silence dropped over their little circle. The rest of the room was still busy enough. First years playing Exploding Snap in a corner. Some third years arguing about homework. Lavender and Parvati whispering over something in Which Weekly. Here it felt like the air had stopped. "Tonight," Hermione repeated. "Already." "Because he is running out of time," Harry said. "He admitted it?" Ron asked. "As much as he ever admits anything," Harry said. "His hand is worse. He says he found the place where Voldemort hid the locket. He cannot get it alone." Ginny slid off the chair arm and came over. She perched on the arm of his instead, close. "And he wants you and your death toy," she said. Harry nodded. "Apparently the cave is full of death magic and clever protections," he said. "He thinks the scythe can cut what normal spells cannot." Hermione grabbed her quill. "We knew he would ask," she said. "It is what we have been preparing for. Locket, cup, snake, maybe something of Ravenclaw's. This is the next one." Ginny frowned. "Is this the right time to be excited?" Hermione? She asked. Hermione flushed. I am not excited about him going into danger, she said. I just hate sitting here while Tom's soul sits out there in bits. If Harry can end one more piece, that is good. Neville nodded, pale but firm. The fewer pieces he has, the less he can come back from, he said. Less chance of another, you know. He did not say Cedric's name, or Sirius's. He did not have to. Ron stared at the chessboard. You are going then, he said. Harry snorted. You think I have a choice? He asked. If I do not, Dumbledore dies in a cave and we are back to square one. What do you need from us? Ginny asked. Harry looked at her. You are not going to tell me not to go? He asked. She shrugged one shoulder. You will anyway, she said. I would rather spend the time we have helping you not die. Something in his chest eased. Hermione was already flipping through one of her notebooks. We should make a list, she said. What did Dumbledore say about the protections? He thinks there will be blood magic, Harry said, and some kind of curse or potion on the Horcrux itself. Probably traps on the way. Blood magic, Ron repeated, face scrunching. Like you having to stab yourself. Maybe, Harry said. He mentioned something about greatest fear magic too. I do not know if that is a guess or something he felt. Hermione scribbled. You will need something for warmth, she murmured. Spare cloak. Maybe a potion against cold shock. And we are not packing him like a suitcase, Ginny cut in. He is not going on holiday. Planning helps, Hermione said. It does, Harry agreed. I would rather be over-prepared than under. But there is only so much we can guess without being there. Ginny sighed. Fine, she said. But if you drown because you refuse to wear a second jumper, I am haunting you. Neville fumbled in his pocket, then held out a small pot. Here, he said shyly. Mimbulus sap. If the cave has any cursed plants, you can throw this at them. They do not like the smell. Nothing likes the smell, Ron muttered. Harry took it carefully. The plant inside was tiny, a little green blob with bumps. Thanks, he said. I will try not to spray Dumbledore by accident. Do, Neville said. It would be funny. After you survive. Hermione put her quill down and looked at Harry properly. You have to promise something, she said. He raised an eyebrow. There are a lot of have-tos going round today, he said. Promise you will not use the scythe on yourself, she said. Harry blinked. I was not planning on hacking my own head off, he said. I mean, she said quickly, if things go wrong, if you are hurt, if Dumbledore falls, if Tom is there, do not decide that the only way out is to cut yourself in half. You did that once, he cut in a prophecy room. That is not exactly a pattern. You are you, she said. You always look for the sacrifice move. Please, promise you will look for another way first. He swallowed. All right, he said. I promise I will try not to sacrifice myself like an idiot. Ron snorted. That is the best you are going to get, he said. Ginny slid off the chair arm and knelt on the floor so she could look up at him. The move made him feel weirdly unsteady. You come back, she said, in one piece, or I will come drag you out of whatever spooky cave you have decided to haunt and hex you. He managed a crooked smile. You always know how to cheer a bloke up, he said. She did not smile back. I am serious, Harry, she said. You do not get to go out there and decide your life is a fair price for another bit of his soul. You are not a coin. He reached down and cupped her cheek briefly. I will try, he said again. Not good enough, she said, but she leaned into his hand anyway. He bent and kissed her, quick and soft, mindful of the common room of curious eyes. It steadied him more than any speech. Ron groaned. Do you two ever stop? He asked. When the world does. Ginny shot back, pulling away. Neville looked down into his mug with a faint smile. They spent the rest of the day pretending to be normal. Harry went to class. He answered questions in Transfiguration when McGonagall called on him, which she did more than usual, as if she was checking that his brain still worked. In potions, Snape prowled at his shoulder. The air round Harry's cauldron stayed a few degrees colder. Trying out a new brew, Potter, Snape murmured. Frozen incompetence. Harry did not rise to it. For once, he could not summon the energy. His mind kept drifting to dark water and rock. After dinner, he went up to the dormitory and changed into warmer clothes. A thick jumper Mrs. Weasley had made him last Christmas. A second pair of socks. He tucked Neville's plant pot into an inside pocket and checked the chain with Voldemort's mother's ring. It was cold, but not burning. Seamus, lying on his bed and flicking sparks from his wand, looked over. "You going somewhere?" he asked. "Just out," Harry said. Seamus hesitated. "Listen," he said. "About yesterday. The way I joked. I was scared. I still am. But thanks for not letting them get us." Harry paused at the door. "Do not thank me yet," he said. "Apparently I am just getting started." He left before Seamus could ask what that meant. The common room was quieter now. Some younger students dozed in chairs. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Neville were by the fire, waiting. "This is it then," Ron said. "Feels like I am going in for a Quidditch final," Harry said. "Only with more actual death. Less commentary from Lee," Ginny said. "Unless Lupin is hiding under a rock with a megaphone." Hermione stepped forward and grabbed Harry in a hug that knocked his glasses slightly askew. "Come back," she said into his shoulder. "I plan to," he said. She pulled back and straightened his collar fussily. Ron clapped him on the back hard enough to sting. "No hero nonsense," he said gruffly. "If Dumbledore tells you to run, you run. You are not the only one in this war, all right?" "All right," Harry said. Neville held out his hand. Harry took it. Neville's grip was firmer than he expected. "You face down you know who more times than anyone," Neville said quietly. "You will do this too. Just remember you are still Harry. Not just a blade." Harry nodded. "Trying," he said. Ginny waited until the others stepped back. Then she stepped into him and kissed him properly. Not long enough to lose time, but long enough that the cold under his ribs eased a fraction. "Do not die," she said against his mouth. "I'll do my best," he said. "That is not as reassuring as you think it is," she said. He pulled away before he decided not to go at all. The castle felt different at night when you were leaving it. It always had, but tonight it felt like it was watching. The portraits on the walls murmured as he passed. One old witch in a starched cap reached out as if to brush his sleeve, but her frame stopped her. At the gargoyle, he squared his shoulders. The statue jumped aside before he spoke. Someone had already sent it the message. He rode the staircase up. Dumbledore was ready. He had changed into a darker set of robes than usual, still worn but less flamboyant. His cursed hand was wrapped in a cloth bandage now, hiding most of the blackened skin. His wand lay on the desk. Fawkes perched nearby, feathers lying flat. "Are you prepared?" Dumbledore asked. "As much as I am going to be," Harry said. "Where are we going?" Dumbledore picked up his wand. "A sea cave on a remote stretch of coastline," he said. "We will apparate to a point near it and approach on foot." "Apparate," Harry repeated. "As in side along." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I trust your stomach will forgive me." Harry nodded once. "Let's get it over with," he said. Dumbledore stepped round the desk. For a moment up close Harry saw past the headmaster mask. The man standing there was older, thinner, more fragile, but his eyes were still bright. "Take my arm," Dumbledore said. Harry did. The world squeezed. It felt like being forced through a too small tube while someone pressed cold hands into his chest. He could not breathe. He wanted to shove the scythe forward to cut the pressure away, but there was nothing to cut. Then it was over. They stood on a dark, narrow ledge above a restless sea. Wind slapped Harry in the face, sharp with salt. Waves crashed against jagged rocks below, white foam showing in flashes when the clouds moved away from the moon. He staggered and let go of Dumbledore's arm, bending forward with his hands on his knees. "Nice landing," he muttered. "I apologize for the discomfort," Dumbledore said. His voice was raised slightly to carry over the wind. "Apparition over such a distance is never pleasant." Harry straightened slowly. The cold here was different from the scythe's cold. Came from the water, the air, the night. The scythe tasted it and curled against the threads below. They were faint and thin. This place had seen death, but not recently. He peered along the cliff. The cave mouth was a black slit not far away, half hidden by rock. There, Dumbledore said, following his gaze. Tom brought 2 children here from the orphanage, a boy and a girl. He had them push through to the hidden entrance. He traumatized them for fun and cover. Harry's jaw tightened. Of course he did, he said. They edged along the narrow ledge. The sea boomed below. Spray reached up sometimes, cold on Harry's face. The stone under his feet was slick in places. He went slow. Dumbledore moved with care, favoring his cursed hand. Harry kept half an eye on him in case he slipped. The cave mouth yawned as they reached it. Up close, it looked like any other sea cave. Dark, wet, rough stone. Here, Dumbledore said. He ran his good hand along the rock beside the entrance. The wards begin here. Do you feel anything? Harry stepped closer and let himself reach for the scythe a little. Not enough to bring it out, just enough to let it sniff. The air around the entrance prickled. Magic, old and stubborn. Not like Hogwarts' hum or the Ministry's layered protections. This felt focused. There is a line, Harry said, like a thread across the entrance. If I walk through, it snaps. Almost right, Dumbledore said. It does not snap. It draws blood. Tom used his own in the initial weaving. It will take mine or yours to open fully. Harry grimaced. Blood magic, he said. Yes, Dumbledore said, but simple. Allowed blood, for now. He pulled a small knife from his pocket and opened his good hand. The blade flashed in the weak moonlight as he nicked his palm. Harry saw the thread of blood, dark, before the wind took the scent. Dumbledore pressed his hand against the rock. The stone drank the blood. Harry felt the line tremble. Allowing entry, Dumbledore murmured. That should. The air shuddered. The ward line snapped, not broken but loosening. The cave throat opened wider, as if the darkness had moved back. Do it, Dumbledore finished. The scythe stirred. It did not like the taste of that magic. It wanted to cut it. Can it hurt that? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at the entrance. The ward is a simple gate, he said. Cutting it would likely collapse the whole entrance or trigger whatever Tom attached to violators. I would rather not. Harry nodded. So we go in the old-fashioned way, he said. Indeed, Dumbledore said. They stepped into the cave. The sound of the sea deadened quickly, replaced by the drip of water and the faint echo of their own footsteps. Lumos, Harry whispered. His wand lit. Dumbledore's followed. Pale light spilled over slick stone. The scythe hummed under his ribs, a quiet tone that bounced off the wet walls. This place felt wrong to it, but not in a way it recognized. They followed a short, twisting tunnel that sloped down. The air cooled even more. Harry's breath misted. He could hear his own heartbeat in the quiet. The tunnel opened out into a wide cavern. Harry's breath caught. An underground lake stretched out before them, black and still. No ripples, no sound. The surface was so smooth it looked like polished stone. In the center, a faint greenish glow shimmered, coming from somewhere low. Do not touch the water, Dumbledore said at once. His voice sounded soft and hollow in the space. Harry did not argue. The water felt wrong. No currents, no waves, just held like a breath. Middle of the lake, Harry said. Of course. Tom likes symbolism, Dumbledore said. Depth, isolation, effort. Harry turned in a slow circle, wand raised. Any sign of a bridge? He asked. Dumbledore moved his wand in a wide arc. The tip pulsed. There, he said. He pointed down at Harry's feet. Harry looked. The stone under his boots looked like the rest of the floor. Rough, damp. Trust me, Dumbledore said. Step forward. Harry hesitated, then did. The sole of his shoe did not meet open water as he expected. It met something solid, invisible. He tested it, shifting his weight. It held. Hidden path, he said. Conjured, Dumbledore said. It will hold for 2 if we do not linger. They walked, step slow. The lake on either side stayed perfectly still. Harry kept his eyes on the faint green glow ahead. It grew brighter as they approached the center. Can you feel anything? Dumbledore asked. Harry swallowed. Yes, he said, threads. Not like people's. These were thin, pale lines reaching down into the water from the rock. Old ones, faint but still present. There are things down there, he said quietly. Inferi, Dumbledore said. Corpses animated by dark magic. They wait for disturbance. Harry's stomach turned. I can feel them, he said. But it is strange. They are like bags with no coins. Movement, but no soul. Exactly, Dumbledore said. They will not interest your scythe. They do not have threads to cut. But they will drag you under if you fall in. Good, Harry muttered. At least the undead army is not going to feed my murder blade. The path ended at a small, rocky island in the center of the lake. A stone basin sat there, carved, smooth inside. The eerie green light came from a liquid filling it. The surface did not ripple. Harry's skin prickled just looking at it. That is it, he said. The locket sits at the bottom, Dumbledore said. The liquid must be drunk or otherwise removed to reach it. Harry held out his free hand, fingers close to the stuff but not touching. The scythe twisted inside him, wary. It feels wrong, he said. Not like a curse on a person. Like a trap that wants to chew on whoever drinks it. Dumbledore nodded. It will show the drinker their worst fears, he said. Force them to relive their greatest pains. It will weaken them physically and mentally, and it cannot be vanished or scooped out. I have tried from the shore with conjured tools. Harry frowned. Could the scythe cut whatever keeps it in the bowl? He asked. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Perhaps, he said. But we must be cautious. If it cuts the wrong thread, it might release everything at once in a way we cannot control. Harry swallowed. We could test a little, he said. Just a touch. Not a full sweep. Very carefully, Dumbledore said. If at any point you feel it reaching too far, you stop. At once. Harry nodded. He set his wand down on the rock within reach and knelt by the basin. The glow painted his face green. He closed his eyes and reached for the scythe. Not all the way. Just enough to bring the tip of the blade through. Cold rushed through him. The curve of pale light appeared over the bowl, thin as a fingernail at first. The green liquid shivered. There was something binding it. Not a soul. A spell. An anchor chain running round the inside of the basin, holding the liquid in place until a condition was met. Drink. The scythe hated the taste. It wanted to not touch it. But Harry pushed. Just the chain, he murmured. He eased the edge of the blade down, not into the liquid itself, but into the air just above it, where the anchor thread lay. The chain resisted. Whatever Voldemort had done here was not simple. For a moment Harry felt the same push and pull as he had with the castle wards. Then the scythe found a weak point and sliced. There was a soft, almost inaudible sound. Not quite a snap. More like a distant, muffled scream. The green liquid surged upward. Harry jerked the scythe back, heart pounding. Stop, he gasped. The blade flickered and sank under his ribs, sulking. The potion did not spill over the sides. It rose like something alive, straining against invisible walls that were no longer there. Then it settled. The glow dimmed a fraction. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on the basin. What did you do? He asked. I cut the bit that made it stay only drinkable, Harry said. Not the actual stuff. It is looser. He grabbed his wand. Aguamenti, he said, pointing it into the bowl. Clear water poured into the green potion. The liquid swirled, then hissed. A few drops splashed up and hit the stone. Steam rose. Harry cut the spell off. His heart hammered. Well, he muttered. That did nothing. Dumbledore shook his head. It did something, he said. The spell was less focused, but the potion itself remains. It is designed to resist dilution. So we are back to drinking, Harry said, frustration spiking. Dumbledore straightened. Yes, he said, though your intervention may have weakened the worst of it. I will drink. You will fetch the locket. Harry stared at him. No, he said. Let me drink. You are already half cursed. If this knocks you sideways, this is not a request, Dumbledore said. Harry's jaw clenched. You know I am stronger than I look, he said. My scar already links to him. Whatever horror stories he built into that, I have seen worse. Let me take it. And if it pushes you over the edge? Dumbledore asked. If the scythe reacts to your pain and lashes out, we will both drown. No, I have lived my life. I have made my mistakes. I will drink. You will stand. You will protect us from what waits in the water. And you will take the locket when it is clear. Harry's hands curled into fists. I am not letting you do this alone, he said. You will not be alone, Dumbledore said. You will be there. You will hear things I say that make no sense. You will see me beg. You will have to keep going anyway. That is your task. That is the burden I am placing on you. I wish I did not have to, but I do. Harry closed his eyes briefly. He remembered Sirius in the archroom, Lupin dragging him back, his own screams. He remembered Dumbledore at the Ministry, dueling Voldemort with calm precision. He had never seen the old man beg. I hate this, Harry said. So do I, Dumbledore said quietly. Help me. Harry opened his eyes. He picked up the small goblet sitting by the basin and held it out. Fine, he said. Let's get it over with. Dumbledore gave him a grateful, tired look and stepped closer. Whatever I say, Dumbledore said softly. No matter how much I beg or plead, do not stop giving me the potion until it is all gone. Do you understand? Harry's throat felt tight. Yes, he said. Good, Dumbledore said. Then let us begin. Harry dipped the goblet into the green liquid. It filled, glowing faintly. Up close, it smelled bitter and sweet all at once. Drink, Harry said. Dumbledore took the cup and raised it. His hand shook slightly. He swallowed the contents in one go. For a moment nothing happened. Then his face twisted. His eyes went wide. He dropped the goblet and grabbed the edge of the basin with his good hand. Again, he gasped. Harry snatched up the cup, dipped it, and filled it again. His own hands trembled now. Drink, he said. Dumbledore drank. His shoulders hunched. A low sound leaked out of him, half moan, half sob. The scythe stirred inside Harry. It did not care about potions. It cared about the way Dumbledore's thread contracted, pain running along it. Again, Dumbledore said through gritted teeth. Harry kept going, cup after cup. Each time, Dumbledore's reactions got worse. He started saying things, words broken by gasps. Not him, Dumbledore whispered at one point, hands shaking. Not Harry. Take me, not the boy. Harry's chest hurt. His eyes burned. He filled the cup again. Drink, he said. His voice cracked. Please, Dumbledore begged. No more. No, I will do anything. Harry swallowed hard. I am sorry, he said. You told me not to stop. He forced the goblet into Dumbledore's hand. Some of the liquid slopped over the side and splashed onto his fingers. His skin burned where it hit. He hissed and jerked back, wiping it on his jumper. The potion level went down slowly. Felt like forever. At one point, Dumbledore made a sound Harry had never heard from him. Aho, broken sobe. Please, Dumbledore whispered. Make it stop. Kill me. The scythe surged. That it understood. Ending pain. Cutting a thread that was stretched too far. Harry's vision blurred. He took a harsh breath and forced it down. No, he said aloud to both of them. You do not get to have him. Not like this. He dipped the goblet again. His hands shook so badly some of the potion sloshed over. The last of the liquid clung to the sides of the bowl and then was gone. The basin lay empty. Dumbledore sagged to his knees. Harry grabbed him under the arms and eased him down rather than let him fall and crack his head. The scythe quieted. The main source of pain was no longer the potion. It was just exhaustion now. Harry leaned over the basin. At the bottom lay a small locket, oval with an ornate S on the front. It glinted faintly. He reached for it. The metal burned his fingers. Not like the potion. This was different. A deep, wrong heat that had nothing to do with temperature. Crawled up his arm, trying to find purchase. The scythe reacted like a dog hearing a threat. Harry let it rise. The blade appeared in a quick, bright arc. It did not swing wide. It simply dropped straight down through the locket. There was a sound like a distant crack. The wrong heat vanished. The locket's thread snapped under the scythe's edge. Harry felt the echo of the Horcrux scream. It did not come through his scar this time. It came through the blade, a high, angry screech that cut off mid-note. Then there was nothing. The locket lay still in the bowl, metal duller now. Just an object. Harry picked it up again. It was still warm, but only from the potion residue. One more piece gone, he said. He shoved it into his pocket. The scythe slipped back into his chest, oddly satisfied. Professor, he said, turning. Dumbledore lay on his side, breathing hard. Sweat slicked his face. His eyes stared at something Harry could not see. Water, Dumbledore croaked. Please. Harry fumbled for his wand. Aguamenti, he said. Clear water poured into the goblet. He lifted Dumbledore's head and held it to his lips. Dumbledore drank greedily, then coughed. Some of it spilled over his chin. Enough, Dumbledore rasped after a few sips. Harry lowered his head back down carefully. His own hands were shaking. You all right? He asked. Stupid question. Dumbledore laughed weakly. No, he said. But alive. Harry nodded. The Horcrux is gone, he said. The scythe cut it. I felt it. Dumbledore's eyes fluttered. Good, he whispered. Very good. He tried to push himself up. His arms trembled. Do not, Harry said. Rest. I will get us back. He looked back toward the edge of the island. The lake still lay still. The surface was too smooth. The green glow from the basin was gone. The only light came from their wands. Then the first hand broke the surface. Pale, bloated hand, fingers grasping. It rose soundlessly, followed by the rest of the corpse. Then another, and another. Inferi, Dumbledore whispered. They sense weakness, movement. The bodies climbed out of the lake without splashing, water sliding off them in sheets. They shuffled toward the island, eyes blank. There were dozens. Harry's heart hammered. Stay here, he said. He stepped to the edge of the rock, wand up. In third year, Lupin had said, use fire. He raised his wand. Incendio, he said. Flames burst from the tip, licking out toward the nearest Inferius. The fire touched its arm and flared, but the body did not stop. It walked through, fire clinging to it like clothes. More rose behind it. The scythe stirred. These things were not alive. Their threads were faint, like ghost echoes. It had no interest in cutting them. But something else held them. A controlling magic. A net draped over the whole lake. Harry felt that net. It itched. If I cut that, he muttered. You must, Dumbledore croaked from the ground. Or we will be overwhelmed. Harry took a breath. He reached for the scythe all the way this time. The blade came up, the figure's outline forming beside him, taller, shadow stretched. The cold hit him like a wave. The lake reflected its pale light. The Inferi did not flinch. They had no fear, but the net binding them did. Harry saw it now as a huge, faint web across the water. Threads ran from each corpse to a central knot somewhere deep below. Tom's magic holding his puppets. The scythe loved knots. Just that, Harry told it. Just the web. Not the water. Not the rock. Cut the strings. Could not understand words, but it understood the shape. He swung. The blade did not hit bodies. It sliced through the air above the lake where the net lay. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the world screamed. Not audibly. Not in the way Harry's ears could hear. But in the way magic itself vibrated. The threads snapped, one after another. The scythe tore through the net, unraveling the spell that had bound the dead. The Inferi jerked. Those closest to the shore froze mid-step. Then, as one, they collapsed. Bodies hit the rock and water with dull thuds. Some sank. Some floated, limp. The entire surface of the lake rippled, disturbed for the first time. Harry staggered with the backlash. The scythe did not feed on this the way it did on souls. This was just work. Hard, cold work. You did it, Dumbledore whispered. Harry did not feel triumphant. He felt hollow. Let's get out of here, he said. He grabbed Dumbledore under the arm again. The old man was lighter than he looked. Harry hauled him up and half-dragged, half-supported him across the invisible bridge. More Inferi bobbed in the water below, dead again. Some brushed against the invisible path as they floated. Their skin was waxy, eyes blank. Harry tried not to look down. At the tunnel entrance, he paused to catch his breath. "Can you apparate us?" he asked. Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered. "Barely," he said. "But yes." He was shivering. Harry took a quick decision. He reached inside, not for the scythe, but for something else. The warmth of memories. Hermione's neat handwriting. Ron's terrible chess jokes. Ginny's hand in his. He knelt in front of Dumbledore and put a hand on his shoulder. "Come on," he said. "Up, and then home. Madame Pomfrey will yell at you until you wish the potion had finished you off." A faint smile flickered across Dumbledore's face. "Terrifying woman," he said. Harry got him to his feet. Dumbledore swayed. "Hold tight," Dumbledore murmured. Harry grabbed his arm. The cave rushed away. Apparition hit harder this time. It felt like something grabbed not just his body but the scythe and yanked. For a second he thought they might splinch. The world twisted. They landed on solid ground. Harry staggered and looked around. They stood just outside the Hogwarts gates. The castle loomed up ahead, lights in the windows. The air within the wards felt different. Still cold, but familiar. Dumbledore sagged. Harry tightened his grip. "We made it," he said. Dumbledore's head lifted a little. "Good," he said. His voice was barely more than a whisper. He broke off, eyes focusing on something over Harry's shoulder. Harry turned. A dark shape hung in the sky above the astronomy tower. A skull, formed of greenish light, with a serpent curling from its mouth. The dark mark. Harry's stomach dropped. "Of course," he said. "He would pick tonight." Dumbledore straightened in his grip. Drawing on reserves Harry had not thought he had left. His eyes burned brighter. "Go," Dumbledore said. "Fetch Severus. Fetch anyone you trust. I must reach the tower." "You can barely stand," Harry said. "I will manage," Dumbledore said. "The wards still answer to me. I can be on that tower faster than you can climb the stairs. But you must get Snape. Now, Harry." Harry hesitated. The scythe hummed, already sensing danger in the castle. Threads thrummed in the air. "Do not argue," Dumbledore snapped, more forcefully than Harry had ever heard. "This is not the time. Do as I say." Harry swallowed. "Fine," he said. "But if you fall off something, I am never forgiving you." A flicker of amusement crossed Dumbledore's exhausted face. "Understood," he said. He raised his wand with effort. The air around him thickened as Hogwarts responded. Harry turned and ran. The castle doors flew open as he approached. He pelted through the entrance hall, heart hammering, shoulder burning, locket banging against his chest. The scythe shivered inside him. There were intruders in the castle. Their threads felt wrong, twisted, hot with intent. He skidded round a corner. A flash of red light flew past his head, scorching the stone. "Stupefy!" Harry shouted, reflexive. His spell hit a masked figure halfway up the stairs. The man crumpled, wand spinning away. Not the main force. A scout. There were more. "Hermione!" he yelled, lungs burning. "Ron! Ginny!" He did not know where they were. Curfew had passed. They should be in the common room, but with the mark in the sky, nothing was certain. He forced himself to focus. Snape. Dumbledore had said Snape. Harry sprinted down to the dungeons, feet pounding, scythe humming. Every step took him deeper into the knot of threads the intruders had dragged into the castle. The night was not done with him yet. Harry hit the corner at a skid. His shoes slid on stone damp with something that might have been water and might have been blood. A red curse tore past his shoulder and punched into the wall, showering him with grit. He threw himself forward and rolled. "Stupefy!" he snapped, wand snapping toward the dark figure at the end of the passage. The beam caught the masked man square in the chest and flung him backward down the short flight of steps. The Death Eater hit hard and stayed down, limbs at odd angles. His wand clattered away and stopped near a suit of armor. Harry pushed himself up, breath loud in his ears. The castle felt wrong. Alarms he could not hear with normal senses hummed in the stone. Threads vibrated in the air, too many of them hot with fear and rage. The scythe pressed cold fingers against his ribs, eager. Not yet, Harry thought. He stepped over the stunned Death Eater and kept running. Snape, he reminded himself. Dumbledore had said Snape, get anyone you trust. The corridor dipped as he reached the entrance to the dungeons. The air grew cooler. The torchlight here burned lower, as if even the fire did not like this part of the castle. The scythe tugged toward the right. There were threads down that way, tight and coiled, ready to snap. Harry ignored it and veered left, toward the potions classroom and Snape office. Please be there, he muttered. For once in your life, sit still. He rounded another corner and almost collided with a small figure in Slytherin robes. The boy squeaked and flung himself back against the wall. His mask hung loose around his neck, clearly borrowed. He could not have been more than third year. Potter, he blurted. Harry raised his wand on instinct. Move, he said. They went that way, the boy said in a rush, pointing toward the far stairway. Professor Snape and Malfoy, upstairs. We were told to go back to the dorm, but the wall was on fire. Harry swore under his breath. What are you still doing here then? He snapped. The boy flinched. I did not want to be in the common room if they broke in, he said. Please do not kill me. Harry stared at him. I am not here for you, he said. Run. Get to the Great Hall. Stay with Professor McGonagall if you see her. If any Death Eater tells you to help them, you run faster. The boy nodded frantically and bolted past him. The scythe stirred as he left. It had felt the boy thread. Thin, tense, still clean. Forget it, Harry muttered. You are not getting children. He sprinted towards Snape's office anyway, just in case. The door was open. The room beyond was empty. Shelves rattled as the castle shuddered under some distant explosion. A stack of essays had slid off the desk onto the floor. He was too late. The scythe pulsed once, tugging upward now, toward the higher floors. Toward the astronomy tower. Of course. Harry spun and ran back the way he had come. He took the dungeon steps 3 at a time. His legs burned. His lungs hurt. The castle roared around him. Spells cracked somewhere above, the sound echoing down stone shafts. Someone screamed. Someone else shouted a spell he did not recognize. He burst out into the entrance hall. Chaos. Smoke drifted from the direction of the Great Hall doors. A suit of armor lay shattered in a heap. 2 more Death Eaters dueled Kingsley and Lupin near the staircase to the first floor. Flashes of red and blue and sickly green lighting the air. A younger Ravenclaw lay on the floor near the wall, clutching her arm. Kingsley saw Harry over the shoulder of a masked man and barked, "Up!" Harry did not ask which way. The dark mark still burned above the tower in the distance. He knew. He raised his wand. Expelliarmus! He snapped at the Death Eater closest to him. The man twisted, shielding with a fluent movement that spoke of too many battles. The spell spat off his wand and blew a chunk out of the banister. Potter! The man snarled. He shifted, wand now aimed at Harry. Our master wants you alive, boy. But he did not say how much of you. The scythe surged. Harry saw the man thread. He saw the knot in his chest, tight with hate, pulsing bright. He heard, for a heartbeat, a memory that was not his. Screaming, laughter, a woman begging. The cold rose. No, Harry slashed his wand instead. Confringo! The blast caught the floor at the man's feet. Stone exploded upward. The Death Eater stumbled, shield breaking. Kingsley's spell slammed into his side and sent him spinning into a wall. He slid down, limp. Up, Kingsley repeated, already turning back to his own opponent. We have this. Lupin flicked a glance at Harry. His face was drawn, eyes hard. Stay alive, he said, then howled. A spell tearing from his wand with more force than Harry had ever seen in class. Harry ran. The stairs shifted under his feet. The castle tried to help him, tilting flights into place faster than they should have moved. Stone groaned. Railings jumped. A few portraits yelled at him as he passed, urging him on or shouting warnings about Death Eaters 2 floors down. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, his legs shook. Sweat ran down his back despite the cold. He wiped his free hand on his jumper and kept going. He turned another corner and nearly slammed into Ginny. She appeared out of a side passage with Neville and Luna at her back and 3 stunned or bound Death Eaters scattered around them. Ginny's hair stuck to her face in damp strands. Her wand arm was steady. "Harry," she gasped. "Where have you been?" "Cave," he said automatically. "Horcrux." "Long story." "Dark Mark first." Her eyes flashed. "Of course you picked tonight for a field trip," she said. Neville sucked in a breath. "Is Dumbledore all right?" he asked. "For now," Harry said. "He is on the tower. I need Snape." "Snape is already up there. The castle is full of Death Eaters. That is about all I know." Luna blinked at him, thoughtful. "You look very strange," she observed. "Like someone drew extra lines round you." "That is the fashion this year," Harry said. His voice trembled with more than exhaustion. "Listen, you 3 need to get everyone you can to the Great Hall. Younger years, anyone not fighting. Keep them together." Ginny stared at him. "We are not first years," she said. "We are not going to hide in a hall while you and Dumbledore fight a war upstairs." A blast shook the floor. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Somewhere nearby, glass shattered. "You think I want you on that tower when everything goes wrong?" Harry snapped. "There are plenty of Death Eaters down here already. You want something to hit? Hit them away from the kids." Neville straightened. "We can do that," he said. Ginny set her jaw. "If you die," she said, "I am going to be really angry." "I will try not to upset you," he said. His mouth twitched. It was not quite a smile. She stepped in and kissed him once, quick and hard, like she was dizzy and trying to nail the room down. For a heartbeat, the scythe quieted completely. "Come back," she said. He nodded and forced himself to pull away. "You too," he said. He ran again. The tower stairs were a cruel climb on a normal day. Tonight every step felt like dragging weights. His thighs burned. His chest hurt. The scythe pulsed against his sternum. Threads above him thrummed like strings on a badly tuned instrument. Muffled voices drifted down from the top. He caught words, not whole sentences. "Do not want to. He will kill me. There is no going back. Draco. Dumbledore." Harry pushed harder. The last flight ended in the narrow landing just below the hatch that led to the open platform. The door stood slightly ajar. Thin light spilled through the gap. Harry reached for it. A voice cut through the air inside, sharp and cold. "Do not move." It was not Dumbledore. Harry froze, palm pressed to the cool wood. The scythe pressed close, hungry. He took a slow breath and eased the door open just enough to see. Dumbledore stood near the parapet, wand missing. His robes were torn, his cursed arm hanging heavy at his side. He looked very old and very tired and somehow still very steady. Draco Malfoy stood opposite him, close to the doorway, wand up, hand shaking. His face was pale, almost gray. His school robes were streaked with dust and soot. His eyes were red-rimmed, as if he had cried earlier and refused to now. 2 other figures in dark robes and masks hovered near the far edge of the platform. The Carrows, from the look of their bulk and the way they stood too close together. Harry did not see Snape. "You are late," Dumbledore said mildly. He was looking at Draco, but Harry felt the words like a finger pressed to his own chest. "You have had many chances tonight." Draco swallowed. "I fixed the cabinet," he said. "I let them in. I did that. It is enough." "No," one of the Carrows hissed. "The boy is wasting time. Kill him, Malfoy. The Dark Lord commands it." Draco flinched at the name. His wand did not lower, but it did not move either. "I have to," he whispered. "He will kill my mother." He said. "You are not a killer," Dumbledore said quietly. "You do not have to do this." Harry slipped fully onto the platform, keeping low behind the rough stone of the doorway. The threads on the tower were a tangled knot. Dumbledore thread was frayed, pulled thin by the potion, still bright. Draco thread trembled, stretched between fear and something else. The Carrow's threads pulsed, ugly and thick. The scythe slid under his skin, already forming the pale outline of its figure beside him. Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward the doorway for a heartbeat, then away. "Do not," Harry thought he heard in that glance. He ignored it. He stood. "Drop your wands," he said, voice carrying across the open space. Every head snapped toward him. The night air hit his face, cold and sharp. Above them, the dark mark glowed sick green. "Potter," one of the Carrows spat. "Of course. Get out," Draco said hoarsely. "You are not supposed to be here." Harry stepped forward slowly. He did not bother with subtlety now. The scythe came with him, the tall shadow shape rising at his side. Its curved blade a strip of pale light that did not come from the moon. The temperature dropped. Frost formed along the edge of the stone near his feet. The Carrows stumbled back a step. "Merlin," the woman breathed. "It is true." Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "Mr. Potter," he said softly, "this is not your fight." Harry barked a short laugh. "I think you will find all of this is my fight," he said. "I am tired of being left out of rooms while people decide who gets to kill who." He raised his wand. He shook a little. It was not from fear. His body hated the scythe cold. Sweat chilled on his skin, then froze at the edges. "Draco," he said, "you do not want to do this." Draco pointed his wand at him instead of at Dumbledore now. His hand still shook. "Stay back," he said. "You do not get to tell me what I want, Potter." "You are trying to talk yourself into murder," Harry said. "That is not the same thing as wanting it." "Shut up," Draco snapped. His voice broke on the last word. "You do not understand. You never understand." "I understand being used," Harry said. "I understand being shoved into a role you did not ask for and told that if you do not play it right someone you love dies. I understand that part very well." Draco's jaw clenched. His eyes flicked toward Dumbledore again. The Carrows shifted. "This is pointless," the man growled. "We will do it ourselves." Harry moved before he finished. "Expelliarmus," he snapped at Draco. At the same time his free hand clenched around the scythe hilt that was not really there. He dragged the blade up between Draco and Dumbledore, an invisible wall of cold. Draco's spell burst from his wand a fraction of a second too late. A flash of red that hit the scythe edge and shattered into harmless sparks. The recoil made Draco stumble. His wand flew from his hand and dropped onto the stone near the parapet. The Carrows reacted instantly. Spells flew toward Harry, bright and ugly. He swung. The scythe did not cut the casters. It sliced through the spells themselves. Curses that should have blown through shields crumpled and vanished as the blade passed through them. The air rang with a thin, sharp note, like crystal breaking just out of hearing. One curse made it past, grazing his shoulder. Pain flared. He bit back a yell. "Stay behind me," he threw over his shoulder at Dumbledore. It was stupid, bossing the man who had taught him half his spells. But the words came out anyway. Dumbledore gave a breathless, almost incredulous laugh. "You are a very stubborn young man," he said. "More spells. More color." Harry dodged one, reflected another with a shield charm, and let the scythe take a third. Each time it met a curse, the cold deepened. Frost crept up the stone. His fingers numbed. His teeth ached. He could feel the temptation, hot and simple. One swing. Two. The Carrows' threads were right there, thick and disgusting. The scythe could erase them. They would be gone, not just dead but undone. No more nights where they tortured people in dungeons. No more future children scarred by their names. He saw it. He wanted it. He also saw what it had done in Hogsmeade. The empty patches where people should have been. The shock on faces that had seen him as a savior and now looked at him like a ghost. "Stunner," he snarled instead, forcing his wand to move faster. "Stunner, stunner." The spells hit, fueled by his anger. The man Carrow went down first, crashing into the stone with a grunt. The woman followed a heartbeat later, her head striking the parapet as she fell. Silence crashed in after the noise like a dropped curtain. Only the wind and their harsh breaths remained. Draco leaned back against the wall, chest heaving. Without his wand in his hand, he looked smaller. "See," Harry said, breathing hard. "No killing curse. No one gone. It does not have to be that way." He was not sure who he was talking to anymore. Draco, Dumbledore, himself, the Scythe, all of them. The hatch at the stairwell banged open behind him. Harry spun, wand up. The scythe flared. Ready. Snape stepped onto the platform. His face was unreadable, that familiar mask of bored contempt. His wand was in his hand. His black eyes took in the scene in one sweep. Dumbledore disarmed. Draco shaking. 2 Carrows on the ground. Harry with his wand raised and something tall and pale and wrong at his side. "Potter," he said. Of course, Harry had never been so relieved and furious to see the man at the same time. "Where have you been?" he demanded. "Dumbledore sent me to get you. He is half dead and the castle is full of your friends." Snape's mouth tightened. "I was delayed," he said. "Put your wand down." Harry laughed once. Breathless. "Not a chance," he said. "They came here to kill him. They are not doing that while I am still standing." "Harry," Dumbledore's voice was soft, but it had more command in it than any shout. Harry looked back. Dumbledore's eyes were on Snape now. Something passed between them, a conversation without words. Harry felt it like a pressure in the air, like another set of threads twining in the mess. Old guilt, older promises. "Severus," Dumbledore said quietly. "Please." Snape's jaw clenched. For the first time Harry could remember, he looked almost uncertain. Almost. "Please what?" Harry demanded. "Please save him or please finish the job. Which one is it this time?" Snape did not look at him. "You have played your part tonight," he told Harry, voice flat. "Now step aside." Harry felt the scythe surge, sensing threat. "No," he said. The night held its breath. Draco slid down the wall to the floor. His hands were shaking. He had his knees drawn up as if he was trying to make himself smaller. He did not seem to remember that he could run. Dumbledore straightened with visible effort. The potion, the cursed hand, the duel, the climb, all of it hung on him like weights. He looked at Harry, not at the scythe. "You must trust me," he said. Harry stared at him. "Trust you to what?" he asked. His voice was low, rough. "To bind me again, to hand me over, to die on purpose for another plan you did not bother to explain." Dumbledore smiled, small and sad. "Trust me that your part tonight is to live," he said, "and to let other people make their own choices." The scythe did not understand that. It understood threats and threads and cuts. It understood the simple path where you removed anything that hurt you. Harry's throat burned. "I am not letting him kill you," he said. "Not after that cave. Not after all of this." "Harry," Dumbledore's voice was weaker now. "Please." Harry felt something then. Not from the scythe. From Dumbledore himself. The old man thread did not reach for Harry like others did when they begged. It loosened. It relaxed. It accepted. Dumbledore had already chosen. The world narrowed. The wind faded. The dark mark above them seemed to recede. All that mattered was the space between Snape's wand and Dumbledore's chest and the thin slice of time in between. Snape moved. Avada Kedavra. The green light leapt from his wand, bright and hungry. It lit the tower, painted stone and faces in sick color. Harry reacted without thinking. He grabbed the scythe with everything he had. Not his hand, his soul. He pulled. Time stretched. The world thickened like honey. The curse hung in the air between Snape and Dumbledore, moving but slower, too slow. Each crack in the tower stone, each breath, each heartbeat, all of it separate and clear. Harry moved through it like wading through water. His head pounded. His vision blurred at the edges. Every step hurt. The scythe burned cold against his bones. He stepped into the path of the curse. Not physically. His body did not get there in time. The scythe did. The blade swung. It did not cut Dumbledore. It did not cut Snape. It cut the space the killing curse traveled through. It sliced the thread that bound the spell to certainty. The green light split. Half of it continued, slow as a falling leaf, toward Dumbledore's chest. The other half sheared away, flickering, scattered into nothing. Harry felt the price. Pain tore through him, not sharp, but deep. Every cell in his body screamed. The cold burrowed deeper, settling into his marrow. His knees buckled. For a heartbeat he thought he had done it, that the cut had been enough. that the curse would miss or weaken or turn to harmless light. It was not enough. The remaining half of the curse struck Dumbledore in the chest. Time snapped back. Sound crashed in. The roar of the wind. A distant shout from somewhere below. The sudden sharp crack of something breaking inside Harry. Dumbledore's body arced backward. For a dizzy, awful moment Harry thought he would see the scythe reach for him. It did not. Dumbledore's thread did not cling. It did not fight. It slipped free of his body like an old coat being shrugged off. Harry glimpsed it. Warm. Tired. Bright. It brushed against the scythe cold and kept going, beyond its reach, into whatever came next. The old man fell. Harry lurched forward with a hoarse shout. He reached out a hand as if he could catch him by sheer will. The edge of the parapet hit his ribs. He leaned over. Dumbledore's body tumbled from the tower and vanished into the darkness below. Silence again. For a moment, even the wind stopped. Dumbledore! Someone screamed from far below. Harry's hands shook on the stone. Behind him, Snape exhaled slowly. It sounded almost like a sob, smothered before it could form. Fool! Snape hissed under his breath. Harry did not know if he meant Dumbledore or himself or both. The scythe was still present, taller than any of them, blade dimmer now. It wanted to finish what it had started. It had cut a spell and lost a soul. It wanted balance. It turned its attention towards Snape. Harry felt it twist. He could see Snape's thread clearly now. Bitter and tangled and lined with something that felt a lot like regret. He could cut it. Now, Snape had just killed Dumbledore. It would be so easy. One swing. No more insults and potions. No more sneering in corridors. No more questions about where his loyalty really lay. The entire order would cheer. Most of the school would cheer. Harry's fingers tightened on the invisible hilt. Snape looked at him. For the first time there was no sneer, no mask. Just a man who had done something terrible and knew it. His eyes flicked to the scythe, then back to Harry's face. "Do it," Snape said quietly. The words hit harder than any curse. Harry stared. "What?" he said. "Finish it," Snape said. His hand that held the wand trembled. "Just a little. You want to. You think you are the only one who has been waiting for that blade." There was a kind of wildness in his eyes now. Not madness. Desperation. The scythe liked that. It leaned into the invitation. The air grew colder. Frost crept higher on the walls. Harry remembered the Horcrux scream in the cave. The way the scythe had ended that twisted thread. He remembered the woman in Hogsmeade who had been erased. He remembered Dumbledore's voice in the office saying, "You must decide what this power will mean." He looked at Snape, at Draco, curled on the floor, eyes wide, at the stunned Carrows on the stone. He thought of Ginny telling him not to treat his own life as a coin, of Hermione begging him not to throw himself away, of Ron ordering him not to do hero nonsense. He thought of Dumbledore's thread slipping past the scythe without fear. "No," Harry said. The word cut sharper than the blade. Snape flinched as if struck. "Cowardice," he spat. "Mercy," Harry said. His hand shook with the effort of forcing the scythe back. "I am not you, executioner. Not tonight." He dragged the blade down. It resisted, hungry and cold, but it was bound to him. It warped his bones when it wanted something, but it still answered when he said no. Slowly, painfully, the pale shape sank back into his chest and vanished. The air warmed by a fraction. The frost on the stone stopped growing. Footsteps pounded on the stairs below. Shouts. Someone was coming. Many someones. Snape's eyes darkened again. The mask slid back over his face. "You think this was your choice," he said. "You have no idea what you are holding, Potter." He raised his wand and sent a blast of force at Harry's chest. It was not a curse meant to kill. More like an angry shove. Harry flew backward. He hit the wall near the hatch and saw stars. His glasses jolted sideways. His wand almost slipped from numb fingers. By the time he shook it off, Snape was gone, dragging Draco and the Carrows toward the stairs. Harry staggered up and lurched after them. He reached the top of the hatch just in time to see Snape throw a curse down the stairwell that exploded into bright fire, cutting him off from the way down. "Move!" someone shouted from below. voice snatched by the roar of the flames. Get back! The heat slammed into Harry's face. The air filled with smoke. He coughed, eyes watering. He could cut it, a distant part of him thought. He could bring the scythe back and slice the fire apart, erase the spell that fed it. He could also bring the whole tower down on everyone below. The magic in the stone was not like a ward line or a single net. It was woven all through the place. Cutting blind here could mean cutting the wrong thing. He swayed, head pounding, and backed away from the hatch. The fire roared, then died, as someone on the lower stairs cast a counter. Harry, McGonagall's voice called. Mr. Potter, answer me at once. I am here, he croaked. Stay where you are, she ordered. We are coming up. He did not argue. He sank down on the cold stone near the parapet, chest heaving, every muscle trembling. His shoulder throbbed where a curse had grazed him. His ribs ached from the impact. His head rang from the hit against the wall. The worst pain was none of those. It sat in his bones, deep and heavy, like he had aged 10 years in the space of a few seconds. The scythe was quiet. He felt empty without its hum. After a while that could have been a minute or an hour, the hatch banged open again. McGonagall emerged, robe singed, hair coming loose from its bun. Behind her came Lupin, Tonks, and a few others, wands drawn. McGonagall's eyes went straight to the empty space where Dumbledore had stood. She staggered, catching herself on the parapet. No, she whispered. Lupin's face went gray. Tonks swore under her breath, a word she probably would have scolded any student for. Harry could not say anything. He just shook his head once. Snape, McGonagall demanded. Her voice shook. What happened? Where is he? Gone, Harry said. His voice sounded wrong, like it had come out of someone else's throat. He killed him. Then he ran. McGonagall flinched as if he had struck her. Lupin closed his eyes briefly. Then we must secure the castle, McGonagall said after a single shaking breath. Duty slid over her like armor. Remus, Nymphadora, check the corridors. See if any Death Eaters remain inside. I will see to the students. Her eyes softened for a moment as she looked at Harry. Can you stand? She asked. He pushed himself up. His legs trembled, but they held. I am fine, he lied. She did not argue, but she did not believe him either. Come, she said gently. There will be time for questions. For now, they will need you to be on your feet. He swallowed and followed her down. The night did not end quickly. There were more duels, more frantic shouts in corridors. Hagrid boomed somewhere in the distance, bellowing in fury as he chased someone who had set his house alight. The great hall became a refuge, then a field hospital, then a place of mourning. Bill Weasley lay on a table near the front, his face torn by greyback claws, though not fully turned. Fleur stood over him like a guardian statue made of fury and love. Mrs. Weasley held Ron and Ginny and just about everyone else she could reach. Kingsley and Lupin moved through the hall, checking people, calming the oldest students, reassuring the youngest. McGonagall stood at the staff table, head high, shoulders straight, speaking to the gathered school and order members. She confirmed what everyone already knew. Dumbledore was dead. Harry barely heard the words. They came through a fog. He sat with Ron and Hermione and Ginny near the end of the Gryffindor table. His hands were wrapped round a cup of something hot that he had not tasted. His shoulder had been bandaged. Madame Pomfrey had checked his eyes and muttered about rest and trauma and idiotic risks. The scythe lay quiet in his chest. It was like sitting next to a sleeping animal that might wake hungry. How? Ron whispered finally. His voice cracked. Harry. How? Harry stared at the scarred wood of the table. Snape used the killing curse, he said. Saying it out loud made his stomach twist. Dumbledore fell. I tried to stop it. Hermione grabbed his hand. You did, she said. We saw the light. It looked wrong. Harry frowned. You saw? He asked. Ginny nodded. From the courtyard, she said quietly. The curse did not look the way it does in books. It was split, like something had cut it. Harry swallowed. I did that, he said. They stared at him. I pulled the scythe all the way out. he said. I cut the spell. I thought if I took enough of it away, it would not kill him. Ron looked down at Harry's hair, then back at his face. Your hair, he said faintly. Harry blinked. What about it? He asked. Hermione shifted, moved her wand, and murmured a small charm. The surface of his cup shimmered for a second, then turned reflective. Harry looked. A streak of white cut through his messy black hair on one side just above his temple. Not all of it, not like an old man, just a lock, bright and sharp. His eyes looked the same green, but there were shadows under them that had not been there that morning. The scythe took something back, Hermione said quietly. The power to cut time has to come from somewhere. That is what the outline said. She caught herself, mouth snapping shut. The what? Ron asked. Never mind, she said quickly. Old notes. The point is, you paid for that cut. In your body. Harry touched the white streak. It did not feel any different from the rest of his hair. It was not enough, he said. Ginny squeezed his hand so hard it hurt. He chose that, she said. Dumbledore. He could have fought. He could have begged properly. He did neither. Do not you dare pretend you dragged him into it. He asked Snape to, Harry said. He said please. I thought he meant please save me, but I do not think he did. Hermione's eyes shone. We do not know the full story, she said. We will find it. But Harry, you need to decide something before that. He raised an eyebrow. What? He asked. What you are going to be, she said. Ron frowned. He is Harry, he said. What else is there? Hermione looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. He is the boy with a weapon that can cut souls and spells and time, she said softly. The Ministry is going to call him a threat. Death Eaters are going to call him a target. The Order is going to call him a tool. He needs to decide whether he is a sword or a person. Ron opened his mouth, then shut it. Ginny looked at Harry. You already decided something on that tower, she said. You could have taken Snape. You did not. Harry stared into the reflection in his cup again. The white streak caught the light. I wanted to, he admitted. For a second, I wanted it so badly I could taste it. He even told me to do it. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. He what? She asked. He told me to finish it, Harry said, like he was asking for it. I said no. Ron snorted. Trust Snape to make even his own death sound like he is giving orders, he muttered. Ginny did not laugh. Why did you say no? She asked. Harry thought about it. Not just the first answer, but all of them. Because Dumbledore just died telling me to let people make their own choices, he said. Because if I start answering every hurt with that blade, I am not fighting Voldemort anymore. I am just a different version of him. Because if I killed Snape up there, in anger, I do not think I would have stopped. He took a slow breath. And because there were students in the castle, he finished. If I had gone after him with the scythe, I do not know what else it might have cut on the way. Hermione's shoulders loosened a little. Then you have your answer, she said. Ron shook his head. He still killed Dumbledore, he grumbled. I am not going to start sending him chocolate frogs. No one is asking you to, Hermione said. Ginny leaned closer. The thing you did to that curse, she said. You could do that again. Harry shivered. The memory of time stretching made him want to be sick. Maybe, he said. I am not sure it is a good idea. That hurt. Saving people tends to, Ginny said. He gave a short, breathless laugh. You sound like Hermione, he said. Hermione sniffed. Then she has good taste, she said. They sat there a while longer, letting the noise of the hall wash around them. People came and went. Hagrid sniffled loudly at the far end, huge shoulders shaking. Professors spoke in low voices at the staff table, heads close. The candles in the air flickered and drifted lower as the night dragged on. Eventually, McGonagall called them forward one by one. Statements had to be taken. Details recorded. The Ministry would want accounts. When his turn came, Harry stood in front of her. The main part of the hall empty now except for a few lingering Order members. McGonagall looked different without Dumbledore beside her chair. Smaller somehow, but her eyes were as sharp as ever. Tell me everything, she said. In order. He did. He told her about the cave, the lake, the potion, the locket. He told her about the inferi and the way the scythe had cut the spell that bound them. He told her about returning to the gates and seeing the dark mark. He told her about the tower. He did not leave out the scythe. There was no point pretending it was not part of this now. He described the way it had cut the curses, the way it had split Snape killing curse, the way Dumbledore had fallen anyway. McGonagall listened without interrupting, face pale but composed. Only when he finished did she speak. "I will not pretend to understand the full nature of what you carry," she said quietly. "But I understand this much. You chose not to use it on a man who had just murdered someone you love." Harry swallowed. "You would have," he said. She considered. "I would like to say I would not," she said. "It would be a lie. I am very glad you are a better person than I am in that regard." Harry blinked. "That is not what the prophet will say," he muttered. Her mouth compressed into a thin line. "The prophet will say what sells papers," she said. "The ministry will say what preserves their seats." She looked at him closely. "What do you intend to do now, Mr. Potter?" she asked. He thought of Dumbledore in the cave, insisting that the Horcrux had to be retrieved now, that there was no time left. He thought of the destroyed ring, the broken locket in his pocket. 2 soul fragments gone. Several more to go. "Finish what we started," he said. "Find the rest of the Horcruxes. Destroy them. End him." McGonagall took a breath. "You realize that will mean leaving the school," she said. "The board is already speaking of closing the castle. Even if it stays open, you will not be safe here. You were not safe here today." "I have not been safe since I was 1, he said quietly. "At least this way I am walking into it on purpose." She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. "Very well," she said. "Then you will not do it alone." He frowned. "Professor, you know Ron and Hermione are going to insist on coming with me," he said. "I am aware," she said. "If I were you, I would not argue with them. They are more stubborn than you are." "I meant more than that." She leaned forward. "I will not try to bind that thing again," she said. "I think the castle would object more forcefully next time. But I will insist on one condition." Harry tensed. "What?" he asked. "That you let people stand between you and it when you need to be a person and not a weapon," she said. "You are 17 in 1 year. You are not a relic in a museum. You are a boy who keeps being thrown at monsters. Take your friends. Take your found family. Let them remind you that there is something on this side of the blade worth keeping." Her voice cracked slightly on the last word. Harry's throat felt tight again. "I can promise to try," he said. She nodded once. "Then I think that will have to do," she said. They were dismissed to bed eventually. The sky outside the high windows was lightening at the edges, a faint gray blue. Birds had started to call beyond the walls. It felt wrong that the world was still turning. In the common room, most of Gryffindor had fallen asleep in chairs or on the floor, blankets and cloaks thrown over them. The fire had burned low. Ron and Hermione peeled off to their dorms with exhausted mutters about sleep. Neville had already passed out on a sofa earlier, Luna dozing in a chair nearby with a copy of the Quibbler over her face. Ginny lingered at the bottom of the boys' staircase as Harry started to climb. "Hey!" she said softly. He turned. "Yeah," he said. She stepped closer. The shadows under her eyes looked like bruises. "I know you are going to do something stupid," she said. "Something noble and stupid and big." He almost laughed. "Define big," he said. "You are not staying here," she said. "I can see it. You are already looking past the walls." He sighed. "Dumbledore wanted us to find the Horcruxes," he said. "He did not tell me everything, but he told me enough. I cannot do that from the common room." "Then do not pretend," she said. "Do not act like you are surprised when I say I want in." He opened his mouth. She glared. "If you give me some speech about me being safer here," she said, "I will hex you where you stand." He shut his mouth. "I do not want you in front of that blade," he said after a moment. His voice was low. "Or in front of him. I have seen what both can do. I know what it feels like. I am not keen on watching that happen to you." She stepped right into his space and rested her hand against his chest. over the place where the scythe hummed faintly now. "Do you think watching you do it is easy?" she asked. "You keep talking like you are disposable. Like the world is allowed to throw you away because you happen to be the one with the weird murder stick. You are not." He swallowed. "This is bigger than us," he said. "I know," she said. "Which is why it is going to take more than one person to carry it." Her hand tightened. "I am not asking to stand in front of you every time," she said. "But I am not going to stand behind a door and pretend the war is not happening while you walk out to meet it alone. That is not who I am. You know that." He did. He rested his forehead against hers, eyes closing for a second. "I am terrified," he admitted. "Not of him, not even of this thing." He tapped his chest lightly. "Of what it does to me, of what I do with it. I do not want to look in a mirror in a year and see Voldemort staring back." She let out a breath that might have been a laugh and might have been a sob. "Then let me look at you instead," she said. "If you start to sound like him, I will hit you. Hard." He smiled, small and real. "You would too," he said. "Absolutely," she said. He kissed her then. Not quick and distracted like earlier. Not frantic. Slow, careful, grounding. Her hands slid up to the back of his neck. For a moment, the scythe hum settled into something almost like a purr. When they pulled back, they were both breathing a little harder. "I am still coming with you as far as we can make it work," she said. "We can fight about the details later," he said. "Right now, I am about to fall over." "Fine," she said. "Sleep, if you can." He nodded. At the top of the stairs, he paused and looked back. She was still there, watching him. He lifted a hand. She did the same. In the dormitory, the other boys were already asleep or pretending to be. The room smelled of smoke and sweat and fear. Harry changed as quietly as he could and lay down on his bed. The hangings felt too close. The ceiling seemed too low. He stared into the dark. The scythe lay quiet. It had killed tonight. It had cut spells. It had sliced time. It had tasted the edge of Dumbledore death and let him go. It had wanted more. He lay a hand over his chest. "We are doing this my way," he whispered. "Not yours. Not his. Mine. If you do not like that, tough." It did not answer. Of course it did not. It was not a person. It did not understand words. It understood choices. Cuts. He had made one. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, Voldemort was still out there. Short 2 pieces of soul and down 1 more loyal servant. He would be furious. He would be afraid. For the first time since he had heard the prophecy, Harry did not feel like he was standing alone in front of that storm. He had Ron and Hermione, who would follow him into fire. He had Ginny, who would fight him if he tried to throw himself away. He had Neville and Luna and the rest of the DA. He had teachers who would stand beside him rather than over him. He also had the scythe. It would never be safe. It would never be simple. It would always try to pull him toward the easy answer where everything that hurt simply stopped existing. He would have to keep choosing harder answers. Sleep did not come easily. When it did, it brought no gentle dreams. Just fragments of green light, falling robes, and the soft sense of an old man walking away from a blade without fear. Morning would come. The war would go on. Harry Potter, who carried the scythe of a reaper and a white streak of stolen time in his hair, would get up and meet it. The tiles of the ministry toilet shuddered around Harry as the world snapped back into place. Polyjuice burned down his throat, sour and heavy. His borrowed face itched. The only constant was the cold. It clung to him like a second skin, sinking through the disguise, ignoring the cheap ministry robes and the unfamiliar hands he could see when he glanced down. Hermione stood at the cracked mirror beside him, already changed. Her hair had vanished into a tight bun. A thin, sharp woman stared back from the glass, jaw clenched, badge already pinned to her chest. Ron had become a thick-set wizard with a sagging mustache and watery eyes. His new nose was crooked. It made his scowl even worse. Harry could still see them as they really were. The scythe sat just behind his shoulder in the reflection, a long black outline where there should have been empty air. No one else would see it. No one ever did. The lights over the sinks flickered once in warning. Hermione saw it too, not the weapon but the way the room cooled. She swallowed and checked her watch. "All right," she said. Her voice was steady, a little clipped. This was her ministry voice, the one she used when talking to professors. "We go out. We do exactly what we practiced. No improvising unless we have to. We get the locket and we get out. No heroics." Ron snorted. "We are breaking into the ministry, Hermione. Bit late to panic about heroics." "I am not panicking," she shot back. "I am making sure you remember the plan, which you did not read properly." "I did," Ron muttered. "Big scary building, awful people, Umbridge has the thing, we nick it, we run. Simple." Harry listened to them bicker, letting their voices fill the space where his own thoughts tried to push in. The scythe hummed low in his bones, a sound that was not a sound, more like pressure behind his teeth. It wanted out. The ministry stank of old magic and fear. It made the weapon restless. He lifted his eyes to the mirror. For a second, he saw his real face looking back. Pale. Older than it should have been. Dark shadows under his eyes. The faint white streak that had started at his temple after the ring. The streak had spread a little. "Harry," Hermione said, softer now. "You ready?" He nodded. The scythe shifted. "Time is a cage." Something whispered just behind his ear. "You hold the key." Harry ignored it and pushed open the door. The ministry atrium did not feel like the place he remembered from 5th year. The golden fountain was gone. In its place rose a new statue, taller and heavier. A pile of black stone carved into 2 human figures crushed under a throne. A witch and wizard sat above them, wands raised, faces smug. The bodies under the throne were labeled with neat, shining letters. "Magic is might." The words made Harry want to break the whole thing apart. He stayed in line instead. The atrium buzzed with noise. Footsteps, shouts, the rumble of fireplaces along the walls. Green flames blinked in and out as workers arrived. New posters papered the walls, layered over older notices in a messy skin. Undesirable number 1 stared back at him from half a dozen spots. Black hair wild, green eyes glaring out above the big heading that carried his name. He looked down, first on instinct, then because his heart had started to pound so hard he could hear it. "You could cut them all down in a single breath," the whisper said, lazy and bright. "They would never even know." He wrapped his fingers around his wand instead of the phantom handle of the scythe. His wand felt light. It always did now. "Badges!" A bored wizard at the security desk barked. Hermione stepped forward first, hand already dipping into the pocket of her borrowed robes. Harry followed half a step behind, eyes on the floor tiles. Ron lumbered along at his side, shoulders hunched. The security wizard took their badges and checked them against a list. His lips moved as he read. Harry watched the man's fingers tremble slightly. Everyone trembled in here. It sat under the surface like a smell. "Level 2, Hermione said crisply. "We have a meeting scheduled with Madame Umbridge regarding Muggle-born registrations." The wizard flinched at the name. "Elevators are that way," he muttered, shoving the badges back. Hermione clipped hers on. Harry fumbled with his for a second. His hands were cold enough that the metal slipped once against his skin. "Keep your head down," Ron murmured under his breath. "You look like you are about to hex the statue." Harry forced his shoulders to drop. He tried to walk like he belonged there, tried to match the rhythm of the crowd, the purposeful stride, the tight, tired faces. The scythe did not like crowds. Every person was a thread and it could feel each one. Lives, histories. The texture of them brushed against Harry's skin, soft and fragile. He gritted his teeth as they crossed the atrium. He risked one glance up. Aurors clustered near the far end, gathered around a tall wizard with pale hair and sharp features. "Yaxley." The man laughed at something, a hard, ugly sound. Then his gaze swept the atrium, bored, hunting for something to hurt. It slid right over Harry, and then, for a heartbeat, it stopped. Harry breathed in, saw Yaxley's eyes narrow, saw suspicion stir there, slow and interested. He felt the moment split. He could let it run on. Maybe Yaxley looked away. Maybe he did not. Maybe someone called out Harry's borrowed name and the whole plan burned down in seconds. Or he could change it. The scythe pressed closer, thin and cold, resting against the back of his neck. He tasted metal at the back of his tongue. The air around him tightened. Say the word, the whisper breathed. Say now. Harry, Hermione murmured. Warning threaded through his name. Yaxley's mouth opened. Now. Harry let go of the ordinary flow of time and reached for the strange, deep place inside him where the scythe lived. Sound vanished. Not slowly. Not like fading music or a door closing. It was simply gone, torn out of the world. The rumble of voices, the crackle of fireplaces, even the echo of footsteps all cut off. Flames froze in the fireplaces. Green light held in tall shapes that did not move. Ash hung in the air. Dust grains caught mid-fall. A leaflet drifting down near the statue paused. Words about Muggle-born registration stared back at him in mid-air, ugly and perfectly clear. Harry stood in the center of the atrium, breathing hard. His breaths were the only movement. Each cloud of air from his lungs hung in front of his mouth for a second before thinning. Everything else was still. The scythe was in his hand now. He had not seen it appear. It simply existed there, long and black and sharp enough that the edge hurt his eyes to look at. The world around the blade was a shade darker, as if the light did not like being near it. The statue of magic is might leaned over them in absolute silence. Harry felt the strain in his body at once. His pulse hammered. His fingertips tingled, then went numb. It felt as if the scythe was pulling something out of him, thread by thread. Strength, heat, color. He looked to his right. Hermione stood mid-step, wand arm slightly lifted, eyes half turned to him. A line of worry had started between her brows, frozen halfway into existence. Ron was on her other side with his mouth open, clearly about to complain. A wizard in front of them had started to turn his head, as if to answer someone calling from the side. They all looked like figures in a photograph. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. Move, he told himself. His own voice sounded thin and strange inside the silence. He stepped closer to Hermione first. The scythe fought the movement, heavy and eager, as if it wanted him to turn and cut instead. To take the threads that had been offered, to clear the room. To simplify things. No. He slid his free hand under Hermione's elbow. Her skin was warm even through the fabric. When he tugged, she shifted. Not smoothly. It felt like pulling someone through deep water, each inch an effort. Her face stayed frozen. Her eyes did not blink. Harry dragged her out of the line, teeth clenched. His muscles shook. He set her near one of the tall pillars, leaning her against it, careful not to let her head hit the stone. Ron came next. He was heavier. Harry's vision narrowed at the edges as he heaved his friend after Hermione. His breath turned ragged. By the time he got Ron out of the line, his knees were shaking. The scythe pulsed. You are wasting this, the whisper said. This is an army. They hate you. They hunt children. One sweep and they are gone. Images flashed around him. Oars dropping where they stood. Their souls sliced away. Their bodies empty shells on the black tiles. The statue cracking and falling. The locket appearing in Umbridge's hand and then gone as her thread was cut. Peace. Silence of a different kind. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them, the atrium was still trapped in the same dead moment. I am not your executioner on command, he said through his teeth. We take the locket. That is it. His heart lurched. Pain stabbed behind his eyes, sharp and sudden. He staggered and caught himself on the pillar. The scythe dug in. Time wants to move. You are the one holding it. It will hurt you before it hurts them. He looked toward the elevators. They were all frozen in place, doors open. A witch mid-step as she walked out with a stack of files in her arms. Papers hung in the air around her like a cloud. They had minutes, maybe less. It was hard to tell. Every second stretched thin. Every movement cost more. Harry forced his legs to work. He ran. Each step across the atrium was heavy, as if his shoes had sunk into the floor. His lungs burned. The cold pressed deeper into his bones. By the time he reached the nearest elevator, His hands were shaking too badly to press the button. The door was half open. He shoved it with his shoulder and squeezed inside. Inside, the silence felt even thicker. A single witch with a pinched face stood in the corner, hands stretched toward the control panel. Harry pushed her gently aside, muttering a quick apology even though she could not hear him. He pressed the button for the level where Umbridge's office was located. "Come on," he whispered. For a moment nothing happened. Just him, the scythe, and the pounding in his skull. Then the doors slid shut. The elevator juddered into motion, moving through frozen time like a bubble of trapped air. Harry leaned his head back against the wall. His vision blurred. A dull pressure bloomed behind his eyes and kept growing. "You feel it," the whisper said, almost amused. "That is the cost. Time will be paid." He bit the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste blood. "Worth it," he muttered. "If it keeps them safe, it is worth it." The elevator reached the right level with a small lurch. The doors opened onto a corridor of offices lit by cold white light. Quills hovered above stacks of parchment on some of the desks, frozen in the middle of a stroke. Ministry workers walked half-steps that never landed. Harry moved as fast as he could. The scythe tugged him down the corridor toward a door with a pink bough hanging from the handle. Flowers of bright paper covered the wood. A smiling kitten watched him from a framed photograph nailed just above the brass plate with the name. Dolores Umbridge. Even frozen, the picture made him feel sick. The door was already ajar. He slipped inside. The office was worse than he remembered. Lace and doilies on every flat surface. Plates with moving cats along the walls. It should have looked silly. It did not anymore. The stillness made it all wrong. Each cat caught mid-tilt, eyes fixed on him. A familiar weight pulled at him from the far side of the room. The locket sat on a shelf above the desk, nestled between two plates. It glowed faintly in his sight, not with light, but with presence. A knot of soul, hot and mean and furious. The scythe shivered. "There you are." "Later," Harry rasped. "We do not have time to eat it now." His chest felt tight. The pressure behind his eyes sharpened into stabbing bursts with every heartbeat. It felt like something inside his head was swelling, pushing against bone. He stumbled to the shelf and snatched the locket up. The metal burned his fingers. He shoved it into the small bag Hermione had charmed for them, the one she had sewn into the lining of his robes. The room tilted. His knees almost gave out. He grabbed the edge of the desk with his free hand, panting. His vision blurred and doubled. Pink walls, plates, cats, all smearing together. "Time will move," the whisper warned. "You are thinning yourself." He forced his eyes to focus on the door. "Move," he told his feet. "Now. Move." He staggered back into the corridor and half ran, half fell toward the elevators. When he slammed his hand against the button, his fingers slipped. He left a smear of red on the metal. It took him a second to realize what it was. Blood, dripping from his lashes. He swiped at his face. His fingertips came away streaked with red. "Oh," he said, faint and weirdly calm. "That is not good." The elevator doors opened. The world crashed back all at once. Sounds slammed into him. Voices rose and fell. Fireplaces roared. Somewhere far above, someone was shouting orders. A bell rang, sharp and urgent. The scythe vanished from his grip as if it had never existed. Harry staggered out of the elevator and straight into another witch. Files scattered around them in a mess of parchment. "Watch it," she snapped, then paused. "You all right? Raoul, you look like death." He tried to answer. The words tangled. Pain exploded fully behind his eyes, bright and vicious, as if someone had lit fireworks inside his skull. His legs folded. He hit the atrium floor on his hands and knees. The tiles were freezing under his palms. His sight swam. Red blurred everything. He tasted iron. Someone shouted. Footsteps pounded closer. "Sir, is he having some kind of fit? Get him out of the way. For Merlin's sake, do not block the path." Harry heard all of it through a rushing in his ears. The crowd around him turned into a smear of color and noise. Hands grabbed his arms. "Got you," a familiar voice hissed into his ear. "Harry, I have got you, all right." "Hermione." He blinked hard. Through the blur, he saw a face that was not hers. A taller witch, hair pulled back, lips thin. Her eyes, though, were the same. Brown, wide, furious with worry. "Stay with me," she ordered. "Fine," he tried to say. Came out as a croak. Ron appeared on his other side, still in the body of the heavy wizard. "He is sick," Ron announced loudly. "Long night. You know how it is. Wrong food. We will get him home. No one cares." One of the security wizards grunted. "Just get him away from the lines." They half-dragged, half-carried Harry toward the sidewall. Each step jumbled his vision. Red kept spilling over the edges of everything. He blinked and felt it run hot down his cheeks. He realized dimly that he looked like he was crying blood. Hermione shoved him into one of the small visitor fireplaces and grabbed a handful of powder from the pot. Her hand shook. "Home," she said, loud enough for the people nearby to hear. Then under her breath, so close he could feel the word on his skin. "The forest clearing. Go." She threw the powder. Green light swept up around him. The atrium vanished. He did not remember landing. One moment, green fire was spinning around him. The next, he lay on cool, hard ground. The smell of damp leaves and smoke replaced the stench of ministry air. Wind moved in the trees above, soft and real. "Harry!" Hermione again. Closer. Panicked, he tried to open his eyes. At first he saw nothing. Then the world came back in blurred smears of light and shadow. He was inside the tent. The canvas ceiling sagged above him. Someone had dragged him onto one of the camp beds. His head throbbed in time with his heartbeat. Every pulse felt like a hammer blow. "Do not move," Hermione said quickly as he tried to sit up. A cool cloth pressed against his eyelids. The relief was almost enough to make him groan. He lay still while something damp and soft wiped gently at his cheeks. "You have burst vessels," she muttered, more to herself than to him. "There is bleeding under the surface. It is not just from the skin." "Oh, Harry, looks nasty," Ron said from somewhere near the flap. He sounded sick. "Mate, your eyes were bright red in there. You scared the life out of half the atrium." "Helpful comment. Thank you, Ronald," Hermione snapped. Her hands were careful, though. They trembled, but they were careful. Harry forced his eyes open. The cloth slipped. Light stabbed in, making him flinch. Hermione's face swam into view above him. There were dark circles under her eyes, too. Her hair had come loose from the bun, curls falling around her cheeks. She looked very young and very tired. "He is not supposed to look at anything bright," she told Ron without looking away from Harry. "Dim the lamp." Ron grumbled but did as she asked. The light softened. Harry blinked more slowly. The room steadied. "How bad?" he asked. Hermione took a sharp breath. "Bad enough," she said. "But you can see me, which is something. Your pupils are reacting. That is good. The blood is from the tiny vessels around the eyes and on the surface. I do not think you have damaged the central parts yet." "Yet," Harry repeated. His voice sounded dry. Hermione pressed her lips together. "You froze the whole atrium," she whispered. "Did you know that is what you were doing?" He thought of the dust motes, the flames, the mid-step faces, the heavy feeling in his bones. "Not exactly," he admitted. "I just needed them not to move." Ron swore softly. "You stop time, mate. That is not normal magic. That is not even close." Harry shifted on the bed. His whole body felt weak, like after a Quidditch match in a storm. "Did we get it?" he asked. Ron held up the small bag Hermione had charmed. It dangled from his fingers with care, as if it might bite. "Safe and sound," Ron said. "Ugliest bit of jewelry I have ever seen. It hates me." Harry sank back against the pillow with a shaky breath. "Good," he said. "Then it was worth it." "Worth it," Hermione repeated sharply. "Harry, your eyes were bleeding. Your body is not a joke you can throw at every problem until it breaks." He looked up at her. There was anger in her voice, but her fingers were gentle on his cheek. Her thumb brushed away a last streak of red near his temple. "It is fine," he said. "Really, I have had worse." "That is not the reassurance you think it is," she snapped. Her voice cracked a little at the end. She stopped wiping and sat back, hands curling into fists on her knees. You cannot keep doing this. Ron shifted awkwardly. I will go check the wards, he muttered, already heading for the flap. Hermione shot him a look. Stay, she said. Ron hesitated, then nodded and ducked out anyway. The flap fell closed behind him. Harry stared at it for a second, then looked back up at Hermione. The tent felt very quiet now. Outside, the wind moved through the trees. He could hear the faint crackle of their small fire. Hermione took a slow breath, as if she was trying to press everything back down inside herself. It did not work. Tears burned in her eyes. You scared me, she said, calm voice gone. You scare me more every time you use that thing. Harry swallowed. The scythe lay quiet now, somewhere just out of sight. Not gone. Never gone. I had to, he said. They were going to see us. If we were caught in there with the locket, with my face on every wall, what do you think would have happened? I know, she said quickly. I know. I am not stupid. I understand why you did it. That does not mean I have to pretend I am fine watching you bleed out of your eyes on a ministry floor. She dragged a hand through her hair, making it even messier. Your hands were shaking, she went on. Your skin went white, felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. I thought you were going to die right there in front of me, and there was nothing I could do. He could not remember all of that. The edges were fuzzy. He remembered the silence. The way the scythe had felt heavier with each second. It is eating you, Hermione whispered. He frowned. What? The scythe? She said. Whatever it is eating you, not just your magic. You know it, do not pretend you do not. Your hair is changing. Your hands are colder every day. You sleep less. You do not flinch at things you used to. You are moving further away from us, Harry, and I do not know how to pull you back. Her eyes were wet now. She blinked, angry at herself for it. Hey, he said quietly. He lifted a hand. His arm felt heavy, but he managed to catch her wrist. Her skin was warm and soft. It grounded him more than the bed under his back did. I am still here, he said. For how long? She shot back. Until the next Horcrux. Until the next time you decide freezing a building is worth losing half your sight. He opened his mouth and then shut it, because she was not wrong. He could feel it. Every time he called the scythe, every time he sliced at time or souls or anything else, something came off him. Pieces. Little ones, but they piled up. I do not care, he said. Hermione stared at him, stunned. Excuse me. He held her wrist tighter when she tried to pull away. I do not care what it takes, he said, the words rough and plain. I do not care what it does to me. If this is the only way to end him, then fine. If it turns my hair white and my hands into bones and my eyes into whatever, then fine. As long as you live. As long as Ron lives. As long as there is a world left for you to be annoying about homework in, I do not care what it eats. She made a helpless sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. Harry, I am not fighting for them, he went on. Not for the ministry. Not for people who looked at me like a monster at the Burrow. I am not even fighting for the prophecy. I am fighting for you. There it was. Out loud. Hanging in the quiet space between them. Hermione's eyes searched his face. His vision was still a little blurred, but he could see the way her expression shifted. Anger gave way to something softer and more frightened. That is not fair, she whispered. I do not care about fair either, he said. She let out a breath that trembled all the way through. Then she leaned down and pressed her forehead against his. The cool cloth had fallen away. Her skin was warm against his. He could feel the slight tremor in her body, the way she held herself as if she might shatter if she let go. You absolute idiot, she murmured. You stubborn, noble, infuriating idiot. I know, he said softly. You like me anyway. She made a small noise that might have been an agreement. Her lips brushed his next. It was not a dramatic kiss. There was no swelling music, no fireworks. Just Hermione bending that last careful inch and pressing her mouth to his, gentle and almost awkward. He tasted salt from her tears and copper from the blood he had not quite washed away. His heart gave a sudden, wild thump that had nothing to do with the scythe. He kissed her back as much as his tired body allowed. His hand slid up from her wrist to her cheek. Her hair brushed his fingers, soft and familiar. For a moment, everything else fell away. No ministry, no locket burning in his pocket, no weapon whispering in the corner of his mind. Just the warmth of her, the way her breath hitched, the way she leaned in as if she had been waiting a long time. She pulled back first, eyes wide, cheeks flushed. She looked like she might either flee the tent or throw her arms around him. She did neither. Right? She said, voice a little high. That happened. Harry smiled, small and real. Yes, he said. It did. Do not make jokes, she muttered, but her mouth twitched. I was not joking, he replied. She rolled her eyes, then sobered again. This does not mean you get to throw yourself into every dangerous spell you can think of, she warned. If you are fighting for me, you do not get to decide you are expendable. That is not how this works, he pointed out. It is now, she said. You want me alive, you do not get to self-destruct as payment. That is the deal. He huffed a weak laugh. That sounds more like a contract than a deal. Good, Hermione said. Maybe if I write it down, you will take it seriously. She brushed his hair back from his forehead with gentle fingers. The movement slowed, her eyes tracing the faint white streak at his temple. We will find a way to limit it, she said quietly. The time magic, the soul cutting, all of it. We will control it instead of letting it control you. That is what we do, Harry. We solve things. We do not just surrender to them. He nodded. He wanted to believe her. Her certainty had carried them through worse. Outside, a twig snapped. Ron stuck his head through the tent flap, face back to normal. The polyjuice had worn off. He looked at them, took in the way Hermione sat close, Harry lying back with a cloth still near his eyes. Oh, Ron said, then blinked. Am I interrupting something? Hermione flushed. No, she said quickly. Too quickly. Harry felt a brief stab of guilt, then looked at his best friend. Ron's expression went through about 3 changes in 2 seconds. Surprise, confusion, something like resignation. Then he settled on a crooked smile. Well, Ron said, at least when you decide to ruin yourself for someone, you pick the clever one. Hermione made a strangled noise. Ron, I am checking the wards again, he added. Try not to do anything else dramatic while I am out there. All right, I am getting tired of feeling my heart in my throat. He ducked out before Hermione could throw the cloth at his head. Harry let his eyes close. The throbbing behind them had eased a little. The darkness behind his lids was streaked with faint red lines, like cracks in glass, but it was better than the bright glare. Hermione stayed where she was beside the bed. He felt the weight of her hand wrap around his. You sleep, she said softly. I will watch the locket. I will watch you. You cannot stay awake all night, he mumbled. Try and stop me, she replied. He did not have the energy to argue. As he drifted, he felt the scythe stir at the edge of his awareness. It did not whisper this time. It just waited, patient and cold. Outside the small circle of warmth that was Hermione's hand and Ron's jumpy footsteps outside the tent. Time ticked on, untouched for now. Harry held on to that, and to the feel of Hermione's fingers curled with his, and let sleep pull him down. Rain had been falling for hours. It was not a dramatic storm. No lightning across the sky, no thunder shaking the ground. Just steady, cold rain that turned the leaf litter outside the tent to mud, and made every tree drip like it was sweating. Harry sat just inside the flap with his knees drawn up and a blanket over his shoulders. The tent smelled of damp canvas, smoke, and something faintly sour from the potion Hermione had brewed for his eyes. His vision was mostly clear again, but if he turned his head too fast the world still doubled for a heartbeat. The scythe rested somewhere behind his ribs, quiet but not asleep. It never slept. It sat in him like a coil of cold metal, aware of every breath, every tick of time. Inside the tent, the only sounds were the soft crackle of the little fire and Hermione turning pages. She sat at the small table with her hair tied back, Dumbledore notes spread around her. A stack of folded daily prophets sat in one corner. The names on the front were getting worse. Muggle-borns dragged in, order members wanted for questioning, new decrees. Harry watched her from the doorway, half hidden by the flap. She had a quill in her hand, but she had stopped writing. She was staring at a single sentence in Dumbledore thin handwriting with a crease between her eyebrows. The locket lay on the table between them. It was not open. It sat in a ring of Hermione spells, wrapped in thin threads of light that turned and shifted. Even so, Harry could feel it, hot and spiteful. Another weight in the tent. Ron paced. He had been pacing since the rain started. Back and forth between the camp beds and the fire, arms folded, bare feet silent on the rug. Every so often he kicked at a discarded sock or the leg of a chair, just to make something move. He had the locket on. They had tried rotating it at first. An hour each, then shorter. The thing did not like Harry. It burned his skin and hissed in his skull until the scythe growled back. When he had worn it the first time, the air in the tent had gone thin and sharp. Hermione had snatched it off his neck herself after less than half an hour. They had agreed after that. Hermione would handle the wards and the wards only. Harry was banned from touching the locket unless they were destroying it, which meant Ron had ended up with it more often than either of them wanted. Now the chain gleamed dully against his chest as he wore one of the Weasley jumpers under his robes. It rasped every time he moved. Harry could feel the Horcrux attention even from the other side of the tent. It dug claws into Ron's thread, tugging and tugging. Ron rubbed at it sometimes, fingers pressing the metal through the wool. He was doing it now, thumb moving back and forth in a steady, tense rhythm. "We are stuck," he said suddenly. Hermione did not look up. "We are not stuck," she said. "We are thinking. We have been thinking for days," Ron snapped. "Weeks. Months. Pick your word. It still means we are in the same muddy patch of nowhere with the same bits of parchment and the same useless clues." Harry pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders. He could taste the crackle in the air. This was not the first time Ron had started this speech. It had been growing sharper. Hermione shut the notebook very carefully. "We have the locket," she said. "We know he made at least one more Horcrux, possibly more. We know he was obsessed with Hogwarts. That gives us a direction." "Which is where exactly?" Ron asked. "You keep saying that, but we are not actually going there. Are we? The castle is full of Death Eaters and Snatchers and Ministry lackeys, and the second we walk through the gates every ward in Britain will scream." Hermione's jaw tightened. "We cannot rush blindly into the most watched place in the country," she said. "That is not a plan. That is suicide. Suicide is walking round forests until winter comes and we starve." Ron shot back. "Suicide is putting this thing on." He slapped the locket. "And hoping it does not eat my brain before you two figure out what Dumbledore meant." Hermione flinched. Harry sat very still. The scythe hummed faintly, not at Ron, but at the locket. They did not like each other. The air between them hurt his teeth. "We have to be careful," he said. His voice came out rough. He had not spoken for a while. "If we guess wrong, we lose time. If we walk into something we do not understand, we die. It is that simple." Ron rounded on him. His cheeks were red. "You keep saying that," he said. "You keep acting like you are the only one who understands danger. I was there at the Ministry, Harry. I saw what that scythe did to you. I thought your eyes were going to fall out." Harry looked back at him. "They did not," he said. "That is not the point," Ron snapped. "You froze an entire room. You bled all over the floor. You scared the life out of me and Hermione and probably every Ministry worker within 10 yards. And you are saying we have to be careful." "I am saying," Harry answered, forcing himself to stay calm, "that if I use it again like that, I might not get back up, so we pick our moments. The locket is not going anywhere. Voldemort does not even know we have it yet." Ron flinched at the name, more out of habit than fear, but the locket shuddered. Harry felt the spike of fury from it. It hated its maker even more than it hated them. "You think he does not know?" Ron asked. "He knows everything. He knew when you cut his soul in the cave. He knew when you took the ring. He knew when Dumbledore fell off the tower. You think he cannot feel when you swing that thing around and carve up time?" Enough! Hermione cut in. Her voice was sharper than the scythe edge for a second. Ron stared at her. We are all tired, she said. We are hungry. We are scared. We are angry. That is all normal. But standing here shouting at each other does not help. We need to focus. On what? Ron asked. On staring at the same 3 words for the rest of the night and hoping they suddenly decide to mean something else. Hermione looked down at the notes again. Harry saw her fingers tighten on the edge of the notebook. No, she said quietly. On staying alive long enough to find the next Horcrux. Ron laughed. It was not a nice sound. Brilliant, he said. That is the plan. Stay alive and hope something drops out of the sky. Maybe Voldemort will just send us an owl with a map. Ron, Harry warned. Ron shifted his glare to him. What? He asked. You going to lecture me about how hard it is being you? You want me to be grateful? I am not the one with the scythe in my chest. I am grateful, Harry. I am really grateful. I also miss my family. I keep seeing my mum face when she heard about Dumbledore. And now when she thinks about you, she looks like someone is strangling her. The words hit harder than Harry expected. He looked away. The rain outside ticked louder on the canvas. The scythe pressed against his ribs, unsettled. She is scared for you, he said. She has always been scared for you. That is not new. She is scared of you, Ron said. That is new. Silence dropped into the tent. Hermione shifted in her chair. That is not fair, she said. Molly is upset. She is grieving. She said things in the heat of the moment. That does not mean she sees Harry as a monster. You were not in the kitchen when she talked to Dad that night, Ron muttered. Harry swallowed. He had overheard some of it. Enough. He remembered Mrs. Weasley's voice, low and tight, saying things about cursed tools and weapons and boys who killed too easily. He remembered Arthur saying that Harry had saved all their lives more than once, that the scythe had ended Inferi and Death Eaters both. He remembered the way the words had hung in the air between them like wet clothes. He had slipped away before they finished. He had not wanted to hear the end. He tried to push that aside now. If they hate me for having this thing, he said. Fine, I hate it most days too. But if I can use it to make sure they live through this, I will take it. You keep saying that like it is just your body in the bargain, Ron snapped. It is not just your body. It is our lives standing next to you when you use it. It is my mum flinching when your name comes up. It is Ginny looking at you like she might lose you twice over. Harry almost flinched at Ginny's name. He had not let himself think about her much since they left the burrow. It hurt too much. Do not bring her into this, he said. Ron laughed again, short and bitter. Oh, sorry, he said. Name is banned now. Is it that is rich coming from the bloke who snogged my sister and then dumped her because he thought it would keep her safe and then kissed Hermione in a tent while I was wearing a soul parasite? Ron! Hermione hissed. Her face went bright red. Harry felt his own cheeks start to burn. That is not what happened, he said. I saw you, Ron said. At least I saw enough. Do you think I am stupid? You think I do not see the way she looks at you when you bleed? She almost stops breathing. When you are about to do something insane, she is the one who talks you down. I am just the idiot who carries the locket and cracks jokes until it gets too heavy. That is not true, Harry said sharply. Which part? Ron asked. The jokes or the idiot? Both, Harry said. You are not a pack mule, Hermione added. We split the load and you know it. You know how much we need you. Ron shook his head. His eyes were glassy now, too bright. The locket pulsed against his chest. Harry could feel its slow poison working, whispering to him, feeding the feeling of being unwanted. Yeah, Ron said. You need me for one thing, to wear the one thing that makes the scythe quiet. Harry frowned. What are you talking about? He asked. Ron turned on him fully. Do you even notice? He demanded. When I put this on, your pet death stick shuts up. Harry opened his mouth to argue, then stopped. He had noticed. It had been one of the reasons they had let Ron carry it more. When the locket sat around Ron's neck, the scythe went from a low growl to a steady hum. The pressure in his bones eased. The air felt less sharp. He had slept a little better on those nights. Yes, Harry admitted. I noticed. Of course you did, Ron said. You look relieved every time I click the chain. You sleep. You stop grinding your teeth. Great for you. Meanwhile I get the nightmares, I get the whispers, I get the images of my brothers dead and my mum calling you a freak. And you just sit there with your eyes glowing and your scythe happy. Ron, that is not fair, Hermione said. You agreed. I agreed when it was a few hours, Ron shot back. I did not agree to become the permanent buffer between this thing and Harry. Harry set the blanket aside and stood. The movement made his head swim for a moment, but he pushed the feeling down. You want me to take it? He asked. Both of them stared at him. Harry, no, Hermione said at once. I am asking him, Harry said. Ron stared at the locket for a second, then back up at Harry. For a moment, something softer pushed through the anger. No, he said quietly. I do not want you to take it. I want it gone. I want all of this gone. Harry said nothing. Ron scrubbed his hands over his face, dragging them through his hair. Look, he said. Maybe I am overreacting. Maybe it is just the stupid thing on my chest making everything worse. But I am tired. I am tired of cold. I am tired of being hunted. I am tired of watching you bleed for everyone. And I am tired of feeling like if I say one wrong word, that thing in you will look at me and decide I am next. The scythe shifted at that. Ron felt it. He stepped back, shoulders hitting the tent pole. Harry felt it too. He had never pointed the scythe at Ron. He did not doubt that he could if he lost control. The thought made his stomach turn. I would never use it on you, he said. Ron laughed once more, but there was less heat in it. You say that now, he said. You said you would never freeze time in a ministry lobby. Then you did and nearly broke yourself in half. I did that to get you out, Harry said angrily. You and Hermione. I did that so you did not end up in Azkaban. I know, Ron said. That is what scares me. Hermione stood up too. Her hands were clenched so tight that her knuckles were white. We are not enemies, she said. We are not on different sides. We are trying to do the same thing. Yes, the scythe is terrifying. Yes, the locket is awful. Yes, this is all unfair. None of that changes the fact that we agreed to do this together. Ron looked at her. For a moment his face softened. Then the locket thread tugged hard. You say together, he said hoarsely. You say we agreed. Do you remember who was standing in the kitchen when Dumbledore told Harry about that sword? We all heard it. But only one of us got to go to the cave. Only one of us got told the full plan. Only one of us gets to carry the cool cosmic murder tool. The rest of us get crumbs and burns and blood on our shoes. Harry winced. Hermione took a step toward Ron. That is not Harry's fault, she said. Dumbledore made those choices. He shut people out. That is on him, not on Harry. Yeah, Ron said. Funny how that still leaves us in the same place. You two in a circle with secrets and me standing outside it, hoping I do not get cut when the scythe swings. He grabbed his bag from the chair where it hung and started stuffing things into it. Jumpers. His wand. The beaded bag Hermione had given him sat on the table. He pushed it aside, jaw tight. What are you doing? Harry asked. Ron did not answer right away. He shoved a pair of socks into the bag and pulled the drawstring. The locket chain glinted as he moved. I am leaving, he said. The words fell into the tent like a hex. Hermione color drained from her face. You do not mean that, she said. Ron, you do not. He slung the bag over his shoulder. His movements were brisk and jerky. I do, he said. Maybe if I get away from you and the scythe and the Horcrux, I will be able to think again. Maybe I will stop seeing my mum crying every time I shut my eyes. The Horcrux pulse spiked. Harry could feel it pushing images at Ron. Harry and Hermione laughing without him. Ginny crying alone at the burrow. Mrs. Weasley whispering that the scythe should have remained buried. Take the locket off first, Hermione said. Her voice shook now. Please, if you want to go somewhere, at least do it without that thing round your neck. Ron hesitated. For a moment Harry thought he would. His hand went up, fingers brushing the chain. His eyes flickered between them. Then the Horcrux tightened its grip. Harry felt it. The scythe snarled inside him, an answering sound. You want me to take it off so Harry can put it on? Ron said. You want me to keep him safe even after I walk out. You want me to keep feeding this thing so he does not have to. That is not what I want, Hermione said. I want you safe. I want you here. I want all of us here. Well, Ron said, you cannot have that and this. He jerked his chin toward Harry, toward the place where the Scythe sat. Harry stepped forward. Ron, he said, do not do this. You know what this thing does to people. Walk outside for 5 minutes, scream at some trees, come back. We will work it out. You leaving now is exactly what it wants. Maybe it is what I want too, Ron snapped. He took a breath. For a second, his eyes shone like they had in the hospital wing after his father had been attacked. Bright with thin tears he refused to let fall. You two do not need me, he said more quietly. You have your notes and your secret weapons and your brave speeches. I am just the bloke who fails at his exams and misses his mum. Hermione moved without thinking. She reached for his sleeve. Ron, she said. Stop. You are my best friend. You are not backup. You are not extra. If you go now, you will regret it. He looked at her hand on his arm, then up at her face. Something twisted in his expression. The locket hissed in his ear. Harry could almost hear it too now. Words about being second choice, about always following, about being left behind. Ron gently pulled his arm free. If you really wanted me here, he said, you would have told Harry not to freeze his brain for a piece of metal. You would have told him to stop every time he reached for that scythe. Instead, you held him while I held the Horcrux. That answers things for me. That is not fair, Hermione whispered. No, Ron said. It is not. None of this is. He turned to the tent flap. Ron, Harry said. Ron looked back once. Do not follow me, he said. You will only make me stay, and I do not know if I can forgive you for that. Then he stepped out into the rain. The tent seemed to shrink when the flap fell back. Harry stood there, staring at the moving canvas, unable to believe he had actually gone. Hermione moved first. She darted forward and yanked the flap aside. Cold air rushed in, sharp and wet. Harry stumbled after her. Outside, the forest was gray and dark. The rain blurred everything into streaks. Ron stood a few paces away, up to his ankles in mud, wand in hand, bag over his shoulder, shoulders hunched. Ron, Hermione called. Please, listen to me. He did not turn. Harry stepped up beside her. We will find your family, he said. We will make sure they are safe. You know we will. You do not have to do this alone. Ron finally looked over his shoulder. His face was blotchy now. The locket gleamed at his throat, beads of water dotting the metal. That is the problem, he said. You think you have to do everything alone, and the rest of us have to orbit round you. I am tired of orbiting. He twisted on the spot. The sound of apparition snapped across the clearing like a whip. The space where he had stood was suddenly empty. Hermione made a sound that Harry had never heard from her before. Something sharp and broken. She took a step forward as if she could chase him. Then another. Her foot slipped in the mud. She caught herself on a rock with both hands. Her hair fell around her face, soaked and heavy. Ron, she shouted. There was no answer, just rain. Harry stood there in the downpour, feeling the shape of the absence where his friend had been. The scythe pressed against his ribs. Alert, you can fix this. The whisper slid into his mind with the same easy cold it always had. He clenched his jaw. Shut up, he muttered. He grabbed Hermione's shoulder gently. She was shaking. He will come back, he said. The words felt thin. She turned on him. Tears mixed with rain on her cheeks. You do not know that, she said. He does not have anywhere to go. He does not even have clothes packed. He is out there alone with a Horcrux round his neck, and we let him leave. We did not let him, Harry said. He chose to. She shook her head, water flying from her hair. That is not better, she said. That is not better at all. The scythe pressed harder. You can go back a moment. The whisper was sweeter now. It coiled round his thoughts with the same lazy tone it had used in the ministry. Step outside. Take his words away. Change yours. Keep him here. You know how. An image rose unbidden in his mind. The tent again, but different. Ron stopping when Hermione spoke. Ron laughing bitterly, then sighing, then ripping the chain from his neck and shoving it on the table. The argument taking a different turn. No apparition. No empty patch of mud. All he had to do was cut the part of the path where Ron walked out. "Harry," Hermione said. Her voice sounded far away. He blinked. Rain blurred the trees. Her hand was still on the rock. His own hand was still on her shoulder. His other hand was not empty. The scythe was there. For a second he did not remember pulling it out. It had answered his thought, blade already formed. Curve pointed toward the place Ron had been standing. The forest changed around him. The sound of the rain thinned, as if someone had turned it down. Trees slowed in their sway. Drops hung in midair. Hermione movement dulled. Time loosened its grip. Harry heart slammed. A thin trickle of warmth slid from the corner of one eye. He wiped it without thinking and saw red on the back of his hand. "No, not again. You will not break," the whisper said. "Not for a small thing like this. A small cut, that is all. A snip in a thread. He will thank you later." Harry's body leaned forward without his permission. He watched his own foot slide in the mud toward the spot where Ron had stood. The scythe point tipped up, as if sniffing for the place in time where the thread began to split. He saw it. It hung in front of him like a shimmer, barely visible. The moment Ron said, "I am leaving." The moment before that, when his hand had hesitated on the locket chain. Before that, the flare of hurt when Hermione said they needed to focus. Threads. All of them. He could reach out and pinch one. Twist it round another. Cut it off. Hermione's voice came again, thready and faint. "Harry," she said. "What are you doing?" He barely heard her. The scythe was so close now. The cold went past his bones and into his thoughts. Carried memories as bait. Cedric falling. Sirius falling. Dumbledore falling. Every loss he had stood and watched, helpless. Every time he had done nothing and regretted it. "You said you would do anything to keep them," the whisper reminded him. "You said you did not care what it cost you. This costs you, not him. You take the pain. He gets peace. That is mercy." His fingers tightened on the hilt. His knees bent, ready to swing. A hand slapped across his chest. It was not soft. It was hard enough to knock the breath out of him. Hermione shoved him back from the edge of the invisible line where Ron had been. Her other hand clamped round his wrist, nails biting into his skin. "Look at me," she shouted. The word cut through the thick air. He looked. She was standing in front of him, half covered in mud. Hair stuck to her face. Her eyes were wide with fear and fury. Blood streaked her cheeks where some of his had splashed. "You stop," she said. "Right now. Whatever you are doing, you stop." The scythe tried to pull his gaze back to the threads, but her grip hurt. Pain was real. Rain was real. Her shaking breath was real. He sucked in air. The world tilted. "I can fix it," he said. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. "I can make him stay. I can take the words back. He does not have to leave. We do not have to lose him." "By making what choice?" she demanded. "By making his choice for him." He opened his mouth, then closed it. The scythe hummed, impatient. Hermione did not let go. "You said it yourself," she said, voice rough. "On the tower. You told Dumbledore you were done being pushed round and used. You yelled at him for arranging deaths. You yelled because he made choices for people without asking. You were right. That is what you are about to do. You are about to step into Ron's head and change his mind without his permission." "It is not like that," Harry said weakly. "I am just changing my own words. I am just moving him a little. I am just, she repeated. "You are not cutting a spell this time. You are cutting a person. You are cutting away the part of him that chose to leave because he was scared and hurt and wrong. That part is still him." The threads hung in the air in front of him like a curtain. Behind them the world waited. Harry's throat burned. "If I do nothing," he said. "He walks away. He wears that thing. It eats him. He dies. You know that." "I do not know that," Hermione said. "You do not know that. You are not fate, and thank goodness for that." The scythe hissed at the word. Harry flinched. You want to save him, Hermione went on. So do I. We will. We will take that locket off his stupid neck and shove him into a hot bath and feed him until he stops shaking. But we will do it by finding him and talking to him and asking him to come back. Not by reaching behind his eyes and rewriting tonight. Her grip tightened. If you do this now, Harry, where do you stop? You fix this argument, and then the next, and then the next. You fix Ginny Choice. You fix your parents. You fix Sirius. You fix everything. Until there is nothing left in the world that was chosen by anyone except you and the Scythe. The Scythe did not like that. The hum turned sharp. The cold thickened, clinging to his lungs. You can ignore her. Pushed an image at him. Ron body lying in a ditch. Empty eyes. The locket still gleaming. Another grave on a long list. He saw that, and he saw another image that was not from the Scythe. It was from his own mind. Hermione voice in the tent, saying this thing is eating you. Dumbledore eyes on the tower, saying you must choose what this power means. His hand shook. Hermione free hand came up to his face. She did not wipe away the blood. She just held his cheek and forced him to focus on her. I love him too, she said. The words were small and fierce. Do not you dare take his choice away from me because you are scared. The Scythe shuddered. For a heartbeat, the threads glowed brighter, as if angry that anyone would question their shape. Then Harry made a choice. He let go, not of the Scythe. He could not do that. It was part of him now. He let go of the line he had been about to cut. He loosened his grip on that possible moment, on the idea that he was allowed to just reach in and rearrange his friends. The Scythe fought him for a heartbeat, cold surging through his veins. Then it snapped back into his chest like a rubber band releasing. The threads vanished. The rain came roaring back. Sound hit him hard enough that he almost staggered. He dropped to his knees. Mud splashed his jeans. His hands hit the ground. He heaved once, stomach twisting. Nothing came up. His body had nothing left to give. Hermione dropped with him, arm round his shoulders. The pain in his head came back with interest. It was worse than the ministry. It felt like every vessel behind his eyes was a line of fire. Warm wetness slid down his cheeks again. Hold still, Hermione said thickly. Harry breathed in. The air tasted of rain and dirt and copper. He squeezed his eyes shut and saw red through the lids. I almost did it, he whispered. I know, she said. I saw the line, he went on. I saw where he left. I could have cut it away. It would have been easy. That is what scares me. It would have been easy. She pulled him closer, damp jumper pressing against his side. That is why it is trying so hard, she said. Because you are not the sort of person who does that. It knows it has to push. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. You do not know that, he said. Maybe I am that sort. Maybe I just need a weapon that lets me do what I always wanted. She turned his face toward her. You did not cut it, she said. You stopped. That is the sort of person you are. Her voice shook. You scared me, she added in a whisper. You scared me more than the ministry. You were not there. Your eyes went weird. You were reaching for something that was not in front of us. It felt like you were walking away into some place we could not follow. I am sorry, he said. I do not need an apology, she answered. I need you here, with me, in the rain, in the mud, in this awful forest. Not up there floating round with threads and grand ideas. He let out a weak laugh that tasted like tears. You make it sound like I was about to float off, he said. You were, she said. They stayed there in the mud for a while. The rain soaked through their clothes. Harry shivered. The Scythe settled into a low, annoyed hum, like a beast pacing in a cage. When the shaking eased, Hermione helped him up. His legs wobbled. His head throbbed. She kept an arm round his waist until they were back inside the tent. She sat him on the camp bed and grabbed a cloth from the little pile she had kept ready since the ministry. This time it was already stained. She pressed it gently to his eyes. Does it hurt? She asked. Yes, he said honestly. Good, she muttered. He blinked. Good, he repeated. If it did not hurt, she said. You would not remember this as something that has a cost. Pain is not always bad. It is your body telling you not to do that again without a very, very good reason. He lay back slowly. The canvas ceiling swam. The taste of blood lingered. Hermione moved quietly around the tent. Harry listened to her. The clink of potion bottles. The scrape of a chair. The soft mutter as she put away Dumbledore papers so they would not get splattered. Ron absent sat in the space where his bed used to be. His jumper still hung on the back of a chair. His chess set was in the corner, pieces packed away in a little cloth bag that had seen better days. Harry stared toward it. The scythe hummed. You could have kept him. Harry shut his eyes again and ignored it. After a while, Hermione sat down on the edge of his bed. Her hand found his under the blanket. He is not dead, she said quietly. Harry swallowed. We do not know that, he said. We do not know he is dead, she said. That is exactly my point. There is a difference between someone walking off in a temper and someone falling off a tower. We do not know where he is. That is terrible. It is also not final. You sound like Dumbledore, he murmured. I hope not, she said. I prefer to actually tell you things. He smiled, a tired twitch of his mouth. Silence settled again. This time it was not quite as heavy. It was the quiet of two people listening for a missing sound. Harry turned his head on the pillow until he could see her face. I nearly took his choice, he said. If you had been inside the tent, if you had not seen me, I do not know if I would have stopped. She met his eyes. The cloth had taken most of the blood, but there were still faint red smears at the corners. That is why you are not allowed to be alone with it anymore, she said simply. He blinked. What? If you want to use the scythe for anything that is not a last-second reaction in a fight, you tell me first, she said. I will be there. I will watch you. If you start to drift, I will hit you. He snorted softly. You already did, he said. It worked, she said. He thought about arguing, about saying that she could not be awake every hour of the day, that he might have to fire the scythe in a fight without time for permission. Then he stopped. Those were edge cases, future disasters. Right now, he had a simple thing he could control. Fine, he said. You can be my scythe guard. It is not just me, she added. When Ron comes back, he is on the team too. He stared at her. She held his gaze. You really think he will? He asked. Yes, she said without hesitation. Why? He asked. Because he loves us, she said. He is hurt and angry and under the influence of that horrible thing. But he loves us. He is stubborn and proud and an idiot, but he is our idiot. He will remember that. The words made something in his chest ache. We need to find him, he said. The longer he has that locket, the worse it will get. Hermione nodded. We will, she said. Tomorrow we look at the map again. We work out where he could have gone without splinching himself. He knows some safe places. Bill House. Old Order spots. If he goes home, we will hear about it. The burrow is watched. If he goes to Muriel, we will hear that too. We have ways. Harry frowned. That sounds like a plan you already thought about, he said. I have been watching both of you fall apart for weeks, she said. Of course I thought about what happens if one of you snaps. I just hoped I would never have to use that part of the plan. He did not ask her what she had written for him. His eyes were heavy now. The pain had gone from sharp to a dull throb. Exhaustion spread through him like warm water. Stay, he said quietly. Hermione squeezed his hand. I am not going anywhere, she said. He drifted. He dreamed of threads again, but they were different. Less bright, more tangled. He saw Ron walking along one, locket dark on his chest, face set. At a crossroads he stopped. He looked back. Harry wanted to shout, to wave, to run to him. He did not. In the dream he just stood and watched, hands empty, scythe lying on the ground beside him. When he woke, his eyes hurt and his throat was sore. The tent smelled of cool tea. A faint line of light showed at the flap. Morning. Hermione had fallen asleep sitting up beside his bed. Head tilted back against the wall, mouth slightly open. A book had slid from her hand onto the floor. Her fingers were still wrapped round his. He lay there, listening to her slow breathing. The scythe was quiet. Not content, never that, but settled. Could not sulk, but it felt close to it. You refused. The whisper was flatter now. Yes, he murmured. Ron's absence was still a raw gap. That would not change soon. Harry stared at the canvas roof. He chose to walk away, he said under his breath. He can choose to walk back. That belongs to him. The Scythe did not argue. It did not agree. It simply waited. Harry did what it never could. He waited too. The snow had turned gray. It lay in thin, dirty strips between the roots and over fallen branches. More ice than snow now. The trees around them were bare and sharp. Harry's breath steamed in the cold air as he walked, wand in his hand, bag on his shoulder. Hermione walked beside him, shoulders hunched in Ron's old jumper. It was too big for her. The sleeves swallowed her hands. She kept one hand in the pocket of her coat anyway, fingers wrapped round the beaded bag. They had not said Ron's name in hours. The woods were quiet except for their footsteps and the occasional crack of a twig. Somewhere far behind them, a bird called once and then went silent. Even the wind sounded tired. "Stop a second," Hermione said, voice small. Harry slowed. His knees ached. His eyes still hurt if he looked at anything bright for too long. He could feel the scythe sitting low in his chest like a coil of cold metal, humming softly. Hermione pulled the map from her pocket, the one she had drawn by hand instead of trusting anything magical. Little marks showed where they had camped, where they had nearly been caught, where they had almost frozen. "We should turn east," she said, tracing a line. "If we keep heading north, we will hit that village sooner than we want to." "Fine," Harry said. He did not really care which way they went. Every direction felt the same now. Trees, snow, hunger, the dull ache of loss. He looked at Hermione instead. She had dark circles under her eyes, heavier than his. Her hair was frizzing out of the plait she had forced it into. She was thinner. They both were. But her chin was set. "We keep moving," she said. "We keep thinking. We are not stuck." He nodded. They turned. They had gone maybe 10 steps when it happened. A branch snapped to their left. Not the small crack of a twig. A loud, deliberate break. Harry spun, wand up. At least 6 figures stepped out from behind the trees. Dirty, layered clothes. Scarves pulled up over mouths. Eyes sharp and hungry. Wands in their hands. Snatchers. "Evening," the one in front drawled. He had lank hair and a thin, pointed face. A bandana was tied round his neck. "Going somewhere, are we?" Harry felt the scythe hum harder, eager. Hermione sucked in a breath. "We can apar." "Try it," the leader said. "Go on. See how the wards like it." Wards. Harry felt them now, a tightness in the air. A net laid over this patch of forest. They must have walked right into it. "Trap." "Names," the man said. "Let us see who we have got." Harry's mind raced. They had been using false names, cheap disguises. It had worked so far because no one had looked too close. These men would. The scythe shifted towards his thoughts. Strings of time and choice spread in front of him like faint lines. He could feel the moment where he lunged, where he cut, where he froze everything and walked away. It would be easy. Hermione touched his arm, the barest brush of fingers through his coat. "Scythe guard." He swallowed. "Dudley and Mary Dursley," he said. "We are nobody, just trying to get through." The leader laughed. "Dudley," he repeated, amused. "That's so, look up." Harry's scar prickled. He kept his chin down. "Look up," the man said. Harry lifted his head. The snatcher stared. His gaze ran over Harry's face, over the stubble, the hollow cheeks, the old scar partly hidden by hair. His eyes fixed on the scar. "Hello," he breathed. His grin showed broken teeth. "Now that is interesting." The others shifted. Wands lifted a little higher. One of them stepped round to get a better look at Hermione. She pressed closer to Harry. "You got a name, pal?" the leader asked, mocking now. Harry said nothing. The man laughed again. "Stupid question," he said. "I know that face. Posters everywhere. Undesirable number 1. Worth an absolute fortune." Hermione moved fast. "Stoop." 3 disarming spells hit her at once. Her wand flew out of her hand and landed in the snow. "Do not," the leader said lazily. "We can do this messy or neat." We prefer neat. Less shouting. Harry felt anger spike. The scythe jerked toward his hand. His eyesight blurred for a second as threads flashed round him. He could freeze them all, could cut the moment where they had stepped out, could. Hermione grabbed his sleeve tight. No, she hissed. He clenched his jaw and forced his wand up instead. Incarcerous. Ropes shot from the tip, catching the nearest snatcher round the legs. The man went down with a curse. The others reacted instantly. Red light and yellow slammed into the air around them. Harry blocked one curse, ducked another. A tree trunk beside him splintered, showering them with bark. A heavy spell struck his arm. His wand flew. Pain shot up to his shoulder. He stumbled. Got you, someone crowed. He heard Hermione scream his name as a curse hit her shoulder. She collapsed into the snow. The scythe rushed forward inside him. Furious. He tasted metal. Time tugged. No. He tried to pull it back. His skull rang. A stunning spell hit him square in the chest. The world went black. He woke to pain in his wrists. His arms were stretched above his head, bound. His shoulders ached. His feet dragged over stone. The air smelled of damp and something sour. He heard footsteps. Voices. Hermione's voice, muffled and strained. Harry, she whispered. Harry, wake up. He forced his eyes open. He was being dragged along a hallway. The floor under him was polished stone, cold even through his clothes. Tall windows rose along one wall. Night pressed against the glass. The ceiling was high and pale. He knew this place even before he saw the crest on the wall. Malfoy Manor. 2 snatchers had him by the arms, hauling him along. Another pushed Hermione ahead of them. Her hands were bound behind her back. Her hair was wild, snow melted and refrozen in it. A ragged cut marked her cheek. Other prisoners walked with them. Dean Thomas, thin and gray-faced. A goblin Harry recognized from Gringotts. Griphook, eyes sharp even now. The last was an old man with sunken cheeks and hair like spiderwebs. Ollivander. Harry's stomach twisted. They were shoved into a large drawing room. High ceiling, chandelier heavy with crystal. A fireplace big enough to stand in. The air was warmer here, but it did not feel better. It felt like something dead had been wrapped round the house for years. Lucius Malfoy stood near the fireplace. He looked worse than Harry had ever seen him. Hair less sleek, clothes a little rumpled. His eyes darted quickly over them, lingering on Harry's scar. Draco, he called, voice thin. Draco, come here. Draco stood by the far wall, half in shadow. He had grown taller. His face was sharper. He looked like someone who had not slept in a long time. He did not move at first. Draco, Lucius said again, more urgent. Come. Tell me. Draco pushed off the wall and walked forward. His eyes flicked from Harry to the snatchers, to Voldemort's face on a poster pinned near the door. The Dark Lord's name was not written there. It did not need to be. Is it him? Lucius demanded. Draco swallowed. His throat worked. He did not answer. Bellatrix Lestrange swept into the room like a knife. Her hair was wilder than the last time Harry had seen her. Her eyes glittered. She looked at the group and smiled slowly. What have you brought us? She crooned. The Snatcher leader bowed slightly. Got some strays, he said. Thought the Dark Lord might like to see them. Bellatrix's grin widened when she saw Harry's face. Oh, she breathed. Oh, Lucius. Oh, my dear, you might have just redeemed this house. She stalked closer. He could smell her perfume under the sweat and damp. It made his skin crawl. Draco, she said, sugar-sweet. Look properly. Is that Harry Potter? Draco stared at him. Harry looked back. He saw the boy who had stood on the tower. The one who had lowered his wand. The one who had watched Dumbledore fall with empty eyes. Draco's mouth opened. A sound came out. I do not know, he said. Bellatrix's lashes flicked down. Then up. You do not know, she repeated. Draco, you have been at school with this boy for 6 years. You have tried to curse him. You have told us about him. You do not know his face. Draco stared at Harry's scar, at his eyes. It could be, he said weakly. His face is... it is different. Thinner. His hair is longer. Harry's heart thudded. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. Men, she said. Useless at details. She reached out with one long finger and pushed Harry's fringe aside. The scar was there, plain and ugly. Her smile turned feral. Oh yes, she breathed. It is him. Lucius let out a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob. My lord, he whispered, looking at the dark window. We will call him. He will be pleased. He will forgive. Not yet, Bellatrix snapped. She stepped back, eyes scanning the group again. Her gaze snagged on Hermione. Mud-blood, she said lightly. Hermione stiffened. Bellatrix's eyes dropped to the beaded bag at Hermione's side. And what have we here? She purred. She snatched it up, holding it to the light. My, little girls and their secrets. Harry's stomach dropped. Dobby, he thought, sudden and sharp. But Dobby was somewhere else. He did not even know if the elf was alive. They had not been able to risk contact since the wedding. The Scythe stirred. It did not care about bags or elves. Cared about the fear in the room. Fed on it. Bellatrix tossed the bag to one of the snatchers. Lock them in the cellar, she ordered. Not her. I want her upstairs. Hermione went pale. No, Harry said at once. Take me. Bellatrix laughed. Delighted. Oh, I will, she said. Later. For now, I want to hear what your mudblood knows. She has clever eyes. Clever girls always hide the best presents. Leave her, Harry snapped. He moved, but two wands pressed into his throat at once. He froze. You do not get to make requests, Potter, Bellatrix hissed. You have been a very naughty boy. You broke into the ministry. You took something of mine. Her eyes flicked to the bag again. I ran down Harry back. Into the cellar with him, she said. If he makes trouble, break something. Hermione jerked in their grip. Harry, he met her gaze. There was fear there and something else. A question. He shook his head once. Snatchers dragged him and the others away. The cellar was cold and damp. Stone walls, low ceiling. No windows. The door shut with a heavy thunk. Harry heard the lock slide into place, metal grinding against metal. They were pushed to the floor. His knees slammed into stone. His hands were still bound behind his back. His wand was gone. The scythe hummed. Luna, a soft voice said. Harry blinked. Luna Lovegood sat against the far wall, legs crossed, hands tied. Her hair was tangled, clothes dirty, but her pale eyes were calm. Beside her lay Ollivander, breathing shallowly. Griphook sat near them, back straight, eyes darting. Harry, Luna said, as if she had seen him yesterday. Hello. The familiar warmth in her tone almost hurt. Hi, Luna, he said, voice rough. Dean slumped down near them, groaning. His hands were bound too. Brilliant, he muttered. We just had to run into those creeps. What are you doing here? Harry asked Luna. They took me from home, she said. Father was unwise in his writing. They did not like it. I think they were going to use me to get to you, but you came yourself instead. That was very thoughtful. Harry tried to smile. Came out crooked. Above them, a scream ripped through the house. Hermione. Harry's body went rigid. The sound drilled into his bones, sharp and raw. The scythe jerked like something tugged on a chain. Luna flinched just once. Her fingers tightened on her knees. Where is that coming from? Dean whispered, already knowing. The drawing room, Griphook said. His voice was high and harsh. The torture room. Hermione screamed again. The sound broke into sobs, then cut off. Harry's chest heaved. The scythe pressed against his ribs, hard. It wanted out. It wanted to climb the sound and find its source. Cut it. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. No, he whispered. Luna tilted her head. You have something inside you, she said, matter of fact. It feels old. Not helping, Luna, Dean muttered. Harry ignored them. Another scream tore through the stone. Bellatrix's voice floated faintly down too. Words blurred but tone clear, delighted and cruel. Stop! Harry snarled at the ceiling. Stop it, Harry, Luna said gently. You cannot hear her if you shout. He laughed. A sharp, broken sound. I can hear her anyway. Ollivander stirred, eyes fluttering open. The wand, he mumbled. They want to know. We know, Harry said. We will deal with it. His heart pounded. Sweat slid down his back despite the cold. The scythe coiled tighter, tasting the pain in the house. You could end it, the whisper said. One cut, one breath, no more sound. Harry's wrists hurt where the ropes bit into them. He twisted them uselessly. I cannot, he whispered. You heard what happened at the ministry. You felt it. I felt power, the scythe answered. I felt you almost become what you are. You stopped. You bled. You survived. You can go further. Hermione screamed again. This one sounded worse. Harry's vision blurred. He dug his nails into his palms. He could not reach his wand. He could not move. He could only sit and listen while she burned. You can call someone, Luna said, as if catching his thought. Dobby helped us once. Harry blinked. Dobby, he said aloud. The scythe hissed, displeased at the idea of waiting. It wanted to act now. Harry ignored it and focused on the memory of the little elf, on the way Dobby had looked at him in the kitchen, eyes huge and full of devotion. Dobby, he said again, putting every ounce of will into the name. We need you. For a moment nothing happened. Then there was a soft crack, and Dobby appeared in front of him. His eyes were wide. His ears trembled. He wore a too-big jumper and several hats at once. He took in the cellar in a quick, sharp glance and then fixed on Harry. Harry Potter, Dobby whispered, awed. Dobby came as quickly as he could, sir. Dobby heard you calling in his head, like you did at the burrow. Harry almost sagged with relief. Dobby, he said, we are at Malfoy Manor. Hermione is upstairs. Bellatrix is torturing her. We need to get out. Can you? Mistress Malfoy house is full of bad magic, Dobby said, shivering. Full of nasty masters. But Dobby can take you away, sir. Dobby can take you anywhere you want to go. Another scream sliced through the floor. Harry flinched. We cannot leave without her, he said. We cannot leave without any of them. Luna, Ollivander, Dean, the goblin. All of them. Dobby looked at the others. His big eyes grew determined. Dobby will do it, he said. Dobby will get them out. Dobby has done this before. Harry nodded quickly. All right, take Luna and Ollivander first. Somewhere safe. Shell Cottage. Do you know it? Dobby knows the place, he said. He has listened at doors. Bill Weasley talks about it sometimes. Good, Harry said. Take them there. Come back for Dean and Griphook. Then come back for me and Hermione. Hermione screamed again. This one broke. Harry felt something inside him crack with it. Harry, Luna said softly. You cannot go up there. I can, he said. I will. You are not thinking, Griphook hissed. They will kill you. Harry turned to Dobby. Last trip, he said. After you take everyone else, you come back for us. If I am not here, if she is not. His throat closed. Dobby straightened. Dobby will come back, he said firmly. Dobby will not let Harry Potter die. He grabbed Luna and Ollivander's hands. Hold tight, he said. Think of the sea. They vanished with a crack. The cellar felt emptier. Above, Bellatrix's voice drifted down, sing-song. Hermione sobbed. Harry's breathing grew shallow. You cannot go, Dean said. Harry, they took your wand. You have no chance. I have something else, Harry said. You are not going to freeze the whole house again, Hermione's voice said in his head. You are not going to bleed out through your eyes where I cannot reach you. He swallowed. You do not have to use it, Luna had said way back in 5th year about the prophecy. Not really. He looked at the ceiling. The scythe pulsed. You cannot save her with wood and words, it said. You have a different tool. Another scream tore through the house. The sound tipped him. Fine, Harry whispered. You want out. You get out. But we do this my way. What way is that? The scythe asked, amused. Fast, he said. And only them. He closed his eyes and dropped into the place where the scythe lived. Time did not stop this time. It bent. Sound stretched. The echoes of Hermione's scream thinned, then thickened. The drip of water from the ceiling slowed to a heavy beat. The air around him went cold enough to burn. The scythe formed in his hands. It did not appear politely, tore through. One moment his hands were bound behind his back. The next, they were in front of him, fingers curled round a long, black handle. The ropes fell in ragged pieces, sliced cleanly by a blade that had never touched them. Harry sucked in air. Frost bit his lungs. Griphook scrambled back, eyes huge. Dean swore, scrambling away from the sudden weapon in the room. Luna and Ollivander were already gone. Good. You are mad, Griphook whispered. You carry that inside you. Yes, Harry said. The scythe hummed in his grip, pleased. You will not be able to pretend after this, it said. They will see. Good, he said. Maybe they should. He lifted the scythe. The cellar trembled. He did not swing at stone. He swung at the space above his head. The blade cut nothing and everything. For a heartbeat the world split. He saw layers. The cellar under the drawing room, under the hall, under the landing. People standing on each. Bellatrix leaning over Hermione, wand in hand. Lucius near the fireplace. Draco by the wall, pale. Snatchers waiting by the door. A house elf cowering behind a table. He saw threads running through them all, lines of time and action. He drove the scythe upward. The blade sliced not through stone, but through the gap between seconds. He felt it catch. The house shook. Dust fell from the ceiling in slow motion, like ash. The floor above him wavered, then turned thin. For a second he could see through it. Hermione's body arched on the floor, lit by wand light. Bellatrix stood over her, mouth open in a laugh. Harry stepped. He rose straight up, through stone that was suddenly as soft as fog. The cellar dropped away. He passed through the floor of another room. Empty. Another. A corridor lined with portraits that screamed silently as he passed. Each movement was a single, heavy pulse of effort. Each one took something from him. But the scythe made it possible. He emerged in the drawing room like a shadow rising from the ground. No one noticed. From their perspective, he had simply appeared. Hermione lay on the floor near Bellatrix's feet. Her face was wet with tears. Her body shook, each tremor small and exhausted. She had bitten her lip. Blood stained her teeth. Bellatrix stood over her, wand pointed at Hermione's throat. "Where did you get that sword?" she demanded. "Where, girl? Tell me." Hermione sobbed. "Please," she whispered. "We found it. In the forest. Please, please stop." Bellatrix kicked her in the ribs. Hermione cried out again. Lucius hovered near the door, fingers twisting. "We should call the Dark Lord," he said. "He wants the boy. If this is not the real sword, if this is not, it is my vault they defiled," Bellatrix snapped. "I will know what they touched. I will know how they stole from me. Let him wait. He will be more pleased if I give him every piece neatly wrapped." Her wand twitched. Harry moved. Time bent tighter around him as he stepped forward. He did not shout. He did not give away his presence. He swung. The scythe arc was small, almost lazy. It did not touch Bellatrix's body, touched her shadow. For a second the room went colder. Bellatrix inhaled, eyes widening. Her body jerked once as if someone had yanked a string in her chest. Her wand hand spasmed. Then she vanished. No body, no blood, no crash. She simply was, and then she was not. Hermione stared at the empty space where Bellatrix had stood a heartbeat before. Lucius screamed. It was a thin, high sound, ripped out of him. He stumbled back, staring at the gap. "Bella," he choked. "Bella, where?" Draco pressed himself against the wall, white as the snow outside. Harry stood in the center of the room, scythe in his hands. He felt nothing where Bellatrix had been. No thread, no echo. He had not killed her in any way wizards understood. He had cut her out of the pattern. The space she had occupied felt wrong, like missing teeth. His stomach lurched. Another Death Eater lunged at him from the side, shouting something. A curse flared green. Harry lifted the scythe. The Avada Kedavra hit the blade. It should have killed him. Instead, the green light bent as if it had hit water. It flowed up the edge, splitting into strands of color that Harry had never seen before. They sank into the metal, into his hands, into his arms. It was like plunging his limbs into boiling ice. He gasped. His vision flashed white. The scythe shuddered. More, it whispered. More. The Death Eater who had cast the curse stared. Frozen. Harry saw his thread. Weak. Thin. Stained. He swung again. Once more, he did not cut flesh. He cut the gap in time between the man's last breath and his next. The man vanished. The room filled with shouting. Potter! What did he? Stop him! Spells flew. Some hit him and dissolved against the time-warped field around him. Others bent, twisting round the scythe's influence. A few slid past and slammed into furniture, shattering a table, splintering a chair. The chandelier shook. Dust rained down. Harry moved like someone else. He slid under a jet of red light, came up behind another Death Eater, and swung. The man raised his wand to shield his face. The blade did not touch his wand. It touched the moment he might have used it. Gone. Absence after absence. Lucius cowered near the fireplace, arms over his head. Please, he sobbed. Please. We did everything. We gave him our home. We gave him. Harry looked at him. He saw the man who had tried to kill him at 12. The man who had slipped Tom Riddle diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. The man who had bowed and smiled and watched children die. He saw a thread worn thin by fear. The scythe hummed. This one deserves it. Cowardice tastes as rich as cruelty. Harry took a step toward him. Harry! Hermione's voice came from the floor. It was barely more than a croak, but it cut through the hum. He looked down. She stared up at him through swollen eyes. Her lip bled. Her fingers curled weakly. She looked terrified. Not of Bellatrix. Not of Lucius. Of him. His chest clenched. He saw himself reflected in her gaze. Pale. Hair hanging in his face. His eyes, he did not recognize his own eyes. They glowed faintly, pupils too sharp. The veins round them stood out red. The scythe in his hands looked wrong against his small frame, like an adult weapon held by a teenager. Harry! She whispered again. Please! The scythe pulled at him. Lucius begged. Another Death Eater tried to crawl toward the door. With effort that felt like lifting a mountain, Harry turned and swung not at Lucius, not at the crawling man, but at the ceiling. The blade tore a hole in the air. He felt the manor shake from cellar to roof. In the cellar below, Dean and Griphook felt the tremor. The door warped in its frame. The locks aged 50 years in a second and crumbled. Stones cracked. Chains rusted away. Go! Harry snarled through clenched teeth. He did not know who he was talking to. Dobby, fate, anyone. Just then, the air in the corner of the drawing room shimmered. Dobby appeared on the table, eyes wide, ears twitching madly. He glanced round once, taking in the chaos. The absences where Death Eaters had been. Lucius curled on the floor, Draco pressed against the wall, Hermione bleeding. Harry Potter, Dobby squeaked. Dobby is here. Lucius lifted his head. You, he hissed. You filthy. Harry moved so fast he barely saw himself. One step, one swing. He cut the words out of Lucius' throat before they were spoken. The older wizard's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. His eyes rolled back. He collapsed, still breathing, still there. But something in him had been sliced away. His thread dangled, half-severed. The scythe purred. More. Harry wanted to vomit. Dobby, he said, voice hoarse. Take Hermione. Hermione shook her head weakly. No, she whispered. Not without you. You go now, Harry ordered. I will get the others. Promise. Get her to the cottage. Get her safe. Dobby looked between them, ears flapping. Hermione tried to push herself up. Her arms trembled and gave out. She let out a small cry. Bellatrix had not held back. Harry knelt beside her, the scythe's point digging into the floor. He slid his free arm under her shoulders. She was shaking. Her skin was too hot. She grabbed his sleeve. Do not stay, she said. Not alone. Please, please. He wanted to say he would be fine. The lie would not come out. I will not be long, he said instead. I cannot leave Dobby to do all of it. I have to. Elaine. Neville. Sirius. Names spun in his head. All the people he had failed because he had been too slow, too weak, too something. Not this time. Hermione stared at him. "You are not alone," she said. "I am here. We will figure this out together. I am not afraid of you." She looked at the scythe as she said it. The weapon hissed at her, offended. She did not flinch. His throat tightened. "Dobby," he said. "Please." The elf nodded, small face set. "Dobby will not let her fall," he said. He grabbed Hermione's arm gently. "Miss Hermione must think of the sea," he told her. "Nice warm sand. Not this nasty place." Hermione clutched Harry's sleeve once more, then released it. "Do not disappear," she whispered. He leaned down, impulse overriding caution, and pressed a quick, clumsy kiss to her forehead. Her skin was damp with sweat and tears. "I am stubborn," he said. "You know that." She let out a tiny, broken laugh. Dobby snapped his fingers. They vanished. The room seemed to empty and press in at the same time. Harry rocked back on his heels. The scythe in his hand hummed louder now that one soft presence was gone. It tasted Death Eater's fear like sugar in the air. "You are ready," it murmured. "No one else to see. No one else to beg." "Dean and the goblin first," Harry said aloud. "Then we leave." He stepped back to the spot where he had come through the floor. The threads shone faintly now, easier to see. He drove the scythe down this time. The blade vanished into stone. He fell with it. He landed in the cellar in a crouch. Dean yelped and scrambled back, wand half raised. Griphook stared, ears flat. The cellar door hung off its hinges. The chains were rusted lumps on the floor. Air gusted in from the corridor. "What did you do?" Dean whispered. "Changed the locks," Harry said. His voice did not sound like his. Sounded old. Dobby popped into existence beside him, ears flapping wildly. "Dobby took Miss Hermione to the cottage," he babbled. "She is with Bill and Fleur. They were very surprised, Harry Potter, but they will help." Dobby came back like he said he would. "Well done," Harry said. He reached for Dean. "You are next. Dobby, can you take both of them?" "Yes, sir," Dobby said. "Dobby is a free elf. Dobby can take as many as Dobby wants." Griphook hesitated. "Why save me?" he demanded. "I am a goblin. Your kind does not usually." "Because you are not them," Harry said, jerking his head toward the ceiling. "Because you were a prisoner too. Because I am not leaving anyone here if I can help it." Griphook stared at him for a heartbeat, then nodded once. "Perhaps we will discuss payment later," he said, voice brittle. "I am sure we will," Harry said. Dean let out a shaky laugh that came out half-sob. "We are talking about fees now," he said. "Great. Brilliant. Go," Harry said. Dobby grabbed both of them, one hand on Dean's arm, the other on Griphook's wrist. "We will be waiting for Harry Potter," Dobby said fiercely. "Dobby will keep them safe till you come." He disappeared with them. Harry was alone in the cellar. The house above seethed with panic. Footsteps pounded. Voices shouted. Someone screamed Bellatrix's name. His knees shook. The scythe hummed. "More," it urged. "There are still so many. You have only tasted the beginning. Think how quiet the world would be without them." Harry closed his eyes for a second. He saw possibilities. He could sweep through the manor like a shadow, cutting down everyone wearing black. No more Malfoys. No more Rodolphus. No more nameless Death Eaters sneering at Muggleborns. The scythe would drink them all in, their curses folding into its blade. He would walk out alone, older, emptier. He thought of Hermione looking up at him in fear. He opened his eyes. "We are not done," he said grimly. "But we are not clearing the house. We take a door and leave." A new presence brushed against his mind then, sharp and cold. Voldemort. Harry staggered. His scar burned white-hot. For a second, the cellar faded and he saw a snowy hillside, a small, crooked house, a grave. Nagini coiled in a bubble of magic. Voldemort stood with his wand pointed at a dead man's wand on a grave. He was happy. "The wand," Voldemort hissed, voice echoing inside Harry's skull. "At last." Harry gasped and grabbed his forehead. The scythe hissed at the intrusion. "You could cut him too," it whispered. "Reach along the scar. Slice." He almost wanted to try. Instead he used the pain. The manor pulsed with fear. Voldemort would be here soon. Apparition crackled faintly at the edges of the wards. He did not have time. He gripped the scythe, focused on the drawing room again, on the point where he had last stood. Then he aimed for somewhere else. He swung. He came up in the hallway near the front door. 2 Death Eaters spun toward him, wands already up. They had been guarding the entrance. One shouted his name. Harry did not give them a chance. He drove the scythe forward in a short, brutal arc. They vanished. No screams. No bodies. 1 second they existed, the next they did not. The air rippled where they had stood. The scythe pulsed in his hands, hot now as well as cold. Angry green light flickered along the edge, the residue of curses it had swallowed. It hurt to hold, but he did not let go. The front door was locked and warded. He could see the spells now, shimmering over the wood like cobwebs. Lines of magic woven thick by years of pride. He could try to dispel them with wandless effort. It would take time he did not have, or he could treat them like any other thread. He lifted the scythe and cut. The wards screamed as they broke. Light flashed along the wood and then blew out. The door swung inward. Beyond it, the grounds of the manor lay under snow. The air was bitterly cold. The protective enchantments round the property crackled and then fell silent, carved in half. Harry staggered onto the front step. He was shaking head to toe now. His hair hung in his eyes, heavy with sweat. His vision blurred at the edges. The scythe had eaten curses, time, and something out of him that he did not know how to name. He heard the first crack of apparition behind him. He spun. 4 Death Eaters appeared in the entrance hall at once, hoods up. One of them was Pettigrew. Harry recognized the rat-like face even with the mask half on. Pettigrew's eyes went huge when he saw the scythe. "Not again," he squeaked. He raised his silver hand. Harry saw his thread. He saw the debt that had kept Pettigrew alive on that night in the graveyard. He saw the hesitation that had choked the hand once before. He swung. The scythe did not touch the man, touched the silver hand. For a heartbeat, Pettigrew's face flickered between fear and relief. His hand tightened round his own throat. Then both hand and man unraveled. Not the choking this time. Not the slow, ugly death Voldemort had designed. Harry cut the moment that would have killed him and the one that had saved him, slicing them both away. Pettigrew thread snapped. He was gone. Harry swayed. Green light flared again as one of the other Death Eaters cast the killing curse in panic. The scythe sucked it in once more. Harry screamed this time. He could feel the spell as it traveled up the blade, into his arms, his chest, his head. It danced along his nerves, searching for a place to kill. The scythe forced it down, trapping it in its metal guts. His hair rose on his head. Something in him gave. He dropped to one knee. The remaining Death Eaters tried to press the advantage. Curses flew. Some hit, others deflected. The scythe's time field warped shape round him, slowing spells, twisting trajectories. He drove himself upright and swung in a wide, desperate arc. He did not aim. He simply cut. The hallway fell silent. Where 3 men had stood, there was nothing. The only sound was his own harsh breathing and the distant, rising hiss of Voldemort fury as the Dark Lord felt his servants wink out of existence. Harry's lungs burned. He vomited onto the threshold. It was mostly bile. His hands shook so badly he nearly dropped the scythe. The weapon hummed, pleased and greedy. Some of his hair slipped into his eyes. It looked wrong, paler. He did not have time to think about it. Harry Potter. Dobby's voice came from the side of the porch. He turned. Dobby stood under a stone archway, chest heaving. Behind him, the air shimmered. The elf had been testing the limits of the wards. Now that Harry had cut them, the path was open. "Hermione is safe," Dobby gasped. "Bill Weasley is shouting. Fleur is crying. Dean is swearing. They all told Dobby to fetch you right now before you do something stupid." Harry let out a weak laugh that hurt his ribs. "Bit late," he rasped. The air behind him exploded. Voldemort arrived in a blast of sound and wind. He stood at the end of the drive, robes billowing, eyes scarlet. Nagini hung in a protective bubble above his shoulder, hissing. His face twisted when he saw the open door, the broken wards. "Potter!" he hissed. Harry froze. For a second, the world narrowed to the line between them. Snow. Dark. Two figures. The scythe lifted in his hands of its own accord, drawn to the biggest thread of all. "You could end it," it whispered. "Here. Now. You have tasted his magic. You have swallowed his curse." Cut. Harry's muscles locked. He felt the weight of all the people in the cottage, in the burrow, at Hogwarts. He felt Hermione's grip on his sleeve. He felt Ron's absence. He wanted to, so badly. Voldemort raised his wand. Green light began to gather at the tip. Dobby moved. He did not hesitate. He did not wait for instructions. The little elf grabbed Harry's arm with one hand and reached out with the other. The killing curse leapt from Voldemort's wand. Harry's reflexes and the scythe's hunger tangled. He swung. The blade met the curse halfway. Time snapped. The green light froze. A solid bolt caught against the black edge. For a heartbeat, Harry saw inside it. Not colors, not shapes, just intent. Pure, cold ending. The scythe opened. The curse flowed into it like water into a drain. Harry screamed, felt like his skull was cracking. His vision went white, then black. Every nerve in his body lit up. He smelled burning, realized it was his own hair. Dobby held on. "Now, Harry Potter," he squeaked. "Please." Harry could not speak. He thought of the sea. Dobby snapped his fingers. Voldemort's snarl cut off mid-word as the porch spun away. They slammed into sand. Harry rolled, scythe vanishing from his hands as if it had never been. The sudden absence of its weight made him feel weightless and sick. He hit the ground on his side and lay there, panting, tasting salt. Waves crashed nearby. Wind whipped over him, cold and clean. "Harry!" Hermione's voice again. Softer this time. Frantic. Hands grabbed his shoulders, turning him gently. His back screamed. He blinked up into her face. She looked terrible. Pale, bruised, eyes swollen. But she was alive. "Hermione!" he croaked. She laughed through tears and wiped at his face. Her fingers came away with more blood than sand. "Your hair," she whispered. "Yeah," he managed. Thought it felt drafty. Bill Weasley crouched behind her, wand in hand, eyes taking in everything. Fleur hovered nearby, hands pressed to her mouth. Dean and Griphook stood further off under the shelter of a rock. Dobby was on his knees beside Harry, hands pressed to his chest, eyes wide with worry. "You are older," Bill said quietly. Harry frowned. "I am 16, he said, confused. Bill's jaw clenched. "You look 50, he said. "Your hair's gone half white. You have lines round your eyes." Harry blinked. Hermione brushed his fringe back. She let out a small gasp. "Not 50, she said, trying for steady. "More like 25. But it is wrong. It should not be there." He reached up with a shaking hand. His hair felt different, coarser in places. He could feel a streak above his ear that did not belong. His hands looked the same at first glance. But if he looked closely, the veins stood out more. The skin had lost some of its softness. "Cost," he muttered. Hermione's eyes filled again. "You saved them," she said. "You saved us. Dobby, Dean, Luna, everyone. You swallowed killing curses. You cut Death Eaters out of the world. Of course it cost you." Bill glanced between them. "We are going inside," he said, voice firm. "Now, before the trace picks up anything weird. Before he tracks whatever you just did." He held out a hand. Harry hesitated. His whole body felt like cracked glass. The scythe curled deep in his chest again, sulking. It had eaten well and was annoyed at being shoved back so quickly. His head throbbed. He took Bill's hand. Bill pulled him to his feet. The world tilted. Harry swayed. Hermione caught his arm on the other side. "We have you," she said. He believed her. They half walked, half carried him up the dunes toward the cottage. The little house stood on the cliff, windows glowing in the dark. The sound of the sea followed them. Dobby trailed close behind, ears drooping. "Dobby is sorry," he whispered. Dobby almost did not make it out. Dobby felt the nasty curse chasing him. "You did perfectly," Harry said, meaning it. "You saved my life. again. Dobby sniffed loudly. Harry Potter saved Dobby first, he said. Dobby is simply balancing the account. Hermione squeezed Harry's arm. Bill glanced back at them once. His eyes met Harry's. Whatever that thing is, he said quietly, nodding toward Harry's chest. We are going to talk about it. Not tonight. You are going to sleep first. But soon. Harry nodded. He was too tired to argue. The cottage door opened. Warmth spilled out. Fleur stood there, waiting, wand in hand, hair tied back. She looked from Harry to Hermione to the others. Mon Dieu, she whispered when she saw Harry's face. Do not, he said weakly. I cannot handle French right now. A small, wet laugh escaped Hermione. They got him onto a sofa. The moment he sat, his body decided it was done. His muscles turned to water. His eyes burned. He sagged back, head thumping against the cushion. Hermione perched on the edge of the seat beside him, one hand on his shoulder. Dobby sat on the floor near his feet, watching him like a worried dog. Bill and Fleur spoke quietly in the kitchen, voices blurred. Griphook muttered something about deals. Dean asked after Ginny in a low voice. Luna, already here and wrapped in a blanket, hummed under her breath, as if comforting herself. The sea pounded against the cliff outside. Harry stared at the ceiling. The scythe curled inside him, restless. That felt good, it said. Even now. You cannot deny it. You move differently in my field. You see more. You are closer to what you are meant to be. I am not a reaper, he whispered. Hermione glanced down. What? She asked. Nothing, he said quickly. Just arguing with the thing in my head. She made a face. Tell it for me, it is on thin ice, she said. He smiled, tired and real. You heard her, he thought. The scythe hummed. You will change your mind, it murmured. When the war gets worse, when they scream louder, you will pick up the blade and you will not put it down. I can wait. Harry closed his eyes. Hermione leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to his temple, careful of the streak of white hair. We will not let it eat you, she whispered. He wanted to believe her. His body ached. His head throbbed. His skin felt wrong on his bones. But Hermione's hand was warm on his shoulder. Bill was somewhere nearby, standing watch. Dobby had not died on a beach. Ron was still gone. That hurt like a missing limb. They would deal with that tomorrow. Tonight, Harry let the sound of the sea and the weight of Hermione's hand anchor him. The scythe might be whispering about the threads of the world and the taste of curses, but for now he had survived. He had saved them. At the edge of sleep he saw, for a moment, his reflection in a dark window. White streaks in his hair, older eyes in a young face. He did not look away. Then he finally slept. Harry woke up to the sound of the sea. For a few seconds he did not know where he was. The ceiling above him was low and white, not canvas. The air smelled of salt and something warm from a kitchen. The steady crash of waves rolled in under everything. Then his body reminded him. His eyes ached. His head felt heavy. His arms hurt down to the bone. When he tried to move his fingers, they cramped. He groaned. Someone shifted nearby. Harry, Hermione said softly. You awake? He turned his head carefully. Hermione sat in a chair pulled up beside the sofa. She had changed into clean clothes, one of Fleur's jumpers and a long skirt, but she still looked rough. Bruises showed along her throat. Her lip was split. A faint red mark crossed her cheek where a curse had grazed. Her eyes were fixed on him, tired and bright. How long was I out? He asked. His voice came out rough. Most of a day, she said. You passed out on the sofa last night. Bill wanted to take you upstairs, but we decided not to move you. You kept mumbling. Mumbling what? He asked. She hesitated. Threads, she said finally. And names. Ron. Sirius. Dobby. You argued with someone who was not there. He grimaced. Sorry, he muttered. She gave him a look. Do not apologize for almost dying after you drag us out of a Death Eater house. He tried to sit up. Pain shot down his spine. Hermione was already there, one hand behind his shoulders, helping him upright. The room swayed for a second. He grabbed the back of the sofa and breathed until it settled. The sitting room of Shell Cottage was small but bright. Light came in from 2 big windows that looked over the gray sea. A fire burned low in the grate. There were blankets on the other armchair and mugs on the low table, some empty, some half-drunk. Luna slept curled on another sofa, hair spread over the cushion. Dean sat on the floor near her feet, back against the wall, eyes half-closed. Dobby perched on a stool near the door, wide awake, ears twitching. He stared at Harry as if checking he was really there. "Hi," Harry said. Dobby's face crumpled. "Harry Potter is awake," he squeaked. His voice cracked. "Dobby is very glad." Dobby thought Harry Potter had gone where house elves cannot go. "Bill Weasley had to hold Dobby back from shaking you." "I am still here," Harry said. "Promise." Hermione's hand was still on his back. He leaned into it for a second. "How are you?" he asked her quietly. She lifted one shoulder. "I am sore," she said. "But Fleur has potions. The worst of it is gone." His jaw clenched. "What did she do?" he asked. "Bellatrix." Hermione looked away. "Cruciatus," she said. "And some cutting curses. I did not tell her about the vault. I told her lies until you did whatever you did." Harry swallowed. He remembered Bellatrix disappearing. The gap she had left. The way the room had felt wrong around it. "We will talk about that," Hermione said. "But not before you eat something." He looked down. Someone had placed a tray on the table within easy reach. There was bread, soup in a chipped bowl, and a glass of water. His stomach cramped at the smell. "Who made it?" he asked. "Fleur," Hermione said. "Dobby wanted to, but she said he would put too much salt in and you would die of thirst." Harry gave a weak snort. "I would still eat it," he said. "Eat what is there first," Hermione said firmly. He picked up the spoon. His hand shook. He managed a few mouthfuls before the effort made his arm ache. But the soup was hot and simple. It helped. His head cleared a little. Footsteps sounded from the doorway. Bill came in, rubbing at his eyes. His hair was tied back. He looked like he had not slept much either. "You are up," he said, relief clear in his voice. "Good. I was about to come poke you." "Please do not poke me," Harry said. "Everything hurts enough." Bill huffed a small laugh. He glanced at Hermione, then back at Harry. "How bad is the pain?" he asked. "Scale of 1 to cursed necklace." Harry thought about it. 4, he said. 5 if I move wrong. "Better than yesterday," Hermione said quietly. Bill nodded. "Right," he said. "Finish eating. When you can sit up without falling over, we need to talk." "About Malfoy Manor," Harry said. "And about the thing you are carrying inside you," Bill said. Harry put the spoon down. His hand was starting to shake more. "Fine," he said. "Give me 10 minutes." Bill looked like he wanted to say now, but he checked himself. 10 minutes, he agreed. Then kitchen. Fewer people. He left again. Hermione stayed where she was. Harry forced the rest of the soup down in small, slow spoonfuls. By the end his hand shook so badly Hermione had to steady the bowl. "You should rest more," she said. "If I rest any more, Bill will tie me to the sofa," Harry said. "I cannot hide from this." She did not argue. When the tray was empty, she took it to the sink. Harry swung his legs off the sofa. The floor was cold under his bare feet. His knees wanted to fold. He stood anyway. Dobby jumped off his stool. "Dobby will help Harry Potter walk," he said quickly. "I have got him," Hermione said. Harry rested an arm over her shoulders. Between Hermione and the wall, he managed to make it to the small kitchen. Fleur was there, chopping something. She looked up when they came in. Her eyes flicked over Harry's face, then dropped to his hands. "You move slowly," she said. "That is good. Sit." He sat at the small table. Hermione took the chair beside him. Fleur set the knife down and left them, brushing past Bill in the doorway with a quiet word in French. Bill shut the door. The kitchen went quiet except for the faint sound of waves through the wall. Bill leaned against the counter, arms folded. For a second he just looked at Harry. It was not unfriendly, but it was steady. Harry met his gaze. "Start wherever you want," Bill said. "If you do not, I will start for you." and you will not like my version as much. Harry let out a breath through his nose. I did not go to Malfoy Manor planning to tear holes in the walls, he said. We walked into Snatchers in the woods. We got dragged there. After that, I was trying not to watch Hermione get tortured while I sat in a cellar and did nothing. That is the short version. Bill's jaw tightened. He glanced at Hermione. A flicker of guilt crossed his face. Hermione sat straight. It was my choice to go in with them, she said. I knew what we were doing. Please do not give Harry that look like he dragged me along by my hair. Bill huffed. I know you chose it, he said. I still do not like the part where you were screaming upstairs. Neither do I, Harry said. His fingers dug into his knees. That is why I did not stay downstairs. Bill waited. Harry took a breath. He told them. He described the cellar. Luna calm, Dean swearing, Griphook edgy. Hermione's screams. Bellatrix's voice. The way the Scythe had pushed at him. Dobby arrival. The plan to move people in groups. Then he told them how he had stepped. He kept it plain. No extra words. The way the Scythe had cut the space between floors. The way he had risen through stone. The sight of the drawing room from below. Hermione went pale again when he described Bellatrix. You made her vanish, Bill said, voice flat. I cut her out, Harry said. I did not hit her body. I hit the moment she was in. Her piece of the pattern. It is hard to explain. She is gone. Dead, Bill said. Harry thought about that wrong, empty space. I do not know, he said. She is not anywhere the Scythe can feel. It is not the same as killing someone with a curse. There is no body, no echo. It is like pulling a thread out of a jumper. The line is missing. Hermione rubbed her forearm unconsciously. She was torturing me, she said quietly. If you had left her standing, I would be dead. Or worse. I am not sorry she is gone. I am not either, Bill said. What worries me is not her. It is you. Harry looked up. Bill tapped a finger against the table. You took killing curses on that thing, he said. You tore wards apart. You cut people out of the room. You cut locks, chains, doors. You stood in a hallway with the Dark Lord at the end of it and you blocked Avada Kedavra. That is not normal. No, Harry said. It is not. Every time you use it, you age. Bill went on. You know that, right? You have looked in a mirror since you woke up. Hermione shot him a warning glance. Harry shook his head. Bill grabbed a small mirrored plate from the shelf and put it on the table. Harry leaned forward. He stared. The changes were worse under bright light than they had felt on the beach. The streak that had started at his temple had spread. White strands threaded through his hair on both sides now, not just one. There were faint lines at the corners of his eyes that had not been there last term. His eyes themselves looked older, darker. The green was the same, but the skin around them seemed thinner. He looked up at Bill. I am still 16, he said. I know, Bill said. Your bones might not agree. Hermione reached out, gently turned his face back toward her. She traced a careful finger along the edge of one white strand. This is from Malfoy Manor, she said. It spread when you swallowed those curses. It was not this bad before. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry. The Scythe eats me when I use it, he said. We knew that. We knew it took something, Hermione said. We did not know it was counting in years. Bill uncrossed his arms and leaned on the counter. What actually is it? He asked. No more old magic. No more some curse from a ring. You have seen more of it now than anyone alive. If we are going to share a house while you carry a walking catastrophe in your ribs, I need real answers. Harry looked at his hands on the table. The skin on the backs was fine. No spots. No wrinkles. But the veins stood out more. It is a reaper's tool, he said. That is the only word I have for it. It is made to cut souls and time. It was buried with a ring in a cursed field. I picked it up. It bonded. It wants to move everything toward an ending. I can tell it no. For now. Bill stared. You are saying death left its tool lying in Britain, he said. Harry shrugged one shoulder. I am saying whoever made it did not want wizards to have it. They buried it in a place full of ghosts and curses and hoped no one stupid would dig deep enough. And Dumbledore sent you straight there, Bill said. Hermione shifted in her chair. He did not know what exactly was under that field, she said. He suspected, but he did not understand the scythe. He understood enough to use Harry, Bill said. Bill, Hermione snapped. Harry lifted a hand. He did, he said. We can be honest about that. But he is dead, and I am stuck with this thing now. The question is what we do with it. Bill dragged a hand down his face. You sound too calm about this, he said. I am not calm, Harry said. I am tired. Hermione's fingers curled round his wrist. Her grip was steady. We need rules, she said. Proper ones. Not just Harry will try not to freeze an atrium unless he feels like it. Bill nodded. That is the first thing you have said today that I like, he said. Harry wanted to argue that he had got them all out of Malfoy Manor alive, but he bit it back. That sounded too close to the whisper that had been in his head. The one that said results justified everything. What rules? He asked instead. No touching friends, Hermione said instantly. No touching allies. No reaching for threads round people we know unless they are already dead, and you are dealing with their ghosts. Harry flinched. I was not planning to, he said, then hesitated. I almost did. In the forest. When Ron left, Hermione's jaw clenched. I know, she said. Bill frowned. What happened? He asked. Harry rubbed at his forehead. Ron walked out, he said. We argued. The locket was on him. Twisted everything. He left. I pulled the scythe and almost rewrote his choice. Hermione stopped me. Bill swore softly under his breath. Hermione stared at the table. He nearly cut out the moment Ron decided to leave, she said. He would have taken Ron's choice away. I hit him. Hard. Snapped him out of it. That is when his eyes started bleeding again. Bill stared at Harry. You tried to force my brother to stay, he said. His voice was quiet, but there was something dangerous under it. Harry met his eyes. I did not, he said. I almost did. There is a difference. I am not asking you to be grateful. I am telling you the line is there, and I stepped back from it. Bill looked at him for a long moment. I am angrier at Dumbledore than you, he said finally. He put that much power in hands that were still doing homework. You should not have to decide things like that. Harry snorted. Too late, he said. Hermione squeezed his wrist. Rule 1 stands, she said. No cutting friends. Ever. Even if you think you are fixing something. Harry nodded. All right, he said. Rule 1. Rule 2, Bill said. No using it as a first option in fights. You use a wand, your feet, your brain. The scythe is for when there is no other way. Last resort. You saw what regular spells do in those situations, Harry said. We have seen enough green light to. I know, Bill said. I am not saying never. I am saying if you swing that thing every time a Death Eater sneezes, you will burn yourself out before Easter. And there will be nothing left of you to bury. Hermione swallowed audibly. Harry let out a slow breath. Fine, he said. Last resort. Rule 3, Hermione said. You do not use it without telling me. If you have time to decide, you have time to say my name. If you are in a fight and you do not, that is different. But if you are in a cellar planning to tear holes in floors, you look at me and tell me what you are about to do. And if she is not there? Bill asked. She will be, Harry said. Hermione gave him a look. I am not your shadow, she said. You keep grabbing my sleeve whenever I start glowing, he said. Scythe guard. That was your idea. Bill snorted. I am adding rule 4, he said. If both of you go somewhere stupid, you take someone else without a death stick. Ron, when he comes back. Me. Whoever. I am not letting the only 2 people who seem to know where the Horcruxes are vanish into some cursed cellar together. Harry felt a small, stupid relief at the when. He nodded. All right, he said again. Bill straightened. Good, he said. That makes me feel slightly less like we are living with a dragon. Hermione frowned. You said no metaphors, she said to Harry under her breath. Harry blinked. Did I? He asked. You keep saying you do not want anyone turning your life into stories, she said. Dragons are story things. Bill rolled his eyes. Trust you to make grammar rules out of this, he said. Right. Next topic. Wands. He opened the kitchen door and stuck his head out. Ollivander, he called. Can you come in here a minute? Harry tensed. Hermione moved her hand from his wrist to his fingers. She wrapped hers round his. He did not pull away. Mr. Ollivander shuffled in slowly. He looked fragile, but his eyes were clearer than in the cellar. Fleur had cleaned him up and wrapped him in a thick cardigan. He held a cup of tea in both hands. Mr. Potter, he said. Miss Granger. Sir, Harry said. Ollivander sat at the table opposite them with a sigh. Mr. Weasley said you have questions, he said. I imagine you do. It is about Voldemort, Harry said. And the wand he is after. Hermione's fingers tightened round his. Bill stood back, listening. Harry told Ollivander what he had seen in his scar at the manor. The graveyard. Dumbledore's tomb. The wand pulled from the White Hands. Voldemort's delight. Ollivander's face grew more drawn with each word. He has it, then, the wandmaker whispered. The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. I tried to tell him it was a legend. I hoped it was only a legend. It seems I was wrong. Bill frowned. Death Stick, he repeated. An old story, Ollivander said. Older than wandlore. 3 brothers. 3 gifts. One of them a wand that could not be defeated in a duel. Hermione frowned. We know the story, she said. The tale of the 3 brothers. Xenophilius Lovegood showed us a symbol. Said it was the Hallows. Yes, Ollivander said. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. I thought them fairy tales, but the wand. There were too many whispers. Too many stories that lined up. A trail of owners, each killed for it. I told you know who what I knew under duress. I am sorry, Mr. Potter. It is not your fault, Harry said automatically. He was tired of saying that to people who had been tortured. The wand answers to power, Ollivander went on. To ownership taken, not given. You say he took it from the tomb. He did not defeat Dumbledore in life. He has stolen the wand from a corpse. That is not the same as winning it. Harry thought of Malfoy on the tower, of wands flying out of hands, of the night he had disarmed Draco at the manor. You are thinking something, Hermione said quietly. Harry looked at her. If the wand answers to whoever took it, he said, then it should answer to Draco. He disarmed Dumbledore. Or to me. I disarmed Draco. The wand does not know who is dead. It knows who it lost to. Voldemort is holding a weapon that might not be his. Perhaps, Ollivander said. Wandlore is precise and messy at the same time. Allegiance is not simple. But it is a hope. Does the Scythe care? Bill asked. Does it change anything that he has a very old stick? Harry frowned inwardly, feeling for the weapon in his chest. The Scythe did not answer with words. It sent him a sense instead. The Elder Wand's magic tasted sharp and clear, but thin compared to the cold depth in his ribs. Old but of a different sort. It is not the same kind of tool, Harry said. The Hallows belong to wizards. They are made to work with wand magic. The Scythe is not. It does not care about wands. Cuts through their spells. Ollivander shivered. I can feel it around you, he said quietly. Your magic smells different. Do not ask me to explain that. It just does. Harry shifted in his chair. Hermione looked thoughtful. So Voldemort has a wand that might not obey him completely, she said. We have a scythe that can chew through curses but eats Harry when he uses it. Cheery summary, Bill said. She gave him a look. We need to see the whole board, she said. Not just one piece at a time. If the Elder Wand gives him more raw power, that makes him more dangerous. But if it also turns on him at the worst moment, that is an opening. If the Scythe can block him, that is another. Assuming Harry is still standing by then, Bill said. Harry rubbed his eyes carefully. We cannot sit here and wait to see how it plays out, he said. He has at least 1 Horcrux left. Maybe more. We have to move first. We are not moving anywhere until you can walk without leaning on Hermione, Bill said. Harry opened his mouth to argue. His legs chose that moment to cramp. Pain shot up his calves. He hissed and grabbed the edge of the table. Hermione's hand was there at once, steadying. Bill lifted his eyebrows. Harry shut his mouth. "Fine," he muttered. "Good," Bill said briskly. "Because in addition to Horcruxes and murder tools, we have goblin problems." Hermione groaned softly. "Griphook," she said. "Griphook," Bill confirmed. Ollivander sipped his tea and did not ask questions. "He is in the back room with Dean and Luna," Bill went on. "He wants to talk to you. He has opinions about swords and vaults and payment." Harry rubbed his forehead. "He wants the sword," he said. "He wanted it in the cellar. Said we would talk later." "Later is now," Bill said. "Or in an hour, when you stop looking like you will pass out." Hermione got to her feet. "I will go and stall him," she said. "Try to make sure he does not storm off in a huff before we talk." "Be careful what you promise him," Bill warned. "Goblin ideas of ownership are strict. If you say the wrong word, he will treat it as a contract." She rolled her eyes. "I have read things, Bill," she said. "I know." She squeezed Harry's shoulder and left. Harry watched her go. When the door shut, Bill turned back to him. "One more thing," he said. "Ron." Harry's throat closed. "What about him?" he asked. Bill studied his face. "Mum sent a Patronus yesterday," he said. "Short one. Just to me." She said Ron turned up at the burrow, then left again. "She is frantic. The house is being watched." There was a row. Percy walked out. "George is worse. It is messy." Ron told her as little as he could and then disapparated. Harry's heart thumped faster. "He is alive," he said. "Yes," Bill said. "He is alive. He is not with you. That is a problem. But he is alive." Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. His hands trembled. "He has the locket," he said. "We need to get that off him." "I told Mum to watch if he comes back," Bill said. "She said she would send another message if she sees him. For now, he is somewhere out there with a Horcrux hanging round his neck and guilt eating his insides. You know my brother. He will either drink himself senseless or decide he has to do something dramatic to make up for leaving." Harry managed a weak smile. "Sounds familiar," he said. Bill huffed. "Point is, he is in play. When we move on the next Horcrux, we plan for the chance he turns up in the middle of it. If that thing drives him at you, you need to be ready." "I will not cut him," Harry said. "Good," Bill said. "But you might have to stun him, or hex the locket off him, or let Hermione talk him down while you keep your death stick pointed at something else." Harry nodded. "Fine," he said. "We will deal with it when it happens." "You are taking all this better than I expected," Bill said. "I am too tired to panic," Harry answered. "Ask me again in an hour." Bill gave him a long look. "All right," he said finally. "Rest for a bit. Then we go and see what Griphook wants, and how he feels about dragons." Harry frowned. "Dragons," he repeated. Bill almost smiled. "You will see," he said. He left the kitchen, leaving Harry with Ollivander and the sound of the sea. They gave Harry an hour. He spent most of it on the sofa again. Hermione came back in long enough to make him drink more water and swallow a potion Fleur handed over. Tasted foul, but his headache backed off from sharp to dull. Luna woke up and patted over in her socks, blanket still round her shoulders. She looked at Harry for a moment. "You are thinning," she said mildly. "Thank you," Harry said. "I did not mean your hair," she said. "Your edges." He did not ask. Dean sat with them, eyes flicking to Harry's hair, then away. He looked worried and awkward. "Thanks for getting us out," Dean said finally. "I do not know what you did, but we are not in a cellar, so that is good." "We do not leave people behind," Harry said. "Not if we can help it." Luna smiled faintly. "You might want to write that down somewhere," she said. "So you remember it is not just for other people." Before he could answer, Hermione stuck her head in from the hall. "Griphook is ready," she said. "And annoyed. Come on." Harry got up slowly. His legs shook less than before. Dobby hovered near his elbow as he walked down the narrow corridor to the back room. The room had a low ceiling and a small window. The sea sounded closer here. Griphook sat on a chair that looked too big for him, back straight, hands on his knees. His cloak was repaired, but he still looked like someone who had lived in chains for a while. Hermione stood near the door, arms folded. Bill leaned against the wall. Fleur sat on the bed, listening. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said as Harry came in. "We have matters to discuss." "Yeah," Harry said. He stayed standing. "We do." Griphook's eyes flicked to Dobby, then to Harry's hair, then to his eyes. "Your magic feels strange now," he said. "So I have heard," Harry muttered. "You carry more than a wand," Griphook went on. "We will return to that. First, the sword, of course." Harry took a breath. "You want it," he said. "Yes," Griphook said. "It is goblin-made. It was stolen from us. We forged it. We shined it. We made it to drink valuables and grow stronger. It is not a toy for wizards to pass round in school. It was given to Gryffindor," Hermione said carefully. "He paid for it. A goblin-made blade returns to goblin hands when a wizard dies," Griphook said sharply. "That is our law. Your lot do not honor it because you like to keep what is not yours. The sword should be in our vaults. It is not. It sits in your tent and your stories." Harry held up a hand. "We are not keeping it for fun," he said. "We need it. It destroys Horcruxes. It killed the bit of soul in the diary, and the ring and the locket. We think we have one more to deal with after Gringotts. Maybe two. Once that is done." He hesitated. Griphook leaned forward. "Yes," he said. "I will give it to you," Harry said. "You have my word. It will be yours. Not on loan. Yours." Hermione stiffened. "Harry," she began. He did not look away from Griphook. "You have to help us first," he said. "We need to get into a vault. Bellatrix Lestrange's. We think there is something of his in there. Something like the locket. We cannot do it without you." Griphook's eyes gleamed. "You want to break into Gringotts," he said. "The most secure bank in the world. You want to walk past ancient curses and dragons and goblin guards, and you come to a goblin you freed from Death Eaters and ask him to betray his kind." "Yes," Harry said. "I do." Bill rubbed his forehead. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. Griphook's thin mouth twisted. "You put it plainly," he said. "That is something. Most wizards would dress it up in pretty words. Protection. Necessity. War. You say what you want." "We want Voldemort dead," Harry said. "We want the people he has hurt to stop hurting. We want to stop seeing posters with our friends' faces on walls." "Those posters are only there because you play this game with him," Griphook said. "You and he dance round each other. The rest of us are trampled." Harry's temper flared. "I did not ask for this," he snapped. "He came after me. He killed my parents. He has chased me since I was a baby. He made Horcruxes. I am trying to destroy them. If you have a better plan, tell me." Griphook stared at him. "You sound like a goblin," he said softly. "You talk about debts, blood, old wrongs." Hermione cleared her throat. "We are going off track," she said. "We need each other. We cannot get into the vault without you. You cannot get the sword while we are alive and fighting unless you work with us. After the war, we do not need it anymore. You do. The agreement fits." Griphook looked at her. "Which," he said, "would you give up something that saved your life, just because the law of another race said you should?" She hesitated. "If it was their law and not ours, and if lives depended on keeping the peace, yes," she said. "The sword is not ours by goblin law. We can argue history all day. Right now, we need moving forward." Griphook looked back at Harry. "You understand that a goblin word is binding," he said. "If you say you will give me the sword, and you try to trick me, there will be no place for you to hide from my people. Not in this war, not after." Harry thought of Ron's reaction when he found out, of McGonagall's face if he told her he had given Gryffindor's sword away. He thought of the way the Scythe felt when it chewed through Horcrux souls. It did not need the sword. Could do the job by itself. It would like that. He did not. "You have my word," he said. "After the Horcruxes are gone, the sword is yours. You can come and take it yourself. In front of witnesses. Wizards and goblins both." Griphook's eyes narrowed. "You would let goblins into your castle to walk away with one of your school treasures?" he said. If we win, it will not be my castle, Harry said. It will be everyone's. You can talk to McGonagall about the details. Griphook sat back. Bill shifted. You really think we are walking back into Hogwarts with a goblin troop after all this? He muttered. I think if we survive, we can argue over who owns a sword, Harry said. I would rather have that argument than none at all because we are dead. Griphook was silent for a long moment. The only sounds were the sea and Dobby's quiet fidgeting by the door. All right, the goblin said finally. I will help you. I know the Lestrange vault. I know its tricks. I know the path the carts take. I know how goblins think when they see thieves. Hermione let out a slow breath. Bill did not relax. Fleur watched, eyes sharp. But, Griphook added, raising a finger, I am not your servant. I am not your pet. I will not walk in front of curses for you. I will not risk my life for you beyond what is necessary to reach the vault. When we get to the treasure and you take what you want, I take what is mine. The sword, Harry said. The sword, Griphook agreed. And if there is anything else in that vault which Goblin law says belongs to us, I will claim it. We are not there to loot, Hermione said. We only want one object. One object that you say is a piece of his soul, Griphook said. Goblin vaults are not made to hold such things. They stain the gold. Do you still want the job? Bill asked. Griphook bared his teeth. I want the sword, he said. For that, I will walk into a dragon's nose. Bill sighed. Spoke too soon, he muttered. Harry frowned. You keep mentioning dragons, he said. Gringotts keeps one under the deeper vaults, Griphook said. An old beast, half-blind, trained to hate metal. It breathes fire on anything that moves without the proper sound. Proper sound, Hermione repeated. Chains, Griphook said. They rattle them to say, do not burn this one. Harry felt sick. They keep it chained and beat it into doing what they want, he said. Griphook looked at him. Of course, he said. You think humans are the only ones you put in cages. Hermione swallowed. We can discuss goblin ethics later, she said faintly. Right now, we need a plan. Bill rubbed his temples. Fleur is going to love this, he said. Forget werewolves. Now I am breaking into my old job with a half-reaper and a dragon. You are not coming, Harry said automatically. Bill looked up, eyebrows raised. Excuse me, he said. You cannot, Harry said. The bank knows you. You worked there. If they see you with us, they will know something is wrong. That is exactly why I should come, Bill said. I know what corridors look like from the other side. I know which goblins can be bribed, which cannot, which curses twist which way. You will walk yourself straight into a ward bubble without me. Hermione nodded reluctantly. He has a point, she said. Harry let out a long breath. Fine, he said. But if it goes wrong, you get out. You have a wife. You have a family. You do not stick around just because I decide to swing the scythe at the vault door. Bill gave him a dry look. Good to know you have been paying attention, he said. Griphook cleared his throat. We will need disguises, he said. Polyjuice, closeness to known Death Eaters. A story for why you are there. And we will need that sword. We do not have it here, Hermione said. It is in the tent. We left it in the forest. Harry's stomach dropped. We did what? He asked. Hermione winced. There was not time, she said quickly. I grabbed the bag. The sword was lying on the chair. Bellatrix saw it. That is why she thought we had been in her vault. If we had stayed to pack everything, they would have caught us in the tent. The wards would have trapped us. Bill swore under his breath. So the sword is sitting in an empty tent somewhere in the woods, Harry said. Under wards, Hermione said. Strong ones. Mine. And yours, some of them. I set protections before we left. No one can see it unless they walk right into it. Harry rubbed his face. We have to go back, he said. We need the sword for Gringotts and for the Horcrux after that. And we cannot leave it lying round in a forest like a dropped slipper. Not today, Bill said firmly. You cannot apparate without collapsing. Tomorrow, maybe. Today we plan and you rest. Harry opened his mouth to argue. His vision blurred. The room swayed. Hermione's hand tightened on his arm. "Sit down properly," she said. "You are gray." He realized he had half risen without noticing. He sat. Griphook watched him with a strange expression. "You are burning your own fuse from both ends," the goblin said quietly. "You will get what you want and fall over before you see it." Harry stared at the table. "Then we hurry," he said. That night, the cottage felt too full and too empty at the same time. Full of people. Voices in different rooms. Luna humming. Dean muttering in his sleep. Ollivander's soft snores. Fleur's slippers on the floorboards. Dobby fussing over blankets. Empty of Ron. Harry lay on a narrow bed in the small room Bill had given him. The sea hammered the rocks outside. The walls creaked in the wind. Hermione lay on the bed opposite, under a mound of borrowed quilts. The room was so small that if they both stretched out their arms, their fingertips would almost touch. He stared at the ceiling. His body ached less. Fleur's potions and food helped. The pain behind his eyes had settled into a dull throbbing instead of sharp stabbing. The white streaks in his hair were still there. He could feel the scythe. Quiet. Not asleep. It did not sleep. It sat in his center, heavy and awake. Hermione shifted. "You are not sleeping," she said into the dark. "Neither are you," he said. "Well spotted," she said dryly. He rolled onto his side to face her. "How bad?" he asked. She hesitated. "It hurts when I move the wrong way," she said. Bellatrix was thorough, but it is nothing like it was. Cruciatus aftershocks fade after a while. I have had time to adjust. He frowned. "You sound like you have a lot of experience with Cruciatus," he said. "Enough," she said. They were quiet for a moment. "I saw your face," she said suddenly. "In the drawing room. When you lifted that thing." Harry's chest tightened. "I know," he said. "You looked scared." "I was," she said. "Not just because of Bellatrix. Not just because my nerves felt on fire. You looked gone. Your eyes were wrong. You did not look like you were in the room. You looked like you were somewhere above it, watching threads." He swallowed. "I was," he said. She pulled her quilt tighter round her shoulders. "I am glad you cut the ceiling instead of Lucius," she said. "He deserved it," Harry muttered. "Yes," she said. "So did Bellatrix. So do a lot of them. That is the problem." He stared into the dark. "I wanted to kill him," he said. "I will not pretend I did not." He gave the diary to Ginny. "He tried to curse me in second year. He stood there and begged while his sister-in-law carved you up like you were nothing. I wanted to cut his thread until there was nothing left. I did not. I am not sure that will be true next time." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "You will have next times," she said. "You will feel that again. You are human. You have reasons. You also have a weapon that tempts you. That combination is dangerous. But you stopped today. You cut the door. You got us out." "He still breathes," Harry said. "Lucius. The others. Wherever Bellatrix went, she will not be paying for anything." Hermione shifted to face him. In the faint light from the crack under the door, he could see the outline of her face. "You cannot make justice by yourself," she said. "Even with that thing. If you start using it to balance scales in your head, you will never stop. There will always be one more person who deserves it." Harry thought of Pettigrew. "I cut his debt," he said quietly. "At the door. I did not let his hand strangle him. I did not let him go on either. I took both away." Hermione drew in a breath. "You altered the way he was supposed to die," she said. "Maybe," Harry said. "Maybe that hand would have killed him later. Maybe not. I did not like either option. I made a third." She was silent. "Do you regret it?" she asked. He pictured Pettigrew's face from the cellar in third year. The way he had clung to Ron. The way he had chosen Voldemort again and again. "No," he said. "That is honest," she said. "I do not like that. I do not regret it," he added. "That is also honest," she said. The sea hit the cliff again, harder. "I saw Ron," he said suddenly. Hermione's head lifted. "When?" she asked. "In my sleep," he said. "Might have been a dream. Might not. I do not know how much is real when it comes to threads." He was on a road. Muddy. Rain. The locket still round his neck. He was talking to himself. He looked miserable. She let out a breath. That sounds real, she said. He would talk to himself. He does that when he is stressed. Harry tried to smile. He was arguing with your voice, he said. In his head, she made a small sound that might have been a laugh. He is alive, Harry said. He is not in a prison. He is not in a ditch. That helps. Yes, Hermione said. It does. Silence again, softer this time. Do you still want to go after him? She asked. With the scythe. If you could find the line where he went to the burrow and cut it, would you? Harry did not answer at once. He thought of the moment in the forest. The feel of his body leaning forward without his say. The warmth of blood running from his eyes. Hermione's hand hitting his chest. No, he said. Why? She asked. Because you were right, he said. About Dumbledore. About choice. If I fix this argument, I will fix the next. And the next. And the next. Until I am the only person who really decides anything. That scares me more than losing him. Hermione's shoulders loosened a little. Good, she said. He looked at her. I meant what I said in the tent, he said quietly. About why I am fighting. She shifted. Harry, she began. I know it is not fair, he said. I know you do not want that weight. I am not saying I expect anything. But I am not taking it back. You should know that when I drag this thing into Gringotts, I am not thinking about statues or history. I am thinking about you and Ron and Ginny and everyone else I do not want to see on a cold floor. She pulled the quilt up to hide half her face. You are an idiot, she muttered. Yes, he said. She looked at him over the edge of the blanket. Her eyes were shiny. Come here, she said. He blinked. We are 2 beds apart, he said. She rolled her eyes. I did not say climb in, she said. Just closer. He shifted, winced, sat up, and swung his legs over the side of his bed. The floor was cold. He shuffled until his bed was as close to hers as it could go without hitting the wall. Now, if they both stretched their hands out fully, they could tangle fingers. Hermione reached across the gap. He met her halfway. Her hand was warm and small. He closed his round it. This is ridiculous, she said. We look like children at a sleepover. We are children, he said. Sort of. You are at least 40 now, she said. That is rude, he said. She smiled a little. You kissed me in the tent, she said. You kissed me first, he said. In the tent, she said. On the beach you were half unconscious. That does not count. He tried not to grin. You will have to make it very clear when it counts, then, he said. She made a strangled sound. You cannot say things like that and expect me to sleep, she said. Sorry, he said. Not very sorry. Her thumb traced absent circles on his knuckles. We do not have an easy road ahead, she said quietly. Gringotts, dragons, vaults, the castle, him. I do not know how much time we have. So if I say things badly, forgive me. You say everything in complete sentences, he said. You will be fine. She took a breath. I love you, she said, in a way that is terrifying and annoying and inconvenient. It does not make me forget that you are sometimes reckless and stupid. It does not make me want you to use that scythe more. But it is there. Harry's breath caught. Oh, he said. She narrowed her eyes. If you say thanks, I will hex you. I was not going to, he said quickly. I was just processing. He tightened his grip on her hand. I love you too, he said, in a way that makes me want to do stupid things with cursed weapons, which is not your fault. I will try to do fewer of those. Good, she said. He leaned forward over the gap between the beds. She met him halfway. Their lips brushed, soft and clumsy under the quilts. She tasted of toothpaste and potions. His nose bumped hers. His shoulder twinged. It did not matter. She kissed him again, more sure this time, until his head started to spin in a way that had nothing to do with curses. They broke apart when the springs creaked. Hermione laughed quietly into the blanket. We are ridiculous, she whispered. I like ridiculous better than dead, he said. Me too, she said. They lay back down, hands still linked across the space. The sea beat on the rocks. The Scythe muttered in the corner of his mind, but its voice felt further away for once. "Sleep," Hermione said. "A tired reaper is no use to anyone." "I am not a reaper," he murmured. "You are Harry," she said. "Do not forget that." He held onto that as sleep finally pulled him under. He dreamed again. Threads, as always. This time he saw Gringotts from above. White walls, high ceiling, marble floors, goblins at desks, wizards in lines, dragons far below in the dark, chains rattling. He saw himself and Hermione and Ron and others in different possible paths. In one, Ron never came back. In another, Ron stood at his side, lock it off, face grim. In another, Harry walked alone with the Scythe, no one else beside him. The Scythe drifted through the dream, interested. "Choose," it whispered. "Cut what you do not like." He reached for a path where everyone lived. His hand stopped on empty air. No, the word did not come from the Scythe. It sounded like Hermione. He pulled back. The threads flickered. None of them were fixed yet. They were all mights, not musts. He let his hand drop. When he woke, his eyes hurt, but there was no blood on his cheeks. Hermione still held his hand. Her grip had not loosened in the night. Downstairs, someone was already moving about, cups clinking. The sea kept pounding. Gringotts waited. Ron was out there somewhere with a cursed locket. Voldemort had a new wand. The Scythe sat in his chest, patient. Harry squeezed Hermione's hand once and sat up. It was time to move. "No, you are not going back there alone," Hermione said. She blocked the doorway with both hands braced on the frame. Her hair was tied up in a rough knot, curls already escaping. The bruise along her throat had faded from purple to yellow, but Harry still hated looking at it. "I was not planning on going alone," Harry said. "Bill's coming." "That is worse," she said. "Two idiots instead of one." Bill, sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of tea, raised his eyebrows. "I am right here," he said. "Good," Hermione shot back. "Then you can hear me say this. We are not sending Harry out with you like he is a walking blast ended scrut while I stay home and knit." Harry frowned. "Knitting sounds safe," he said. "You should try it." She glared at him. Fleur, by the sink, hid a smile behind her cup. Harry rubbed at the back of his neck. His hand brushed hair that still did not feel like his. The streaks were real. He had checked again that morning. No amount of scrubbing had made them go away. "We have to go," he said. "The sword is still in the tent. We need it for Gringotts. We cannot risk leaving it out there any longer. If someone finds that clearing—" "I know," Hermione said. "I am not arguing about the going. I am arguing about the Hermione stays. Harry and Bill go off and do something stupid part." Bill drained his tea. "To be fair," he said, "the last time the three of you went to a forest together, Ron stormed off and you ended up in pieces." "Helpful Bill," Hermione said. Dobby was perched on the counter, swinging his legs. "Dobby can go alone," he said. "Dobby can pop into the tent, grab the shiny sword, and pop back. No nasty snatchers. No Death Eaters." Harry shook his head at once. "If the snatchers found us there once, they might have left wards," he said. "Anti-apparition, trip jinxes, alarms. If you land in the middle of those, you will get hurt. I am not letting them catch you." Dobby's ears drooped. "We go together," Harry said. "Me, Hermione, Bill. Dobby stays here and watches the cottage. If something goes wrong, you pull everyone out." "That does not sound like staying," Dobby muttered. "That sounds like planning for things going wrong." "That is what planning is," Bill said. "Assume everything will go wrong. Try to make it hurt less." Hermione huffed. "Fine," she said. "But we follow the rules we set. No Scythe unless you say my name first. No cutting people unless it is them or us. No rewriting choices." Harry nodded. "Got it," he said. "And if you start glowing, I am stupefying you," she added. "Romantic," he said. Her mouth twitched. "You knew what you were signing up for," she said. Fleur put her cup down. "If you are going," she said, "you go now, before anyone else wakes up. Less arguing." Less noise. Harry glanced at the small window. The light outside was still gray. The sea sounded close. Right, he said. Dobby, keep your ears open. If anyone knocks who is not on our list, you do not open the door. You get Bill's goblin friend and hide in the wardrobe or something. Dobby will keep everyone safe, Dobby said at once. Dobby promises. Harry squeezed his shoulder as he passed. The elf's eyes shone. In the hall, Hermione grabbed his sleeve. Wait, she said. He turned. She stood on her toes and kissed him, quick and firm, right in the middle of the corridor. It was not long. It did not need to be. It snuck under his ribs anyway. Remember that, she said. If you start thinking you are just a weapon. Yes, ma'am, he said, a little breathless. Bill stuck his head round the corner. If you two are done, he said. We have a cursed forest to visit. Coming, Hermione said. They disapparated from the back step. The forest slammed into them. Cold air. Damp smell. Brown leaves underfoot. Harry stumbled as the squeeze let go. Hermione's hand tightened on his. Bill landed a step away, wand already in his hand. They were not in the clearing yet. They had landed behind a stand of trees, out of sight. Snow lay in patches, thinner than before. The light through the bare branches was dull and flat. Still recognizable, Bill muttered. Hermione squinted ahead. The wards are twisted, she said. Harry felt it too. The place hummed wrong. The magic he and Hermione had layered round their camp did not feel like it had at the start. Something had brushed against it, pushed, left scratches. Snatchers, Harry said. Or someone worse, Bill said quietly. They moved forward, slow and careful. Every few steps, Bill flicked his wand, muttering detection spells under his breath. Hermione's eyes kept scanning the air like she was reading a book only she could see. The clearing came into view between the trees. The tent was still there. It sagged in the middle where one of the poles had slipped. The porch canvas flapped in the wind. Their last fire pit was a circle of ash and damp wood. The snow had melted in odd patterns there. Harry took a breath he had not realized he had been holding. Looks like no one has packed up, Bill said. Hermione held up a hand. Stop, she said. Harry froze. There, she whispered. She pointed with her wand at the air a few feet ahead. It shimmered faintly, like heat over a road. Trip hex, she said. Keyed into my ward net. Someone tried to break them, did not manage, and left this behind. Bill flicked his wand again. They also left us a surprise on the ground, he said. Anti-apparition rune, half hidden under the leaves. Snatchers, Hermione repeated. They do not have the patience for full curse work. That looks like something done in a rush. Harry's scar did not twinge. That was something. They did not get in, he said. If they had, the tent would be gone. Or burned. Or full of bodies, Bill said. Comforting, Hermione muttered. What do we do? Harry asked. We could dispel it, Hermione said. Pick it apart. I would need a bit of time. Bill shook his head. Time we do not have, he said. Anyone who set this might come back to check. They will not like seeing holes in their tripwires. Could you step round it? Harry asked Hermione. She frowned. Maybe, she said. But the net is messy. They have layered their stuff over ours in places. I do not want to set something off by accident. Harry looked at the shimmering patch. It did not look like much. Just a slight blur. He could see threads under it. The scythe stirred. No, Hermione said immediately. I did not say anything, Harry said. You got that look, she said. Bill glanced between them. What look? He asked. I could cut this look, Hermione said. We are in the middle of a forest, Harry. No basement. No stone layers. No innocent ceiling to slice. You are not tearing a hole through the world because you are impatient. Harry stared at the air ahead. The threads round the trip hex and the rune were tangled and messy. If he cut at the wrong point, he could snap their own ward net or bleed magic into the ground. I am not talking about a big swing, he said. Just nick the curse at the anchor point, before it fires. Hermione gave him a look that said, I know that tone. You promised, she said. I did, he said. He took another breath. We can go sideways, he said instead. Bill, any chance there's a safe angle? Bill moved round them, wand out, tracing lines. There's a gap about 2 meters to the left, he said after a moment. Thin, but it is there. We go single file. Watch your feet. They shuffled sideways. Leaves crunched under their boots. Hermione's hand stayed hooked in Harry's sleeve. He could feel the heat of her through his coat. The air pressed tighter as they passed the edge of the ward mess. Magic prickled along Harry's arms. His hair lifted slightly. The Scythe did not like being this close to competing patterns. It wanted to make them clean. He clenched his jaw and kept walking. They stepped into the clearing properly. Relief hit like a sudden, quiet thing. The tent was just as they had left it, sagging, ugly, still theirs. Hermione let out a small breath. Home, she said, then bit her lip. Temporary home, Harry said. Bill turned in a slow circle, wand up. No movement, he murmured. Nothing living apart from us within 20 yards. Inside, Harry said. Hermione flicked her wand. The tent flap lifted. The smell hit him first. Smoke, old food, damp clothes. Himself. He stepped into the main space. The table was still strewn with books. One mug lay on its side, a ring of dried tea under it. Ron's abandoned bedroll lay crumpled in one corner. Hermione's jumper was draped over a chair. His own rucksack sat in the corner where he had dropped it, and the sword. It lay across the back of a chair where he had left it, its silver blade catching the thin light that drifted through the tent walls. Goblin-made. Beautiful. Dangerous. Harry crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed the hilt. The metal felt cool and familiar under his fingers. Not like the Scythe. Solid. Simple. Honest. Got you, he muttered. Hermione picked up her jumper and shook it out, cheeks a little pink. Bill bent to examine the table. They took nothing, he said. They did not get through the wards. That, or whoever tried, did not care about homework. There is something, Hermione said quietly. She pointed at the wall near Ron's old bedroll. A message had been carved into the fabric with the tip of a wand. The letters were rough but clear. Sorry. Find you. Harry's throat tightened. He was here, Hermione whispered. After he left. He came back. He could not find us. Bill frowned. Wards, he said. If he did not know your new password pattern, he could not get in. Hermione's shoulders hunched. We changed them, she said, because we were scared of snatchers. He would have had the old ones. Harry stared at the letters. Guilt tugged. The Scythe shifted inside him, tasting it. Not my choice, he thought at it. Not this. He tried, Harry said quietly. He turned back. That is what matters. And failed, Hermione said. There was hurt in her voice, but less than before. He is rubbish at passwords, Harry said. We have known that for 6 years. Hermione let out a small, unwilling snort. Bill straightened. Bring that sword, he said. We read notes later. We are not staying longer than we need. Harry slung the strap of the sword over his shoulder. It sat against his back, weight solid. They stepped out of the tent. The air outside felt colder now that he had something important in his hands. They did not bother trying to pack anything else. The books, the clothes, the mugs, they were just things. If they survived, they could buy more. If they did not, it did not matter. Hermione flicked her wand at the tent. It folded in on itself, shrinking down to a minute, battered shape. She caught it out of the air and shoved it into her coat pocket. Ready, Bill said. That was when the first curse hit the ward net. The world flashed red at the edge of the clearing. The shimmering trip hex flared and snapped. The air rang. Down! Bill barked. Harry threw himself sideways as a jet of bright blue light tore through the space where his chest had been a second before. It hit a tree trunk behind him and exploded, showering splinters. Voices shouted from the trees. Stunners! Hermione yelled. They are not playing. Harry hit the ground hard, rolled, came up with his wand in his hand. His head rang. The sword strap dug into his shoulder. 3 figures burst out of the trees on the far side, wands raised. Snatchers again, but not the same group. These wore bits of mismatched armor over their coats. One had a bandage round his forehead. "He is here," the front one shouted. "Potter, the wards are down." "Stupefy," Harry snapped. His spell hit the front man in the chest. The snatcher went flying backwards, hit a tree, and slid down. Two more appeared on the left, another on the right. They had enough numbers now to get bold. "Expulso," someone yelled. The ground in front of Bill blew out in a shower of dirt. He shielded, teeth bared. "Back to back," he shouted. Harry moved without thinking. He and Hermione and Bill ended up in a rough triangle, shoulders nearly touching. Curses lanced in from all sides. Harry blocked one, dodged another. A third grazed his arm, sending a hot sting along his skin. The scythe shivered under his ribs, responding to the chaos. Not yet, he thought. Hermione's spells flew fast and precise. "Impedimenta," she shouted. "Petrificus totalis. Protego." One snatcher froze mid-step, toppled like a statue. Another went down with his legs tangled. "Too many," Bill grunted. "They are circling." He was right. More shapes moved in the trees now. Dark coats between the trunks. Harry counted at least 8, maybe 9. "Call for him," a voice yelled from somewhere in the chaos. "Call the Dark Lord." Panic spiked in Harry's chest. "No," he snapped. He flicked his wand. Relatio, a blast of boiling water shot from his wand and slammed into the man who had spoken. The man yelped and dropped his wand, clutching his scalded hands. "Harry," Hermione said urgently. He knew that tone. "Say it," he said through gritted teeth. "Use it," she said, "before one of them gets lucky." Bill let a curse through his shield on purpose, just a thin one, to clip Harry's arm. "That is your permission," he panted. "Last resort. We are there." The scythe surged. Harry's vision sharpened. Threads lit up around each attacker, thin, pale lines tracing where they would move, where they would shoot, where they would fall. He could take the easy path. Cut the men. End the fight in a heartbeat. He forced his hand lower. He pulled the scythe into his grip. It formed from cold and pressure, the long handle heavy in his hands, the blade black as if it had eaten every curse that had touched it. The ropes of the sword strap slid round it, hissing. The wand remained in his other hand. The snatchers did not know what they were seeing. For a second they simply stared. "What in?" Harry moved. He swung low, not at bodies, not at threads of life, but at the air between them. The scythe cut the curses. Spells hit the arc of the blade and split, their energy sliding into the metal. Red, blue, yellow, green, it all folded in. The air went cold and thin. The light round the scythe edge brightened, threads of color flickering. Harry's arms shook. "That is not going to hold for long," Bill shouted over the sudden silence. "You are soaking curses like a sponge." "I noticed," Harry snapped. He stabbed the tip of the scythe into the ground at his feet. He aimed not at earth, but at the tangled web of magic under the clearing, where Hermione's wards and the Snatcher's traps and the forest's own old lines crossed. "Harry!" Hermione warned. He pushed. The scythe drove straight down through patterns, hooks, and anchors. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the clearing howled. Magic discharged in a wave. The trap hexes went off all at once, but there was nothing for them to trip. Wards flared and died. The anti-apparition rune burned itself out. Curses that had been waiting for victims snapped at empty air and imploded. The shock hit the snatchers like a physical blow. They staggered. One screamed as his wand exploded in his hand. Trees creaked. A few smaller branches cracked and fell. Harry felt it too. The backlash slammed up through the scythe into his bones. His teeth rattled. His knees buckled. He tasted blood. He pulled the blade out of the earth. The air above the clearing went still. No wards. No traps. Just raw, charged cold. For once, he had not cut anyone out of the world. He had cut only the net. The scythe hummed, annoyed and pleased in equal measure. "That was my food," it grumbled. "Deal with it," Harry rasped. The snatchers had not recovered yet. "Stun them," Hermione shouted. They moved. Harry dropped the scythe back into his chest. It slid in reluctantly, vibrating. He channeled the leftover charge in his limbs into his wand. Stupefy! Stupefy! Red jets of light battered the still reeling men. Bill's hexes were heavier, knocking 2 of them into trees with sickening thumps. Hermione's spells went for hands and legs, disarming, tripping, freezing. In less than a minute, the clearing was full of sprawled bodies. Harry's chest heaved. His arms shook. He could feel a new ache in his spine, a deep, grinding tiredness that had not been there before. Something in his left hand tingled as if it had fallen asleep and not woken up properly. He looked at it. The fingers seemed fine, but when he flexed them, they did not all respond at the same speed as his right. There was a fraction of a lag. "Harry," Hermione said quietly. He looked up. She was watching him with that careful, worried stare again. Her wand was still in her hand, but it pointed at the ground now. "How many new white hairs?" he asked, trying to make a joke. She did not smile. "At least 1, she said. "Near the back." Bill blew out a breath. "We need to go," he said, "before they wake up, and before their mates realize we have cut their toys." Harry grabbed the strap of the sword with his good hand. The other still felt off. "Right," he said. They circled the clearing once, wands out, making sure none of the snatchers were about to stir. Hermione flicked a quick marking spell at one of the trees, a temporary sigil that would let them find this place again if they needed to. "I hope we never do," she muttered. They gathered at the edge. "Shell Cottage," Bill said. "On 3. 1, 2. They twisted into the squeeze and vanished. They landed hard on the rocky ground just beyond the cottage. Harry's knees hit stone. Pain shot up his legs. He swore and pushed himself upright. The sea roared in his ears. The cold wind off the water cut straight through his coat. It felt cleaner than the forest air, even so. Hermione wobbled and grabbed his arm. "That was horrible," she said. "You say that every time," Harry said. "This time I mean it more," she said. Bill straightened, shook out his shoulder, then looked Harry over from head to toe. "You look worse," he said. "I did not think that was possible this morning." "Nice to be full of surprises," Harry said. "You took a blast of curse backlash through that thing," Bill said. "You are lucky you are still standing." Hermione turned his head gently to one side, brushing his hair back. "2 new streaks," she said. "We are going to have to start plating it like Dumbledore." "Please do not," Harry said. She huffed. "Inside," Bill said. "Before Fleur comes out and drags us in by our ears." They trudged up the path. Dobby flung the door open before they reached it. "Harry Potter!" he cried. Dobby heard the pop. Dobby smelled nasty forest on the wind. Dobby was worried. "We are fine," Harry said, which was not entirely true, but close enough. He held up the sword. "We brought a present." Dobby's eyes went huge. "The shiny," he breathed. "Dobby remembers that sword. It stabbed the book." "Right," Harry said. "Let us not wave it about too much." Inside, the cottage felt cramped again with everyone in it. Dean and Luna sat at the table with mugs. Griphook perched on a chair, sharp eyes taking in everything. Ollivander hovered near the fireplace like a thin ghost. Fleur stood in the kitchen doorway, arms folded. "You are bleeding," she said to Harry at once. He looked down. There was a tear in his sleeve where a curse had grazed him. A line of blood soaked the fabric. "Only a bit," he said. "Sit," she said. He sat. Hermione fetched bandages and a small bottle of potion from the shelf. Fleur took them from her and set to work, dabbing at the cut with brisk, efficient movements. Stung, then cooled. Griphook's gaze landed on the sword. "You brought it," he said. Harry nodded. "As promised," he said. "For now it stays with us. After the vault, it is yours." Griphook's mouth curved. "We will see," he said softly. Harry wanted to argue, but his arm hurt and his head throbbed. Bill leaned against the wall. "We ran into snatchers," he told the room. "They had laced the clearing with traps. Harry blew their toys up." "How explosive?" Luna asked cheerfully. "Very," Bill said. Ollivander's eyes flicked to Harry's hair. "You are paying for it," he said quietly. "Yes," Harry said. "We have been over that part." Hermione tied off the bandage tight and sat down beside him. Her hand found his knee under the table and rested there. So, Dean said, we have a sword, a goblin, a half-reaper, a cursed scar, a dragon somewhere in a bank. What's next? Next, Bill said. We plan properly. No more improvising in the basement of Dark Lord sympathizers. We need polyjuice, Hermione said. We need clothes. We need a reason to be at the bank. We need to know the route to the Lestrange vault. Griphook lifted his chin. I will tell you what I can, he said, and what I will not. They ended up round the table again, crowding in. The map Harry had drawn of Hogwarts sat folded in the middle, pushed aside. Hermione spread a piece of parchment over it and started sketching as Griphook talked. Gringotts is like a mountain under the city, the goblin said. You see the White Hall at the top. That is just the tip. The real work happens below. The carts go along tracks, each to a different line of vaults. The deeper you go, the more protections. The more old the curses. Lestrange, Harry said. Deep, Griphook said. Very deep. Almost as deep as the oldest goblin vaults. They paid for layers of protections for generations. Dragons were added when your wars got messy. You like fire. We gave you fire. Charmingly put, Bill muttered. Hermione drew a tall rectangle, then lines down, marking levels. How do we get past the goblin at the front desk? She asked. They know faces. We cannot just stroll in. We use Bellatrix, Bill said. Harry stiffened. Bill, Hermione said. Not her, Bill said quickly. Her image. Polyjuice. They let her into her own vault. They did before. They will again. Especially if she swans in with some sniveling servant and says she needs to check something for the Dark Lord. They might have heard from Malfoy Manor, Harry said. Have they? Bill asked. Harry thought about it. We did not exactly leave bodies, he said. Lucius is alive. Some of them are still walking. They will tell their masters. Will they tell the bank? Griphook snorted. Wizards are proud, he said. They do not shout about failures unless they have to. If word gets to my kind, it will be slow, and the goblins will not share it freely. You cling to your shame. We sell it when useful. Hermione tapped the parchment. We still need polyjuice, she said. We used most of ours at the ministry. I have some, Bill said. Half a stock from work. I can stretch it with the right ingredients. The question is whose hair we use. Bellatrix, Harry said. We do not have any. Hermione bit her lip. Maybe we do, she said slowly. She grabbed me, pulled my hair. If any of it stuck to her clothes. Grim, Dean said. But possible, Bill said. The manor might be a bad place to go back to, though. Especially with him swanning round. Maybe not from her, Hermione said. But we have another source. Andromeda, Tonks's mother. She is Bellatrix's sister. Close enough for a likeness. With the right charms, we can fake the rest. You want to drag Andromeda into this, Bill said. She has a baby. I am not dragging her anywhere, Hermione said. I am asking if she has old hairbrushes, or a scarf, or anything. We can get in, get a hair, get out. No one needs to know. Harry frowned. Where does she live? He asked. Safe house, Bill said. Not one I am happy handing out like sweets. I cannot be Bellatrix, Hermione said. I am not tall enough, and I would rather gnaw my own wand than act like her. We do not need you to, Harry said. We need someone who can be cruel on command. All eyes went to Fleur. She raised her eyebrows. Non, she said at once. I am not going into your bank to pretend to be that mad woman. Harry flushed. I did not mean, Bill coughed. I could, he said reluctantly. Not Bellatrix. Another Death Eater. Someone on the periphery. My old boss. Or you go in as prisoners. Prisoners, Hermione repeated. Think about it, Bill said. Best excuse for turning up during a war. You are dragging in the Golden Boy and his mudblood friend. Watch it, Hermione said automatically. To lock them up for the Dark Lord, Bill finished. Griphook in front as a loyal goblin escort. They will question it. But if they see you bound and wandless, They will not expect you to pull a heist. Harry imagined walking into Gringotts in chains. His stomach twisted. Hermione read his face. I do not like it either, she said. But it fits. We do not have Bellatrix. We do not have an easy disguise. This gives us a reason to be near the carts and the vaults. Once we are inside, Bill said, we can break out of the bindings. We can hit the goblin controlling the cart with a confundus or similar. We can trust Griphook to make it look real. Maybe. Griphook showed his teeth. I can act, he said. I have seen many prisoners. I know exactly how your kind look when they are being dragged where they do not want to go. Dean shifted. Yeah, about that, he said. Where do the rest of us fit in this plan? Or do we not? Harry looked at him, then at Luna, then at Dobby. This is going to be dangerous, he said. We need someone here to keep an eye on everyone else. Luna, Dean, Ollivander, Dobby. If something goes wrong, you will have to move fast. Dean snorted. You mean if you blow up a bank, he said. Something like that, Harry said. Luna tilted her head. I will keep the house happy, she said. It is easier to travel if your home likes you. Harry did not ask. Hermione tapped the parchment again. We will need rope, she said. Believable restraints. Charms to make them look painful without actually hurting. We will need to talk to Andromeda. And we will need to move quickly. Once we hit the vault, things will spiral. Griphook nodded slowly. You will not have long, he said. The vaults have eyes. They notice movement. They notice theft. They notice wizard hands where they should not be. When the dragons smell that, they burn. Harry sensed the scythe perk up at the mention of dragons. It liked powerful, old things. Do not even think about it, he told it silently. It hummed, pretending innocence. Hermione looked at him sidewise. She knew that expression too. We can go to Andromeda's house this afternoon, Bill said. If we do it right, it will look like a visit from family. No one watching will think twice. After that, we brew, we rest, we go to Gringotts tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, Harry repeated. It felt too soon and not soon enough. We do not have the luxury of waiting, Bill said. He has a new wand. He has your people on posters. Every day we sit here, he digs deeper into Hogwarts and the Ministry. We hit him where it hurts sooner rather than later. Hermione's hand tightened on his knee. He covered it with his. Tomorrow, he said again. All right, good, Griphook said. I will dream of vaults tonight. Dobby looked between them, eyes wide. Dobby will be ready, he said. If Harry Potter calls, Dobby will come, even into Dragon Mouth. I hope it does not come to that, Harry said. They did not linger over lunch. The hours between plans and action always felt strange to Harry. Too slow and too fast at once. He spent part of the afternoon sharpening his wand work with Hermione, flicking curses at conjured dummies in the back room, while Fleur glared at them every time a spell scorched the ceiling. Do not set the house on fire, she said. If you must practice destruction, do it outside. Sorry, Hermione said. Harry's hex hit the dummy in the chest and blew its head off. Better, Bill said from the doorway. If you do that to a goblin, though, we are in trouble. We are not going to hex goblins, Harry said. Good answer, Bill said. They visited Andromeda's house when the sun was low. It was a small, neat place on a quiet street, wards tight and careful. Andromeda looked tired and older, but she had Tonks's eyes. She did not fling the door open at once when Bill knocked. She checked them through the crack first, wand in hand. When she saw Harry's hair and scars, she let them in. What did you do to yourself? She said. Long story, Harry said. They did not tell her about the scythe. They told her the short version. They needed an old hairbrush of Bellatrix's or Narcissa's or anyone the bank would recognize. Andromeda went very still, then swore in a tone that reminded Harry of Tonks. She went upstairs and came back with a small box. In there, she said. Bellatrix gave it to my mother once. She hated the pattern. Never used it. I kept it out of spite. Hermione opened the box carefully. A hairbrush lay inside, old and dusty. Dark hairs still clung to the bristles. That will do, Bill said quietly. Andromeda looked at Harry. Whatever you are planning, you will not drag my daughter into it, she said. No, Harry said. I would die first. She stared at him, and something in her expression softened. You sound like him, she said. Serious? He asked. Both, she said. Be careful, boy. They went back to Shell Cottage with stolen hair and a tighter feeling in Harry's chest. That night, Harry lay awake again. He did not talk to Hermione this time. They had said enough for one day. She slept curled on her side, hair spread over the pillow, one hand still half reaching across the gap between the beds. He could see the faint dark smudges under her eyes even in the low light. Outside, the sea crashed and the wind whistled. He rolled onto his back and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow they would walk into Gringotts in chains on purpose. They would ride a cursed cart down to a dragon's den. They would break into a high-security vault and steal a piece of a madman's soul. The scythe shifted. You could walk in as death, it murmured. No chains. No lies. They would feel you. They would move aside. Shut up, he whispered. Hermione stirred but did not wake. You carry an ending inside you, the scythe went on. You hide it under jokes and school uniforms and romance. But when you stand before those doors tomorrow, you will need me. You know that. I know, he said, settled. He fell asleep later than he wanted. He dreamt of marble floors and rattling chains. Morning came harsh and bright. Fleur woke them before dawn, throwing open the door with no ceremony. Up, she said. Time to play prisoners. Harry dragged on clothes that no longer fit quite right across his shoulders. He looked at himself once in the small mirror. White streaks in dark hair, older eyes in a young face. You look like you have spent a year in Azkaban, Hermione said from behind him. She was plaiting her hair back tight, face set. Feeling matches, he said. They left wands on the table. It hurt more than he expected to walk away from his. Hermione stared at hers for a second before turning. Here, Bill said. He held out a coil of rope. Specially charmed. Looks nasty. Feels loose. Pull once this way, he demonstrated. And it falls off. Hermione's lips thinned. Do not get used to tying me up, she said. Bill snorted. Please do not say things like that in front of my wife, he said. Fleur slapped him lightly on the arm. They let Bill wrap the rope round their wrists. It tightened, then loosened just enough to allow a little movement. From a distance it looked like they were bound. Griphook clinked when he walked. He had strapped bits of armor round his chest and arms. A small axe hung at his belt. He looked very much like a goblin escort. You look terrifying, Luna told him cheerfully. Good, Griphook said. Dobby hovered near the door, fingers twisting in his jumper. Dobby does not like this, he said. Dobby does not like Harry Potter in ropes. Me neither, Harry said. We get in, we get out. You be ready. Dobby nodded fiercely. They stepped out onto the cliff and disapparated. The first thing Harry saw of Gringotts was the dragon. He had never seen it from this angle before. They had apparat into an alley near Diagon Alley's entrance, then walked the rest of the way to avoid triggering any wards. When they stepped out onto the main street, the sight hit him. Gringotts stood at the far end, white facade gleaming even in the gray morning. Goblins in dark uniforms stood by the doors. Wizards shuffled in and out. Above it all, chained to the cliff behind the bank, a pale dragon crouched. The scales were dull. Its eyes were milky. Heavy chains wrapped round its limbs and neck. It shifted restlessly, nose lifting to taste the air. Harry stopped walking. He had seen dragons before. The Hungarian horntail at the tournament had been fierce and sharp, all fire and rage. This one looked beaten. Hermione followed his gaze. Her jaw clenched. They blinded it, she whispered. They actually. Bill shoved them forward gently. No staring, he muttered. You are supposed to be terrified, not outraged. Harry forced his feet to move. When they reached the bank steps, goblin eyes turned toward them. Griphook snapped something in their language. Sounded rough and fast. The goblins at the door exchanged looks. Harry kept his head down. He tried to look beaten. It was not hard. Bill's hand on the rope between his wrists felt heavy. They walked through the huge double doors into the main hall. Marble, chandeliers, desks in neat rows. Goblins perched behind them, writing. The place smelled of parchment and metal. Every time he had been here before, he had been a child. With Hagrid. With the Weasleys. Today he walked in with his hands bound. He could feel the scythe inside him like a cold coin. A goblin at a higher desk on a raised platform frowned down at them. "State your business," he said. Griphook stepped forward. "Prisoner deposits," he said in accented English. "High value. For Lestrange vault area." Bill shoved Harry's shoulder. Harry stumbled forward, letting the ropes pull tight. He saw a few wizards in the hall glance their way. One whispered to another, eyes wide. The goblin on the platform narrowed his eyes. "Orders," he said. Griphook slapped a folded parchment on the edge of the desk. Bill had forged it with Fleur and Hermione late last night. Dark mark at the top. Sharp handwriting. All fake. The goblin's eyes flicked over it. Harry held his breath. The goblin's lip curled. "They send goblins to do wizards' dirty work now," he muttered in his own language. Then, reluctantly, "Very well. Cart 6. Lestrange track. Take them down. Do not waste our time." Griphook bowed. Just enough to be polite and not 1 inch more. "Come," he snapped at Harry and Hermione. "Move." They moved. As they walked toward the carts, Harry felt sweat trickle down his back. The ropes bit into his wrists, even though he knew they were not real bonds. The scythe hummed, tasting the thick, old magic in the air. Vault protections. Wards. Chains. Hermione walked close enough that their shoulders brushed. There was no space for her to grab his sleeve if he started glowing. People were watching. "It is fine," she murmured under her breath. "We walk. We ride. We cut only what we have to." He nodded once. They reached the cart platform. The goblin driver, sitting in the front of the nearest cart, looked down his long nose at them. "Prisoners," he said in a bored tone. "Always prisoners." Griphook jumped up beside him as if he belonged there. "Orders," he said shortly. The driver grunted and pulled a lever. The cart jerked forward. As the marble hall fell away and the rails dipped into darkness, Harry felt the scythe lean toward the depths. Under the bank, old things waited. Old gold, old curses, old dragons, and somewhere, in a cold, glittering vault, another piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry tightened his hands on the fake rope and leaned into the turn as the cart plunged down. He was not a reaper. He was Harry. Hermione's fingers brushed his wrist. Bill sat behind them, ready. Griphook would get them to the door. Dobby was waiting at the cliff. That had to be enough. The cart rattled faster, deeper. Cold air whipped past them. The lights of the upper tunnels vanished. They were on their way. The cart dropped fast enough to steal Harry's breath. Wind clawed at his face. The iron rails blurred on either side. Cold shot through his clothes and into his bones. The noise of the wheels on metal was a constant scream. Hermione was pressed against his shoulder, rope linking their wrists. Bill sat behind them, knees braced, one hand casually on Harry's back, as if he could hold him in place if they flew off. Griphook hunched in the front beside the driver, his small hands resting light on the edge of the cart. The tunnel around them flickered with occasional lamps. Most of the light came from their wands, but those lay on the kitchen table back at Shell Cottage. "Do not throw up," Bill said loudly over the noise. Harry swallowed hard. "Not planning to," he shouted back. Hermione's fingers dug into his sleeve. "This is worse than the last time," she muttered. "Last time you had a half-giant," Bill pointed out. "Today you have my charming company instead." The cart swerved left. For a second, Harry felt his stomach stay behind. His head thudded against Hermione's. "Sorry," he said. "Focus." Griphook snapped from the front. "We are passing the lower vaults. Lestrange is beyond the next fork. There is something else you need to know before we get there." "Now you remember," Bill said. "Now it matters," Griphook replied. "Thief's downfall." Harry frowned. "What is that?" he called. "A waterfall," Hermione said hoarsely. "In the tunnels. Guard charm. It strips away concealment. Glamours. Potions. Enchantments. I read about it. It was theoretical in my book. Apparently it is not." "Charming," Harry said. He looked up. The tunnel ahead curved, then opened wider. He could hear something over the carts rattling now. A roar like a storm in a cave. "How much does it strip?" Bill asked. "Just disguise or everything?" "Disguises," Griphook said. "Polyjuice. Invisibility. Any charms placed on people or objects to hide their nature. It also weakens some curses. And it tells the carts and the guards if anything new is riding the rails without permission." Hermione sucked in a breath. "Our rope charms," she said. "Your polyjuice." Harry had almost forgotten about that. Before they stepped into Diagon Alley, Bill had downed a cup of thick, muddy-looking potion in the shadow of a side street. His features had stretched and shifted into the face of a thin, sneering wizard with a small scar on his chin. An ex-colleague from the bank. It had not changed Bill's voice or his brain, but it made anyone looking twice see someone else. A thief's downfall washed that away. Harry twisted to look at him now. Bill's borrowed face was tight, eyes narrowed at the tunnel ahead. "How long do we have?" Harry asked. "Not long," Bill said. "Once it strips the polyjuice, I will look like myself. Any goblin paying attention will wonder why one of their curse-breakers is escorting prisoners in the name of the Dark Lord." "What about our ropes?" Hermione said. "They look tighter than they are." "Those charms will go too," Griphook said. "You will have to act bound without them. Do not start waving your hands about like free people." "And the scythe?" Harry asked silently. He felt for it. The weapon stirred, cool and smug. "Made of endings," it whispered. "Not of charms. No waterfall made by goblins can wash me away." That did not surprise him. It did not really make him feel better. The roar ahead grew louder. The air turned damp. "Ready yourselves," Griphook said. "Do not scream. It makes the goblins laugh." The cart shot round a final corner. The thief's downfall hung ahead, a curtain of white water pouring across the tunnel. It fell from a natural-looking crack in the stone high above, crashing onto the tracks and spraying mist. Harry's first instinct was to duck. There was nowhere to go. The cart was too small, the tunnel too tight. "Breathe in," Hermione shouted. "Close your mouth." The water hit. It was like being slapped across the face with an icy sheet. It drenched them in a second, soaking hair and clothes. Harry felt the cold sink straight into his skin. For a fraction of a heartbeat, he could not see or hear. Something else hit at the same time. Magic tore at him. Not his, but a net of goblin charm work designed to pry at anything out of place. He felt it run over him like invisible fingers, searching for glamours, false faces, enchantments. It slid round the scythe in his chest and recoiled, as if it had touched something it did not like. There was a sharp, burning smell. The ropes round Harry's wrists jerked. For a moment they tightened, then they snapped limp, dead string. The illusion that made them look tight and vicious washed away, leaving only simple rope, much looser than before. He looked sideways. Hermione's hair fell out of its neat plait at once. Whatever charm she had used to tame it dissolved, curls springing free and plastering damply to her cheeks. The fake bruises she had painted on her face to make herself look more battered washed away too, leaving the real fading marks. Behind him, Bill exhaled sharply. The borrowed face melted, features shifting mid-splash. The sharp chin and scar blurred, pulling back into Bill's own scarred, freckled features. "Brilliant," he muttered. "We should have seen that coming." The water passed. They emerged on the other side, soaked, shivering, hair dripping into their eyes. The cart rattled on. The goblin driver shook himself like a dog. "Always hate that bit," he grumbled, in English this time. His tone was mildly suspicious. "Polyjuice on prisoners now, is it? What are you lot trying to hide?" Griphook spoke before Harry could. "Not prisoners," he said sharply. "Bait. Our masters want to know if anyone inside the bank reacts to seeing Potter. If the guards panic and run for the doors, they show themselves to be cowards or traitors. The water strips his disguise so we can see who flinches." The driver twisted round just enough to eye Harry over his shoulder. Harry let his shoulders slump and stared at his knees. He did not try to hide the scar. Let the goblin see it. Let him think what he liked. The driver said. "Humans and their games. I will be glad when this war ends. It makes extra work. He turned back, grip tightening on the cart levers. Hermione's fingers brushed Harry's wrist once, quick and controlled. Bill leaned forward. His wet hair stuck to his neck. We adjust, he said quietly. We are not hiding what you are now. We are hiding what we intend to do once we reach that vault. Harry nodded slightly. The cart plunged deeper. The air grew colder still. Frost clung to the sides of the tunnel. Here and there, Harry caught flashes of other tracks, crossing, splitting, joining. Sometimes he glimpsed vault doors. Huge, circular slabs of metal with complex locks. Others carved straight into stone with glowing runes. We are near the dragon level, Griphook said. You will hear it before you see it. I already hear it, Hermione muttered. No, Harry thought. That is the cart. Then another sound rose under the rattling and screeching of metal. A low, rumbling roar. It grew louder as they sped on. The tunnel widened. Firelight flickered on the walls. They shot round a bend into a huge cavern. The dragon was chained to the rock. It crouched on a ledge beside the tracks, claws digging into stone. Heavy shackles circled its limbs and neck, metal chains running up to thick rings embedded in the ceiling. Its scales were pale and patchy, some marked by old burns. Its milky eyes blinked slowly. The mouth was half open, showing rows of blunt teeth and a cracked tongue. As the cart approached, goblins on a narrow walkway above rattled long metal rods with sharp ends. The sound was like someone dragging cutlery across a cauldron. The dragon flinched. Fire flared weakly at the corners of its mouth and died. Harry's stomach twisted. He had seen dangerous creatures used as weapons. Dementors, werewolves, giants. But this was different. This was a creature that should have ruled the sky, chained underground like a guard dog. Hermione's fingers clenched on his sleeve again. Her face was tight. He felt the scythe stir, curious. Not for you, he thought at it. The dragon lifted its head as the cart rattled past. Its nostrils flared. Its blind eyes tracked the sound of chains and wheels. It did not roar. It just watched. Then they were past, plunging down another tunnel. Harry was still thinking about the sound of those chains when Griphook snapped. Next junction. Ready yourselves. Once we turn, there will be no time to argue. You do what you must. What about the driver? Bill asked. We cannot have him panicking when we skip his orders, Griphook said. He knows the tracks. He knows we are not supposed to stop where we are going. Either we take his mind or we take him out. Hermione's jaw clenched. We are not killing him, she said. I did not say kill, Griphook replied. You humans go straight to extremes. I can try something else, Bill said. Confundus might be enough. Make him think he has already dropped us off. He is a goblin, Griphook said. Our minds are hard to twist. You will have to hit him fast and hard. Harry thought of the locket, of the ring, of the diary, voices that hissed and seduced. He thought of unforgivables. I can do it, he said. Hermione's head snapped round. No, she said. He did not look away from Griphook. I have done it before, he said. At the ministry, Runcorn. He would not move and Dolohov was behind us. I used the curse and made him show me where Umbridge was. Hermione's lips thinned. We promised we would not. We promised I would not cut friends out of the world, Harry said quietly. We promised I would not rip choices out of people's lives because I do not like them. This is different. This is war. If I do not use every spell we have, we die. I am not letting anyone chain that dragon to a bank and tell me the worst part of this day is a mind control curse. Her eyes flicked to his hair, then back to his face. You are getting good at speeches, she said. Blame Dumbledore, he said. He liked them. The cart screamed round another bend. Ahead, the track split. One line curved up toward a set of lit vault doors. The other dipped lower into shadow. The goblin driver reached for the lever that would send them up. Harry moved at the same time. The rope between his wrists was loose enough to let him raise his hands. His wand was not there. It was on the table at Shell Cottage. But he could feel the scythe, its handle, its weight. He did not need wood. He needed will and focus and a direct path. He reached with the scythe not to cut, but to hook. The driver's thread of thought glimmered just ahead of him. A thin line running through the goblin's head, bright with habit and pride. Harry did not sever it. He brushed it. Imperio, he whispered. The word felt like old dirt in his mouth. The scythe wrapped round the driver's line. Not slicing, just pressing. The goblin stiffened. Harry felt his resistance. Griphook had been right. Goblin minds did not bend easily. The driver's anger flared. He snarled, hands tightening on the lever. Harry pushed. He did not try to break the goblin. He gave him a new habit, one that felt like his own idea. You have done your job, Harry thought. You have dropped the prisoners. You want a cup of something hot. Your shift is over. You are tired. You will pull this lever, then climb off at the next platform and walk away. The resistance faltered. The goblin blinked once. His hand moved. The cart slammed onto the lower track. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm to keep from being thrown out. Bill swore under his breath. The driver did not react. His face went slack. When a small side platform appeared a moment later, he hauled on the brakes. The cart slowed enough for him to jump down. He did. He walked to the edge of the platform on automatic steps and stood there, staring at nothing. Go, Griphook snapped. He climbed into the front spot and seized the controls. I will drive. Harry let out the breath he had been holding. The scythe uncoiled from the goblin's thoughts and withdrew, humming with a kind of ugly satisfaction. Hermione leaned closer. How much? She whispered. Harry flexed his fingers. I nudged him, he said. He will come back to himself in a minute and wonder why he is at the wrong platform. By then, we will be long gone. You did not break him, she said quietly. No, he said. She nodded once, eyes searching his face. Griphook jerked the lever. The cart lurched forward again, picking up speed down the forbidden line. He will not like that, Griphook muttered. Who? Bill asked. The bank, Griphook said. The tracks know who uses them. They know what drivers go where. When they see a cart on Lestrange line without the right checkpoint, they will start asking questions. How fast can we do this? Harry asked. Griphook bared his teeth. Fast enough if you stop talking and start listening, he said. The Lestrange vault lay at the end of a long downward spiral. The air grew thick and hot as they descended. The frost patches on the walls gave way to damp streaks, then to areas of smooth, worked stone carved with intricate goblin runes. Harry could feel magic pressing in from all sides now. It hummed in the rock, in the rails, in the iron nails that held the tracks. Old enchantments layered over newer ones until the air tasted metallic. The scythe liked it. Old work, it murmured. Old rules. They tried to lock time in boxes. Do not, Harry said aloud. Hermione glanced at him. Do not what? She asked. Talk to myself, he said. It is rude. She narrowed her eyes. We will talk about that later, she said. We are almost there. Griphook cut in. The tunnel opened into a wide cavern with several branch tracks leading to sealed doors. The cart rolled onto a small platform and slowed. There were no other carts here. No other goblins. No human guards. Just silence, rock, and the hum of dangerous magic. One vault door dominated the cavern. It was a huge oval of dark metal set into the far wall, runes etched all over its surface. A shallow bowl sat in front of it, carved from stone and lined with what looked like age-blackened silver. Harry did not need Griphook to tell him which one it was. Lestrange, he said. Griphook hopped down from the cart. Stay, he snapped. Prisoners do not climb out unless told. Harry and Hermione looked at Bill. Bill gave the smallest of nods. Time to act scared, he murmured. Harry let his shoulders slump again. He climbed awkwardly out of the cart, as if the ropes were tighter than they were. Hermione followed, stumbling a little for effect. They stood a few steps behind Griphook, eyes on the door. Bill dropped down last, landing with the smooth grace of someone used to cursed floors. He took up position at their side, one hand still gripping the rope between their wrists. Griphook walked up to the bowl and spat in it. Thick, dark spit hit the silver and sizzled. The metal runes on the door flared red, then gold. Goblin made, Hermione whispered. Goblin kept, Griphook said. This door opens for goblin touch. Wizard hands do not belong here. Bill's jaw tightened. Funny, he said, considering how much wizard gold you keep behind it. Griphook ignored him. He placed his palm flat on the center of the door. The runes flared brighter. The stone under their feet shuddered. Harry felt ward lines unwind and reknit around them, examining, measuring. The scythe tasted them with interest. Goblin curses designed not to kill intruders straight away but to trap, burn, and mark. The door rippled. The metal did not swing open. It melted, folding away like wax in heat, revealing a narrow gap. Heat poured out. The air inside the vault shimmered. Harry could see stacks of coins and objects piled high, but they were blurred by a haze like kettle steam. Hermione swallowed. Gemino and Flagranti, she murmured. Multiply and burn. Both, Griphook said. One curse to turn your greed against you. One to punish you physically for touching what is not yours. Harry stepped back involuntarily. Lovely, he said. Any other fun surprises? The floor is stable, Griphook said. Beyond the first few feet. It is what you move that will hurt, and what you take. Hermione drew in a careful breath. We touch nothing we do not need, she said. We find the cup. Bill looked at her. What do you think it will look like? He asked. Hufflepuff, she said. Small golden cup. 2 handles. Possibly engraved with a badger. Goblin made as well if the pattern holds. It will be buried. We will have to climb. Harry stared into the vault. The pile of treasure rose like an uneven hill, made of coins, cups, plates, shields, armor, jewel-studded weapons, and strange objects that gleamed with their own inner light. The heat rolling off it was unpleasant but bearable. For now. Once we are in, Griphook said, I will stay near the door. Goblins are possessive. If anyone arrives, I must be the one barking at them, or they will sense something is wrong. If you scream, I may consider helping. Or I may decide it is not my problem. His eyes flicked to the sword on Harry's back. Harry met his gaze. You get the sword when we are done, he said. Not before. That is what your word says, Griphook replied. We will see what the vault says. Hermione glared at him. You are enjoying this, she said. Of course, Griphook said. This is the most fun I have had in years. Bill's mouth twitched despite himself. Harry adjusted the sword strap so the blade would not smack him in the head if he slipped. He flexed his hands. The numbness in his left fingers had eased since the forest, but it was still there, faint. The scythe lay quiet, as if waiting. Ready? He asked Hermione. She checked the loose rope between their wrists, then nodded. Her eyes were wide but steady. On 3, Bill said. 1, 2, 3. They stepped into Lestrange's vault. The heat hit harder past the threshold. Harry's first step sank a little into a layer of loose coins. The metal felt warm through his boots. His second step sent a few cups clinking down the pile. Careful, Hermione hissed. He froze. Nothing exploded. He let out a breath. Right, he said. Soft touches. They moved slowly, testing each step, trying not to send anything rolling. It was almost impossible. The entire vault was designed to betray anyone moving through it. Every object on the pile was balanced on another. Every coin waited for a careless boot. Hermione muttered a stabilizing charm under her breath as they went, her free hand outstretched slightly for balance. Bill stayed just inside the door at first, watching both them and the cavern outside. Bellatrix liked her trinkets, he said. Look at all this. Harry did not want to. He forced himself to scan for anything cup-shaped. There were too many. Golden bowls, silver chalices, goblets with snakes for stems, tiny cups on chains, huge ceremonial things, all gleamed in the wavering heat. Spread out a little, Hermione said. Not too far. Keep talking. Got it, Harry said. They moved higher up the pile, using flat shields and large boxes as stepping stones when they could. Every time a coin shifted, Harry flinched, waiting for pain. Came sooner than he expected. Hermione's foot slipped on a loose plate. Her heel knocked a small jeweled shield. It flipped and clattered down. Where it struck a stack of coins, the air flared. Metal shrieked. The shield doubled, then doubled again, copies spilling out of thin air. Each new shield glowed red-hot, edges smoking. One hit Harry's boot. Pain shot up his leg, sharp and burning. He yelped and jerked his foot back. The shield stuck, molten metal clinging for a second before he shook it off. Another shield slammed into the back of his calf. His jeans caught fire. "Harry!" Hermione shouted. He dropped to one knee in the coins, slapping at his leg with his hands. The fire stung but did not spread. The fabric charred and crumbled. His skin throbbed with raw heat. "Finite!" Hermione cried. The flames vanished. The pain stayed. "Gemino," Bill said grimly. "You touch, it multiplies. Flagranti. It burns. We knew this. Try not to kick things." "Thank you," Harry said through his teeth. He pushed himself upright, leg shaking. The shields kept rolling. More spawned where they bounced, filling the lower part of the vault with a tinkling, clanging, burning mess. "Well, stealth is over," Hermione said. The air grew hotter. Sweat trickled down Harry's back. He gritted his teeth and kept going. "Look for badger carvings," she said. "Or anything that feels wrong." "Everything feels wrong," he said. He scanned the pile again, eyes stinging in the heat. Then he saw it, half buried near the upper slope, under a tangle of necklaces and between two slim vases. A small cup gleamed dully. It was squat and modest compared to some of the gaudy junk around it. Two small handles. A faint engraved shape on its side that could be a plant or an animal. When his gaze hit it, something cold pricked the back of his neck. Not from the vault. From inside. The scar on his forehead gave a dull throb. "There," he said. "Near the top. To the left. That one." Hermione followed his line of sight. "I see it," she said. "Cup. Two handles. That must be it." Bill squinted. "You two can pick out cursed objects from this distance now," he muttered. "I hate this war." "Join the club," Harry said. They started climbing toward the cup. The slope grew steeper. Coins slid under their boots, sending small avalanches down. Every time something hit the lower piles, more objects multiplied, filling the vault with hissing, glowing metal. Harry's burned leg protested with every step. He ignored it. Halfway up, the air turned almost unbearable. His clothes clung to him. His lungs felt like they were drawing fire instead of air. Hermione paused, panting. Her face was flushed, hair sticking to her forehead. "This is going to be real fun on the way down," she said. "Positive thoughts," he said. "We will slide." She choked out a laugh that sounded more like a cough. He reached for a heavy shield ahead of him to use as a stepping stone. The edge bit into his fingers. Heat seared his skin. He yanked his hand back with a hiss. Blisters puffed up across his fingertips almost instantly. "Do not touch anything," Hermione snapped. "Hands included." "Working on it," he said. He wiped his burned fingers on his trousers, gritting his teeth. They throbbed with each heartbeat. The cup was close now. Only a few more objects lay between them and it. Pile of coins. A set of stacked plates. A small, ornate box. Hermione shifted her weight carefully, testing the next step. The plates shifted anyway. They slid, hitting other objects. The curse flared again. The plates multiplied and reddened, sending a cascade of burning metal down past Harry's foot. One glanced off his knee. Pain stabbed through the fabric. He hissed. The slope under them grew less stable, things shifting with every breath. "Harry," Hermione said. He looked at her. She was only a little lower than him. One foot braced on a shield, the other on a heap of coins. Her face shone with sweat. Her eyes were steady. "I will grab it," she said. "You keep the path clear. Use wind, cool charms, whatever you can manage. We do not have time to be precious." She started moving before he could argue. He swallowed a protest. She was lighter than him, quicker. Her steps knocked fewer things loose. Even so, the vault answered every movement with more duplication and heat. Harry forced his burned hands to grip his wandless magic again. Wind. Simple. He focused on the air between the multiplying objects and them and shoved. A gust blasted from his outstretched hand, knocking some of the rolling plates sideways. They clanged against other piles and multiplied again. But at least they did not set Hermione's legs on fire. She scrambled up the last stretch, using the hilt of a dagger jutting from the pile as a handhold. Sweat dripped off the tip of her nose. Her fingers closed round the cup's handle. The world went sharp. Harry felt it. The Horcrux. Up close. The cup's presence was like holding a dead thing that still thought about itself. Cold, self-satisfied, sour. A sliver of Voldemort's soul curled inside, clinging to the metal. The scar on his forehead pulsed. Hermione flinched. "Got it," she gasped. The vault shuddered. Somewhere deep in the pile, a mechanism clicked. "Oh no," Bill said from the doorway. "What now?" Harry shouted. "Theft detected," Griphook yelled back. "The vault knows something is missing. The curses will escalate. You need to get out. Now." The pile around them convulsed. Coins jumped. Objects rolled. Multiplying curses went wild. Where one plate had been, 10 appeared. Where a single shield had sat, 100 sprang into existence. They hissed and smoked and burned, turning the vault into a metal wave. Hermione let out a cry as the coins under her feet shifted. She slid sideways. The cup jerked in her hand. For a second, she was half buried in a rush of objects, the cursed items piling over her legs, pinning her in place. "Hermione!" Harry shouted. He launched himself toward her. The slope folded. He slid too. They crashed together, metal hissing under them. The cup flew out of Hermione's hand. Harry threw himself after it, stretching his burned fingers as far as they would go. His hand closed round one handle. A spike of cold shot up his arm. Voldemort's soul hissed in his head. A voice without words, full of contempt and fear. He shut it out. Below them, Bill swore. "Harry!" he shouted. "You have it." "Yes," Harry yelled back. "Then stab it. We do not have time to be delicate. The vault is going to crush you." The scythe hummed eagerly. "Yes, cut it. That piece belongs to me." Harry tightened his grip on the cup. "No," he told the scythe. "Not you." He fumbled for the sword strap with his other hand. It had slipped round to his side as they fell. "Harry, hurry!" Hermione gasped. The metal round her legs glowed red. Her boots smoked. He yanked the sword free. The goblin blade flashed in the hot, hazy air. He could not aim properly. The pile shifted under them. His burned fingers slipped. So he did the simplest thing. He pulled the cup tight against a patch of bare metal in front of him and drove the sword down through both. The blade punched through gold like it was soft wood. The Horcrux screamed. It was not a sound anyone else would hear. It was in his skull, raw and high and shrill, a shriek of rage and terror. The scar on his forehead burned white-hot. For a second he could see nothing but a whirl of images he did not own. Dark corridors, dead bodies, flashes of green and red. A boy laughing and then crying. The scythe coiled tight round his heart. "Not yours," it told the screaming thing. "Mine to end. You do not get to crawl away." Something tore. The scream cut off. The cup shattered, gold warping around the blade, then crumbling like ash. A hiss of black smoke rose from the broken metal and vanished into the hot air. Silence rang in his head. Then the vault roared. The mountain of treasure convulsed as if shaken by an invisible hand. "You did it," Hermione panted. Her eyes were wide. "You actually, out." Griphook howled from the doorway. "Now, the curses are going to bury you. I will not dig you out." Harry shoved the sword back into its sheath in one clumsy movement. Coins slid. Shields multiplied. The whole pile moved. He grabbed Hermione's arm with his blistered hand and hauled. Her leg jerked free of the burning metal with a wet, horrible sound. The smell of scorched leather and skin hit his nose. She bit back a scream. "Sorry," he gasped. "Move," she said through clenched teeth. "You can apologize when we are not being baked alive." They half climbed, half slid down the side of the treasure hill. The cursed objects chased them, multiplying faster now. Every time one touched another, more sprang into being. The vault floor was no longer visible near the door, just a churning mass of red-hot metal. Harry's burned leg buckled near the bottom. He went down again, skidding the last few meters on his hip and shoulder. Coins and cups clanged off his sides. Some burned. Others did not. Strong hands grabbed the back of his jacket and yanked. Bill hauled him clear of the vault threshold, then lunged back in for Hermione. She had fallen too, half sprawled on a pile of coins, one leg still half buried. Coins glowed round her boot. Her face was white and tight with pain. Harry tried to get up. His muscles refused. The scythe pulsed in his chest, feeding him just enough steadiness to shove himself onto his elbows. He reached out with his burned hand. "Hermione," he said. She met his eyes. For a second he thought he might have to swing the scythe. Cut the cursed metal round her. Not her, but the things gripping her leg. He saw the threads. One line ran through the pile, holding the curses together around her. A nexus point. He could slice it. He had never used the scythe on a curse structure like this. Only on wards and patterns in the air. He did not have time to argue with himself. "Hermione," he said again. "Say it." Her eyes flicked to his chest, then back to his face. "Use it," she said. "On the metal, not on me. Please. Now." He drew the scythe. It formed in his hand with a bitter chill, blade gleaming dark in the vault's red light. The cursed objects seemed to recoil from it. He slashed once, a short, sharp cut at the point where the threads tied the pile round her boot. The scythe sang as it bit through. The line snapped. The metal round Hermione's leg shuddered and slumped, losing its cohesion. The burning cups and coins fell away from her limb, clanging down the slope. Bill grabbed her under the arms and hauled. She slid free, hissing through her teeth. Harry dragged the scythe back into his chest. Fire ran along his veins as it went. His vision blurred. He tasted copper. The vault pile surged again, trying to reclaim them. Griphook slammed his palm against the outside of the doorframe. Runes flashed. The melted metal door tried to regrow. Failed. The vault was too full now. The cursed objects jammed the doorway, spilling out into the cavern. "Run!" Griphook snarled. No one argued. Harry staggered after Hermione and Bill as they half-limped, half-sprinted for the cart. His burned leg felt like it belonged to someone else. Hermione's steps were uneven too, her injured foot leaving little scorched prints on the stone. Behind them, the vault vomited treasure. Coins and shields poured out, clanging onto the cavern floor. Some hit old wards and exploded into sparks. Heat blasted outward, making the air shimmer. Alarms woke. Harry did not hear bells. He heard magic change. The bank felt them now. The tracks, the wards, the dragons. Griphook leaped into the cart, grabbing the controls. "In," he snapped. Bill shoved Hermione up into the back, then hauled Harry after her. Harry collapsed onto the cold metal floor, chest heaving. The sword banged against the side of the cart. He clutched it one-handed, not letting go. "Hold on," Griphook hissed. He yanked the lever. The cart shot away from the Lestrange platform just as a wave of cursed gold hit the space where it had stood. The shock from the impact threw the cart sideways. For a terrifying second, Harry thought they were going to go off the rails. The scythe anchored him, heavy in his center. The cart clung. They rattled off into the tunnel. Hermione grabbed his burned hand. "You all right?" she panted. "No," he said frankly. "No," she said. "Good," he muttered. "We match." Her laugh was breathless and pained. Bill twisted in his seat, peering back. "We have company," he said grimly. Harry forced himself to sit up enough to look. Behind them, another cart careened onto the line from a side tunnel. It was full of goblins, armed with spears and wands. 2 Dragonskin-clad human guards stood among them, hair plastered to their faces from the waterfall. One pointed at Harry's cart, shouting. Bolts of pale light shot from their wands. "Down!" Bill barked. Harry and Hermione dropped flat. The curses flew overhead, hitting the tunnel walls. Stone exploded, showering the track with rubble. The cart lurched as the wheels hit debris. Griphook swore in gobbledygook and wrenched the lever, trying to keep them on. "We need a shortcut," Bill said. "There are no shortcuts down here," Griphook snapped. "Only death." "Comforting," Harry muttered into the floor. A curse slammed into the back of the cart. Metal screeched. The whole vehicle jumped. Hermione's fingers tightened round his. "Harry," she said over the roar. "If they hit us again." "I know," he said. He pushed himself up on his good arm, ignoring the fire in his burned leg and hand. The pursuit cart was gaining. The goblins inside it did not look confused or conflicted now. They looked furious. Wands and spears pointed. The humans beside them had that cold, ministry-trained focus. "We cannot outrun them," Bill shouted. "Not with this much damage on the line." Harry could feel the scythe pressing at his ribs. "You could cut the rails," it murmured. "Drop them." "That will drop us too," he shouted back at it. "Not if you pick the right place." He did not trust that. Another bolt of light sliced past his cheek. Felt like a cold wind with teeth. "Harry!" Hermione yelled. "I know!" he shouted. He looked ahead. The tunnel curved toward a wider space. He could hear the dragon again, the chained one. They were headed back toward that ledge. "It hates metal," Griphook shouted. "Remember, it hates anything that rattles without chains. The bank made it so. If you make enough noise, it will breathe fire on whatever it thinks is attacking it." Harry stared at the goblins rattling spears behind them. "They are all metal," he said. An idea clicked into place. A stupid, dangerous idea. So normal for today. "Griphook," he shouted. "Can you put us on the inside track when we pass the dragon?" Griphook shot him a quick, sharp look. "Yes," he said. "Why?" "Because I am about to annoy the hell out of your guard dog," Harry said. Hermione groaned. "I do not like that sentence." "You will like the alternative less," he said. He forced himself up higher, bracing against the front of the cart. His burned fingers screamed at him. He ignored them. He watched the tunnel ahead. The roar of the dragon's chains grew louder. "On my mark," he shouted to Griphook. "Shift us inward." "You are insane," Griphook muttered. "Good." The tunnel opened into the dragon cavern again. Harry saw the pale bulk of the creature hunched on its ledge, chains rattling as it shifted. Its blind eyes stared straight ahead. The goblin guards above were already turning, hearing the approaching carts. "Now!" Harry yelled. Griphook yanked the lever, throwing their cart onto a slightly higher inner rail. The pursuing cart squealed on the outer track, scrambling to follow. "Bill!" Harry shouted. "Give me something noisy." Bill looked confused for about half a heartbeat, then snatched a pouch from his belt and hurled it at Harry. "Goblin-made fireworks," he shouted. "Courtesy of your brothers." Of course they were. Harry caught the pouch clumsily, fingers burning, and flung it upward as hard as he could toward the dragon. He put what little scythe strength he could spare behind the throw. The pouch flew farther than it should have, arcing over their cart and the gap between tracks. It hit one of the chains above the dragon's head and burst. Sound exploded. Screaming lights, bangs, crackles. Jagged shards of color shot out, bouncing off the rock, rattling across metal. The noise was 100 times worse than the goblin's prodding rods. The dragon reared. His blind head snapped up. His nostrils flared. The noise hit its training hard. It opened its mouth and roared. Fire poured out, not at Harry's cart, at the pursuing one roaring up behind them, full of goblins and metal. Flame washed over the second cart. Harry flinched even from this distance. Heat blasted the side of his face. The air turned searing for a second. The goblins in the back cart screamed. The humans howled. The wood of their cart caught fire. Metal warped. The cart derailed. It flipped, crashing into the side of the tunnel. Sparks flew as wheels tore at rock. Goblins and guards tumbled into the darkness, some still burning. Harry's stomach clenched. He had wanted them stopped. He had not wanted them burned alive. The scythe hummed, tasting scorched threads, satisfied. He swallowed hard, throat tight. Hermione's hand touched his back. "Do not," she shouted in his ear. "Do not what?" he yelled back. "Do not start taking responsibility for every death in a war you did not start," she said. "They would have killed us," Bill shouted. "You gave them their own training back. Nothing more." Harry forced himself to nod. The dragon roared again, confused by the sudden lack of noise. His fire sputtered out. Chains rattled as it lunged. Harry stared at them. That is wrong, he thought suddenly. That is not how it should be. He could feel the scythe agree. Chains, locks, cages. They hold time in place. They hold life back. It did not like them. We cannot, he thought. Not now. The scythe disagreed. The cart was already shooting past. But for a second, time seemed to stretch. He saw the chains. He saw the anchors in the rock. He saw the points where goblin magic had locked centuries of training into the dragon's body. He could cut them. Hermione, he said quietly. Her hand tightened. No, she said. They will keep it like this if we leave it, he said. We will come back, she shouted. When you are not half dead. When there is not an entire bank trying to kill us. They both knew that was a lie. He did not know if they would live to see another week. He looked at the dragon again. His blind eyes rolled. It snapped at a sound only it could hear. Chains cut into its pale neck. The scythe pulsed. Now it said. He did not pull it fully out. He reached with it. A short, sharp twist in his chest, like a cramp. And then the blade flicked out just enough to touch the nearest chain anchor in the pattern of the magic binding it. He did not cut the dragon. He did not cut rock. He cut the rule. The concept that said these chains were unbreakable, that they belonged here. The scythe loved that. The line snapped. The chain cracked with a sound like a thunderclap. Links flew. The dragon jerked as one of its restraints gave way. It roared, tested the others, pulled. Harry felt the magic binding those strain. He let the scythe flick once, twice more, nicking only the rules, not the metal. 2 more chains shattered. The cart hurtled past, out of reach. Hermione stared at him, eyes huge. Harry, she said. He slumped back into the cart, letting the scythe slide fully into his chest again. His vision went gray at the edges. His legs went weak. His fingers went slack. I know, he said. Behind them a chained dragon thrashed. Metal screamed. Something tore free. The roar that followed was not trained. It was wild and furious and huge. They did not see the dragon break its last chain. They heard it. Stone cracked. Rails shuddered. The air in the tunnels shifted as something vast moved where it had never been allowed to move before. Griphook swore under his breath, truly rattled for the first time. You fool! He snapped at Harry. You have no idea what you have done. Harry forced his eyes open. The tunnel swam. Freed something that should not have been chained, he said. You have freed a weapon aimed in every direction, Griphook said. It will not care who trained it. It will burn everyone. We are everyone, Bill pointed out, teeth bared in a grimace. We need to ride that. Hermione blinked. Ride? She said faintly. Do you have a better idea? Bill demanded. The bank knows we are here. The upper levels will be crawling with goblins and Death Eaters. The dragon is about to make a new exit. Do you want to be under it or on top of it? She swallowed. I hate that you are right, she said. The cart screeched around another bend. Ahead, the tunnel widened into a junction. A blast of hot air hit them full in the face. The dragon burst through the rock wall beside the rails. It did not move gracefully. It smashed its way out, head and front legs punching through stone, rubble flying. Dust filled the air. Its chains hung broken around its neck and forelimbs, trailing behind it like dead snakes. Its wings were cramped and small for its size, but they still snapped out instinctively, catching the air in the tunnel. It roared, a sound too big for the space. The cart shuddered. Griphook wrestled with the controls. Hold on, he yelled. The tracks ahead crumpled as the dragon crashed onto them. The cart had nowhere to go. For a second, Harry saw 3 possible futures. 1. The cart slammed into the dragon's side and exploded. 2. The cart derailed and threw them under the dragon's claws. 3. They jumped. Now! Bill shouted. Out! He did not wait. He grabbed Harry by the back of his soaked jacket and hurled him sideways. Harry flew. His body remembered how to fall from Quidditch. He tucked his head in, tried to roll. Pain flared along his side as he hit gravel. Hermione followed an instant later, thrown by Bill from the other side. She landed hard. A breathy sound punched out of her lungs. Bill and Griphook leaped with less grace and more skill, aiming for a flattish stretch of rock beside the broken tracks. The cart did not make it. It slammed into the dragon's foreleg and shattered, wood and metal splintering under the impact. Sparks flew as wool fragments skidded across stone. The dragon jerked. His blind head swung toward the fresh noise. Harry's heart hammered. Up! Bill yelled. Move! Harry staggered to his feet. His burned leg buckled. Hermione grabbed his arm, hauling him upright. Her own injured foot dragged, but she did not slow. The dragon shook itself, spraying dust and broken stone. It smelled them. His head turned. Harry saw its milky eyes fix on the movement of air and heat. We cannot outrun that, Hermione said. We do not have to, Bill said. We climb it. She stared at him. You want to climb the dragon, she said. It will go up, Bill said. Up is out. Out is away from goblins and Death Eaters. I will take my chances with an angry dragon over a very organized bank. He was right, again. Harry let Hermione pull him toward the dragon's side. The creature's skin up close was thicker and rougher than he remembered from the tournament. Scars crisscrossed its flanks. Old chains had rubbed raw spots. It did not know they were there. Not yet. It reared again, claws scraping stone. Now! Bill shouted. They ran at its side. Harry grabbed a fold of pale hide and heaved himself up, using a protruding bone as a foothold. His burned hands slid, but adrenaline drowned out some of the pain. Hermione scrambled up beside him, using his knee for leverage. Bill pushed from below. Griphook, nimble in a way none of them were, scrambled up the dragon's leg and onto its back like a monkey. The dragon roared, felt them now, muscles bunched under their feet. The world moved. For a terrifying moment, Harry thought it would roll and crush them against the tunnel wall. Instead, it lunged forward. The crumpled tracks snapped under its weight. It did not care. It was moving in a direction that was not shackled, and that was enough. Harry flattened himself against its back, grabbing a ridge of bone and hanging on. Hold tight, Bill shouted. Do not fall. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Hermione yelled back. The dragon charged down the tunnel. It did not follow the tracks. It went where its nose and instincts told it to. When the ceiling dipped too low, it smashed through it, sending shower after shower of rock and dust down. Harry could not see much. His eyes streamed from the grit. He felt each impact through his chest and teeth and burned limbs. The scythe anchored him to the dragon's spine, a cold weight in the middle of chaos. They burst through a wall into a wider shaft. Light stabbed Harry's eyes. Not lamplight, sunlight. For a second he could not see at all. The dragon roared and jumped. Air rushed round them. They were no longer in a tunnel. They were above London. The dragon did not fly so much as flail. Its wings snapped open, catching air at the last possible moment. Their cramped muscles screamed at the sudden demand. It had not flown in years, maybe ever. It dragged itself up with raw strength and pain. Harry clung to a ridge of spine, knuckles white. The wind tore at his soaked clothes. The rope round his wrists flapped. The sword bumped against his back. Hermione was pressed against his side, arms wrapped round the same ridge. Bill clung behind them, one arm hooked over a spine, the other wrapped round Griphook, who was swearing non-stop in gobbledygook. Below, Gringotts shrank. The white building's smashed roof gaped open, trails of dust still rising where the dragon had burst through. Tiny goblin figures ran out onto the front steps, pointing and shouting. Spells shot up after them, green and red and gold. They fizzled out in the air before they could reach the dragon. Their wards do not reach this high, Bill shouted over the wind. They never thought they would need them to. Harry laughed once, a short, half-hysterical sound. The dragon wheeled clumsily above the alley, chains clanking where they still wrapped its back and hind legs. His blind eyes rolled. It was not flying because it knew how. It was flying because everything in it screamed to get away from the tunnels. It is going to crash, Hermione said. Maybe not, Bill said. The dragon lurched toward a rooftop. Harry's stomach swooped. Maybe yes, Bill added. The dragon clipped a chimney. Bricks flew. It shrieked and banked hard, tail smashing a row of windows. Harry's arms felt like they were being pulled out of their sockets. He held on. The dragon flapped again, harder. They cleared the rooftops, rising over Diagon Alley's hidden line and out across Muggle London. "Where is it going?" Hermione shouted. "Anywhere that is not underground," Griphook yelled back. "That is all it knows." The dragon headed for the river. Harry caught a blurred glimpse of grey water, bridges, tiny cars. He had never seen London from this angle like this. He could not appreciate it. Pain, fear, and wind filled everything. The dragon's flight grew less jerky as it found a rhythm. Its wings remembered, a little. It was still clumsy, but it started using air currents instead of just muscle. "They are going to see us," Hermione shouted. "Muggles." "The statute." Harry let out a choked noise that might have been a laugh. "Let them," he shouted back. "Someone else can obliviate them. We have enough problems." She opened her mouth, then shut it with a snap. The dragon flew low over the river, then banked toward countryside, away from the tight cluster of buildings. His breath came in ragged bursts. It was tired already. "We need to get off," Bill yelled, "before it drops us without meaning to." "Water," Hermione shouted. "We need a lake, or a river deep enough to break our fall." Harry peered past the dragon's shoulder. Fields and patches of trees spread below. A glint of water flashed in the distance. "There," he shouted. "Lake." The dragon headed vaguely in that direction anyway, as if drawn to open space. "On my mark," Bill shouted. "We jump. Aim for the deepest part you can see. Do not belly flop. Point your feet. Close your mouth." "Terrifying that you have a lecture for this," Hermione yelled. "Professional curse breaker," he shouted back. "Comes up more often than you would think." The dragon dropped lower. The lake grew bigger. The wind roared less. Harry could see ripples on the water now, dark and cold. His burned leg throbbed. His fingers barely felt the bone ridge anymore. His arms shook with fatigue. "Now!" Bill bellowed. Harry did not let himself think. He let go. The air grabbed him. For a second he was weightless. The dragon's pale belly slid past above. Then the sky. Then the lake rushed up at him, dark green and unforgiving. He pointed his feet, squeezed his eyes shut, and hit. The impact knocked every scrap of air out of his lungs. Cold swallowed him. For a moment, everything was dark and roaring and heavy. The lake wrapped round him, pressing at his ribs, forcing its way into his mouth and nose. Instinct kicked in. He kicked. His burned leg screamed. His muscles felt like they belonged to someone else. He forced them to move anyway. He kneaded up. His chest burned. A hand closed round his coat. Hermione. He felt her grip, strong despite her own injuries. She kicked too, dragging him. Light grew above them, pale and wavering. They burst through the surface together, gasping. Air knifed into his lungs. He choked, coughed out lake water, and gulped more. "Harry!" Hermione spluttered. "You all right?" "No," he croaked. "You." "No," she said. "Good," he mumbled. They both laughed weakly, then splashed and coughed some more. Bill surfaced a few feet away, hauling Griphook like a wet cat. The goblins spat water and curses. They struck out for the shore, slow and awkward. By the time Harry dragged himself onto the bank, every part of him shook. His leg burned. His hands throbbed. His chest felt like someone had squeezed it in a vice. The scythe lay quiet, but heavy, as if it had eaten too much. He rolled onto his back, staring at the gray sky. Hermione crawled up beside him and flopped down, breathing hard. Water streamed off Bill's hair and clothes as he staggered out, dropping Griphook on the grass. The goblin popped upright fast, scowling. "I hate you all," Griphook said. "Humans are insane." "You are welcome," Harry wheezed. The dragon was a pale shape in the distance now, struggling toward some distant mountains. It looked small and sad against the sky. "Do you think it will be all right?" Hermione asked quietly. "Better than it was," Harry said. They lay there for a few minutes, just breathing. The world felt very quiet after the bank, the vault, the dragon, the screams. Then Harry's scar burned. It was not like the Horcrux scream, This was sharper, more focused. He tensed. "Harry," Hermione said at once. "What is it?" He did not answer. He could not, for a second. His vision blurred. He was not on a lake shore anymore. He was standing in a broken vault. Gold covered the floor. Cursed objects lay everywhere, glowing with spent magic. Goblins and wizards moved through the wreckage, faces set. Some bodies lay still, burned and twisted. Others groaned. And in the middle of it all, white-faced with fury, stood Voldemort. He was not hiding his face now. No glamours, no hood, pale skin, red eyes, slit nostrils flaring. He paced through the ruin of the Lestrange vault cavern like a storm given legs. Goblins flinched out of his path. He did not look at them. His attention flicked from the collapsed vault door to the empty space where a cup should have been. "Stolen," he hissed. No one answered. One goblin tried. "My lord." The charms detected. Voldemort's wand flicked. Green light. The goblin fell without a sound. Silence slammed down. He moved again. Fast. The new wand in his hand humming with power. The Elder Wand. Harry could feel it, sharp and bright and wrong. "Who?" Voldemort said softly. "Who dares?" No one answered. He did not really expect them to. His eyes slid shut. Harry felt them turn inward, searching along soul lines. "I will check," Voldemort whispered to himself. "I will check them all." The scene spun. Harry's stomach lurched. He was no longer in the bank. He was in a white tomb. Snow dusted the ground. Marble gleamed coldly under a gray sky. Dumbledore lay within, hands folded over his chest, robes neat. The Elder Wand slot in his fingers was empty. Voldemort's hand trembled as he touched the cold stone. "It is mine," he whispered. "Mine. No one else can take it from me." Harry could feel doubt gnawing at him. Not about the wand. About the Horcruxes. The scene spun again. He was in a shack. He was in a cave. He was in an empty forest. He was in a room with a girl lying motionless on a stone floor, a snake coiled round her shoulders. The diadem, the diary, the ring, the locket, all places where bits of soul had been hidden and, to Voldemort's senses, now felt wrong. Harry could feel it as Voldemort checked each hiding place inside his head, like a man counting money and finding coins missing. The cup was gone. The diary, the ring, the locket, for pieces, dead. Panic spiked. "Hogwarts," Voldemort whispered. The scene shifted one last time. The castle rose ahead. Dark towers against an even darker sky. Hogsmeade lay small and vague in the distance. The lake glimmered. The forbidden forest loomed black. Voldemort stood on a hill looking down at it. Hogwarts, his first real home, his last Horcrux, the castle itself. No, not the stones. Something inside. Harry felt his attention drag toward the castle's heart. Toward a place high in one of the towers. Toward a hidden room. He did not see the room. He did not need to. He knew. Voldemort knew too. "Hogwarts," Voldemort said again, this time a promise. Harry jerked back into his own body with a gasp. The lake air hit his lungs. His scar throbbed. His heart hammered. "Harry," Hermione said. Her hand was on his shoulder, steady and warm. "Talk to me." He swallowed. "He knows," Harry said hoarsely. He felt the cup go. He checked the others. "He knows they are gone. He is going to Hogwarts." Bill's head snapped round. "Now," he said. "Soon," Harry said. "He is at Gringotts now, but he will go there. To the castle. To check the last one." Hermione's grip tightened. "The diadem," she whispered. "The one in Hogwarts. The one we have not destroyed yet." Harry nodded. Griphook was watching them with narrowed eyes. "You speak as if the Dark Lord's mind is an open book," he said. Harry did not answer that. He pushed himself up on trembling arms. Every part of him hurt. His leg, his hands, his head. The scythe lay in his chest like a cold stone, heavy with everything it had eaten today. He met Hermione's eyes. She looked as tired as he felt. "Worse, maybe." "So that's it," he said. "Gringotts is done. The cup is gone. He is going to Hogwarts." She nodded. "So we are," she said. Bill rubbed his face. "Of course you are," he said. You cannot help yourselves. You are coming, Harry said. Bill snorted. I am not a student, he said. I am not even technically allowed near the place when it is under occupation. I have a wife who will hex me into next week if I follow you idiots into a castle full of Death Eaters. I am taking Griphook and the others back to Shell Cottage. I will keep the safe house safe. That is my job. Harry opened his mouth. Bill raised a hand. No arguments, he said. You have your path. I have mine. That does not mean I am leaving you without help. He reached into his soaked pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of parchment. He held it out. Harry took it. Read it, Bill said. Harry unfolded the paper. On it, in a cramped, familiar hand, was a single sentence. Headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimald Place, London. The letters shifted as he read them, as if settling into his memory. Harry looked up. I already know. Not that one, Bill said impatiently. Turn it over. Harry did. On the back, in Bill's scratcher writing, was another line. If you are desperate in Hogsmeade, knock 3 times on the back door of the Hog's Head and ask for Aberforth. Harry blinked. Dumbledore's brother, he said. Grumpy old man, beard like a goat, runs a terrible pub, Bill said. He has no love for my lot or yours. He does, however, have a habit of keeping an eye on things. If you find yourself stuck in Hogsmeade with Death Eaters sniffing round, he might be persuaded to hide you. Once, Hermione took the paper from Harry and read it herself, lips moving. Aberforth, she murmured. We saw him at the wedding. Bill nodded. He saw you too, he said. He will pretend he did not. That is his way. But blood is blood. Harry folded the parchment again and tucked it carefully into an inside pocket. Thank you, he said. Bill shrugged. Just remember I like my little sister alive, he said. And my mother, and my father, and Ron, if he ever drags his sulking backside back to you. He will, Hermione said quietly. Harry nodded. He will, he echoed. Griphook cleared his throat. You are forgetting something, he said. Harry looked at him. What? He asked. Griphook pointed at the sword on Harry's back. My payment, he said. For a second, Harry wanted to argue. They had nearly died. The bank was in chaos. Voldemort was marching on Hogwarts. Surely they could keep the sword a little longer. He looked at Hermione. Her face was set. We made a deal, she said. We do not break it. He hated that she was right. He shrugged the strap off his shoulder. The sword of Gryffindor gleamed dully in the grey light, still stained with Horcrux ash. Goblin-made, goblin-honed, born to eat valuables and poison both. It had saved his life more than once. Felt wrong to hand it over. He held it out to Griphook anyway, hilt first. You get it now, he said. As promised. You helped us into the vault. You helped us out. We destroyed what we needed to destroy. The sword is yours. Griphook's long fingers closed round the hilt like they had been made for it. In a way they had. He drew the sword in close, eyes gleaming. At last, he breathed. Gryffindor's blade returns to goblin hands. Bill watched, jaw tight, but he did not say anything. Hermione looked away, biting her lip. It is not mine to keep, Harry said quietly. It never was. Griphook bared his teeth in something almost like a smile. For a wizard, he said. You pay your debts. Harry nodded once. Griphook turned, sword in hand, and walked a little distance away, as if putting himself outside their circle. Do not expect my help again, he said over his shoulder. You have had as much goblin aid as you will ever get. The rest is your war. We never expected this much, Hermione said. Griphook did not answer. Bill clapped his hands once, breaking whatever strange moment was settling. Right, he said. We need to move. This lake will not stay quiet forever. If he sends scouts, they might sweep this area. We are not that far from civilization. Hermione pushed herself upright with a wince. We go toward Hogsmeade, she said. We find a safe place to change. We get our wands back from Fleur. Then we go to Hogwarts. Harry frowned. We do not have our wands, he said. For now, she said. Bill can take us back to Shell Cottage. We regroup. We dry off. We do not march into a castle half-burned and empty-handed. He wanted to argue. His scar throbbed. Voldemort at the bank. Voldemort at Hogwarts. Time ticking. He looked at her. She was right. I hate it when you make sense, he said. Someone has to, she said. He held out his hand. She took it and pulled herself fully to her feet. He kissed her quickly. Just once, tasting lake water and pain and something steady underneath. She let him. Bill pretended to look away. Enough, he said. Save that for after the Dark Lord is dead. Motivation, Harry said. Disgusting, Griphook muttered. But there was no real heat in it. His attention was on the sword. Dobby was not here, but Harry could almost feel his anxiety over the thread between them. The elf would know soon that they were not dead. He would feel it. Take us back, Harry said to Bill. Then we go forward. Bill nodded. Shell Cottage first, he said. Then Hogsmeade. Then Hogwarts. Harry took one last look at the lake. The dragon was a pale speck on the horizon now, free in a sky it had not seen for years. He hoped it found somewhere quiet to sleep. He hoped they would, one day. Bill grabbed his arm. Hermione took his other hand. Griphook held the sword of Gryffindor like a promise. They turned on the spot. The lake, the dragon, and the sky folded away. Hogwarts waited ahead. They landed in a heap in the tiny sitting room of Shell Cottage. Cold hit first, then pain. Harry's knees slammed the floorboards. Hermione half crashed into him and half into the arm of the sofa. Bill stumbled, caught himself on the wall with one hand, and did not quite go down. Griphook appeared a step away, dripping and furious, sword clutched tight. Everyone in the cottage froze. Fleur dropped the teapot. It hit the table, bounced once, and tipped, hot tea flooding across the wood. Dobby screamed. Harry Potter, sir. He launched himself off the counter, hit Harry in the chest, and nearly knocked him over again. His thin arms squeezed Harry's neck. You are alive, Dobby sobbed. Dobby waited and waited and waited, and the lake was quiet, and Dobby thought. Harry wheezed. Air, Dobby, he croaked. Dobby let go at once, bouncing back but still shaking. You are hurt, Luna said, calm but concerned. She sat at the table with a mug, her bare feet tucked up on the chair. Dean stood beside her, chair half pushed back, wand out of habit even though his clothes were rumpled from sleep. Ollivander hovered against the far wall like someone had pinned him there. We got the cup, Harry managed. Gringotts is annoyed. Annoyed? Bill repeated, breath coming rough. That is one word. Fleur snapped out of it. On the floor, she said. All of you. You are bleeding on my rugs. Harry glanced down. She was right. His burned leg had soaked a dark patch into his torn jeans. Hermione's boot was half melted, skin beneath blistered and angry red. His hands were a mess, raw with blisters and scraped knuckles. Bill had a shallow cut on his forehead and a deep bruise forming along his jaw. Griphook had a thin line of blood along one arm where a bit of cart had caught him. Harry opened his mouth to say he was fine. Fleur pointed at the floor. He shut his mouth and sat. The boards were hard and cold. It felt good to be on something solid that was not a dragon. Fleur moved fast, sleeves pushed up, wand out. She conjured clean towels and wrapped them round Hermione's leg first, murmuring quick charms. The dressings cooled and tightened, drawing the worst of the heat out. Hermione winced but did not flinch away. Fleur shot her a brief, approving look and moved on to Harry's burns. Hands, she said. He held them out. Her breath hissed between her teeth. You have tried to cook yourself, she said. Vault decor, Harry muttered. Bellatrix had interesting taste. Fleur muttered something rude in French and uncorked a vial. This will sting, she warned. It already hurts, he said. She poured the potion over his fingers anyway. It burned for a second, then cooled into a deep, almost numb ache. The blisters shrank. The skin looked less angry. There, she said. Not pretty but better. I will wrap them. Try not to punch any walls for at least a day. No promises, he said. She moved to his leg next. The cut under the burned cloth was shallow but nasty. The skin round it was already bubbling. You should have come back sooner, she said sharply. Dragon, he said. She shot him a look. Of course, she said. Why would you ever do anything simple? Dobby hovered at her elbow, wringing his hands. Dobby would have gone, he said. Dobby would have grabbed the cup. Dobby is good at grabbing things. You are great at grabbing things, Harry said. We needed you here more. He meant it. If they had died under a pile of cursed goblets, someone needed to pull Luna and Dean and Ollivander and Fleur out of the line of fire. Did you get it? Dean asked, leaning forward. The Horcrux. The cup. Harry nodded. Destroyed, he said. Sword did the honors. Vault is a mess. Goblins are very aware. Ollivander's eyes flicked to the sword in Griphook's hands, then back to Harry. And the Dark Lord, he said quietly. He will feel it. He already has, Harry said. Hermione shifted on the floor, adjusting the bandage. He is going to Hogwarts, she said. He has realized the last one is there. Dean swore under his breath. Luna tilted her head. It was always going to end there, she said, like she was commenting on the weather. Harry could not argue. When Fleur was done patching, Bill herded everyone to sit round the table again. Dry clothes appeared from somewhere. Harry changed in the little bedroom, swapping soaked jeans for an old pair of Bill's that were too long and rolled up at the ankles. Hermione took one of Fleur's cardigans, sleeves pushed up past her bandages. By the time Harry limped back to the kitchen, the table was crowded. Fleur had summoned more chairs from somewhere. Hermione sat between Harry and Luna. Dobby perched on a stool near Harry's knee. Dean leaned on his elbows opposite. Bill and Fleur had taken the ends. Ollivander occupied the chair nearest the fire again. Long fingers wrapped round a cup he did not drink from. Griphook stood. He had not sat once. He held the sword of Gryffindor upright beside him, tip resting on the floor. The blade looked different in his hand. It looked right. Harry did not have to like it to recognize it. Before anything else, Bill said, raking a hand through his damp hair. We need to agree on what happens next. For all of us, not just these three. He nodded toward Harry, Hermione, and Griphook. Four, Dobby said at once. Dobby is with Harry Potter. And four, Bill said with a faint smile. Harry straightened in his chair. His muscles complained. Voldemort is going to Hogwarts, he said. No point softening it. Soon. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. He knows there is a Horcrux there. We have to get there first, find it, and destroy it. Then we have to stop him. Dean let out a low whistle. You make it sound very simple, he said. It is not, Hermione said. Hogwarts is under Death Eater control. Snape is headmaster. Caro siblings are in charge of torture. There are probably more wards than ever before. We cannot just stroll up to the front gate. We could knock, Luna said. They would not expect that. Harry bumped her shoulder lightly. Tempting, he said. Bill folded his arms. You will not be strolling anywhere tonight, he said. Look at you. You can barely stand. Harry opened his mouth. Hermione kicked him lightly under the table with her good foot. He is right, she said. We need a few hours. To sleep. To let the burns settle. To think. Charging in half-conscious is how you end up dead, Harry. Not how you save anyone. I know, he muttered. He hated that she was right. Again. We cannot wait long, he said though. He is not going to sit and twiddle his thumbs. We will not, Bill said. Today you rest. Tonight we move closer. Tomorrow you get into the castle. How? Dean asked. The train is not running. The carriages are not exactly making rounds. Hermione pulled the small folded parchment from her pocket and tapped it. Bill gave us a name, she said. Aberforth Dumbledore. Hogsmeade. I think there is more to the hog's head than the smell. Luna nodded. He keeps goats, she said. And secrets. Both smell quite strong. Harry thought of the short, grumpy man from the wedding. The one who had avoided eye contact and thrown pig's blood at someone's shoes when they drank too slowly. He also thought about the portrait Bill's note had hinted at. Dumbledore's brother. Dumbledore's sister. Ariana. The scythe stirred. Old death, it murmured. Old wounds. The castle will be full. Harry's fingers twitched on the table. Not here, he told it. Not now. Ollivander watched him with that odd, sharp gaze. You will need properly armed wands, he said quietly, if you are to walk into that castle. Experiments and substitutes will not do. Hermione nodded. We need to sort that out, she said. Harry's wand, Malfoy's wand. The others we took from the manor. Bring them, Ollivander said. Let me see what still likes whom. Harry pushed his chair back with a small scrape and went to the little drawer in the corner where they kept their wands wrapped in a piece of cloth. He laid them out on the table one by one. His own old wand, snapped and mended by the Scythe's strange help weeks ago. It still looked slightly different now, the mend line darker, the wood a little thinner at the core. Draco's hawthorn wand. Bellatrix's wand, thin and cruel. A spare from a nameless snatcher. 2 more they had taken and barely used. Ollivander's fingers trembled as he reached for Harry's wand. He turned it over, studying the spine, the grain, the scar of the break. You have meddled with this, he murmured. Not with tools, with something else. Harry's shoulders tightened. I fixed it, he said. Or rather, something inside me did. Hermione glanced at him. She knew exactly what something meant. Ollivander stroked the wand with a thumb. Phoenix feather, he said softly. From the same bird that gave a feather to the Dark Lord's wand. Your core has been changed. Not replaced, but touched by other forces. Is that bad? Harry asked. Ollivander smiled, thin and tired. It is not ideal, he said. But power cares less about ideals than about results. Try it. Harry picked the wand up. It felt warm and familiar, like a splinter of his own bones. He flicked it at the corner of the room. Lumos. Light bloomed at once, bright and steady. No resistance. No hiccup. He let out a breath. Good, Ollivander murmured. Phoenix and Scythe, was it? Unusual pairing. How do you know? Harry asked sharply. Ollivander's eyes flicked to his hair, then to his chest. I have seen that kind of white, he said. And your magic feels braided. 2 lines in one hand. Harry shut his mouth on an automatic denial. Ollivander had been a prisoner of Voldemort. He had seen things. He deserved the truth more than most. It is complicated, Harry said. We made rules. It does not get free run. Ollivander nodded once, as if that matched his own guesses. Then do not break your rules, he said simply. Wand and wielder both go wrong when they forget what they are for. He moved on, fingers brushing the other wands. He picked up Hermione's. Dragon heartstring, vine wood, he said. Stubborn, loyal, still likes you best, Miss Granger, regardless of what other sticks you have waved around. Hermione colored slightly but smiled. Ollivander held the wand out. Try it, he said. She took it. Lumos. Light flared again. She exhaled, shoulders easing. Draco's wand felt strange in Harry's hand now. It had served him in the manor and at the cottage, but it did not sit as right as his own. You may still need a backup, Ollivander said. No tool is perfect, and you have made enemies of wands older than any of us. Harry thought of the elder wand in Voldemort's hand, the way it had sung in his vision. Hungry. We will manage, he said. They slept in shifts. Fleur insisted. You will not collapse in the middle of your grand entrance, she said. You will go in rested, or I will stun you myself. Harry did not argue much. Once the immediate rush and planning faded, the crash hit. He lay on the narrow bed, Hermione's warmth at his side, and stared at the ceiling. His body hummed with aches. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the vault, the dragon, the burning cart. Hermione rolled toward him in the dark, careful of her leg. Stop thinking, she muttered. Hard, he said. She reached out, fingers finding his bandaged hand. He winced. Sorry, she said. It is fine, he said. Been worse. She snorted softly. That is not a challenge, she said. You do not have to keep trying to top yourself. He stared at the dim ceiling for a moment longer. He knows, he said. Voldemort. For destroyed. One left. Hogwarts. We knew he would, she said. You were never going to get through this without him noticing at some point. He looked furious. Harry said. And scared. For a second. Then angry again. He is going to throw everything at that castle. Then we go first, she said. We find the diadem. We destroy it. We make him even more scared. Her voice was steady. Tired, but steady. He turned his head to look at her in the low light. There were faint lines at the corners of her eyes now that had not been there 2 years ago. Not from age. From war. From worry. From the way she frowned when she read too long or when he did something stupid. You know you do not have to keep doing this, he said quietly. She stared at him like he had grown an extra head. Doing what? She asked. Following me into banks and vaults and castles, he said. Chasing horcruxes. Watching my hair go white. You could, after this is over, if we somehow survive, you could just go. Live a nice life. Fix the ministry. Write books. Anything. Her eyes narrowed. Are you breaking up with me before we have even had a proper date? She asked. He blinked. What, no? That is, no. I do not want you stuck with a half-reaper who sees dead spells in the walls every time he walks into a room. She stared for another long moment. Then she leaned in and kissed him. Slow and deliberate. He forgot how to think for a few seconds. When she pulled back, her forehead rested against his. Harry, she said quietly, I did not fall in love with a job description. I fell in love with you, the idiot who tried to fly a car to school. The boy who saved my life from a troll and then apologized for not doing it faster. The one who keeps trying to shoulder everything and still insists on making jokes when he is half dead. Reaper, no Reaper, Horcrux, no Horcrux. You are still you. If that changes, if you lose yourself, then we deal with it. Together. But I am not leaving because you are tired and scared and trying to be noble. He swallowed hard. Okay, he said. Good, she said. She shifted closer, careful of bandages, and tucked herself under his arm. His chest still felt tight, but it was a different kind of tight now. The scythe was silent for once, like even it understood this bit was not for it. He slept eventually, not deeply, but enough. Late afternoon found them standing by the door again, cloaks on, wands at their sides. The rope charms Bill had used before now twisted into something else, more like straps to secure bags. Hermione's leg was wrapped tight. She could walk, but she limped slightly. Harry's burns had faded to angry red patches with new skin just starting to form. Fleur hugged Hermione tight, ignoring her protests. You bring him back, she said into Hermione's hair. You hear me. I will try, Hermione said, voice a little muffled. Fleur turned to Harry and smacked him lightly on the shoulder. You do not make her regret this, she said. I am trying very hard not to, he said. Dean clapped Harry on the back. If you see any of the Carrows, he said, punch them for me. Stun them first, Luna added. Then punch them, or you might hurt your hand. Dobby wiped his eyes with the hem of his jumper. Dobby will be waiting, he said. Dobby will keep the cottage safe. If Harry Potter calls, Dobby will come. Let Bill decide when to send you, Harry said. If he comes here, you get everyone out. No heroics. Dobby looked deeply offended. Dobby is a hero by job, he said. But Dobby will listen. Ollivander did not move from his place by the fire. He just lifted his cup slightly in a kind of salute. Good luck, Mr. Potter, he said. Wands can be replaced. People cannot. Do not forget the order of those things. I will try not to, Harry said. Griphook stood at the far edge of the room, sword sheathed at his back. He did not say goodbye. Harry did not expect him to. Bill opened the door. Cold wind rushed in, carrying the smell of sea. Last ride, Bill said. Next stop, Hogsmeade outskirts. Hermione took Harry's hand. He squeezed back. They stepped out into the wind and turned on the spot. Shell Cottage vanished. They appeared in a narrow, muddy lane between two clumps of bare trees. The air was colder here, sharper. It bit at Harry's cheeks. The light was fading already. The sky a dull, heavy gray. Hogsmeade lay ahead, down the slope. He could see the outline of buildings, the dark shape of the shrieking shack, the tiny glint of the Hog's Head sign swinging in the wind. Cloaks up, Hermione said. Hoods on. Wand to hand but not out. We are just travelers. We are not here to pick a fight. Yet, Bill adjusted his cloak, pulling it tight round him. No lights, he said. They will have detection wards in the village. Caterwauling charms. Trip alarms. If you set them off, Death Eaters will swarm faster than you can say butterbeer. Harry swallowed. So we go quiet, he said. You go quiet, Bill corrected. I am going to peel off. They know my face. If I walk into Hogsmeade with you, that is 3 wanted posters in one neat group. Even the thickest snatcher could spot that. You are not coming in, Hermione said. Not into the village, Bill said. I get you as far as the boundary. After that, I have to trust you and hope you listen to your own rules. I go back to the cottage. I keep the others safe. I watch from outside. If the sky lights up, I will know where to send help or run. Harry hated that, but it made sense. Bill stepped in close and took Harry's shoulder in his hand. You find whatever cursed bit of rubbish he left in that castle, he said low. You break it. Then you get as many of those kids out alive as you can. My sister is in there. You bring her back, Potter. Or I will drag you out of whatever afterlife you are sitting in and punch you myself. Harry met his eyes. I will, he said. Bill held his gaze for another second. Then he nodded once, dropped his hand, and disapparated with a muffled crack. The wind filled the space he left. Hermione let out a slow breath. Just us again, she said. Feels familiar, Harry said. They started walking down the slope toward the village. The closer they got, the more wrong Hogsmeade looked. Shops Harry remembered as bright and noisy now had barred windows. Posters covered walls and doors. Mumbling faces in ministry black slid past, eyes flat, checking and rechecking any stranger they saw. A faint chill hung over everything, not just from the weather. Dementors. The Scythe felt them before he saw them. They floated at the edges of his senses like oil on water. Cold. Greedy. Old. Hermione shivered beside him. Can you feel them? She asked under her breath. Yes, he said. They are everywhere. He could hear the faint echoes they dragged with them. Faint screams. Old sobs. Bits of dying stuck to their ragged cloaks. The Scythe listened with a kind of disgusted hunger. Impostors, it said. They feed and never finish. They leave shells. Lazy. They are not your food either, Harry muttered. Hermione bumped him lightly with her shoulder. Save the arguments for people who can answer back, she said. He managed a small smile. They reached the first cottages at the village edge. Then they heard it. A thin, high sound, like a distant alarm. Not loud but sharp. Hermione swore softly. Caterwauling charm, she said. We must have stepped over a line. Anyone watching will know someone just arrived. Perfect, Harry muttered. Do not run, she said quickly. Walking people look less guilty than sprinting ones. We go to the Hog's Head like we belong there. Let them see 2 tired travelers stupid enough to come to a war village at dusk. He forced his shoulders to stay relaxed. The wail died away after a few seconds, but the damage was done. Shadows detached from doorways. 2 hooded figures stepped out into the lane ahead, wands already in their hands. One wore the dark mask and robe style of a full Death Eater. The other had the patchwork look of a promoted snatcher. Hold it, the masked one called. Papers. Hermione leaned closer. Do not say his name, she whispered. Or mine. Or yours. Harry swallowed the urge to say no and carry on. They stopped. The closer figure flicked their wand. Hoods off, they snapped. Harry pushed his hood back. The air seemed to go still. The mask tilted. The snatcher stared. Look at that, he breathed. Poster boy himself. He lifted his wand. Harry moved faster. Stupefy. Hermione was already casting. Protego. Red light crashed into a hastily erected shield charm, splashing off in sparks. The snatcher went down, hit by Harry's stunner and crashing backward into a stack of crates. The masked Death Eater dodged, firing back. Crucio. Harry stumbled aside. The curse missed him by inches, carving a gouge in the ground where he had been a second before. Cold rushed in. Dementors. Of course they would be near any alarm point. He felt them slide nearer, drawn by anger and fear and the promise of souls. His breath misted. Hermione's shield flickered. "Patronus!" she gasped. The scythe thrummed, reacting to the sudden surge of bleak memory the Dementors brought with them. Harry's mind shoved back. Not this time. He raised his wand. "Expecto Patronum!" His stag burst out, silver and bright, but it was not just silver this time. For a second, when the charm left his wand, the scythe brushed it. The Patronus flared, edged in a faint, darker light, not black, but deep and cold. The Dementors recoiled as if something had slapped them. The stag charged, antlers lowered. When it hit the first Dementor, the creature did not just float back. It tore. The Patronus ripped straight through its shadow body, shredding the tatters of its cloak and whatever hung inside. A thin, foul-smelling mist burst out and vanished. The Dementor's scream cut off. Nothing fell to the ground. There was simply no Dementor anymore. The others shrieked and fled, streaming back into the night. Harry's stomach lurched. He had just ended something in a way he had never done before. The scythe made a pleased sound. "See," it said. "You can marry your tricks. Light and ending. Clean." Hermione grabbed his arm. "Harry," she said sharply. He snapped back to the moment. The masked Death Eater had not run. He had taken advantage of the distraction. He stood a few paces away now, wand raised, aimed straight at Hermione's heart. Avada! Harry did not think. He did not have time. He jerked his wand up. He knew he would not be fast enough. The scythe moved on instinct. It slammed into his chest, out through his arm, and into his wandless hand that was still half raised from the Patronus. He swung. The air between the Death Eater and Hermione split. Not wide, just enough. The Unforgivable's green light hit the invisible cut and slid sideways. Its path knocked off as if the world had shifted an inch. The curse hit a stone wall instead and exploded, sending shards flying. The masked man froze, shock breaking through his bravado. Harry's body screamed in protest. His burned muscles shook. He did not give himself time to think about how close that had been. "Expelliarmus!" he shouted. The man's wand flew. Hermione added, "Stupefy!" A split second later, the stunner hit the man square in the chest. He went down like a dropped puppet. The lane went quiet except for Harry's ragged breathing. His stag flickered once, then faded, its work done. Hermione stared at him. "You bent a killing curse," she said, voice low. "Not planning to make a habit of it," he said, shaking. "That is not," she started, then shook her head hard. "Later. We have to move. Before someone comes to check why their alarm is not patrolling." They dragged the unconscious men into a narrow side yard, behind a pile of rubbish bins. Hermione muttered a quick disillusionment charm, blurring them into the shadows. Harry's hands ached. His chest felt tight. The scythe lay quiet, but pleased. "You cannot keep doing that," Hermione said as they hurried away. "Every time you pull more through, you are burning yourself out." "I noticed," he said. "You did not look like you did," she muttered. He did not have a good answer for that. They kept to side streets as much as they could, ducking between buildings, moving fast but not full out. Anytime footsteps sounded nearby, they paused, cloaks drawn tight. The Hog's Head sat at the far end of the village, tucked away like it was ashamed of itself. It looked the same as ever. Dirty windows, a sign with a grumpy-looking pig, a smell of stale beer and goats that seemed to ooze from the walls. "The smell is worse," Hermione said, wrinkling her nose. "Comforting," Harry said. "Means nothing has changed." He raised his hand and knocked 3 times on the back door, just like Bill's note had said. Nothing happened at first. He was about to knock again when bolts scraped. The door opened a crack. A blue eye peered out, sharp and suspicious. "Closed," a rough voice said. "Come back when the world's not ending." "We need to talk to Aberforth," Hermione said quickly. "Please. It is about Hogwarts. And Albus." Silence. The eye narrowed. "Albus is dead," the voice said. "World hasn't noticed yet. What do you 2 brats want with me?" Harry dropped his hood. "It is about Voldemort," he said. Hermione flinched. The blue eye widened. The door opened wider. Aberforth Dumbledore stood there, older and more worn than Harry remembered from the wedding. His gray hair and beard were wild. His clothes looked like they had not changed since last year. His face was lined, the lines deeper now. He stared at Harry's scar, then at his white-streaked hair, then at Hermione's bandages. "Bloody hell," he muttered. "You pick your moments." He stepped back. "Get in," he said, "before you bring the whole village down on my doorstep." They slipped inside. The back room of the Hog's Head was small, cluttered, and dim. Barrels lined one wall. A thick layer of grime covered almost everything. The smell was worse inside. Aberforth shut the door and slammed the bolts. He turned back to them, crossing his arms. "You know how many posters there are with your face on," he said to Harry. "You know how many snatchers come through here boasting about who they will catch next. And you walk into my pub in the middle of all that. Either you are brave or you are stupid." "Probably both," Hermione said. Aberforth's mouth twitched. "Fair," he said. He jerked his chin toward a small table in the corner. "Sit," he said. "If anyone asks, you are my niece and her idiot boyfriend. You are staying because you have nowhere else to go." "That is not even technically a lie." Hermione actually flushed. Harry coughed. "We are not here to drink," he said. "We need help." "Everyone does," Aberforth said. "What makes you special?" "Your brother left us a job," Harry said. "Finish what he started. We are almost done. There is one Horcrux left. It is in Hogwarts." Aberforth stared. "The old fool," he said eventually. "Of course he did." His eyes went to the scythe lines in Harry's hair again. "And he left you with something else too, I see," he added. Harry stiffened. Aberforth waved a hand. "Relax," he said. "I am not blind. You look half like Albus did when he tried that bloody stone ring business. Only Messier." He pulled power into himself he did not fully understand. "Paid for it. You are doing the same. You are paying in white hair and shaking hands and whatever else you are not admitting." Harry did not deny it. "We do not have a choice," he said. "He is not just a madman with a wand anymore. He has that—" He nodded at his own chest, meaning the Elder Wand, "and pieces of himself hidden in objects. We have to undo all of that or he will keep coming back. And the scythe. It is the only thing that can cut clean through the way his soul sticks." Aberforth's jaw worked. "Well," he said at last, "at least he picked someone stubborn enough to argue with death." He rubbed a hand over his face. "You are here because you want into the castle," he said. "You think my miserable pub has a secret tunnel or something." Hermione looked startled. "Does it?" she asked. Aberforth snorted. "You sound like Albus," he said. "Always thinking there is one more door you have not opened yet." His eyes flicked to a painting on the far wall. Harry's gaze followed. The portrait showed a young girl sitting on a rock, knees drawn up, hands folded round them. Her hair was long and fair, her face pale. Her eyes had a distant, soft look. A little stream ran beside her feet in the painted world, water trickling over stones. Ariana. Harry knew without being told. The scythe knew too. Death clung to the paint like a thin mist. Not like a ghost, like a memory that had cut deeper than most. The girl in the painting looked at Harry. For a second, it felt like the whole room went quiet. Hermione's hand brushed his. Aberforth cleared his throat. "My sister," he said shortly. "She is the reason I do not take kindly to children trying to play hero. You know that story, do you? Albus never did like discussing it." "Some of it," Harry said. "From Dumbledore." "He told you," Aberforth said, surprise flickering through his eyes. "That is more than he told most." He paused, weighing something. "Why do you want into the castle?" he asked again. "Really? And do not tell me it is because you like school. I have eyes. It is a war zone up there. Kids starving. Carrows having fun. Snape playing headmaster while pretending it is still an academy and not a training ground." "Because the last Horcrux is there," Harry said simply. "And because our friends are there. Your brother thought Hogwarts itself might be a kind of defense. People there willing to stand up to him. He was right, but they need an anchor. Someone to say, 'We can fight back.' And we need the diadem, or whatever he hid it in." Hermione added, "We are not going in to hide. We are going in to finish this and get as many people out alive as we can. We know it will be ugly. We are not children running around looking for adventure. We are tired and scared and still going anyway. Aberforth looked at her for a long time. You sound like Minerva, he said. She used to talk like that. Before she started covering up for Albus's secrets, he turned his gaze to the portrait again. Ariana, he said. Tell them. The girl in the painting smiled faintly, like she had been waiting. She slid off the rock and walked toward the edge of the canvas. As she moved, the scene shifted. The stream bent. The background changed. The rock turned into a doorway. Harry stared. The air in the frame rippled. Beyond the painted door, he could see something else. Corridor. Narrow, low-ceilinged, lit by faint torches. It did not belong to the painting's original scene. It looked real. It looked like a tunnel. A passage, Hermione breathed. From here into the castle. Aberforth, Harry said. You have been ferrying students in and out. Aberforth snorted. What did you think? He said. The Carrows just forgot to notice when half the DA vanished for a week. Someone had to patch them up, feed them, listen to them rant about revolution. They needed somewhere to breathe away from Snape and his lot. My useless brother left me with a pub and a portrait. I made them do something useful. His gaze hardened. If I open that for you, if I let you walk into that castle, there is no neat way back. Once the fight starts, it will not be small. You will be dragging children into a war zone. You ready for that? Harry swallowed. I am not dragging anyone, he said. I am giving them a choice. They are already in danger. They have been resisting without us. Hiding does not make them safer. It just stretches the fear out longer. Aberforth studied him. You sound like him too, he said. Albus. Only angrier. He sighed. The castle will fight anyway, with or without you. Might as well give it someone who knows what he is doing, or thinks he does. He turned to the portrait again. Ariana, he said softly. Bring him through. The boy with the scar, and his stubborn girl. Like you brought the others. Ariana nodded. Her painted hand reached out, as if pushing open a door from her side. The air in the frame rippled wider. Harry could feel magic stretching, connecting this grubby back room to somewhere inside Hogwarts. The scythe hummed. Old stone, it said. Old blood. So many endings. It will be loud in there. You keep it leashed, Harry told it silently. We set the rules. Not you. It did not argue. It just watched. Aberforth stepped back, arms still crossed. You go through, he said. You talk to whoever is on the other side. You do what you have to do. Just, if you see my brother's face in any mirror up there, you tell him I am still angry. I will, Harry said. Try not to die, Aberforth added, gruff. You three are the first people I have seen in weeks who look like they might actually land a hit that sticks. Hermione managed the tiniest of smiles. We will do our best, she said. She took Harry's hand. They stepped toward the portrait. The air in the frame startled his skin as he went through, like pushing through a membrane of cold water without getting wet. The hog's head vanished behind them. The tunnel on the other side was narrow and rough. Stone underfoot. Low ceiling. Torches stuck into brackets, casting flickering light and deep shadows. The air smelled of dust, sweat, and old soap. People had used this space a lot. Harry could hear faint noises ahead. Voices, footsteps, someone running. Hermione, he said quietly. I hear it, she said. They moved forward, stooping slightly where the roof dipped. The scythe stayed quiet, almost curious. At least it would not be hungry in Hogwarts. The castle was full of ghosts, memories, echoes of death. It would try to reach for them. He needed to keep it folded tight. It is not your playground, he told it silently. You get Horcruxes. You get curses. You do not get children. Ever. It hummed in a way that might have been agreement. Might. The tunnel angled up. The noises grew louder. They turned one last corner. A wooden door stood ahead, slightly ajar, light spilling through the gap. Harry's heart thudded. He raised his hand and pushed. The door swung open. He stepped into a room filled with people. For a second, all he saw was light and shapes. Then a familiar voice cut through the noise. "Took you long enough," Neville Longbottom said. The room of requirement was packed. Bunk beds lined the walls. Blankets and posters and stolen food wrappers covered every surface. A kettle hissed on a low table. The air smelled like dust, bread, and too many people in one place. Every head in the room turned when Harry stepped through the door. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Neville grinned. "Took you long enough," he said. He looked different, thinner, sharper. His jaw was set, a cut on his cheek half-healed. A dark bruise circled one eye. His hair was longer, shoved back any old way. The old nervousness was still in his eyes somewhere, but it sat behind something else now. Something hard. "Neville," Harry said. Neville crossed the room in a few long strides and just grabbed him. It was not graceful. It was more of a tackle than a hug. Harry wheezed, but he hugged him back, feeling bony shoulders under his hands. Hermione got dragged into it too. Neville did not let go of either of them for a second. "You're really here," he muttered into Harry's shoulder. "Thought I'd finally cracked when the portrait said, 'Potter's coming.'" "You didn't," Harry said. "We're late, but we're here." Neville pulled back, sniffed, and scrubbed at his face with the back of his hand, trying to pretend he had not almost cried. He froze when his eyes hit Harry's hair. "Blimey," he said. "When you said you'd had a rough year," Harry reached up automatically, fingers brushing the white strands. "Long story," he said. "Death adjacent." Neville blinked. "I'm not sure I want the short version either," he said. "Come on. Couple of people want to hit you, then they want to hug you. In that order." Harry's stomach did a little twist. Of course she was here. Ginny was at the far end of the room, beside one of the bunk beds. Her hair was shorter, hacked off at the shoulders. There was a thin scar along her forearm, half hidden by her sleeve. She wore a Weasley jumper so worn the threads showed at the elbows. She clutched a wand tight enough that her knuckles were white. Her eyes, brown, fierce, locked on his. For a second, it was like the whole room shrank to the space between them. Then other voices crashed back in. "Harry!" Seamus yelled, shoving past a stack of crates. "You absolute lunatic!" Lavender, Parvati, Padma, Michael Corner, Terry Boot, Cho. Assorted DA faces crowded round. Some looked older. Some looked like they had not slept in a week. All of them talked at once. "Where'd you been? Did you really break into Gringotts? What happened to your hair? Is that blood?" Harry lifted his hands a bit, winced when his bandages pulled. "Hi," he said. "One at a time, yeah." "Shut up. Give him space," Ginny snapped, shouldering through the crowd. They opened for her without thinking. Ginny stopped in front of him, close enough that he could see the new lines round her mouth. Hermione shifted slightly at his side, but she did not move away. Ginny looked him up and down in one long sweep. Burns, bandages, white hair, scars. She let out a breath that sounded like it had been stuck in her chest for months. "You're an idiot," she said. "Yeah," he said. She slapped his shoulder. It hurt. Then she dragged him down and kissed his cheek, quick and fierce, before letting go. "Don't die," she said. "I am out of patience for you dying." "I'm trying," he said. Her gaze flicked to Hermione, took in the bandaged leg and hand, the way Hermione hovered half a step closer to him than anyone else. Something in Ginny's face softened. She nodded once, almost to herself, then stepped back. "All right," she said briskly. "Now he's been told off. Can we talk about the part where a disembodied who voice just told us he knows we've been mucking with his stuff?" "What?" Harry said sharply. Neville grimaced. "He's been in our heads for the last hour," he said. "Doing that creepy echo thing." Hermione frowned. "What did he say?" she asked. Seamus answered. "Big speech about how we're all doomed. Should hand Potter over, etc., he said. "Promised quick deaths if we don't take too long about it." Lovely bloke. "So he's still at the bank for now," Harry said. "Checking the damage." Ginny folded her arms. "He almost sounded, I don't know, off balance, like someone kicked his favorite pet." "He's lost 4 pieces of himself," Hermione said quietly. "He's not as invincible as he thinks." "We need to make it 5, Harry said. Fast. Neville's eyebrows went up. There's another, he said. Let me guess. It's in the castle. Yeah, Harry said. We're pretty sure. Of course it is, Neville muttered. Hermione shifted her weight off her bad leg. Before we get into details, she said. Where's the door on the other side of the room banged open? Hey! A familiar voice yelled. Neville Aberforth said. Ron stopped dead in the doorway. He was dripping. Mud spattered his boots and jeans. His hair stuck up wildly, like he had been running his hands through it for hours. There was a cut along his jaw and stubble on his chin. He wore one of Bill's old jackets and a look like he had not slept properly in days. His eyes went straight to Harry, then to Hermione. He looked like someone had smacked him in the face with a bludger. Hi, Harry said, because his mouth was apparently a traitor. Ron stared for another half-second. Then he crossed the room in 3 long strides. Harry braced for a punch. He got an armful of Ron instead. You absolute git, Ron said into his shoulder. His voice cracked. You broke into Gringotts without me. Harry started laughing, which made his chest hurt. He clapped his bandaged hand round Ron's back, feeling muscle and bone and shaking breath. You left, he said. I came back, Ron said. Again, they pulled apart. Ron's eyes were red around the edges. I'm sorry, he blurted. I was a jealous idiot and I left, and then when I came back you lot were in the middle of a bank robbery, and Bill wouldn't let me go, and then there was a dragon, and I was stuck listening to everyone at home talk about how brave you were and I wasn't there and— Ron, Hermione said. He turned his head toward her. She was watching him with a face that was both furious and relieved. You are an idiot, she said. You broke my heart. Twice. You do not get to do that again. I know, he said, throat tight. I won't. I swear. I'm sorry, Hermione. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stepped forward, grabbed his jacket, and pulled him down just enough to kiss his cheek. It was not the same kiss she had given him at the wedding tent. There was no story in it, just a tired affection and an old friendship that refused to die. Good, she said. You're forgiven. Now shut up and help us not get killed. Ron laughed, a short, broken sound. Right, he said. That I can do. He risked a glance between Harry and Hermione, saw the way they stood, how close, the way Harry's hand hovered near hers. He nodded once, more to himself than to them. Figured that out, did you? He said quietly. Harry swallowed. Yeah, he said. Ron's mouth twitched. About time, he said. I was starting to think you'd both marry a book. Seamus snorted. We done with the soap opera? He asked. Only I'm pretty sure the Carrows will notice if 30 students are sitting in here crying while the castle's about to explode. Neville straightened. He had the look of someone who had been leading people for months. It sat on him better than fear ever had. Right, he said. Here's where we are. Snape's holed up in the headmaster's office. Carrows run the day-to-day. Detentions mean cruciatus or worse. We've been hitting back where we can. Gossip. Small sabotage. Sabotage of a not small kind when we can. Kids have gone missing, Ginny added. They say they've been sent home. Some of them, maybe. Some we don't know. Some we know didn't make it. Her jaw clenched. Harry's stomach twisted. We've got a network, Neville went on. Hog's Head Tunnel brings supplies and messages. We've pulled kids out when it was about to get bad. But we can't take the whole school. Not without a full-blown fight. And we're short on wand power. Hermione nodded. The order is coming, she said. Soon. Aberforth will get word to them. They'll come through Hogsmeade or other ways. When Voldemort shows up, they'll know. And he will, Harry said. He was in Gringotts when the cup went. He's worked out there's one more Horcrux. In Hogwarts. He's coming to check it himself. A murmur ran through the room. Cho bit her lip. What is it? She asked. The thing he hid here. Harry hesitated. Horcruxes were not exactly light conversation. Hermione spoke instead. Something old and powerful, she said. Connected to Hogwarts. Something that belongs here. We think it's Ravenclaw's lost diadem. A tiara. It makes you cleverer. Luna's voice floated down from a top bunk. Not cleverer, she said, sitting up. More what you really are. But it went wrong. That's why Rowena lost it in the first place. Harry blinked. Luna, he said. How? She smiled sleepily. Aberforth sent a message, she said. Dobby brought me. He did not like the goats. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Good, he said. We need you. Luna climbed down, bare feet landing silently on the floor. She nodded to Hermione, hugged Ron, patted Neville's arm, then stopped in front of Harry and tilted her head. Your eyes look older, she said. So do your hairs. Thanks, he said dryly. She smiled. It suits you, she said. You look like someone who has seen too many endings. The scythe twitched. Harry ignored it. We think the diadem is in the castle, Hermione repeated. Hidden. Maybe in the room of requirement. But we're not sure. We need a Ravenclaw who knows the stories. Luna nodded at once. I can take you, she said. But it will be watched. The Carrows like to lurk round our tower. And Professor Snape. She trailed off. Neville's mouth tightened. Snape's not like them, he said quietly. He's cruel when he thinks someone's watching. When they're not, he looks away. Sometimes. That doesn't make him good. Just complicated. Harry did not have the energy for Snape's moral mess right now. We'll deal with him if we have to, he said. We're here for the diadem first. Once it's gone, he's mortal. Then we let him come. Ron raised a hand slightly. You say we like we know how we're doing this, he said. Do we have a plan, or are we winging it again? Hermione shot him a look. We always have a plan, she said. We just keep having to adjust it when someone releases a dragon. Harry rubbed his face. Okay, he said. Step 1, get the Horcrux. Step 2, survive long enough to break it. Step 3, keep as many people alive as we can when he throws a tantrum. Step 4, end him. Neville whistled softly. Ambitious, he said. I like it. Ginny stepped forward. You're not doing this alone, she said. You three are good, but you're not that good. We know the castle better than you now. Let us help. Harry nodded. We'll need you, he said. But we're not dragging first years into a fight with Voldemort. Hermione added. Anyone under 17 gets a choice. Anyone over, too. We're not making anyone stay. Neville's jaw set. We've been living in a war zone all year, he said. This isn't new. But yeah, choice. That's the difference between us and them. Luna tapped her fingers against her thigh. We should move soon, she said. The castle is listening. It knows something is coming. The room can only hide us for so long. Harry could feel it too. Hogwarts hummed under his feet, through the walls. Old wards, old stones, old magic. The scythe tasted it with interest, pressing against his chest like a cat against a window. Not now, he told it again. It waited. Getting to Ravenclaw Tower without tripping every alarm in the castle turned out to be impossible. They tried anyway. Luna led the way, soft-footed and calm, as if she was taking them on a midnight stroll rather than into a nest of Death Eater sympathizers. Harry and Hermione flanked her. Ron, Neville, and Ginny brought up the rear. They moved through side passages and behind tapestries, avoiding the main halls. Even so, they passed evidence of what the Carrows had done. Charms carved into stone, dark stuff, slur words scratched on walls, bloodstains scrubbed but not fully gone, a portrait that flinched when they went past, as if it expected to be hexed. Harry's jaw clenched. Don't, Hermione murmured. I'm not doing anything, he whispered back. You're thinking about asking the scythe to cut the Carrows out of the world, she said. I can feel it. He exhaled slowly. Maybe a bit, he said. You promised, she said. I remember, he said. He did. No cutting souls because he was angry. No using the scythe to make the world the way he thought it should be. Horcruxes, curses, chains. That was the line. They reached the foot of the Ravenclaw Tower. The door was still guarded by a bronze eagle knocker. Luna stepped up to it. The eagle's beak opened. Which came first? It asked in a cold, clear voice. The phoenix or the flame? The question itself, Luna said at once. Because neither can exist without someone to ask. The knocker gave a tiny nod. The door swung inward. Harry never got to see the common room. A high, nasty voice shrieked behind them. "Got you, you little rats, Electo Caro." She lurched out of the shadows by the stairs, wand already raised, face twisted in a delighted sneer. Harry spun. "Protego!" Hermione shouted. The shield flared just in time. Electo's curse hit it and bounced, slicing into a stone pillar instead. Dust and chips flew. "Potter!" Electo gasped, eyes going wide with greed. "Oh, I am going to enjoy this." She jabbed her wand at her forearm, pressing her finger into the dark mark there. Harry saw the skin twitch. "She's calling him," Ginny spat. "Or the others, at least." Ron lunged forward. "Expelliarmus!" Electo jerked. His spell caught her arm, not her hand. Her wand flew, but her finger had already dug in. Somewhere in the castle, a bell started to toll. Not a real bell. Magic. A deep, resonant thrum that sank into the walls. "The alarm," Neville said. "We're out of time." Electo scrambled for her wand, scrabbling on the floor. Harry stepped up and kicked it away. "Stupefy," he said. She collapsed, eyes rolling back. Luna's mouth was a tight line. "She would have done worse to us," she said quietly. Harry knew. He knelt and ripped a strip off Electo's sleeve, tying her hands behind her back. Hermione slapped a silencing charm on her mouth for good measure. Footsteps pounded on the staircase below. Lots of them. "Up or down?" Ron demanded. Hermione looked at Harry. "Horcrux first," she said. "If we don't get it now, we may never get another chance." He nodded. "Down," he said. "The room of requirement. The diadem won't be in a dormitory. It's hidden. In the place where everyone hides things." Neville frowned. "What place?" he said. "A room full of junk," Harry said. "I saw it once. 7th floor. Opposite that tapestry with the mad wizard dancing. You walk past 3 times thinking really hard about what you need. It gives you what you ask for." Luna nodded. "A room of hidden things," she said. "People dump broken stuff in there all the time. And things they shouldn't have. Like cursed tiaras," Ron said. "Exactly," Harry said. The bell kept tolling. Voices shouted. "Run," Ginny said. They did. They pelted down staircase after staircase, taking shortcuts Neville had found over the year. Twice they had to duck into side passages as groups of Slytherins and robed adults rushed past toward the great hall. Wands out, faces eager or pale. Harry caught a glimpse of one tall figure striding fast, black robes billowing. Snape. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second as he swept by at the end of a corridor. Snape's mouth tightened. He did not slow. He did not shout an alarm. He just moved on toward the front of the castle. "That was weird," Ron muttered. "He has his own plan," Hermione said, breathless. "We don't have time to guess what it is. Keep moving." They reached the 7th floor corridor. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet still hung there, tatty and slightly crooked. Harry skidded to a stop opposite it. He shut his eyes. "I need to find the room where you hide things. I need to find the diadem. I need to destroy it. Let me in." He paced back and forth 3 times, focusing hard. By the 3rd pass, a door had appeared in the blank wall. He wrenched it open. Heat and dust and the smell of old wood rushed out. The room of hidden things was exactly as he remembered. Shelves crammed with books and bottles, broken broomsticks, stacked chairs, piles of chipped cauldrons. Mountains of junk stretched into the dim distance, forming narrow pathways. Hermione coughed. "How are we supposed to find anything in here?" she demanded. Harry stepped inside. The scythe stirred at once. There, it said. It did not feel like the other Horcruxes had. Those had been like a cold nail in his skull. This was more diffuse. The room itself was saturated with forgotten magic. But under it all, like a steady, sour note, the diadem thrummed. Harry followed it. He wove through the stacks, ducking under a broken vanishing cabinet, sidestepping a teetering tower of cauldrons. Hermione and Ron were right behind him. Neville, Luna, and Ginny hung back near the door, wands out, watching the corridor. "There," the scythe said. Harry saw it. Up ahead, on top of a dusty marble bust of some long-dead wizard, a small diadem sat. It was tarnished silver, with a blue stone in the center. Tiny words ran along its band. Harry did not need to read them to know. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. His scar gave a small, warning throb. Found it, he said. Hermione's breath caught. That's it, she said. That has to be it. Ron made a face. Looks uncomfortable, he said. We don't have time for commentary, Hermione snapped. Harry, can you destroy it? He finished. Yeah, he stepped closer. Careful, Hermione said. If you touch it, it might possess me, he said. Again. I know. He took a steadying breath. The scythe slid into his hand before he fully called it. It was almost eager. He did not let it fully unfurl. He kept the blade short, the handle tight. Only the Horcrux, he muttered under his breath. Only the bit of soul. Not the whole room. Not the castle. Not me. The scythe hummed, almost amused. He reached out with the other hand and picked up the bust. Not the diadem. It was dusty and heavy. He set it on the floor. The diadem slid off and clinked against the stone. The moment he touched it, cold shot up his fingers. Whispers flooded his ears. You could have been cleverer, they hissed. You could have seen everything. You could have saved everyone earlier. You were always too slow. He gritted his teeth. Not listening, he said. Hermione's hand clamped on his elbow. Harry, she said. Now. He set the diadem on the floor in front of him. He raised the scythe. He could see the Horcrux inside the metal now. A cramped little knot of thought clinging to the silver, trying to make it more than it was. I see you, he said softly. The knot spat at him. You think you are death now, it sneered. You are a boy with a toy. He sliced. The scythe cut through the diadem's soul line like it was thread. The physical metal barely resisted. The blade passed through, and for a second the world stopped. The Horcrux screamed, not as loud as the cup, not as vicious as the diary, but it screamed all the same, a sharp, furious wail that only he could hear. His scar burned, his knees wobbled, the scythe drank, the scream cut off, the diadem shattered, silver cracked, blue stones splintering into tiny shards that burst like glass and then melted into smoke. A bit of black mist rose, twisted, and vanished. Harry slammed the scythe back into his chest. Pain flared through his whole body. Harry! Ron shouted. Harry hit the floor hard, palms stinging. Hermione was there at once, dropping to her knees beside him. Harry, talk to me, she said. How many fingers am I holding up? He blinked. 2, he said. She was not holding up any. Joke later, she said, relief flickering in her eyes. Ron wiped his forehead with the back of his sleeve. That it? He panted. All of them. Harry sucked in air. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, Nagini, the diadem, he rasped. And me. There's no more objects. Just Snake and him. Hermione's shoulders eased. Then that's it, she said. He's human now. Still has a nuclear wand, Ron pointed out. Don't forget that bit. Harry pushed himself upright, the room spinning for a moment. The castle shuddered. Not physically, magically. He felt wards shift like ropes tightening. Voldemort had felt that one. The last anchor in Hogwarts snapping. Neville's voice yelled from the door. Harry, we've got a problem. He dragged himself to his feet and limped toward the corridor, Hermione and Ron flanking him. Neville stood at the door, wand in hand, face pale. What? Harry demanded. Neville swallowed. He knows, he said simply. He's talking. The voice hit Harry's head a second later. It seemed to come from the walls, the floor, the air. Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice, tired, furious, thin. The boy who has been running from me all year. The boy who has been playing with things he does not understand. The room went very still. Even the dust seemed to pause. You have destroyed my work, Voldemort said. You have broken into my bank. You have stolen from my castle. You have killed pieces of me. No more. Harry's scar throbbed. He saw flashes. Voldemort walking through the ruined Lestrange vault. Voldemort standing on the hill above Hogwarts, elder wand in hand. Death Eaters marshaled beyond the forest. You have 1 hour, Voldemort said. At the end of it, I require the boy to come to me in the forbidden forest. Alone. If he does, I will let the rest of you live a little longer. If he does not, I will kill every man, woman, and child in this castle. I will tear your walls down stone by stone. I will kill them all. The voice cut off. Silence rushed back in. It was worse than the talking. Someone in the room of hidden things started to sob. Ginny swore softly. Neville stared at Harry. What do we do? He asked. Harry already knew. He had always known it would end like this. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. No, she said. You know I have to, he said quietly. You do not have to walk into an execution, she said. Don't you dare call this a choice it isn't. It is, he said. He made it one. Him or everyone. That's what he wants. That's what he's always wanted. To make it about me. Then don't give him what he wants, she snapped. If I don't go, he said careful, he will start killing. Kids, teachers, anyone he can find. He'll enjoy it. He'll do it slowly. And in the end, he'll get to me anyway. Because I won't hide while that happens. Her eyes were wet and furious. You're not a sacrifice, she said. You are not his equal and opposite in some prophecy chess game. You're a person. You don't owe him your life. He swallowed. I owe them a chance, he said, nodding toward the rest of the room. Neville, Ginny, Luna. The first years. The little kids who think detentions are still lines, not cruciatus. If me walking into the forest buys them even a few extra minutes to fight or run or live, I'm taking it. Ron's face was pale. You're saying you think. There's something inside you, he said slowly. Like the other bits. Another Horcrux. Harry nodded once. Dumbledore thought so, he said. Tom put a bit of himself in me that night. That's why I see stuff. Snakes. Why his wand and mine tangled. To end him properly, it has to go too. And the easiest way to let it go is for him to hit me with the killing curse. Hermione let out a sharp breath like a punched sob. You are not, she started. He took her burned hand, bandage and all, and squeezed. Hey, he said, voice low. We made rules, remember? She blinked up at him. The Scythe, he said. If anyone's going to decide whether I stay gone, it's not Tom. It's me. And maybe the Reaper. We have leverage he doesn't know about. The Scythe shivered in his chest. Not for bargain, it said. For balance. Balance, he thought back. End him. Not everyone. You have had enough food. He snorted. Hermione's grip on his hand hurt. Harry, she whispered. What if it goes wrong? What if you don't come back? Then you make sure he doesn't either, he said. Ron, Hermione, you keep everyone alive as long as you can. You get them out. You find a way. Ron's jaw clenched. We're not letting you walk out alone, he said. We can at least walk you to the edge. Besides, Hermione added, voice shaking but steady. If you think I'm saying goodbye in a dusty junk room, you're mad. He almost laughed. Neville stepped forward. We're with you, he said. Whatever you need us to do. But if he thinks we'll all lay down and let him walk in because he kills one person, he's learning nothing. Harry nodded. You're going to fight, he said. Good. Ginny's eyes were bright and hard. You better come back, Potter, she said. Because I don't fancy explaining to Mum that you went on a suicide walk alone. I'll try, he said. Sounded thin. It was all he had. They did not make speeches when they got back to the room of requirement proper. There wasn't time and no one needed them. McGonagall had arrived while they were gone, along with Kingsley, Lupin, Tonks, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and half the order. The room had shifted to fit them all, beds melting away to become benches and tables. The great hall had already seen skirmishes. People were bruised, bleeding, wired. The air crackled with spells and adrenaline. Professor McGonagall stood at the center of it all. Thin lips pressed tight, eyes brighter than Harry had ever seen them. Potter, she said, spotting him. Where have you been? Getting rid of the last anchor he left here, Harry said. He's on his way. We know, she said. The castle heard him. We're preparing to defend it. Her gaze flicked to his hair, his burns, Hermione's bandages, Ron's mud. She did not comment. I think it would be wise, she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. For any student under 17 who does not wish to fight to leave, immediately, we will open the passage to Hogsmeade again. No shame. No questions. Some kids surged toward the exit at once, tears on their faces, hands gripping each other. Some hesitated, torn. Neville stepped up beside McGonagall. "No one will think less of you for leaving," he said. "But if you stay, we fight. We fight for every kid who couldn't. For our home. Your choice." Dennis Creevey, tiny and pale, looked about 12. He stood on his toes. "I'm staying," he said, voice shaking. "You lot saved my brother's life. I'm not running now." McGonagall's face tightened. "Mr. Creevey," she began. Ginny put a hand on Dennis's shoulder. "We need lookouts," she said. "Runners. Not everyone has to be in the front line. There's work here too." That seemed to satisfy McGonagall. People chose. Some left, faces streaked with tears, clutching bags and small siblings. Others stayed, wands already in hand, eyes hard. In the chaos, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley reached Harry. Molly pulled him into a crushing hug without asking. "My boy," she said, voice breaking. "My boys. My girl." She dragged Ron and Ginny into it as well. Arthur's eyes were wet behind his glasses. "You did it, didn't you?" he said softly. "You're almost there." "Almost," Harry said. Molly cupped his face in both hands. "You come back," she said. "You hear me, Harry? You come back." He swallowed. "I'll do my best," he said. She frowned at that, but there was no time to argue. People were moving, arranging, forming groups. Kingsley met his eye. "Whatever you're planning, do it fast," he said. "We'll hold the line as long as we can." Harry nodded. He grabbed a moment alone with Lupin and Tonks beside a stack of crates. "How's the baby?" he asked, because it mattered. "Hungry," Tonks said, tired but smiling. "Loud. Perfect. He and his godfather will get on fine." Lupin rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You're not alone," he said quietly. "Even if you walk out there by yourself." Harry wanted to ask them not to die. He did not, because it would not change anything. He squeezed Lupin's hand once and went back to Hermione and Ron. They slipped away from the main crowd as the first spells started slamming into the castle's outer wards. The night beyond the windows flared green and red. The battle for Hogwarts had started. They walked toward the front doors together. The corridors were eerily quiet behind the noise outside. The castle seemed to be holding its breath. At the top of the marble staircase, Harry stopped. He looked at Hermione and Ron. "This is as far as you go," he said, voice low. "If you come into the forest, he'll kill you to get to me. Or worse, use you to make me do what he wants." I can't risk it." Ron's jaw clenched. "We're not letting you walk into a dark forest alone to get murdered by a snake-faced lunatic," he said. "You are," Harry said, "because you're going to be too busy keeping everyone alive in here to come with me. That's the job now. You two lead. Neville, Ginny, Luna, the DA, the Order, the teachers. They'll follow you. You tell them when to stand and when to run." "Okay." Hermione's eyes were full. "Harry," she whispered. "Please." He cupped her face with one bandaged hand. Her skin was warm under his fingers. "Hey," he said, trying to smile. "We've done more impossible things than this." "That's not comforting," she said, choking on a laugh. He leaned in and kissed her. It was not quick or panicked like some of the others had been. It was steady, full of everything he did not have time or breath to say. When he pulled back, his forehead rested against hers. "I love you," he said simply. Her eyes spilled over. "I love you too," she said. "Which is why this is the stupidest thing you've ever done." Ron made a pained noise. "If this turns into a longer scene, I'm hexing the both of you," he muttered. Harry pulled Hermione into a fierce hug, breathing in the smell of smoke and dust and her. He let go before he could change his mind. He turned to Ron. They looked at each other for a moment. "Thanks," Harry said. "For what?" Ron asked. "For coming back," Harry said. "For being here. For all of it." Ron swallowed hard. "You better come back," he said. "You still owe me about 12 games of chess and 3 sandwiches." Harry almost smiled. "Deal," he said. They hugged too, brief and awkward and exactly right.